The setting is introduced as a large gym in Seoul's bustling Gangnam district. From inside a small staff room, angry curses echoed out. A muscular man named Ganghyuk Choi of Ganghyuk Style Fitness began his livestream, sending warm greetings to his viewers. He announced he would do a mukbang with fried chicken and beer by request, though he secretly thought it would negatively affect his muscles. Ganghyuk Choi excitedly bit into a crispy piece of fried chicken and held up a can of beer in front of the camera. He ate heartily, praising the food, saying he would use a little beer to wash it down. The narration emphasized that one could tell Ganghyuk Choi was obsessed with training just by looking at his bulging muscles. However, he wasn't always a fitness enthusiast, and there was a reason behind that change. A flashback revealed he was once so severely injured that he had to rebuild his body just to be able to walk again. He was gravely wounded while serving in the special forces and was carried away on a stretcher by his comrades. To recover, Ganghyuk Choi had to undergo extremely painful physical therapy and rehabilitation sessions. Afterward, he delved into studying all exercises from yoga to weightlifting, while also learning about nutrition to strictly control his diet. Thanks to these efforts, he became a nationally renowned fitness trainer, earning the title of Best Trainer in Gangnam. Back in the present, the narrator wondered why such an expert was eating so excessively, while he himself was secretly cursing because it ruined his body metrics but was too delicious. Ganghyuk Choi looked up at the sky, silently cursing the COVID pandemic, which had caused this situation. Due to lockdowns and social distancing orders, his gym had no revenue for many consecutive months. Seeing the piling bills, Ganghyuk Choi had no choice but to become a streamer. But with 5 branches to maintain, the livestream money wasn't enough to cover expenses, forcing him to secretly wipe away tears and lie to his audience that dust had gotten into his eyes. He quickly regained his smiling face, promised to see everyone tomorrow, and urged them to like and follow his channel. As soon as he ended the livestream, his smile vanished, replaced by a tired expression and a heavy sigh as he wondered what he would have to do tomorrow. Ganghyuk Choi looked at the empty chicken box and beer can, silently thinking about the calories he had just consumed and the inability to train immediately after drinking alcohol. He sighed wearily, wondering where his life was headed. He recalled the doctor's words that he needed more rest because he was experiencing hair loss due to stress. In the flashback, Ganghyuk Choi was stunned upon hearing the diagnosis and asked again, "What?" The doctor explained that although his physical condition was excellent, his body had been stressed to its limit, causing Ganghyuk to stammer in disbelief. The doctor advised him to work less, so Ganghyuk asked what would happen if he didn't. The doctor, while pushing up his glasses, stated firmly, "You will go bald." Ganghyuk Choi shrieked in horror, imagining himself bald. No, baldness is unacceptable. He desperately thought that no one would love him if he went bald. While the doctor calmly said he would prescribe medication, but he still needed to reduce stress and rest. Back in the present, Ganghyuk sat tiredly in the room, sighing and wondering how he was supposed to rest. He realized he only knew how to work and train, to the point where he had forgotten how to relax. He suddenly had an idea, picked up his phone, and started browsing. He scrolled through many different options on his phone, but found no interest in any of them. He suddenly realized that because he was too busy with work, he had forgotten the Mura martial arts novels he used to love as a child. A flashback appeared, showing young Ganghyuk growing up in poverty with his grandparents. Therefore, the boy often went to the local used bookstore to find cheap martial arts novels. He only retained fond memories of the time he spent engrossed in reading books in his room. Back in the present, Ganghyuk smiled, recalling how his grandfather used to scold him for it, then suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, I know this person." He was excited to see the name of his favorite author, Ga, and remembered how he was captivated by series like Return of the Demon Master and Fall of the Sinister Faction. He was surprised to see a work titled The New Shaolin and wondered, could this be a new story? Ganghyuk Choi frowned at his phone, thinking to himself that he had never heard of this series before. He decided to check it out, clicking to read the first free chapter of the New Shaolin Chronicle series. As he scrolled through, Ganghyuk Choi's expression gradually changed from curiosity to astonishment. He smiled excitedly and exclaimed, "I like this story." As he read, he felt the stress melting away from his body and recalled his exhausting workdays. He wondered how long it had been since he had truly rested like this. Recalling a scene where he was training a student, memories of rare moments of relaxation, like sitting and eating ice cream, suddenly flooded back. This feeling made him feel like a child again, immersed in the world of martial arts novels. Overwhelmed by relaxation, Ganghyuk Choi slumped down and fell asleep right there. He lay sound asleep on the floor, his phone screen still lit beside him. Suddenly, the phone emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Ganghyuk Choi's body. He woke up with a start upon hearing a strange voice calling the name Mujin and urging him to get up for morning cultivation practice. Hearing the words morning cultivation practice, Ganghyuk Choi sprang up in alarm. He looked around, bewildered, realizing he was in an unfamiliar room with ancient architecture. In front of him was a boy with a shaved head, dressed in a monk's attire. The Shaolin boy hastily urged him to hurry because everyone had already arrived and they were about to get into trouble. Gangyok Choi angrily asked, "Hey kid, how did you get into my room?" while also wondering why the boy had shaved his head like that. The young monk confidently replied that he was bigger and older, then gently lifted Gangyok Choi's entire body. A status window appeared, showing Gangyok Choi's astonishing physique. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, former Special Forces soldier. Gangyok Choi looked at the boy with concern, asking, "Kid, do you need glasses?" Gangyok Choi thought to himself in confusion, wondering who that boy was and how he got into his apartment. He looked up at the wooden ceiling in an ancient architectural style, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. He realized he was in a completely unfamiliar room, not his apartment. From a wider perspective, a young monk was waking up another young monk, who was Gangyok Choi himself. Gangyok Choi rubbed his eyes and was horrified to see his reflection was that of an unfamiliar bald boy. The young monk flinched and stepped back when Gangyok Choi suddenly screamed loudly. Gangyok Choi was in utter panic, yelling, "Where's my hair? Where the hell am I?" While the other young monk stared blankly. He suddenly froze, as an important detail flashed in his mind. "Wait a minute. He called me Mujin?" He was stunned to realize that was the name of the main character in the web novel New Shaolin he had just read. He continued to panic, wondering why he was Mujin and where his muscles had disappeared to. A flash of realization sparked in his eyes as he made a guess. He sighed in relief, reassuring himself that this was surely just a martial arts dream like he used to have as a child, which made the other young monk ask in confusion what he was talking about. The young monk urged that they were really about to be late, and Gangyok Choi agreed to go along. Gangyok Choi smiled, thinking to himself about the cute boy and this strange dream. The young monk opened the door and rushed outside, urging, "Hurry up, before we get into bigger trouble." Both ran under the morning sun, and Gangyok Choi decided to enjoy this dream by fully embracing the role. An angry voice roared from ahead. "How dare you be late on the first day? Do you want to be punished?" A master holding a staff stood before dozens of disciples lined up, ordering them to quickly get into position. The young monk hastily apologized to the master, while Gangyok Choi was astonished, thinking to himself that this dream was too realistic. The master ordered them to begin with the horse stance, making Gangyok Choi wonder if it was a squat. Gangyok Choi groaned softly as he began to perform the stance along with everyone else. The other young monks were also straining to maintain their posture with difficulty. All of them gritted their teeth, enduring the fatigue of the exercise. Gangyok Choi suddenly noticed something unusual and quietly asked, "Wait, what is this?" He realized in alarm that everyone's posture was completely wrong, worrying that they would damage their knees. He recalled his journey starting from physical therapy, so he understood better than anyone the importance of lower body and core strength. Memories flooded back, showing that he could never stand seeing others exercise incorrectly. As a fitness fanatic, witnessing the other young monks performing the stance incorrectly, spreading their legs too wide, and not opening their hips properly, was nothing short of torture. He couldn't help but scream in his mind, asserting that the lower body was the foundation of martial arts and wondering why they were training like that. The master was still loudly explaining that if they couldn't control their center of gravity, they wouldn't be able to master any martial art. Gangyok Choi irritably thought that it was all meaningless if the children didn't practice with correct posture. His nature simply wouldn't allow him to remain silent in the face of this mistake. He gritted his teeth, deciding that he no longer cared. Even if this was just a dream, he still shouted loudly, "None of you know anything about fitness." His shout made the master and the other senior disciples turn back in astonishment. All the other young monks also turned around simultaneously with astonished expressions. The young monk next to him hastily whispered, while Gangyok Choi was still fuming, "Mujin, what are you doing?" The master angrily pointed at Gangyok Choi and yelled, "How dare you interrupt our training session?" He and the other senior disciples scolded him in unison, claiming he was making excuses because the exercise was too difficult, and demanding he return to his stance immediately. Gangyok Choi shivered at the master's imposing aura, thinking to himself that this truly was a martial arts novel, but he still didn't back down. He firmly retorted, "No, I will not be silent. All I'm doing is pointing out what's wrong." Gangyok Choi thought to himself that these feeble threats were nothing compared to dealing with annoying clients. Recalling a time he had to remind someone to focus on their workout, the Shaolin master angrily stepped forward, growling, "You, a Shaolin disciple, are telling me that Shaolin's training methods are wrong?" Gangyok sneered, thinking to himself that this dream was so real he would respond like a true novel character. He professionally explained that if they continued to train like that, everyone would damage their knees and suffer pain in old age, accompanied by an illustrative image of worn-out joint cartilage. The master dismissed it, claiming it was merely the sophistry of a weakling. Gangyok was momentarily stunned by the accusation and asked again, "Excuse me?" He immediately retorted, questioning whether the purpose of martial arts wasn't to train weak minds and bodies, pointing out the contradiction in the master's words. The master awkwardly replied that Shaolin martial arts were different, that their cultivation was a path to enlightenment. Gangyok smirked cunningly, cornering the master with the question, "So, are you saying that the weak shouldn't walk the path of enlightenment?" Which made him hastily deny it. In a fit of anger, the master grabbed a disciple and shouted that it was precisely through physical pain that people learn to cultivate their souls. He continued his lecture, asserting that the human mind was inherently weak, always seeking comfort, and only through training amidst suffering could it become strong. Gangyok continued to set a cunning trap, asking if only young people needed this kind of spiritual training, which confused the master. The master asked blankly, "What?" And Gangyok reminded him that those were his own words. With the image of his old body appearing in his mind, Gangyok argued that if one accepted destroying their knees in youth to train their mind, then surely in old age, with a dilapidated body, there would be no need for ascetic practice anymore. The other disciples began to whisper and murmur, doubting the master's teachings. While he glared resentfully at Gangyok and thought to himself, "This insolent brat." Gangyok pointed towards an elderly monk sitting in the distance and retorted, asking if, at that age, he hadn't yet achieved Buddhahood. Was it because he hadn't cultivated well enough in his youth? The master was utterly horrified, unable to believe that Gangyok dared to speak so disrespectfully about senior disciple Haejong, who had an extremely dignified face. At that very moment, senior disciple Haejong's eyes snapped open, glowing brightly, and he let out a sky-shattering roar. The roar created an extremely powerful sound wave that spread across the training ground, forcing the other disciples to clutch their heads in pain. Gangyok Choi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in astonishment, "So this is the senior disciple." The sound waves from senior disciple Haejong's shout spread throughout the training ground, making the other disciples cover their ears as he began to advance. Haejong walked and spoke, saying he had noted Gangyok's words, agreeing that martial arts training was a path to self-cultivation, leading towards enlightenment. Haejong suddenly stopped and declared that their training method was different, prompting Gangyok to ask curiously. Haejong explained that they practiced martial arts to protect and serve the people from evil forces. Gangyok scoffed and asked sarcastically, "So you mean destroying your knees to protect the people?" Haejong frowned, his gaze sharpening as he thought about this unruly child. He secretly thought that if left alone, Gangyok would negatively influence the other children, but he couldn't punish him directly, as it went against Buddhist principles. Haejong raised a finger, presenting a challenge. "If you truly believe that the Shaolin training method is wrong, then prove it." Gangyok asked how to prove it, and Haejong replied that if Gangyok thought their method was wrong, he must surely know a more correct one. Haejong pointed directly at Gangyok. He ordered Gangyok to face and defeat someone who had undergone their training, leaving Gangyok stunned. Gangyok panicked, anxiously asking if he wanted him to fight against him personally. Haejong said it would be fairer if Gangyok faced another junior disciple and called out loudly, "Mugung, step forward." A large, muscular young monk named Mugung stepped out from the crowd, and Haejong announced that Gangyok would have 1 week to train using his own method. Haejong declared that after 1 week, Gangyok would have to face Mugung, who was cracking his knuckles and smirking provocatively. Gangyok protested, pointing out the weight class difference between him and Mugung, then retorted, "How is that fair?" Gangyok realized this was just a charade. He was merely trying to use another disciple to shut him up. Looking at Haejong and Mugung, Gangyok thought irritably, "What a stubborn old man." Haejong stroked his chin, smugly thinking he had cornered Gangyok, but he unexpectedly replied, "All right," leaving him astonished as he asked, "What did you say?" Gangyok Choi smirked, confidently declaring he would accept the challenge, and thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly lose to a child. Mugung frowned as he watched, while the other disciples began to whisper and discuss Gangyok's bold decision. Senior disciple Haejong frowned, coldly declaring, "See you in a week." He turned and walked away, saying that Mujin had brought this upon himself, and wished him Buddha's blessings. Senior disciple Haejong ordered everyone to return to training, and the young monks responded in unison, before quickly getting into position. Muyul nervously approached Gangyok, asking why he did that, and advising him to go apologize to senior disciple Haejong. Another disciple shouted loudly for Muyul to return to his position, making the boy startle, obey, and run off. Mugung glared at Gangyok resentfully, thinking he would teach him a lesson in 7 days, then also turned to train. Gangyok panted, sweat pouring down like a shower as he began his own training session. While the other young monks were straining in their horse stances, Gangyok performed the posture precisely according to his own method. The training master noticed and shouted Mujin's name loudly. The master questioned why he was training separately on his own, and Gangyok calmly replied that senior disciple Haejong had given permission, then asked in return if the master had higher authority. As the master was getting angry, senior disciple Haejong appeared and reminded him of his promise, forcing him to leave Gangyok alone. Gangyok smirked triumphantly despite being out of breath. He looked at the other struggling young monks and stated bluntly, "You're training incorrectly. Doing this will only destroy your knee cartilage." He continued to warn that if they damaged their knees at this age, they themselves would suffer the consequences later. Hearing those words, the training master's veins bulged with anger. and he growled, thinking he couldn't ignore this, and prayed for Buddha's blessing. After 2 hours of strenuous training since early morning, Gangyuk was looking forward to a hearty meal when Muyul called him to eat, completely unaware of what awaited him. Gangyuk froze, his face showing speechless astonishment. Before him was a meager meal consisting only of a bowl of white rice, some vegetables, and a few pieces of bread, leaving him dumbfounded as he wondered, is this all there is? Gangyuk looked at the vegetarian meal in front of him, and thought in horror that it was no different from grass. While the training master signaled everyone to eat, Gangyuk, who had completely forgotten that temple cuisine was vegetarian, frantically wondered, where's the protein? He looked at the side dishes with a scrunched-up face, wondering what they were. Gangyuk took a breath. Surprised that the smell of food in this dream was so vivid, he sighed, admitting that it smelled very good but was disappointed that it was all just vegetables. He thought to himself, no matter how good it smelled, it was still no different from grass. Gangyuk's entire body began to tremble with uncontrollable anger. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled that this was child abuse, causing another disciple to shout back, "Who dares disturb our mealtime?" Mugung angrily yelled that after training all morning, they had to eat this stuff. Mugung turned to glare at Gangyuk, grumbling that he had been causing trouble since early morning. Mugung stood up, intending to teach Gangyuk a lesson, while Gangyuk was confused, wondering why he was angry when they were the ones giving him such meager food. Gangyuk gritted his teeth, growling in his thoughts that his body needed protein after exercise and he wouldn't tolerate this. He worried that his morning's training efforts would go to waste, just as a figure quietly approached from behind. An elderly man cleared his throat and then laughed loudly, making Gangyuk and the other disciples turn back in confusion. Mugung was stunned when he recognized the newcomer and stammered, "Master." Head chef Hyunmoon, the chief cook of Shaolin Temple, appeared and said he was just passing by coincidentally. Hyunmoon smiled kindly and said that this poor disciple must be very hungry. When offered more rice by the head chef, Gangyuk refused and replied that he had enough. Hyunmoon chuckled, asking if he wanted more side dishes and thinking to himself that he should give the hungry child what he wanted. Gangyuk bluntly asked, "Do you have protein supplements? Or even better, chicken breast?" leaving everyone in the dining hall speechless. Chef Hyunmoon was stunned, while the other disciples indignantly wondered what was wrong with him. Muyul anxiously shook Gangyuk's arm, asking, "Mujin, you've been acting strange all morning. Are you sure you're all right?" Gangyuk shouted decisively, "I need my protein." He continued to explain seriously while Muyul was still confused. "So that I can build muscles for my body." Gangyuk finished, his eyes filled with determination. Gangyuk broke into a sweat, starting to realize the current situation, and wondering, what's going on? He realized that the training was truly arduous. He thought to himself that the food smelled real and wondered why he hadn't woken up yet if this was a dream, doubting if this was reality. Gangyuk suddenly realized that if this was real, he needed to be more careful. He reminded himself to remember that he was a disciple in the Shaolin Temple and should mind his words. Gangyuk bowed his head in apology. "I apologize. I was so hungry that I spoke without thinking." Chef Hyunmoon showed understanding, assuming he must have been tired from training, but Gangyuk hesitated, saying, "And I apologize, but..." He ventured to ask more cautiously, "Could I possibly have some beans or mushrooms?" Chef Hyunmoon was utterly speechless, his face showing extreme bewilderment. Whether it was a dream or reality, Gangyuk told himself that he needed protein at all costs, despite being seen as an odd child. During the Buddhist scripture class, Gangyuk sighed in boredom, muttering along with the sutra lifelessly. He thought to himself about the grueling schedule, from training at dawn to breakfast and then Buddhist scripture study right after, believing that even the Buddha would find it tedious. Gangyuk accepted the hypothesis that he was in a novel and desperately sought a way to return home. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, if I'm in a story, maybe it'll get out when it ends? He imagined himself as the talented protagonist of the story, residing in the legendary Shaolin Temple, but the fantasy was shattered by an ink drop falling onto the page, making him yelp, "Ah!" Gangyuk flinched in alarm as he accidentally splattered ink onto the unfinished calligraphy page. He realized the only problem now was that he had attracted too much unwanted attention from the other disciples. Now, the entire class was staring at him, creating a tense atmosphere. He recalled his disruptive actions and decided to accept the situation. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He resolved to win the upcoming match to prove his training methods were correct. Meanwhile, senior disciple Haejung was walking with Chef Hyunmoon and asked about the incident, to which Hyunmoon admitted that the boy was truly strange. Chef Hyunmoon anxiously asked how the senior disciple would handle the young Mujin. Haejung calmly replied that he had given him a week to prove his words by challenging Mugung to a duel. Chef Hyunmoon praised it as a wise solution, but Haejung thought to himself that this was merely a way to avoid criticism when a disciple strayed from the path of Buddha. Chef Hyunmoon expressed concern, reiterating that from what he had heard, Mugung was the most talented among the new batch of disciples. The narration explained that the Shaolin Temple invited hundreds of children for auditions each year, but many could not endure the rigorous training and gave up. Only a small percentage of them could overcome all challenges to become true disciples. Therefore, it was very rare for a senior monk to know the name of a newly admitted young disciple. However, Mugung was one of the few exceptions who was selected and known. In Heijung's mind, Mugung, with his powerful aura, was the perfect person to handle this matter. The senior disciple was certain that Mugung would teach that arrogant young boy a lesson. A week passed, and senior disciple Heijung's steady footsteps echoed across the training ground. He stepped out, stood between Ganghyuk and Mugung, and declared, "As promised, 1 week has passed." Mugung looked serious facing Ganghyuk, who was smirking confidently, while Heijung asked, "So, if both of you are ready?" Muyul turned around and asked Ganghyuk in surprise, "Mujin, what are you doing?" Ganghyuk, in a stretching pose, casually replied that he was warming up. Seeing Muyul's confusion, Ganghyuk realized he needed a martial arts-like name and shouted, "Four-limb movement technique." A diagram appeared, explaining that stretching is an essential part of warming up, helping to prepare muscles and ligaments, increasing flexibility and range of motion. Ganghyuk patted Muyul's shoulder, inviting him to train together, saying that forming this habit was very good. 2 other disciples watched from a distance, wondering about their strange poses. Muyul tried to do the splits along with him and was praised by Ganghyuk for doing very well, making him happy, while the other disciples whispered amongst themselves. Suddenly, a whooshing sound drew everyone's attention. The other disciples marveled at Mugung's punches and called them consecutive chain fists. Mugung roared and unleashed a powerful punch forward, creating a strong gust of air. The Shaolin disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "Mugung is incredible," saying they could hear the air being torn apart with each punch. While Muyul's eyes widened in admiration, Ganghyuk broke into a cold sweat, thinking he would be finished if he got hit by one of those punches. Ganghyuk gritted his teeth, nervously wondering how to defeat this opponent. Suddenly, an idea struck Ganghyuk as he looked towards the temple roofs. He dashed in front of senior disciple Haijong and declared that he knew what to do. Senior disciple Haijong recalled Ganghyuk's words, that he had not made excuses to avoid training. In his recollection, he remembered seeing Ganghyuk and Muyul sneaking around at night, and realized that he truly had his own training methods, even if they weren't according to instructions. The flashback showed Ganghyuk ramming himself into a tree and explaining to Muyul that he was practicing how to defeat Mugung with a single move. Senior disciple Haijong continued to ponder, wondering why Ganghyuk kept rubbing against that tree. Returning to the present, senior disciple Haijong merely let out a soft hum with a profound expression. He turned to Mugung and thought to himself that Mugung would resolve this child's attitude problem. Mugung blushed, his heart pounding as he thought that senior brother Heijong was looking directly at him. With determined eyes, Mugung thought to himself, "Sorry kid, but you'll have to be my stepping stone." Ganghyuk began his warm-up by stretching his groin muscles, confusing Mugung. He continued to stretch, extending his body professionally. Ganghyuk rotated his arms and provocatively asked, "Shall we begin?" Senior brother Haijong looked down with a stern, displeased expression. Mugung frowned in anger, thinking to himself about this child's insolence. He stepped forward and declared, "I will show you." Mugung continued, his eyes sharp. "If both of you are ready, how hard I've trained to perfect it." He glared at Ganghyuk and shouted, "Consecutive punches." As soon as senior brother Haijong called out, "Begin," Ganghyuk immediately charged forward. Mugung was stunned by Ganghyuk's sudden speed. Ganghyuk rushed forward with a determined expression, wondering what his opponent was doing. He closed in on Mugung, making his opponent think it was a hasty attack. A close-up of Mugung's fist whistling through the air. Ganghyuk easily ducked to dodge Mugung's punch. The Shaolin disciples gasped, shouting that he had dodged the consecutive punches, while senior brother Haijong also showed surprise. Ganghyuk quickly circled behind, grabbed Mugung's arm, and thought, "I can't use real combat techniques on a child." In a flashback, Ganghyuk in his old body was training, and realized his martial arts were for real combat, potentially lethal if he was careless. So he had to find the most suitable technique for this situation. Ganghyuk thought to himself that this was a technique any child could handle. He quickly executed a grappling throw, lifting Mugung into the air. Mugung was slammed hard onto the mat and cried out in pain. The entire process from the start of the match until Mugung was subdued took exactly 1 second, as Ganghyuk applied an arm lock, making Mugung scream desperately. The other Shaolin disciples panicked, shouting, urging Mugung to resist. "What's happening? Break free. You're a Shaolin disciple, come on." The young monk's expressions shifted from cheering to utter astonishment, unable to believe what was unfolding. They were aghast, wondering if senior brother Mugung had already lost. Mugung lay on the floor, trembling in pain and confusion, wondering, "This can't be happening. What did he do to me?" A few monks desperately tried to instruct Mugung. "Mugung, use your legs, roll over and break free." But they knew it was too late. Even without fully understanding it was an arm lock, They recognized it as an extremely painful hold. Mugung's arm was twisted backward, trembling violently in Ganggyok's hold. Ganggyok looked down at the pained Mugung and said, "Hey," he coldly warned, "if you keep this up, your arm will break. Give up." The other disciples were still shouting in vain, get up now, your opponent isn't trained at all." Ganggyok continued to tighten his grip, telling Mugung that he could feel his bones about to break, and that the damage could be permanent. While his peers still yelled, "Break free now," Ganggyok simply asked Mugung to surrender. Mugung gritted his teeth, enduring extreme pain as he heard his junior brothers call his name. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Mugung let out a piercing scream of agony. Mugung screamed in agony, while the other disciples watched in horror. Ganggyok immediately released Mugung's arm and said in a panic, Sorry, I let go." See? The disciples were still in a state of panic, one calling out senior brother Heejung's name in confusion. Senior brother Heejung pondered deeply, wondering how to resolve this situation. After the morning match between Mujin and Mugung concluded, Ganggyok massaged his opponent's shoulder. While Mugung was sobbing, Ganggyok, massaging his shoulder, said this was the consequence of forcing him to fight a child. The winner was declared Mujin, while he was still tending to Mugung. A martial arts manual titled 8 Extremities Fist appeared, featuring the consecutive punches technique. This martial art was explained as one of the forms of 8 Extremities Fist, focusing on attacks using fists, elbows, and shoulders. Its goal is to quickly overwhelm opponents at close range, and is renowned for its explosive power. Among the junior disciples, Mugung was the one who had grasped it most profoundly. Even the senior brothers of previous generations were astonished by his consecutive punches. However, that morning, this formidable technique failed against the strange troublemaker's unfamiliar skill. With only a slight resistance, it was utterly defeated. Back in the present, Mugung was sobbing, his hands trembling with humiliation. Ganggyok continued to comfort the sobbing Mugung, who then blurted out, "That was cheap," making Ganggyok ask in surprise, "Huh? What was cheap?" Mugung, still crying, resentfully explained that Ganggyok had charged in right at the start and used a strange technique instead of the consecutive punches. The boy choked back a sob, then wailed loudly that in a fair fight, he would surely have won. And Ganggyok smiled soothingly. "Yes, of course. Our little Mugi is a great fighter." Mugung snapped back, "It's Mugung, not Mugi," while 2 other young monks secretly watched them leave in silence. A voice rang out in agreement with Mugung, startling a young monk who was whispering to Ganggyok. One of the older senior brothers criticized Ganggyok, stating that the rule was to fight using Shaolin techniques, and he had broken it. Ganggyok looked up with a defiant expression, thinking to himself that the accusation was absurd. The senior disciple angrily questioned why Ganggyok didn't use the chain punch. Ganggyok explained that if he used that technique, both would only exchange blows and be severely injured, whereas his goal was simply to defeat the opponent. While Mugung was still sniffling on the ground, Ganggyok asserted that he had won without injuring him. But Mugung shouted back that it wasn't the way to use Shaolin techniques. Mugung continued to yell that Ganggyok had made up his own rules, while Ganggyok merely remained silent. The other disciples murmured in confusion, unable to believe their chain punch had been so easily defeated by an unknown person using strange techniques. The leading senior disciple gritted his teeth. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew Mugung had lost, and perhaps they were being too strict. He sweated anxiously, thinking that if this continued, it would sow doubt in Shaolin martial arts. The other disciples began to whisper in panic, fearing that at worst, they might lose all their students. The entire group turned towards their master and pleaded, "Master Heejung, what should we do?" To everyone's astonishment, senior disciple Heejung was smiling, making them unable to understand what he was thinking. Heejung called out to Mujin, and Ganggyok immediately responded respectfully. Heejung stepped forward and asked if it was true that Ganggyok had used that technique to subdue Mugung without causing injury, and he confirmed it. Heejung smiled with satisfaction, declaring that it perfectly aligned with the spirit of Shaolin, and that today's winner was Mujin. The other disciples were all stunned by their master's unexpected judgment. Some of them, including the senior disciple who had questioned Ganggyok, shouted Heejung's name in protest. Ganggyok looked at the master with suspicious eyes, wondering why this old man was suddenly so lenient, and felt that something was about to happen. Heejung explained to Ganggyok that his technique was effective because his opponent only knew how to use brute force, making Mugung ask in panic, "Is that so bad?" Heejung declared that the ultimate goal of Shaolin training was to defend against evil spirits, and he would demonstrate the true nature of Shaolin martial arts. Displaying the true power of Shaolin, Heejung channeled his inner energy, making the disciples marvel, and ordered a large rock to be brought. A young disciple strained with all his might to move the large rock. 2 young disciples joined forces to roll a gigantic rock into the center of the courtyard. Ganggyok and the other disciples were astonished, wondering if Master Heejung intended to break that rock with his bare hands. Heejung stomped his foot, standing before the rock, and ordered the disciples to observe carefully, as this was the goal they were all striving for. He placed his hand on the rock and declared that he would show the true power of the chain punch. Hejong took a deep breath, concentrating his entire spirit. His eyes flashed, and his fist erupted with a brilliant yellow energy. Hejong let out a loud shout and unleashed an incredibly powerful punch towards the rock. His fist collided with the rock, creating a violent shockwave. The rock exploded into countless fragments under the might of the punch. The fragments of the rock scattered and fell to the ground. The young disciples cheered in excitement and astonishment at the spectacle they had just witnessed. The disciples discussed animatedly, admiring Hejong's power, and realizing that was the true might of the chain punch. Gang Hyuk stood frozen as he witnessed Hejong's punch. He gaped, mouth agape, unable to utter a word due to the shock. Gang Hyuk smiled excitedly, his heart pounding as he realized this was true Murim martial arts. Gang Hyuk Choi envisioned Murim martial arts, using a burst of energy to pierce mountains, a single sword swing to fell hundreds of enemies, or a punch that made opponents explode. He thought in shock. Wait, make someone explode? Gang Hyuk Choi hastily questioned Master Hejong. Master, didn't you say the ultimate goal was defense? Master Hejong turned back with a puzzled expression, then replied, Yes, I did say that. Gang Hyuk Choi pointed towards the pile of shattered rock, asking in confusion, Do we have to defend to this extent? The pile of shattered rock was still smoking profusely on the training ground. Master Hejong maintained a stern expression, offering no further explanation. The other young disciples, including Mugung, all looked at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. Standing before the disciples, Master Hejong pointed at the pile of rock and said, Perhaps not. Things settled down, and by the end of that morning, the elder of the Arhat Hall, Hyunsong, who was also Hejong's master, stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, Hejong, do you mean that child, Mujin, overwhelmed Mugung in an instant? Hejong sat opposite him, respectfully confirming, Yes, master, that is correct. Therefore, he is not an ordinary child. Hejong continued to report that although Mujin often criticized the morning training, he was the one who practiced the chain punch more diligently than any other disciple. Hyunsong speculated, Perhaps he is studying the chain punch to find a way to counter it? Is that what you suspect? With a tense expression, Hejong replied, Yes, master. Hyunsong looked directly at his disciple and asked, Do you think he could be a spy for the demonic sect or the evil faction? Hyunsong's eyes widened, astonished at the possibility that the child was truly a spy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gang Hyuk Choi was irritably tearing at his hair. It's all gone, completely gone. What is this? Hyunsong expressed doubt, believing a true spy wouldn't draw such attention. But Hejong countered that perhaps Mujin's goal was precisely to interfere. Stroking his beard, Hyunsong said there was no need to worry, as the boy was still a novice disciple, and time would tell if he was a spy or just an eccentric child. Hyunsong suddenly widened his eyes as if a disturbing thought had just occurred to him. He proposed a new hypothesis that stunned Hejong. What if he truly came from a martial arts clan? Hejong recalled Mujin demonstrating mysterious techniques and agreed that the boy might be using his clan's martial arts. Hyunsong deduced that a child always emulates their father, and perhaps Mujin was trying to prove his father's techniques were superior to 1,000 years of Shaolin martial arts. Hyunsong observed that after defeating Mugung, Mujin's resolve would only grow stronger, and the situation could become complicated. Hyunsong silently raised his teacup, lost in thought. After some deliberation, Hyunsong suggested, Perhaps we should enlist Beopgang's help? Hejong asked his master in surprise, as Beopgang was now a member of the disciplinary hall, which upheld rules and order in Shaolin. Hyunsong reassured him that Beopgang still considered himself a member of the Arhat Hall, and Hejong secretly thought that if Beopgang joined, things would be different. At night, a group of young monks chatted cheerfully, inviting each other inside to rest after a good day's work. One of the young monks suddenly froze with a startled expression upon seeing something. His eyes widened, revealing extreme terror at the sight before him. He quickly changed his mind, pulling his fellow monks to take another path, much to their bewilderment. All three young monks fearfully hid behind a pillar, whispering to each other if they had encountered a ghost. They were terrified to see a figure holding a stance in the middle of the courtyard, and one young monk stammered, asking why that person was there. The young monks realized it was none other than the wild dog, the Inquisitor, senior brother Beopgang, and they couldn't understand why he had appeared. Hiding behind the wall, one young monk irritably asked why the person who always trained until late was here, while another pointed out that he was clearly holding a stance. Watching Beopgang strain himself in fierce training, the young monks whispered to each other that perhaps he was there to exert pressure, forcing them to train harder. A group of young monks discussed, one laughing that Beopgang was always so intense, and it was no wonder he earned the nickname the Inquisitor, while another was used to calling him Wild Dog. Another young monk smirked, thinking Beopgang had found his rightful place in the disciplinary hall. That young monk suddenly announced, Senior brother Beopgang will return to the Arhat Hall with us, starting tomorrow, terrifying the person opposite him. The whole group panicked, unable to believe they would have to live with the wild dog again, as they thought he had been transferred to the disciplinary hall. A flashback showed Beopgang with his muscular physique, exuding an aura that overwhelmed junior disciples, establishing a stricter standard of discipline. A young monk explained that he heard Beopgang was rotated through the halls to understand the rules, before returning to the disciplinary hall, and others agreed that he was a stickler for rules. In the flashback, Beopgang was described as someone who always led by example, never asking others to do anything he wouldn't do himself. From basic exercises, Beopgang trained harder and longer than anyone, which severely damaged his knees. A close-up of his legs showed Beopgang's knees were severely damaged, causing him constant pain even when walking, and they were almost non-functional. Despite the pain, Beopgang persistently held his stance, sweat pouring down. For to him, training was a sacred journey, and pain was merely a part of it. After finishing 30 minutes of stance training, Beopgang stood up straight, flexed his muscles, and asked, "So, where is that child, Mujin?" Beopgang envisioned Mujin as a troublemaker, a rising star of the Arhat Hall with a sly smile. Beopgang resolved to show Mujin what the true Shaolin spirit was. The next morning, a group of young monks gathered, and all simultaneously showed surprise upon seeing something. The young monks cried out in astonishment upon seeing Beopgang standing tall before them and asked why he was there. Amidst the crowd, Muyul was happy that he and Mujin weren't late, while Mujin appeared surprised by the event. Beopgang laughed loudly and declared, "From today, I've been transferred here, you'd better get used to it," along with introducing himself as the Inquisitor of the Disciplinary Hall, now belonging to the Arhat Hall. Mujin stared intently at Beopgang, secretly thinking that one glance was enough to tell this person was the military type. Mujin's sharp gaze observed, while the older senior brothers whispered to each other, full of worry about Beopgang's return. While Mujin continued to observe, the younger monks bewilderedly asked each other who that muscular man was and why he was there. Mujin watched Beopgang standing among the other young monks and secretly thought he understood the situation clearly. He concluded that the newcomer must be a drill sergeant of his generation. As the morning training began, Mujin told himself that this was not his concern. The young monks began the horse stance exercise, sweating profusely and appearing to struggle greatly. Beopgang walked with a stern expression, contemplating the principle of knowing your enemy before punishing someone. He believed one must understand the opponent at the most basic level to accurately strike at their weaknesses. With a sharp gaze, Beopgang decided to test the exercise himself to see how difficult it was. Beopgang analyzed a young monk's posture, legs wide apart, back straight, buttocks pushed back, and toes pointing forward. He perfectly mimicked the posture and wondered if he had done it correctly. Beopgang performed the breathing movements according to the exercise but scoffed that it was nothing more than a dance. However, he realized it was just as painful as the horse stance and admitted this was no excuse for laziness. Just as Beopgang was about to reprimand them, Mujin unexpectedly interjected, "You're doing it wrong." Beopgang turned around, surprised to see the small young monk standing before him, and Mujin reiterated, "Your posture is wrong." Beopgang frowned and asked where his posture was wrong, and Mujin seemed a bit hesitant. Mujin secretly sighed, realizing there were too many errors in Beopgang's posture, feeling he had to correct everything from top to bottom. He heard the cartilage in Beopgang's knees creak every time he squatted during practice. Mujin realized Beopgang's knees were crying for help and decided he couldn't ignore it. He had an idea. If he could win this drill sergeant over to his side, it would be a huge advantage. With a calculating smile, Mujin looked at Beopgang, who was repeating his question. Mujin explained that with knees as bad as Beopgang's, this exercise would be counterproductive and offered to show him something, leaving Beopgang stunned. Beopgang panted as he performed stretching exercises under Mujin's guidance. Mujin praised Beopgang's flexibility, while the other young monks whispered, not understanding what was happening. Mujin explained that this was a limb stretching technique, designed to relax the muscles around the knees. He added that such a warm-up would help reduce the strain on the knees, and Beopgang admitted that he could feel it. Mujin asked him to do 3 sets, 30 seconds each, which confused Beopgang with the word set, so he had to clarify that it meant repeating it 3 times. When Mujin told him to start over, he noticed Beopgang clutching his knee. Mujin immediately sat down and massaged Beopgang's leg, asking if he felt better, but Beopgang only groaned in pain. Beopgang cried out in pain, making Mujin think to himself that he had only pressed lightly, yet the monk was in such pain. It must be due to decades of overtraining. Beopgang grimaced in endurance as Mujin continued to press on his leg. Beopgang thought to himself that at first he thought the boy was attacking him, but now the pain was subsiding, and he felt quite comfortable. After finishing the massage, Mujin gently patted Beopgang's leg. Mujin cheerfully announced they had only done it twice and needed one more time, making Beopgang ask in alarm. Right now, Mujin pushed Beopgang's back and declared firmly, "Training waits for no one," despite his stammering protests. With Mujin's confident smile, Beopgang looked at the boy and wondered who he really was. From a distance, the other young monks only saw a strange sight as Mujin urged Biopgang to train. Senior disciple Haejung and the other senior disciples also witnessed the scene with astonished expressions, not understanding what Biopgang was doing. The narration explained that this was the correct way to train if one had knee problems. A frame introduced Biopgang, nicknamed the Inquisitor due to his obsession with rules, and wild dog of the Precepts Hall. His peers understood his fanaticism for rules better than anyone, as they were never allowed to rest. Therefore, they couldn't understand why Biopgang was performing such strange movements with a young monk. Mujin suggested resting for a bit, then doing 15 more repetitions, and Biopgang panted in agreement. Mujin pointed out that Biopgang often squatted too deeply, and explained that was why his knees were not well. He advised Biopgang to only bend his knees slightly to reduce pressure on his knees. Mujin confidently offered to review the steps, and Biopgang obediently agreed. Mujin began to demonstrate, instructing that the first step was to bend the knees and slowly lower the body. He continued to explain the second step, emphasizing that the hip and gluteal muscles should control the movement, not the knees. Finally, Mujin instructed him to use the hip and gluteal muscles themselves to stand up. After following along, Biopgang felt a surge of energy run through his body and exclaimed that it felt very good. Biopgang realized with an astonished expression that this time the pain had significantly decreased. Mujin smugly thought to himself that this was a small matter for an experienced trainer like himself after completing 3 sets. He recalled the demanding, military-type clients who often came to his gym. In a flashback, Ganghyuk remembered his secret was that the tougher people looked, the easier they were to win over with praise. Back in the present, Mujin praised Biopgang for learning very quickly, making the muscular monk laugh loudly with pride for having been a Shaolin disciple for 18 years. Observing from a distance, the other monks didn't understand what had happened to the mad dog, and why he had become so docile. Senior disciple Haejung trembled in exasperation, muttering prayers for Buddha's blessing. Fed up, Haejung decided to ignore them. Just then, the bell signaling breakfast rang out. Mujin instructed Biopgang to apply what he had learned whenever he trained his lower body, and to perform it before every training session. Biopgang nodded, completely convinced and agreeing with Mujin's instructions. He didn't forget his initial purpose, which was to test Mujin's techniques himself, and he felt a tingling sensation in his legs. After experiencing physical therapy, stretching, and massage from a top trainer, Biopgang swallowed and concluded that these techniques were truly astonishing. Biopgang thought to himself that Mujin's techniques were extremely effective, helping him feel almost no knee pain and clearly feel the impact on his muscles. Completely convinced, Biopgang asked Mujin with a smiling face, "Did you learn all these techniques from your family?" Biopgang continued to praise, suggesting that Mujin's family must be very prestigious. Mujin smirked to himself, realizing this was a perfect explanation for his knowledge. He thought that the story of a secret family lineage would cover all his strange behaviors up until now. Mujin cheerfully confirmed, "Yes, these are techniques I learned from my family," and Biopgang burst into appreciative laughter. However, Biopgang changed his demeanor and spoke seriously. He clarified that he was only talking about the impressive healing techniques. As for martial arts, nothing could compare to Shaolin's 1,000-year history. Biopgang advised Mujin not to let his family loyalty hinder his devotion to Shaolin. Muyul ran over to ask Mujin if he was finished, while Mujin clasped his hands and replied to Biopgang that he would remember. Mujin quickly asked for permission to leave, and Biopgang cheerfully agreed to let him go. Mujin told Muyul that he had intentionally waited for his friend, and they both decided to go eat together. Suddenly, both Biopgang and Mujin flinched, swallowing hard as they sensed a terrifying killing intent. Biopgang turned around in alarm, hastily bowed and apologized to senior disciple Haejung for the scene they had just witnessed. Biopgang tried to explain that he wanted to personally experience Mujin's exercises to know himself and his enemy, and Haejung coldly asked about the results. While Biopgang began to report, in the distance, Muyul curiously asked Mujin what they had talked about. Biopgang presented his conclusion to Haejung. That child, Mujin, does not come from a martial arts family, but rather a family of healers. Haejung asked in surprise why he thought so, and Biopgang scratched his chin, preparing to explain in detail. Biopgang revealed that his knees were almost completely ruined after many years of training, making Haejung stunned and asked why he had kept it a secret. Biopgang explained that he didn't want the elders to worry, and more importantly, he couldn't reveal his weakness in front of the disciples. Biopgang recounted that for decades, none of his brethren had noticed the problem with his knees, but Mujin immediately saw through it. He affirmed to Haejung that all the techniques he practiced with Mujin were aimed at reducing the burden on his knees. Haejung clutched his head in despair, considering it a disaster that a child of such talent refused to practice Shaolin martial arts, though he still didn't believe Mujin was from a medical family. Through the shadow on the floor, Biopgang reassured his master that he would guide Mujin back to the right path, making Haejung curiously ask how. Biopgang confidently declared that instead of forcing him, he would befriend Mujin so the boy would gradually return to Shaolin martial arts. Haejung pondered deeply, and then agreed, thinking they didn't need to rush. Haejung fully entrusted Mujin's matter to Beopgang, and the story shifted to a morning training session sometime later. Mujin grumbled and sighed in annoyance. Muyul asked worriedly when he saw Mujin's face turn purple. And the boy complained about having to study Buddhist scriptures right after breakfast, saying he needed a nap because he was too full. A master stood before the young monks and announced that since everyone had mastered the chain fist, they would move on to the next step. The master explained that the true power of martial arts is only achieved when internal and external strength are in harmony. And from today, they would begin to develop internal energy. The master called two older senior disciples, Beopgyang and Beopgong, to step forward and demonstrate. The master instructed the young monks to follow the example of the two senior disciples and sit in the lotus position, making Mujin wonder what that was. Senior disciple Beopgyang quickly sat down and crossed his legs with ease. Senior disciple Beopgong also entered the posture, and Mujin suddenly realized something. When the master asked everyone to close their eyes and focus on their breathing, Mujin joyfully exclaimed, recognizing the posture. The master guided everyone to breathe deeply through their nose, while the two senior disciples demonstrated with focused expressions. The master continued to instruct them to hold their breath until they felt the flow of qi near their dantian, and one of the two senior disciples emitted a powerful blue aura. Mujin was extremely excited, exclaiming that he finally got to learn the Murim martial arts he had always longed for, and now found the lotus position really cool. Mujin quickly entered the lotus position, thinking to himself that after days of boring, repetitive training, he was finally learning true martial arts. Not only Mujin, but all the other young monks were also extremely excited to finally learn Murim martial arts after the harsh, basic exercises. The young monks dreamed of learning thousand-year-old Shaolin martial arts, powerful enough to shatter boulders like Grand Senior Disciple Haejung. The entire group focused on listening to the master's voice, inhaling and exhaling as instructed, but Mujin began to feel something was off. Mujin frowned, his intuition telling him there was something strange about this training session. He observed the senior disciples correcting their peers' postures and thought to himself that this breathing exercise was not like what he had read in novels. Mujin wondered why they weren't given more explanations about Eastern philosophies like yin and yang, the 5 elements, or the 8 trigrams. Nevertheless, he decided to trust, believing that the masters surely had their own reasons. An hour later, Mujin, who had previously complained about training, finally just obediently followed the instructions. The reason was simple. This was internal energy cultivation, and he was more excited than ever. He imagined the superhuman power of internal energy that could split mountains and allow him to fly freely. With an image of his past muscular self appearing, Mujin snorted proudly, determined to learn the secret internal energy technique. When the master ordered everyone to open their eyes, Mujin smiled expectantly. The master explained that the breathing technique they just practiced was a meditation to sense and gather qi, a prerequisite for using internal energy. The master instructed the disciples to practice this technique whenever they had time to feel the qi in their bodies, and Mujin listened attentively. Mujin was disheartened when he realized they still hadn't been taught actual internal energy techniques, and these were just basic breathing exercises. He was thinking about having to sense qi to cultivate internal energy when a senior disciple placed a thin book in front of him. The senior disciples began distributing small books to everyone. Mujin curiously asked what they were, and was told they were diagrams of the body's meridians. The master said that the young monks didn't need to memorize everything, but had to learn the main meridians by heart, because they were crucial for circulating qi and subduing opponents. Mujin held the meridian book in his hand and smiled with interest, thinking to himself, "Meridians, huh?" An illustration showed that meridians are the pathways through which qi flows inside the body, forming the foundation for mastering martial arts. The master pointed to a young monk and began explaining the locations of the meridians, for example, where qi flows through the scalp. Mujin flipped through the book, looked at the acupoint diagram, and confidently declared he would memorize it all today. That evening, Mujin stood alone in the courtyard, recalling the task assigned to him, learning the meridians and practicing the breathing technique, the first step of the Shaolin mental cultivation method. He seemed a bit disappointed, wondering if simply memorizing the breathing technique was truly all there was to it. Suddenly, Mujin saw Beopgang training intensely and shouted, "Senior disciple Beopgang, what are you doing?" Beopgang laughed loudly, flexed his muscles, and said that Mujin's method had alleviated his knee pain, so he was training even harder. Mujin clutched his head in horror, screaming in his mind that he only taught him those things so his knees could recover. Beopgang grandly declared that the best steel is forged in the hottest fire, and showed off his 18 years of diligently trained arm muscles. But Mujin pouted, scoffing that it was just grass-fed beef hide. Beopgang froze as Mujin calmly explained, "If the fire is too hot, the steel will melt. Our bodies are the same." Mujin politely asked Beopgang to sit down, and the muscular monk was surprised but still agreed. Mujin explained that he would massage and manipulate Beopgang's qi, and warned beforehand that it would be a bit painful. As soon as Mujin began the massage, Beopgang grimaced, startled by the pain. Mujin continued to press the acupoints on Beopgang's knees, telling him to speak up if it hurt. While pressing the acupoints, Mujin thought to himself that the sensation of these worn-out knees felt familiar. That feeling brought back memories of his time in the Special Forces, with an image of Ganghyuk in his old body panting during training. A close-up flashback showed military boots stomping heavily on the ground during a training session. Memories resurfaced of the entire Special Forces team marching uphill, and Ganghyuk recalled continuing to train despite injuries until he ruined his body. In his memory, Ganghyuk Choi recalled the moment his ankle twisted during a march, causing him to collapse and bitterly think, all that effort, and in the end, I couldn't even stay in service. A cracking sound echoed, symbolizing his ruined body. His comrades carried Ganghyuk on a stretcher, and he reminisced about finally being discharged. After being discharged from the military, Ganghyuk, his face covered in bandages and wearing a baseball cap, stood silently in the rain with despair in his eyes. He sat alone on a bench in the rain, his arm in a cast and leg in a brace, thinking it was the worst moment of his life. Amidst the rain, Ganghyuk looked up with a determined yet pained expression. He gently turned his head away, continuing to sink into sad memories. Ganghyuk looked back at his past self and realized, I must have looked this pathetic back then. Back in the present, Beopgang looked up at Mujin with a similar look of despair. As Mujin massaged Beopgang's knee, he said, if your body breaks down, no one will be able to restore it, so you must take care of yourself, senior brother Beopgang. Mujin hesitantly asked if he was being too preachy, while Beopgang simply called his name quietly. Beopgang unexpectedly placed his hand on Mujin's head and said that even if he broke down, Shaolin Temple would never turn its back on him. With a warm and sincere smile, Beopgang affirmed, we never abandon any disciple. No matter what happens. Mujin looked up, completely surprised by Beopgang's words. He let out a soft scoff, then smiled faintly, seemingly moved. Mujin suddenly pressed hard on Beopgang's leg, making him scream, and said that was why he had to listen to him to start training properly. This was also the first time Beopgang had screamed in 18 years at the temple. Beopgang blushed awkwardly, apologized for wasting time, and asked Mujin where he was going. He replied that he was going to practice internal and external martial arts. Beopgang asked again in surprise, wondering how a child from a family of physicians could not understand the flow of qi. Mujin scratched his head awkwardly, made up an excuse, and thought to himself that he needed to correct himself for constantly forgetting his fake identity. Beopgang decisively suggested, then let's train now, making Mujin ask in surprise. Right now? Beopgang explained that he was going to practice qi cultivation meditation after training anyway, and invited Mujin to train with him while he meditated. Beopgang pointed at Mujin and suggested that perhaps observing him would help him find his qi faster. Mujin was suddenly enlightened, realizing Beopgang's words made a lot of sense. Mujin sat down and thought to himself that he currently didn't know how to sense qi, but observing others practice would surely teach him something. He patted his knee decisively and exclaimed, let's do it. Mujin sat in a meditation posture, excitedly declaring he was ready, making Beopgang laugh and tell him to focus. Beopgang also sat down, telling Mujin to observe and learn, hoping this would help him. Beopgang closed his eyes, began to concentrate, and exhaled a long breath. Mujin watched intently with a face full of astonishment and admiration. Mujin felt the surrounding atmosphere change as Beopgang circulated qi in meditation, and thought to himself, this is true qi cultivation meditation. Mujin concentrated intensely, telling himself this was an opportunity to see what Beopgang was doing differently from him. Suddenly, Mujin was astonished to realize he was seeing something he had never seen when practicing alone. He was stunned, wondering if this was what everyone had always talked about. A brilliant yellow aura surrounded Beopgang, making Mujin exclaim in his mind in surprise, is that qi? An illustrative image appeared, instructing how to exhale through the mouth. The illustration continued to explain that one must gather all negative energy in the body and exhale it. Afterwards, one must inhale deeply to draw the pure spiritual energy of nature into one's qi center. Back in reality, Mujin was determined to find out what senior brother Beopgang was doing differently from him. Mujin struggled with the mental practice, trying to focus on breathing techniques, posture, and gathering qi. He strained to concentrate, and finally felt a stream of qi converge into a small bright spot in his body. Opening his eyes wide, Mujin joyfully exclaimed in his mind that he had done it and could sense qi. But when he collected himself, he looked annoyed and displeased. He angrily wondered why the qi was so small, only the size of a grain of rice, and how he could even sense it. However, Mujin quickly regained his composure, telling himself that even a little bit counted as success. Just like truffle chips are still called truffle chips. From a distance, Beopgang observed Mujin with an astonished expression. He couldn't believe the boy could already sense qi, realizing that senior brother Haejung and the abbot were right, and this child could be a legend of Shaolin. Meanwhile, Mujin continued to meditate, gradually getting used to finding and gathering small streams of qi. He noticed he had also gotten used to the breathing method. Suddenly, Mujin felt cold and wondered why. Opening his eyes, he was startled to see Gang standing in front of him and realized it was already dark. Mujin and Muyul quickly bowed their heads in apology for not noticing the time, but Gang simply told them to hurry back before the bell rang. Gang looked at Mujin with a thoughtful gaze, thinking to himself about the boy. Mujin clasped his hands in gratitude to senior brother Gang for the lesson. While Gang was astonished that someone who had just sensed chi for the first time had reached this level. Gang said that it seemed Mujin could begin practicing the boundless divine art, but the boy wondered if he needed to memorize the meridians first. Gang reminded him, "You are the son of a physician, haven't you already learned them?" Making Mujin suddenly remember and quickly force a laugh to brush it off. Gang told him to stop joking and hurry inside because it was late, so Mujin obediently turned and left. After walking a short distance, Mujin frantically blamed himself for making up the story about coming from a family of physicians. The next morning, training began, and Mujin told himself he had to memorize all the meridians immediately. A senior brother asked those who had sensed chi and knew the meridians to step forward. Mujin yawned as he stepped out, thinking to himself that he had memorized them. He confidently stepped forward, thinking to himself that thanks to this, he could proudly stand there. Suddenly, many other pairs of feet also stepped forward, surprising Mujin. Mujin looked around blankly, not understanding what was happening, while a master asked, "Is that all?" The master looked at the group of young monks who had stepped forward, and Mujin realized that sensing chi was not a big achievement, because others could do it too. Mujin looked disappointed, thinking to himself, "I thought this Mujin character was a genius?" The master held out a book titled Buddha Heart Technique, and explained that it was the basic foundation of Shaolin, containing a summary of the Buddhist path of selflessness. He said that since they were new, he would explain it quickly and start with the basic concepts. The master began his lecture, leaving the young monks standing in awe and admiration. The other young monks discussed in astonishment, unable to believe that the other group could sense chi and memorize the meridians in just one day. A moment later, the master led the elite group of young monks back, to the bewilderment of the others. Mujin's young monk friend ran over and asked how he could complete everything so quickly. Mujin explained that one first needed to learn how to breathe and circulate chi throughout the body, but his friend looked completely bewildered. Mujin patted his friend's shoulder and asked, "You don't understand a single word, do you?" And the boy cheerfully admitted, "No." Mujin told his friend that he would understand soon and advised him to focus on breathing first, to which the boy happily agreed. Mujin continued to memorize the meridians and their order until they were deeply etched into his mind, which was the first step towards the Shaolin path of selflessness. During meditation, Mujin felt his chi gathering faster and thought to himself that even small improvements were enough to satisfy him. He realized this was true internal energy cultivation, just like in martial arts novels, and felt incredibly excited because this was everything he had wished for. Mujin was meditating, his training progressing smoothly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mujin, over here," and someone patted his back. Mujin turned around and asked in surprise, "Muyul, where have you been?" The young monk Muyul was panting, struggling to drag something very heavy. Mujin froze with a horrified expression as he saw the scene before him. While Mujin was still sitting on the rock, Muyul dragged an unconscious person over, and Mujin asked in alarm, "Is that a corpse?" Muyul innocently replied that it was Mugyong's body, shocking Mujin even more, who asked again, "So Mugyong is dead?" Muyul quickly corrected him, saying that senior brother Mugyong was still alive, just unconscious, making Mujin wonder why he was dragging him like that. Muyul explained that Mugyong was too heavy for him to carry, and even though he tried to call him, he wouldn't wake up. Mujin told Muyul to wait a moment and quickly ran towards him. Mujin squatted down to check on Mugyong, who lay motionless on the ground. Mujin shrewdly noticed that the marks on Mugyong's body were not from being dragged on the ground. He looked closer at the bruises on his senior brother's body and realized an obvious truth. Mujin asserted confidently that someone had beaten Mugyong, making Muyul ask blankly, "He was beaten?" Mujin pointed out the bruises all over Mugyong's body and said he had been kicked a lot, at which point Muyul finally realized and agreed. Mujin pondered, wondering why the name Mugyong sounded so familiar. He recalled that Mugyong was a young monk who always looked thin and gaunt, unlike the others. Before, Mujin had only glanced at Mugyong without paying attention, but now he was trying to remember something else. A vague, flickering memory appeared in Mujin's mind as he tried to recall where he had heard the name Mugyong. Mujin brushed aside his wandering thoughts, focusing on the main question. So why was Mugyong beaten so badly? Grabbing Muyul by the collar, Mujin pressed, "That's right, good question. Do you know?" Mujin stated firmly that they needed to find out, and he could already guess what had happened. With a sly expression, Mujin declared he knew who to ask, making Muyul ask curiously, "Oh? Who is it?" Muyul looked bewildered as Mujin explained that they just needed to ask the person who had been here before Mugyong. Muyul suddenly brightened as he remembered the person Mujin had sparred with and exclaimed, "Oh, Mugung, with a bag slung over his shoulder, turned around with a scowl and asked, "What is it?" Mujin and Muyul simultaneously saw Mugung standing in front of them. Both approached Mugung, with Muyul playfully doing a handstand on Mujin's shoulders. Mujin told Muyul that he didn't think a crybaby like Mugung would have the guts to hit someone else. Mujin explained his plan. Since Mugung was the longest-serving young monk here, he would know everything that happened before they arrived, making Muyul admire him and call him smart. Both continued towards Mugung, this time with Muyul carrying Mujin's legs on his shoulders. Mugung turned around, his face still full of annoyance, and asked, "What?" Muyul startled and exclaimed, "Oops!" As he accidentally let go of Mujin's legs, Mujin fell face first to the ground with a heavy thud. Muyul quickly apologized while Mujin lay motionless on the ground as if his soul had left his body. In the awkward silence, Mugung looked at the scene before him and asked coldly, "Did you just kill him?" Mugung glared at the two angrily and snapped, "Why are you two disturbing my important training time?" Mujin sprang up, angered by Mugung's attitude, and scolded, "Look at him. Act like a senior brother and show a little concern." Mugung growled, demanding Mujin act like a junior brother and show respect, while Mujin smirked in reply. "But this junior brother already beat you to a pulp, didn't he?" Mugung furiously yelled that he had been caught off guard then, but Mujin merely replied casually and sarcastically, Yeah, I believe you." Provoked by the taunt crybaby senior brother Mugung, he flew into a rage and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Mujin. Mujin easily leaned back, dodging Mugung's punch, which utterly surprised him. Quick as lightning, Mujin grabbed Mugung's attacking arm. Utilizing his opponent's momentum, Mujin violently slammed Mugung to the ground. Mujin pinned Mugung, who was lying face down on the ground, gripping his hands tightly. Mujin applied a rear-naked chokehold, rendering Mugung immobile, while Muyul commented, "Oh no, senior brother Mugung, you lost again." With a smug smile, Mujin leaned close to Mugung's ear and said, "You'll never win against me. Do you know why?" Mugung strained to endure the submission hold, trying to yell, "Shut up!" But Mujin continued to tighten his grip. Mujin offered a deal. "If you tell me what happened to Mugyong, I'll tell you why you keep losing." After a moment of hesitation, Mugung accepted, and Mujin immediately released his grip. Mugung staggered to his feet and took a few steps back, looking annoyed but also subdued. Mujin brushed his hands off and explained that Mugung was so sensitive because he was still sore about losing to him. Mugung clenched his fists, angry at the thought of someone as proud as himself losing in such a strange way. But at the same time, he desperately wanted to know the reason. Mujin stood opposite Mugung and demanded, "First, tell me what happened to Mugyong." Mugung reluctantly replied that it was no secret. Mugyong had been beaten by Mutai and his cronies, calling Mutai an arrogant bully. When Mujin asked who Mutai was, Mugung explained that he was the only son of the Seo family, a merchant family patron of Shaolin Temple. Mugung continued that Mugyong's father was a servant to that family, and once, when Master Hyun Moon came to recruit Mutai, he recognized Mugyong's talent and brought the boy to the temple as well. Mugung explained that Mutai didn't accept a servant's son being his equal, so he started bullying Mugyong, making Mujin indignantly ask, "How can a Shaolin disciple act like that?" Mugung added that because Mugyong's father still worked for Mutai's father, they couldn't do anything about it. In the flashback, young Mugyong hung his head sadly. Knowing he couldn't tell on Mutai for his behavior, Mujin gritted his teeth, thinking that if this were a normal school, it might be understandable. He grabbed Mugung's robe and yelled that this was Shaolin Temple, a place that must follow Buddha's teachings, then questioned why Mugung just sat by when he was the most senior here. Mugung frantically asked what he could do, but Mujin snapped that he was the strongest, and simply standing up to protect Mugyong would be enough. Mugung fearfully explained that there were 3 of them, and fighting one alone was already difficult. While Muyul pointed at him and innocently told Mujin, he said, "You're the strongest one here." Muyul smiled innocently as he stood between Mujin and Mugung, easing the tense atmosphere. Mugung blushed awkwardly, saying that Muyul probably thought so because those guys didn't really train hard, which made Mujin wonder. Mujin looked seriously at Mugung, realizing there was something important in his words. Mujin pondered, thinking that disciples from affiliated families had learned various Shaolin martial arts branches, so they would be proficient in basic knowledge. He recalled those disciples, including Mutai, appearing lazy during training, and wondered if they were the ones who had progressed alongside him. Mujin mused, concluding that it meant their skill level was higher than the others. Suddenly, Mugyong appeared right behind Muyul, startling both Mujin and Mugung in surprise. Mugyong cowered in fear upon seeing them. The boy sat down on the ground, clutching his head and confusedly asking, "Where am I?" Mugyong looked up blankly, his face still confused and scared. From Mugyong's perspective, Mujin, Mugung, and Muyul looked extremely terrifying, with their eyes glowing brightly in the dark, making him tremble. Mugyong screamed in terror and crawled backward, while the others tried to reassure him that they wouldn't hit him. Mujin smiled reassuringly at Mugyang, explaining that Mugung had told him everything and that he understood Mugyang was suffering from severe psychological trauma. Seeing Mugyang trembling with fear, Mujin thought angrily to himself. How many bullying incidents has he endured? How can there be bullying at Shaolin Temple? Mujin mused over the dilemma, thinking that because Mugyang's father worked for that family, even if they reported it to Master Haijung, the words could still reach their ears and cause trouble for his father. With a determined gaze, Mujin thought to himself that there must be some way to resolve this. A spark lit up in Mujin's eyes as an idea struck him. Mujin turned to speak to the cowering Mugyang. Mugyang, I think I have a way to help you. Do you want to hear it? Mugyang looked up, hesitantly asking if Mujin really wanted to help him, and Mujin replied that the plan was very simple. With a confident smile, Mujin declared that since those guys used Mugyang's father's position to threaten him, they would report this directly to Master Haejong. Mugyang was stunned, his face turning pale with horror at Mujin's proposal. Mugyang angrily yelled, thinking Mujin was mocking him, and asked, "Do you know what they'll do to my father?" Mujin snapped his fingers, asserting that he had considered that, and the solution was for Mugyang to simply become a true Shaolin disciple. An explanatory panel appeared, defining a true disciple as someone officially belonging to the main lineage of Shaolin. The explanation continued, stating that disciples from outside families, no matter how high their status, could not harm a true disciple, but not everyone could become one. Mugyang cried out in alarm, "Wait, what?" While Mugyang had a look of sudden realization as he understood Mujin's intention, only Muyul remained blankly unaware of what was happening. Mujin smirked to himself, thinking that a disciple from a minor family would never dare to harm a true disciple or their father, though he also admitted this plan had a chance of failure. Mujin recalled the image of Biopgang smiling and the saying, "Shaolin will never turn its back on a disciple," deciding to test if those words were true. Mujin extended his hand towards Mugyang and said that not just Master Haejong, but all of Shaolin would never ignore this matter. Mujin, Mugung, and Muyul stood before Mugyang, who was sitting on the ground, and Mujin asked decisively, "So, what do you think?" Mujin looked directly at the hesitant Mugyang and challenged, "Don't just sit there, say something. Are you afraid you can't become a true disciple?" Mugyang trembled and stammered, unable to speak under Mujin's pressure. Mujin continued to psychologically attack the boy. "Look at how that brat treats you. Do you want your father to keep working for a family like that?" Mugyang flinched in alarm as Mujin warned that if he did nothing, his father would eventually have to work for Mutai. With a face darkened by despair, Mugyang heard Mujin's final question. "Can you live with that, huh?" Mugyang decisively grabbed Mujin's hand and shouted, "I'll do it." Still sitting on the ground, Mugyang firmly shook Mujin's hand, while Mujin smiled in approval. "Good decision." Mujin turned to the whole group, including Mugung, Muyul, and Mugyang, then announced, "All right, now for part 2 of the plan." Mujin explained that Mugyang couldn't just keep taking hits until he became a true disciple, making the boy anxiously ask what he could do. 3 days later, during lunch break, Mujin and the other junior monks were strolling in the temple courtyard. One of Mutei's gang asked if Mugyang would come today, and Mutei confidently replied from behind the wall, "Of course." Mutei squatted down and explained with a sinister smile that he had whispered a threat to Mugyang. "If you don't show up, he'll send a little message home." Muhui, Mutai's minion, seemed eager for action, while Muhuan complained that only a few days had passed. One of the group recounted seeing Mugyang with the weirdos, specifically Mujin and Muyul. They all discussed how Mugung was also with them, and seemed pleased to have more targets for practicing their strikes. Mutai cracked his knuckles with a malicious look, saying he had wanted to give Mujin a good beating for a long time. Muhui and Muhuan chimed in, saying they also disliked Mugung's smug face. Mutai's group scoffed as they saw Mujin's group approaching from a distance, one of them even taunting that this time they would make him cry. Mutei turned to the approaching Mugung and said, "Hey Mugung, did you hear that? He doesn't like your smug face." Mujin led his friends, boldly advancing to confront the bullies, and Mutai said with a challenging look, "I see you didn't run away." Muhuan sneered, "Why should we run away?" then mocked that Mujin must be feeling very smug after taking down that idiot. Mujin turned to the angry Mugung and said, "Hear that? Idiot? They're calling you that." Mugung growled defiantly, "One of you step up here so I can shut your mouth permanently." Muhui and Muhuan showed disdain, preparing to charge. Mujin calmly assigned, "Let them come, I can handle it. I'll deal with the last one." Mujin turned to the anxious Mugyang and assigned the task. "As for Mutai, he's yours." Mugyang hesitantly replied, All right." Mujin asked Mugyang if he remembered what he had taught, and he only replied weakly, "Yes." Mujin reassured him that Mugyang would be fine, but the boy broke out in a cold sweat and wondered in fear. "Can I really defeat him?" Mutai stepped forward, his voice full of sarcasm. Well, Mugyang made friends, huh? How enviable." The two groups faced each other. Mutai provoked, "Come here, you crybaby. I'll make sure you know your place." Mujin coldly retorted. I'd love to see you try. Mutai stomped to a halt right in front of Mugyong and asked condescendingly, Well, Mugyong? Exuding a menacing aura, Mutai looked down at Mugyong and asked, Are you going to hit me? Mugyong trembled incessantly, thinking he couldn't do it, while Mutai whispered a threat. You know what will happen if you hit me. With a malicious look, Mutai finished his intimidation. You know what will happen to your father. Mugyong gasped in horror upon hearing the threat aimed at his father. The image of his father appeared in Mugyong's mind as he trembled and silently called out, Father. Mujin's words echoed in Mugyong's head. If you want your father to escape Mutai's heel, there's only one way. Mujin continued in Mugyong's recollection. You must teach them a lesson and become a true Shaolin disciple. Mugyong gritted his teeth, tears welling up, but his eyes had become resolute, thinking, Don't you dare. Overcoming his fear, Mugyong lunged towards Mutai and shouted, Do anything to my father. Mutai yelled in shock. What the hell? As Mugyong's punch unexpectedly flew towards him. Mugyong's punch landed squarely on Mutai's face while he was still shouting in astonishment. Did you forget who I am? Mugyong's punch was decisively blocked by Mutai's hand. Mutai smirked. Oh ho, so you know how to block. You're not a complete idiot, are you? Mutai's smile vanished as he squeezed Mugyong's hand and realized, Damn, he's stronger than I thought. Mutai broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror, as he thought that not only was he stronger, Mugyong was completely different. Mutai looked up at Mugyong with a panicked expression, realizing something had completely changed in him. The scene shifted to a flashback. Mugung, along with Mugyong and Muyul, questioned Mujin. Why are you getting involved in our affairs, senior brother? How can we respect you if you do nothing? Or are you scared? Mujin agreed to help, making Mugung surprised and ask what they were discussing. Mujin said he would explain why Mugung always lost to him, making Mugung angrily shout, Huh, why is that? Mujin commented that Mugung's consecutive fists, though fast and strong, were only that, making Mugung retort that it was more than enough for martial arts. Mujin took a stance and challenged. Alright, I'll attack you with the first form of consecutive fists, try to dodge it. Mugung gritted his teeth, focusing intently to deal with Mujin's upcoming attack. Mujin lunged forward, throwing a straight punch that easily grazed past Mugung and praised, Good, you did well. Mujin cheerfully continued. Now for the second form, dodge again. While Mugung thought that, even though he was scared at first, dodging Mujin's attacks was easy, Mujin prepared to unleash the second form, and Mugung was also ready, thinking he just needed to dodge this one more attack. Suddenly, instead of throwing a punch, Mujin delivered a low kick that struck Mugung's leg, making him cry out in pain. Mugung fell to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing, Ah, you damn liar. While Mujin calmly explained that no opponent would just let themselves be hit, Mugung looked up with a stunned expression as Mujin said, One must know how to deceive an opponent. Mujin admitted that Mugung's attacks were very strong and fast. Mujin demonstrated while explaining that, by just looking at Mugung's stance when striking, one could predict what he would do next. Mugung sat on the ground, clenching his fists, and stubbornly thinking that he just needed to attack faster and stronger, so no one could dodge. Mujin admitted Mugung's argument wasn't wrong, but only if he became the fastest and strongest person in the world, which he currently wasn't. He gave an example from the last novel by the author Nu Shaolin, titled The Fall of the Evil Faction. In the story, the protagonist was the strongest warrior of the evil faction, possessing a supreme technique, described as unstoppable, even when anticipated. Mujin emphasized that until Mugung became the best in the world, that logic did not apply to him. He advised Mugung to learn a few tricks, likening it to shouting rock, while playing rock, paper, scissors to distract an opponent. Mugung listened with a serious expression, his forehead dotted with sweat. In a demonstration scenario, Mujin gripped Mugung's wrist tightly and roared. Is this all you've got? Mugung appeared utterly terrified when Mujin declared he would attack. Mujin smirked, clenched his fist, and challenged Mugung to dodge his first chain punch technique. Back in reality, Mugung sat thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, realizing he needed to use tricks until he was fast enough for no one to block his attacks. He confessed he had never thought of it because it felt like cheating, but then admitted Mujin was right. Mugung stood up, agreeing with Mujin and offering to teach him something in return. With a snap of his fingers, Mugung warned Mujin not to think that confronting Mutai and his gang would be as easy as their sparring match. Mujin looked puzzled, unsure what Mugung was talking about. Mugung revealed that when fighting Mujin, he hadn't used his full strength, which surprised Mujin. Mugung explained that sparring was different from real combat. They would use their family martial arts and certainly employ internal energy. Mugung led the group to a deserted corner of the courtyard and said this place was suitable for a demonstration. Seeing Mujin's curiosity, Mugung explained that he didn't want any adults to catch him using his family's martial arts. Mugung told Muyul to keep watch, then smirked to himself, confident that this display would amaze everyone. Mugung agreed to demonstrate his martial arts, thinking to himself that perhaps now everyone would start respecting him. He concentrated his strength, and a green aura began to emanate around him as he determined to earn respect. Mugung's eyes flashed with determination. Mugung shouted loudly and threw a powerful punch into the air. His fist was enveloped by a stream of green energy. Mujin exclaimed, "Whoa!" in astonishment, feeling the spreading surge of power. As Mugung delivered a powerful kick, Mujin internally remarked that this strength and speed were completely different from before, enough to be a high school level boxer. Mujin thought to himself that while this strength hadn't reached the level he expected, it was still very impressive considering Mugung's age. Every punch and kick from Mugung created a tearing sound in the air, making Mujin understand why he couldn't be underestimated. Mujin envisioned Mutai and his gang fighting with all their might, using all their martial arts techniques to confront him. Mugung concluded his demonstration with a powerful downward strike, stopping in a decisive pose. Mugung asked about his strength, and Mujin smiled, admitting, "Truly astonishing." He secretly acknowledged that the rumor of Mugung being the strongest child here was true. Mujin analyzed that Mugung still couldn't fully control his internal energy. Mutai appeared, challenging the still-standing Mugung. "What are you waiting for?" Mutai said in a provocative tone. "If you're not going to attack, then I will," Mutai shouted, and stomped his foot hard on the ground. Mutai rushed quickly towards Mugung and yelled, "Let's begin." Mujin observed with confidence, realizing that to use internal energy, the opponent could only strike with fixed stances and forms. As Mutai swung his punch, Mujin internally assessed that compared to Mugung, this punch was as weak as a child's. Mujin easily dodged Mutai's punch and thought to himself. And, of course, he continued to deduce that the opponent would use chain punches, so all the moves were very predictable. Mujin flashed a confident smile, having completely grasped the situation. Mutai was stunned, unable to believe he had been dodged so easily. Realizing Mujin's victory over Mugung wasn't due to luck, Mutai panicked and turned to flee. Mujin gave his opponent no chance, immediately rushing forward in close pursuit. Using rapid movement techniques and a flurry of consecutive strikes, Mujin closed in, making Mutai scream, "Don't come near me." Overwhelmed by fear, Mutai hastily raised both hands to awkwardly cover his face. Mujin smirked upon seeing his opponent expose an opening and silently asked, "Covering your face?" He immediately delivered an extremely powerful punch to Mutai's stomach. "Then how about a strike to the body?" Mutai doubled over in pain, unable to utter a word. In a fit of rage, Mutai swung both arms high, intending to deliver a fatal blow, and roared, "You bastard!" Mujin swiftly ducked to dodge the attack, then delivered a leg sweep to take down Mutai. Mutai fell face first onto the stone ground, crying out in pain. Mujin's eyes gleamed with excitement, and the image of his original body's muscles briefly flickered in his pupils. Standing over the sprawled Mutai, Mujin channeled his strength, his eyes glowing with power. He delivered a devastating punch to the ground right next to Mutai's head, creating a small explosion. Mujin's fist plunged deep into the shattered stone ground, just centimeters from Mutai's temple. Mutai trembled with extreme fear as he felt the terrifying power from Mujin's fist. Mutai lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape in horror, and burst into sobs. Crying, Mutai threatened, "I'll go tell my dad," while Mujin yelled, "Hey, don't cry." Mujin scratched his head in annoyance and let out a long sigh. Mujin looked at Mutai, who was lying there crying, and wondered, "Great, so now I'm the bad guy?" Then scolded him for bullying Mugyung all this time, only to now play the victim. Mujin suddenly turned his head, wondering what the others were doing. Mugung and Muyul stood watching, Mugung crossing his arms and remarking that the fight ended too quickly, and perhaps he had worried unnecessarily. Mujin asked about Mugyung's condition while hearing strange noises. Mujin was startled when he realized what those loud crashing sounds were. A horrifying scene unfolded. Mugyung, with a devilish face, was sitting on Muhui and continuously punching his face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Mugung rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Enough! It's over! Mugyung!" Mugung reached out, trying to stop Mugyung, who was out of control. Mujin was stunned by the sight, and suddenly remembered something about the name Mugyung. Mujin recalled having heard the name Mugyung many times and found it familiar. In Mujin's memory, the image of a frenzied monk slamming his opponent's face into the ground with blood-stained hands appeared. The memory continued with the image of that monk's wild eyes and blood-smeared face. Mujin's eyes were wide open, sweat pouring down as he confirmed, "There's no doubt. It's him." Mujin reminisced, realizing that Mugyung was a villain, the worst one in the novel Return of the Heavenly Demon Master, known by the alias Bloody Monk Mugyung. In a flashback to the past, Gangyok Choi, as a young boy, was sitting and reading his favorite novel, thinking that even though he hadn't reread it in a long time, one image still haunted his mind. The young Gangyok Choi recalled an illustration of a bloody monk screaming that humanity's evil could only be cleansed by blood. Mujin looked at the scene before him with a horrified expression, realizing it recalled the terrifying image of Mugyung from the novel. In Mujin's mind, the image of Mugyung, with glowing eyes, sitting on Muhui, who was covered in blood, appeared along with the desperate thought, "What have I done?" Mujin clenched his fists, blaming himself for only wanting to help Mugyong regain his confidence, but instead turning him into this. Watching Mugyong furiously punching Muwi, Mujin panicked, thinking that if he didn't stop him, Muwi might actually die. Mujin shouted for Muyul's help, and both of them rushed quickly towards the brawl. Mugung and Muyul hastily held Mugyong tightly while he screamed to be let go, fearing Mutai would take revenge on his father. After being restrained, Mugyong exhaustedly collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath with blood-stained hands. Mujin, Mugung, and Muyul looked at Muhui lying motionless on the ground and thought to themselves that things had almost gone too far because Mugyong was too strong. Mujin turned back to look at Mugyong, who was quietly sniffling and crying. In a corner of the courtyard, Mutai was being helped up by two disciples while sobbing uncontrollably. Mujin looked at Mugyong crying and sighed in relief, thinking that he hadn't become the bloody monk yet. The image of the frenzied bloody monk from the novel came back to Mujin's mind. He recalled that the book only described him as a madman without explaining the reason. Mujin deduced that the bloody monk must have endured terrible bullying until one day he couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and a muscular monk appeared, causing the young disciples to be stunned and cry out in surprise. Mujin and Muyul looked at the newcomer with pale faces, a thought echoing in their minds. "We're done for." The muscular monk Biopgang stood there with an aura of furious anger surrounding him, his bloodshot eyes demanding an immediate explanation in a low, growling voice. Biopgang surveyed the chaotic scene, from Mujin to Muhui, lying sprawled out, and asked, "Tell me, Mujin, what the hell is going on?" Biopgang's angry gaze shifted to Mugung, asking if he was involved too, which made Mugung only stammer in fear. Biopgang roared at Mujin, shouting loudly for an answer and emphasizing, "I told you to explain, didn't I?" Biopgang growled out each name. "Mujin, Mugung, Muyul, Mugyong." Mujin quickly grabbed the shoulder of the sobbing Mugyong and turned the boy to face the bewildered Biopgang. Biopgang frowned, snapping, "Mujin, what the hell is this trick?" Biopgang's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Mujin raised his head and declared loudly, "Senior brother Biopgang, please look at Mugyong's body." Mugyong's thin back was covered in bruises and old scars, causing Biopgang to exclaim in horror, "What the hell is this?" Biopgang gritted his teeth, his expression becoming extremely serious as he ordered, "Tell me what happened." Mujin pointed, accusingly stating, "The bruises you see are the result of 2 months of beatings by those who were bullying Mugyong." Mujin continued to explain that today, they had called Mugyong to beat him up again, so he and his friends had to intervene. Biopgang listened in silence. The muscles on his back twitched slightly. A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from Biopgang as he turned around and roared. "Is that the truth?" Biopgang turned to Muhui and Muhuan, who were trembling on the ground, and ordered, "Muhui, Muhuan, stand up." With a fiery gaze, Biopgang squatted down, overwhelming the two bullies, and threatening, "Is all of this true? If you don't tell me the truth, I will." Just then, a group of other young disciples ran over, calling out loudly, "Senior brother Biopgang." We heard shouting, "What's going on?" Muhui and Muhuan could only cry and whimper in extreme fear. One of the newly arrived young disciples was horrified to see Muhui lying unconscious on the ground. The entire group of newly arrived young disciples was frozen in shock at the chaotic scene. One of them shouting, "What the hell is going on?" Biopgang completely ignored them, turned to Mugyong, who was gasping for breath, and said seriously, "Tell me in your own words." Mugyong trembled, trying to speak through tears. "The thing is, what happened was," Mujin gently patted Mugyong's scarred back, gently reassuring him, "It's okay, Mugyong. Just tell the truth." Mujin added that senior brother Biopgang was a fair person, while Biopgang stood listening in silence from behind. Encouraged by the words, Mugyong's eyes welled up with tears as he heard Mujin advise him not to be afraid. Mugyong couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down profusely amidst choked sobs. Finally, Mugyong gathered his courage and confessed, "Mujin is right. Mute, Muhui, and Muhuan have been beating me for the past 2 months." Amidst his sobs, Mugyong recounted the entire painful story he had endured. Even though the young monk recounted the events with agitation and chaotic emotions, the other junior monks, including Mujin and Muyul, listened intently. Mugyong successfully conveyed the essence of his story to Biopgang. Mujin turned to challenge Biopgang. "You said Shaolin would never turn its back on a disciple. As Shaolin disciples, I feel we have a responsibility to protect Mugyong." Biopgang turned away and replied, "Yes, but those other children are also Shaolin disciples." Mujin angrily growled, "Children who use another's father's livelihood to terrorize other children. Are those truly Shaolin disciples? Is that the true spirit of Shaolin?" Biopgang and Mujin looked each other directly in the eye for a tense moment. Biopgang decisively admitted, "You are right." Suddenly, Elder Hyunsung stepped forward and declared, "But only if what you and Mugyong say is true, and we will begin an investigation right now." Elder Hyunsung, the head of the Arhat Hall, affirmed with a stern expression that if the accusation was true, those children would no longer be accepted as Shaolin disciples. Mujin expressed confidence in a fair investigation, but then hesitated. However, Biopgang raised his hand, interrupting, and said that the purpose of Shaolin martial arts is to subdue opponents, not to act cruelly towards children. Biopgang pointed towards Manhwa, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and asked, "Who could have gone this far?" Hearing that, Mugyong burst into sobs and shouted an apology in despair. Mujin raised his hand and boldly admitted fault. "I did it." Standing in front of Mugyong, Mujin explained that he had done it out of anger at what they had caused him and admitted going too far, saying it was all his fault. Mugyong, kneeling on the ground, burst into sobs and shouted, "No." Mugyong cried out Mujin's name, tearfully insisting that everything had started with him. Mujin thought to himself, if he betrayed Mugyong and let him take the blame, he didn't know when Mugyong would turn dark and transform into the bloody monk. He smiled as he realized, but if he could prevent that, Mugyong could become his best ally. The scene shifted to a dense forest at dusk, introduced as a place for wall-gazing practice, a form of Buddhist cultivation. Biopgang led Mujin along the path and ordered him to stay here for 7 weeks, not to speak to anyone, and only to practice wall-gazing. When Biopgang announced they had arrived, Mujin looked up with a slightly worried expression. Biopgang pointed towards a cave and said that was where Mujin would serve his punishment. Biopgang explained the rules in detail. Sit straight, face the wall, and meditate, not to turn away even when eating or sleeping, and he would bring food and water every day. Mujin sat down in the dark cave, facing the rock wall, and obediently replied, "Yes, senior brother." After Biopgang left, Mujin let out a sigh. Mujin suddenly turned back with a surprised expression, realizing that a character from the novel Return of the Heavenly Demon Master had appeared in the world of New Shaolin. He recalled knowing 2 novels, Return of the Heavenly Demon Master and Fall of the Evil Faction, that took place in the same world. Mujin deduced further, realizing that not only were they in the same world, but the 2 protagonists also lived in the same era, yet rarely met due to operating in different regions. He connected the events, remembering that the protagonist of New Shaolin appeared in the latter half of Fall of the Evil Faction, meaning his every action here could affect other stories. Mujin sighed worriedly, fearing that he might have caused a butterfly effect and interfered with the development of other characters. With a determined gaze, he thought that he needed allies to become stronger, but he remembered almost nothing about them when they were young. In his train of thought, Mujin recalled an image of young Gangyok Choi reading a book and realized that more than a decade had passed, so he only remembered the main plot, not the details. Meditating in the cave, he wondered if the story of New Shaolin would still unfold, if the protagonists became friends and everything was messed up. He thought about how he had gotten involved with Mugyong, the future bloody monk, and had to monitor his development. Mujin recalled that the protagonist of Return of the Heavenly Demon Master could only achieve enlightenment and become stronger after confronting the bloody monk. He confusedly realized that if he eliminated the bloody monk, it would mean the protagonist would never achieve enlightenment. Mujin trembled with frustration, growling that everything was too complicated, and he didn't know where to begin fixing things. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. Biopgang stood there, silently observing Mujin with a serious expression. Biopgang thought to himself that Mujin was focusing very well on his punishment, and was amazed by the concentration ability of a child only 12 years old. He continued to ponder, recalling Mujin's special techniques and talents, believing that the boy could truly become an extraordinary person. The scene shifted to a flashback that took place not long ago. Elder Hyunsung let out a long sigh in his room. Hyunsung blamed himself for failing to uphold the values of the sect. But head disciple Heejong took the blame upon himself for failing to control the situation. Hyunsung brushed it aside and immediately asked Heejong what he had found out. Heejong reported that after interrogating all the junior disciples, their testimonies were all consistent, that Mugyong had indeed been frequently bullied. Hyunsung worried that this could be a stain on the reputation of Shaolin Temple. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Biopgang entered and introduced himself, stating he had come to report. Biopgang asked Elder Hyunsung if he had noticed Mugyong's hands, and Hyunsung confirmed that he had, while Heejong appeared confused. Hyunsung explained that just by looking at Mugyong's hands and face, he knew he had hit Mutai, and concluded that Mujin had stepped in to take the blame for his friend, considering it a blessing in disguise. After Elder Hyunsung made his conclusion, all 3, including himself, Heejong, and Biopgang, fell silent. Biopgang spoke up, asking Elder Hyunsung for permission to offer his opinion on this matter. Biopgang suggested that this was not the time to blame anyone, but instead, they should find a way to prevent this from ever happening again. Hyunsung asked Biopgang if he had any ideas. Biopgang clenched his fist, asserting that, in his opinion, everything happened, because the children needed more training. Biopgang explained that bullying could only happen because the children had excess energy, and to prevent that, they needed to intensify training until they were too exhausted to do anything else. Hyunsung stroked his chin thoughtfully as he listened to Biopgang's plan. Hyunsung stood up, deciding to entrust this matter to Biopgang and Hyejung, as he would be busy dealing with the incident for the next few days. Hyunsung declared that the 3 children had been found guilty and must be punished, so he would first go to the disciplinary hall. From a distance, Biopgang watched with determined eyes, vowing to give his all for the children. Biopgang observed Mujin meditating in the cave and was secretly astonished. It's been almost an hour and a half and he hasn't moved an inch. Truly incredible. Biopgang tiptoed, intending to enter the cave. Biopgang suddenly changed his mind, deciding to check on Mujin early tomorrow morning. He used a movement technique to glide away, promising to provide water and food for him during his meditation. Biopgang quickly left the cave area. Mujin glanced towards the cave entrance, silently observing. Mujin sighed in relief and smirked as he sensed Biopgang had truly left. He's finally gone. Mujin proudly thought to himself that his 7 years in the special forces were not wasted, as he had mastered sensing the presence of others in the mountains. Mujin suddenly collapsed to the ground, lamenting how he would survive 7 weeks without beans or mushrooms for protein. Mujin lay there, gloomily, wondering how long it had been since he last ate meat. Gangyuk Choi, in his former body, recalled the moment he savored crispy, juicy fried chicken just before being transported to this world. Back in reality, Mujin lay sprawled on the cave floor, his stomach rumbling with intense hunger, lamenting, "Meat. I need meat." He lay on his back, hallucinating chicken drumsticks floating above him, and wondered where he could find meat. Suddenly, Mujin had an idea and sprang up. With a sly grin and drooling, Mujin determined that all he needed to do was hunt. In a nearby forest, a little girl was panting as she chased a fleeing white rabbit. The rabbit, with a string tied to it, hopped along the path, while the girl hid behind a bush, observing. Suddenly, the string was yanked hard, pulling the rabbit soaring into the air with a startled cry. From within the bushes, the girl's mouth hung open in astonishment at the unexpected sight. Mujin leaped out of the tall grass, one hand holding up the dangling rabbit, and roared, "Protein." With eyes shining like stars, Mujin shouted in delight, "Meat!" The girl remained hidden behind the bush, frozen as she watched the scene unfold. The scene shifted to Yichuan, a bustling district not far from Mount Song, home to the Shaolin Temple. A group of Shaolin disciples was gathering information in the area. They inquired with the local residents for assistance. After their inquiries, they discovered what was happening in the region. A moment later, the group of monks arrived at the gates of the CO Merchant Guild and were invited inside. A muscular monk, wearing a yellow kasaya, stepped forward and announced loudly, "I am Hyegeol, head of the Shaolin Temple's External Affairs Department." A man in luxurious green attire rushed out, smiling as he welcomed them. "Oh, please come in." The head of the Merchant Guild introduced himself as Mun Pyong-seo, Mutai's father. Mun Pyong-seo bowed respectfully to Hyegeol, while in the background, Muhwan trembled with fear. Muhwan hung his head, his entire body shaking between the 2 Shaolin monks. Mun Pyong-seo's expression suddenly changed upon seeing his son. He demanded an explanation for Muta's condition in a harsh tone. Hyegeol stepped forward with a murderous expression, followed by the investigating monks. Hyegeol contemptuously repeated Mun Pyong-seo's name with a cold expression. Hyegeol pointed directly at him and roared that Mutai's condition was due to his own wickedness, as he failed to cultivate his mind and character, instead bullying fellow disciples and causing chaos in Shaolin. Mun Pyong-seo embraced his sobbing son and shouted in anger, while Hyegeol continued his accusations. Hyegeol revealed that their investigation had uncovered that the Seo Merchant Guild's protectors were actually just a gang of thugs who extorted money from the common people. Hyegeol clenched his prayer beads, his hand trembling with anger, as he stated he couldn't believe a family affiliated with Shaolin could be involved in such wicked deeds. With a resolute expression, Hyegeol ordered the monks to charge, shut down this place, and strip them of their power. Mun Pyong-seo frantically ordered his subordinates to block the monks, and his protectors immediately obeyed, rushing forward. An investigating monk easily dodged the sword strike of a charging protector. The monk used his bare hand to block the blade, his hand emitting a golden light that astonished the protector. The monk's hand radiated powerful energy, preparing for a decisive attack. The monk unleashed a palm strike to the protector's chest, causing him to cough up blood. The other protectors were also successively struck down by the monks. They cried out in pain as they felt their power being stripped away. A monk stood over the defeated Mun Pyong-seo, demanding that he return the wealth he had extorted from the people. Hyegeol watched with a dignified demeanor, while the remaining members of the Seo Merchant Guild whispered to each other in panic and helplessness. Hyegeol majestically stepped before a frightened crowd and asked aloud, "Is Jian Bang here?" An elderly man timidly stepped forward, introduced himself as Jian Bang, and asked the monk if there was anything he could help with. Jian Bang's face turned pale with fright as he realized the person before him was from the Shaolin Temple. Haegeol humbly bowed to apologize and announced that Mutai's victim was Mugyong, his son. Jianbang gasped and cried out, "My son was bullied?" While Haegeol simply stood there in silence. Before the majestic temple, a promise was made that an apology would not suffice, but the Shaolin Temple would do everything to compensate. Afterward, Haegeol and the disciples found Jianbang a new position in another sect, an honest place unlike the Seo Merchant Guild. The scene shifted to a clear blue sky, with birds chirping, marking that some time had passed. Mujin was in the forest with a pensive expression, contemplating something. He looked down at a crude trap lying on the ground and thought to himself, "Who made this sloppy thing?" Mujin squatted down to examine it, and realized it looked like a terrible version of the rabbit trap he had made yesterday. He looked around cautiously, wondering if someone was trying to imitate him, and if there was anyone else on this mountain. Mujin was startled by a sound, and discovered a girl with her hair tied in two buns hiding in the bushes. The girl panicked upon seeing Mujin quietly approaching with a scrutinizing gaze. The girl hurriedly ran away as Mujin shouted, "I see you!" The girl ran frantically, crying out, "Wait, just a moment." Panting, the girl looked back, wondering if she had shaken him off yet. Mujin suddenly shot past from behind, utterly terrifying the girl. Mujin's hand reached out and grabbed the frightened girl, and he declared, "Got you." A scream echoed as something shot past and crashed into the bushes in the forest. Mujin looked up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what had just happened. He was astonished when he realized he had accidentally landed on a girl. The purple-haired girl trembled, with tears welling up in her eyes, and stammered an apology, while Mujin thought to himself why such a cute girl was alone on the mountain. As Mujin was about to stand up, the girl's stomach suddenly rumbled from hunger, making him pause and ask, "Are you hungry?" The girl sat eating a piece of grilled meat with a still slightly timid expression. Mujin grinned broadly, remarking that the girl was eating with great appetite, and deduced that she must have been so hungry that she intended to catch a rabbit to eat. Sitting by the campfire, the girl curiously asked Mujin if a young monk like him was allowed to eat meat. Mujin was startled and flustered, scratched his head, and evaded. "That depends. Don't worry about it." The girl continued eating in silence with a thoughtful expression. Mujin asked the girl how she ended up here, as this was clearly Shaolin Temple territory and she wasn't from around here. The girl just silently lowered her head, without answering. A painful flashback appeared in the girl's mind as she cried out, begging her father not to abandon her, and wondered if it was her fault that everyone hated her. Noticing the girl's sad expression, Mujin guessed it was a difficult topic and decided to change the subject. Mujin winked, offering the girl a favor: to keep secret his rabbit hunting and meat eating. The girl asked if it was because young monks weren't allowed to eat meat, which startled Mujin, and he awkwardly admitted it, then said he had his own reasons. The girl was surprised when Mujin offered to help her return home in exchange, and eagerly asked, "Really? How?" Mujin explained that a shirtless monk would pass by soon, and this person had some authority, so she could ask for help. When the girl wondered how he knew, Mujin confidently replied that he could sense it. Biopgang, a muscular shirtless monk, strode towards the cave, thinking that the girl just needed to wait ahead. With a stern expression, Biopgang thought to himself, "Please help me." A purple-haired girl, startled, peeked out from behind a tree, wondering why there was an outsider here, while Biopgang was also surprised to discover her. Biopgang approached and offered to help the girl return home, while the girl shyly thought to herself that he really wasn't wearing a shirt. Biopgang frowned with a tense and puzzled expression. He pointed towards the cave and asked the girl if she had happened to see a young boy in there, making the girl fearfully cower to the ground. Inside the cave, Mujin shuddered, sensing the terrifying presence of the person outside. The purple-haired girl looked up with an innocent expression, contemplating. The girl giggled, secretly realizing that was why Mujin told her to keep it a secret. The girl replied to Biopgang that she was too scared to go near that cave, but also affirmed that she hadn't seen anyone enter or leave. Biopgang looked towards the cave, assuming it must be Mujin performing wall-gazing meditation, and decided to return. Biopgang crossed his arms, told the girl to follow him to go down the mountain and return home, and the girl happily thanked him. As she followed, the girl was asked her name by Biopgang, and she replied that her name was Seolhwa Ryu. Mujin, still in the cave, was startled to hear Seolhwa's faint thanks to a young monk. The young boy smirked triumphantly when he realized Biopgang had left. Mujin lay sprawled on the cave floor, complaining that he was quite tired, and suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask the girl's name. He put his hands behind his head, pondered for a moment, then clicked his tongue and dismissed it, telling himself that he would never see the girl again anyway. Elsewhere in Shaolin Temple, a young monk frantically ran up, asking if Mugyong was there and reporting that senior brother Biopgang was looking for him. Biopgang stood before Mugyong, sternly announcing that he had something to discuss with him, a matter concerning his father. Biopgang recounted everything that had happened in Yichuan to Mugyong, explaining that the Seo merchant group, run by the bully's father, had been dismantled. Mugyong was stunned to hear that the Shaolin Temple had found his father another job elsewhere. Beopgang advised Mugyong not to worry about the outside world anymore, and to do his best to become a true disciple. Mugyong trembled before Beopgang's imposing figure, speechless. With tear-filled eyes, Mugyong clasped his hands and cried out, I will do my best. Beopgang placed a hand on Mugyong's head, while the boy repeated his promise to do everything to become a true disciple. Mugyong thought to himself, just as Mujin had said, the Shaolin Temple never abandons its disciples. 4 days passed, and Mujin was walking in the forest with a rabbit in his hand, thinking about his survival training from his time in the Special Forces. Mujin recalled the mistake of cooking outdoors for the girl Seolhwa, as lighting a campfire was a sure way to be discovered. He explained that after that incident, he made sure to leave no trace by doing everything in a nearby cave. Mujin carefully cleaned up the traces after cooking, using a large rock to cover the fire pit. To avoid wasting time on preparation and leaving no traces, he devised a method of wrapping the animal in mud and roasting it in the pit. Mujin was enjoying the roasted meat, thinking that although it wasn't perfect, it provided a lot of protein and was his first piece of meat at Shaolin. On the 5th day, temple bells echoed through the forest as dawn broke. Mujin meditated in the lotus position, facing the cave wall, and wondered if this was the correct way to perform wall-gazing meditation. Mujin's ear twitched slightly as he sensed a presence approaching the cave. Beopgang approached the cave entrance, wiping himself down, secretly surprised to see Mujin already up meditating so early. Beopgang entered the cave, wondering if Mujin had been awake all night in repentance. Beopgang gently placed a bamboo tube filled with water beside Mujin, who was meditating. Beopgang thought in astonishment, amazing! Mujin didn't even break his meditative state. After Beopgang left, Mujin looked at the bamboo tube filled with water and the bag of meditation rations that had been left behind. He stealthily looked around to make sure no one was there before taking the meager portion of food. Mujin thought to himself with indignation, I can't believe they make children survive a whole week with just this. That's outrageous. He chewed the dry rations, calculating, knowing that he would only be provided with this ration and water once a day. In a flashback, Mujin used traps to hunt a small animal in the forest, telling himself that he had to hunt on his own to supplement the necessary nutrients, and had grown accustomed to it. On the 6th day of his punishment, Mujin was gasping for breath after training inside the cave. He performed push-ups, telling himself that the basic principle was that if you ingest enough protein and energy, you must exercise immediately to activate it. While continuing his training, Mujin realized something important about breathing. He discovered that the way of breathing during exercise was similar to the qi absorption technique in martial arts. Mujin decided to experiment by combining the void training method with physical training techniques to create his own method. He clearly felt the results of his training in his body, his joints crackling as he circulated his internal energy, regretting that he didn't have more time. Under the moonlight, Mujin mused that it was only much later that he realized what he was doing was a form of circulation cultivation. A figure approached the cave and called his name, Mujin. On the 7th day, Beopgang stood before Mujin, who was meditating, and announced, Your time for wall-gazing meditation is over. You may stand up. Mujin asked if that meant he was allowed to speak again, and Beopgang confirmed that he was. Beopgang ordered Mujin to return to the training ground because the morning training session was about to begin, and Mujin obeyed. The two walked together through the forest at dawn. Mujin turned to ask Beopgang how everything had been resolved, especially with Mugyong. Beopgang explained that they had investigated Mutai's family clan and discovered the corruption among the Seo merchant group's protectors. Beopgang continued, saying that the merchant group had been disbanded, the entire family clan had their martial arts abilities crippled, and Mugyong's father had been arranged a new position elsewhere. As they walked together, Beopgang announced, By the way, we've increased the intensity of training over the past week, causing Mujin to ask in surprise. Beopgang explained that, to be fair to the other children, Mujin now had to follow Shaolin's training methods instead of training on his own as before. Mujin frowned, thinking to himself with dissatisfaction. They still haven't given up? He tried to negotiate. Can't he increase my own training intensity? I'll train harder, but in my own way. When they arrived at the Arhat Hall's training ground, Beopgang only replied vaguely, Well, see. As soon as he saw Mujin, Muyul was overjoyed, rushing over and calling out his name loudly. Mujin greeted everyone, and Muyul immediately complained that the recent training had been very arduous. Muyul whimpered that he had almost given up, while Mugong stood beside him, arms crossed smugly, boasting that it was as easy as pie. Suddenly, a loud shout of, Everyone, rang out, startling the entire group. A stern Shaolin master ordered the young monks to begin their morning training and form a line. The young monks curiously looked at the heavy bags placed on the ground, not understanding what they were. A young monk realized they were sandbags and began wrapping them around his legs as instructed. Mujin observed and thought to himself, Is this how they make the training harder? The master ordered everyone into a horse stance, and the young monks immediately began to tremble from fatigue. The old-style exercise was now even more rigorous, leaving the young monks drenched in sweat and their entire bodies trembling. Meanwhile, Mujin used the sandbags as hand weights to continue his personal workout, astonishing another young monk. He thought to himself that these sandbags were unbalanced and difficult to grip, but since he had no intention of becoming a bodybuilder at this age, he considered them perfect and eagerly continued his training. Two young monks sitting behind watched and whispered to each other that Mujin was doing as he pleased again, as if nothing had changed. Suddenly, Beopgang appeared from behind and placed his hands on the shoulders of the two whispering young monks, making them jump in fright. Beopgang strode towards Mujin, while the other disciples secretly thought that senior brother Beopgang was finally making his move, and Mujin was about to pay the price. With an angry expression, Beopgang thought that he had warned about more rigorous training and would not let Mujin do as he pleased. As he approached, Beopgang suddenly stopped with a surprised look. He realized Mujin was sweating more than anyone else and wondered if that meant the boy was training harder than the other children. Beopgang suddenly felt a powerful aura emanating from Mujin and was astonished, wondering if it was. Mujin smirked triumphantly in a horse stance, his entire body radiating a fiery aura as Beopgang realized in horror that it was the flowing body art. An explanation appeared. The flowing body art is a technique that can only be performed once one is accustomed to gathering internal energy, a method of gathering energy even while in motion. Techniques utilizing the internal energy from the flowing body art allow practitioners to surpass normal physical limits and perform extraordinary feats. Such feats include accumulating enough power to shatter a rock like senior brother Haejung, soaring through the sky, or moving with superhuman speed. Beopgang thought to himself that the flowing body art was not something anyone could easily learn. It required much experimentation and harmony with the flow of internal energy. Meanwhile, Mujin was panting, thinking to himself that he was fed up with bodyweight exercises, and it was great to be given more weights. Mujin strained to lift the sandbag overhead, joyfully screaming in his mind that he was training his triceps with overhead extensions. While all the other disciples were struggling with their sandbag exercises, Mujin was the only one. Using the sandbags for modern-style weight training, performing side lateral raises and feeling his developing muscles respond instantly. The boy looked utterly delighted and satisfied, exclaiming in his mind, "Finally!" Alarmed by the strange sight, the other young monks looked at Mujin with confused expressions, wondering what the boy was doing. However, Beopgang saw something entirely different in Mujin. He stared with wide eyes, sweat pouring down his face in astonishment. Beopgang realized it was indeed the flowing body art, and couldn't believe it, wondering when Mujin had learned it. Beopgang called Mujin over with a serious expression, while Mujin turned back with a puzzled look. Beopgang called Mujin over and said, "Can you come with me for a moment? I need to ask you a few things." While Mujin, panting, turned back and replied, "Yes, senior brother?" The Shaolin master stared with a stern expression, secretly thinking Beopgang was right. Mujin secretly rejoiced, realizing this was definitely the flowing body art, and wondering when he had become able to use it. He recalled being punished by facing the wall in the cave, and worried that if he told the truth, everyone would know he had been doing something else, instead of following the punishment. Standing before the master and Beopgang, Mujin sweated and decided to lie, saying this was the first time he had experimented with this technique. With a sly expression and exaggerated gestures, Mujin began to fabricate a story. "My family places great importance on breathing techniques, and I was too excited to resume training." Mujin concluded his fabricated story with full confidence. "So I thought, what if I combined my family's training method with internal and external cultivation techniques? And that's the result." The master and Beopgang simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The master pondered, thinking that the flowing body art could usually only be performed after achieving a breakthrough in cultivating the formless heart technique. Beopgang also swallowed, thinking that although the formless heart technique was the foundation, only a few disciples could achieve the flowing body art. An explanation appeared. Learning the flowing body art is very time-consuming, but if mastered, internal energy will advance at an extraordinary rate, strengthening the body and multiplying one's power. The master looked at Mujin, swallowed hard, and thought if the boy learned the flowing body art so easily, how quickly would he master more advanced heart techniques? The master cleared his throat and asked Mujin a question, leaving the boy bewildered. With expectant expressions, the master and Beopgang leaned forward and asked, "Does this mean you can use the flowing body art whenever you want?" Mujin replied with an innocent and pure expression, "Only when using my family's training techniques." The master and Beopgang were stunned, their faces filled with disappointment and confusion at Mujin's answer. Mujin, worried about his training being interrupted, asked, "If there's nothing else, may I return to my training?" Which made the master reluctantly agree. Mujin immediately ran off, leaving the two senior monks watching in silence. As the bell signaling the end of the training session rang, the master looked out at the sunrise and sighed. "I got excited for nothing." Amitabha. Mujin turned to Mugyong and asked, "Mugyong, shall we continue?" And the boy happily replied, "Yes, if senior brother doesn't mind." Mujin walked over to where Mugyong and Muyul were training and asked, "Oh, Are you all practicing the four limbs body art? Muyul replied, That's right. I've been practicing it the whole time you were gone. Muyul proudly said that he had taught the other two because they seemed interested, making Mujin ask in surprise. You taught them? Mugyong smiled and said that Muyul was indeed a good teacher, and the four limbs body art exercise made him feel better despite the pain. Mujin secretly thought it had been a long time since he taught Muyul stretching, and couldn't believe he learned so quickly that he could teach others. Mujin realized that since Muyul wasn't mentioned in the novel, he hadn't paid attention, but Muyul's technique was quite good, even though he seemed foolish. Mujin chuckled and deduced that perhaps Muyul would never become a master because he had skill but was simple-minded, not even knowing about meridians. Putting that aside, Mujin turned to look at Mugung, who was standing still. Mujin asked Mugung, What about you? But Mugung only grumbled in response. What about me? Mujin pointed at the group training and urged Mugung not to just stand there but to join in. But Mugung became angry. Muyul explained that they had tried earlier, but Mugung was as stiff as a log, which made Mugung angrily lunge at him and shout, Hey, that's enough, Muyul. Mujin looked at the growling Mugung and asked, Stiff? So you're not practicing the four limbs body art? Mugung suddenly shouted in admission. That's right. I have absolutely no flexibility, which left Mujin bewildered because he hadn't said anything yet. Mujin sighed and told the embarrassed Mugung that lacking flexibility wasn't a crime, but precisely because of that, he needed the four limbs body art even more. Mujin stated seriously, Why would I mock you? Only bad people mock others for trying. Mujin's words left Mugung stunned and deeply moved. Mugung's memories flooded back. He recalled the other disciples' whispers. Wow, look, it's Mugung. He's really big. In the flashback, Mugung heard his peers whispering that he came from a martial arts family, so he must be very strong, which made him feel pressured. Speculations like, he must be a born genius, and everyone's envy pushed Mugung to secretly practice alone at night. The boy had to strive relentlessly in solitude, due to the burden of those expectations. Returning to the present, Mugung scratched his head, seemingly convinced, and mumbled, I'll try. Mujin approached Mugung and agreed. That's the smartest thing you've ever said. You can't mock someone who's trying, can you? Mujin quickly put his arm around Mugung's shoulder and said, All right then. Mujin suddenly used force to push Mugung down into the 7th stretching exercise, making his bones crackle and him scream in pain. Mugung roared in agony, while Mujin thought to himself that Muyul was right. His body was as stiff as a board. Mujin glanced at Mugyong, who was being helped by another novice monk, to stretch his legs, and thought he also needed more training. With a sly expression, Mujin decided to check Muyul's progress and invited him to perform the four limbs body technique together. Muyul shouted encouragement to Mugyong, while Mugung gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of training. The group was performing military exercises. Mugung painfully asked if it had to hurt this much, and Muyul confirmed that it was normal. Mujin sternly corrected them. Mugung, don't clench your fists, bend down further. Mugyong, straighten your arms. Which left Muyul bewildered because that wasn't what he had taught. Mujin decisively declared, Excellent. Next, the breathing exercise. The four novice monks performed the breathing exercise together, spreading their arms wide to Mujin's count. Mugung panted but still tried to keep up, while Mujin thought to himself that this exercise was quite easy and everyone was doing well. Mugung looked at Muyul and pondered, realizing that the time he spent with Mujin had truly paid off. He was astonished by Muyul's flexibility when performing the leg split, a skill that made other disciples marvel. In his thoughts, Mugung identified Mujin as the one who had pushed him out of the competition for the true disciple position. He assessed Muyul as skilled but simple-minded. Next, he regarded Mugyong as the one who had thoroughly beaten Mutai. Mugung smirked with determination, telling himself that even though everyone was very impressive, he would strive to keep up because, in the end, he was the strongest. Mujin mused that thanks to the new sandbags, the morning training had become perfect for weight training, while he was lifting 2 other novice monks. He trained himself, stating that he had cultivated the flowing body technique and used the qi breathing method to gradually accumulate inner energy. Mujin sternly instructed the other novice monks to stretch and shouted, Straighten your backs, don't hunch. While Mujin growled with determination, 2 other novice monks walked past in the background. 2 older monks conversed, one asking, Have you noticed Mujin lately? One monk remarked that Mujin's shoulders looked broader, but the other seemed unsure. They wondered if it was due to the strange exercises Mujin was leading, and 10 days had passed. During the morning training, the Shaolin master announced that since most had mastered the selfless heart technique, they would move on to the next lesson, cultivating inner energy. The master requested a demonstrator, and 2 older monks immediately stepped forward, replying in unison, Yes, master. A monk began demonstrating the first stance, explaining how to circulate inner energy from the dantian, through the central conduit point, and up to the major energy gate. He continued to explain that 7/10 of the qi would go to one arm, and the remaining 3/10 to the other arm. Mujin immediately tried to follow, concentrating qi at his dantian and circulating it upwards. The boy focused, dividing the qi flow in a 7-to-3 ratio and then transmitting it to both arms. Mujin secretly thought of the technique named consecutive punches as he prepared to strike. He unleashed the first stance, generating a powerful surge of energy. Mujin threw a punch surrounded by a yellow-orange qi aura, creating a powerful thrust. He looked at his hand in surprise and wondered, what is this feeling? Sensing that the inner energy had activated his meridians to strengthen his body, Mujin deduced that the reason for not channeling all the qi to one side was to maintain balance, because if too much inner energy was concentrated, the other arm would lack strength. He realized that distributing the energy elsewhere was logical, and the master began to explain that to properly use the consecutive punches, one must distribute qi to the lower body as well, making Mujin inwardly exclaim, I was right. Mujin suddenly had another thought as he realized a more complex issue. He realized the problem wasn't just dividing qi between arms and legs, but controlling it throughout the entire body. Mujin felt the qi flow through his body and thought to himself that everything was much more complicated than he had imagined. He envisioned martial artists fighting and wondered how much training time it would take to apply these techniques in actual combat. Returning to reality, Mujin looked at the other disciples clumsily practicing and decided to temporarily set aside his complex thoughts. A novice monk was fumbling with the movements and confusedly asked, Is this right? Mujin called Muyul over when he saw his friend performing the movements completely wrong, causing another disciple to cover his face. When Mujin asked what he was doing, Muyul scratched his head with an awkward laugh and confessed that he couldn't remember the sequence of the techniques. Mujin sighed in annoyance, asking Muyul to say what he remembered, but Muyul only stammered. Muyul tried to explain the qi circulation path completely wrong, and Mujin had to correct the proper order, from the Sea of Qi point, to the central conduit point, and then to the giant gate point. Muyul continued to make mistakes when talking about moving qi to the left, and Mujin had to snap, reminding him that since he was right-handed, he should move it to the right. Muyul suddenly realized his mistake and blushed, while Mujin could only remain silent with a helpless expression. Mujin thought to himself that this was why Muyul didn't appear in the novel, and decided to simplify the lesson for him. Mujin told Muyul not to worry about the names of the acupuncture points, then placed his hand on his chest and asked if he could bring inner energy there, to which Muyul agreed to try. Mujin continued to guide Muyul to move the qi flow to other parts of his body, and Muyul cheered when he succeeded. Muyul joyfully exclaimed that this way was much easier, while Mujin inwardly thanked the heavens. Mujin told Muyul to ask if he was confused, as he had a feeling his friend would forget again soon. Immediately, Muyul started flailing around clumsily again, and asked what to do next. Mujin gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing that Muyul's memory was truly like that of a goldfish. Narration appeared against the sunset sky, explaining that this was how Mujin gradually developed his consecutive punches. In a flashback, senior disciple, Brother Haijung, and the second-generation disciples taught a different foundation technique each day, and this process took 10 days. Afterward, the senior disciples continued to tutor each child individually when necessary, like Mujin adjusting Mugung's posture. A young monk trembled, bracing his hands on the ground, as the narration stated that the disciples had been training like this for the past 70 days. The young monks, including Mugung, were diligently training, and the narration mentioned they had successfully mastered the 10 basic stances of consecutive fist. Mugung panted, reminding a friend that 20 seconds had passed. Mugung stood up, massaging his neck after completing the exercise. Mujin turned back with a radiant smile and suggested, "Shall we do squats?" causing the other young monks to ask blankly, "What are squats?" During the morning training session, Biopgang observed the disciples and remarked that everyone was working very hard. Biopgang frowned when he heard heavy breathing and wondered, who is breathing so heavily? He turned around with an expression of extreme astonishment as he witnessed the scene before him. Biopgang stared at a group of young monks training with incredible intensity. Mujin was lifting numerous sandbags with a smug smile, astonishing onlookers who wondered how a child could be so strong. A close-up showed Mujin's hand gripping the sandbag tightly, while the observers' thoughts acknowledged his strength and muscles. From behind, Mujin's physique, while training with sand weights, was clearly superior to that of the other disciples. Biopgang swallowed, realizing Mujin had achieved all of this in just 2 months through his own willpower, and began to wonder if the boy had been right all along. Biopgang recalled Mujin's warning that his methods were flawed, then questioned whether Shaolin's training methods were truly wrong. As Biopgang sat alone in contemplation, a voice echoed, asking why he was still there after the training session had ended. Biopgang quickly stood up to greet Elder Hyunsung, who noticed he seemed troubled by something. Hyunsung looked at Biopgang with understanding and advised, "Burdens lighten when shared with others. Tell me what troubles you." Biopgang looked down, his face filled with worry at Hyunsung's question. He lifted his head, hesitating before replying, "Well, Gang confessed to Hyunsung that his concern was related to Mujin, surprising the elder. Mujin was standing on the training ground when he heard Gang call his name with a puzzled expression. Gang stood before Mujin and relayed that the elder wished to see him. The other disciples whispered, assuming Mujin had caused trouble again, and advised him to apologize, which secretly annoyed Mujin. Gang urged Mujin to hurry, as the elder was waiting, and he quickly responded. In the elder's room, Mujin was bewildered, wondering if he had unknowingly done something wrong. He held the teacup, still full of confusion, and not understanding what was happening. Mujin looked up at Hyunsung, the elder of the Arhat Hall, and wondered why he wanted to see him. In his thoughts, Hyunsung wondered how Mujin could have made such remarkable progress in such a short time. Hyunsung recalled sensing Mujin's aura and potential, but it was Gang's concern that truly caught his attention. Reverting to their previous conversation, Hyunsung ordered Gang, "Summon Mujin here for me." Hyunsung explained to Gang that this was not something that could be resolved between just the two of them. Hyunsung decided it would be better to meet Mujin directly to discuss. While Mujin stood in the room with a serious expression, Hyunsung concluded his thoughts, affirming the need to speak frankly with the boy. Mujin stood respectfully before Hyunsung's table and politely said, "Yes, elder." Mujin frowned in discomfort as Hyunsung merely stared at him in silence. Hyunsung stroked his chin, continuing to observe, making Mujin secretly think he should have gone to train instead of being called here just to be stared at. Mujin felt Hyunsung's sharp gaze and realized he was being scrutinized from head to toe. Mujin's hands trembled slightly as he felt every aspect of himself being thoroughly evaluated by the elder. Mujin unconsciously flexed his muscles in front of elder Hyunsung, thinking, "But I'm not ready. I don't even have the physique for competition yet." Hyunsung asked in surprise what he was doing, and Mujin, startled, awkwardly replied that he was just striking a pose. Mujin awkwardly started a conversation, saying it had been a long time, and Hyunsung confirmed they hadn't spoken since the brawl. Recalling the chaotic scene, Mujin anxiously asked if this meeting was related to that incident. Hyunsung took a sip of tea and then denied it, saying he merely needed to witness something with his own eyes. After observing Mujin radiating inner strength, Hyunsung affirmed, "And now I have seen it, indeed." Hyunsung remarked that Mujin had progressed much faster than the other young monks, based on what he had heard and witnessed firsthand. The elder got straight to the point, asking if Mujin's remarkable development was due to his family's training methods. Mujin secretly sighed, worried that this conversation would only lead to trouble and that they would force him to train the Shaolin way. Mujin frankly asked if Hyunsung wanted to see if his methods were truly better than Shaolin's, but the elder replied, "No, not exactly." Hyunsung calmly stated that Shaolin was not a rigid place and that he wished to propose something. Mujin was skeptical, recalling senior brother Haejong's strict scolding about training, then asked Hyunsung what he meant. Hyunsung explained that the reason Shaolin had endured for 1,000 years was their ability to correct mistakes and adopt effective practices, balancing rigidity and flexibility, but Mujin still didn't understand. The elder made a surprising offer. "If you can prove the value of your family's methods, we can incorporate them into Shaolin's practices." Hyunsung clarified that he was referring to Mujin's special training methods, leaving the boy utterly stunned. Mujin swallowed, wondering in astonishment. "What does this mean? Will they accept my training methods?" The narration introduced Hyunsung, the elder of the Arhat Hall, a martial monk on the path to enlightenment, ready to make difficult decisions for Shaolin's advancement. Introducing Mujin's methods was considered a risky gamble, and the best way was to first test them with the young disciples in the Arhat Hall. Even knowing that failure would lead to punishment from the discipline hall, Hyunsung decided to take the risk to continue Shaolin's glorious history. Elder Hyunsung mused that, if this training method truly proved effective, it could strengthen Shaolin's foundation. Mujin immediately refused outright with a panicked expression. "But why me?" Elder Hyunsung showed anger at Mujin's refusal. Hyunsung roared, and Mujin quickly explained that there were over 70 junior monks, and he still had his own training to do. Mujin added that after everything that had happened, the other disciples considered him an eccentric and would not follow his instructions. However, Mujin secretly thought that training the junior monks was actually a good thing, as Shaolin needed to become stronger for this story to have a proper ending. He continued his thoughts, annoyed that he didn't want to be involved with those kids, and asserted that he was not an eccentric. After some consideration, Mujin told Elder Hyunsung that he had a few conditions if the elder truly wanted to try this method. The scene shifted to a night sky full of stars and clouds, signaling an impending event. Inside the dormitory, the junior monks were fast asleep, one even snoring loudly. Mujin took a deep breath, preparing for his next action. He yelled loudly, "Wake up!" startling the junior monks awake in a panic. The junior monks hastily sprang up, bewilderedly asking each other if it was time for morning training, even though the bell hadn't rung yet. Mujin roared, demanding everyone run immediately to the training ground and shouting that they didn't come to Shaolin just to sleep. Standing outside in the night, 2 junior monks shivered from the cold, completely bewildered by what was happening. The junior monks gathered on the ground and were astonished to see Mujin standing with the master and Beopgang, wondering why that eccentric was there. The master cleared his throat and explained that the reason everyone was woken up earlier than usual was for additional warm-up exercises before the morning training. The master declared that from now on, the morning training sessions would be led by Mujin. While Mujin stood there with a determined expression, Mujin noticed the less than positive reaction from the junior monks. They were whispering and showing disdain, and he secretly thought this was a predictable response. Mujin stood with his back turned, exuding a powerful aura, and secretly thought that since he was now in charge, he couldn't show any weakness. With a stern expression like a teacher, Mujin shouted loudly to get everyone's attention. He declared that starting today, the morning training would follow his family's method, while Beopgang stood beside him with a serious expression. The other junior monks looked terrified, as Mujin asserted, "During this time, I am no longer one of you." Mujin demanded that everyone call him coach, causing some junior monks to look confused while others smirked mockingly. Observing from a distance, Elder Hyunsong subtly curled his lips, secretly thinking that this young man never ceased to surprise him. The elder noticed that Mujin's gaze had completely changed, becoming sharp and full of power. A larger junior monk snorted in disdain, while another standing behind him scoffed. Two other junior monks crossed their arms and scoffed, thinking Mujin had lost his mind. Mujin gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing the whispers. With fiery eyes, Mujin glared at the crowd and growled, "Are you laughing?" The large junior monk and his companions flinched in fear as Mujin warned, "Let's see if you can keep laughing until the end of today's training." Mujin waved his hand, challenging those who were scoffing, saying that if anyone had a problem with him being the coach, they should step forward. A group of junior monks, led by the large one, confidently stepped forward, while Mujin declared he would challenge them all and relinquish his position if he faltered. Mujin stood, surrounded by the 5 junior monks who had stepped forward, and asked if that was everyone. He looked directly at his opponents with a challenging gaze, and declared, "I will take on all of you at once. Prepare yourselves." Mujin yelled, "Begin!" and both sides charged at each other. He quickly struck, unleashing a barrage of punches at the challenging group of junior monks. A battered junior monk frantically asked where Mujin had gone, while Mujin's voice echoed mockingly, "Is that all you've got?" Mujin squatted amidst the terrified junior monks, secretly thinking that he had trained diligently while they had only idled away their time. Thinking there was no way he could lose, Mujin lunged forward, easily closing in on a junior monk who was showing fear. Mujin grabbed a junior monk by the neck, making him scream in pain, while another behind him yelled for his companions to do something. A junior monk launched a chain fist technique at Mujin from behind. Mujin retaliated with a minor red fist technique, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's chest. After Mujin's attack, the entire group of challenging junior monks lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. Mujin stood in the middle of the training ground, coldly asking the remaining crowd, "Does anyone else want a turn?" The other junior monks remained silent, bowing their heads, not daring to speak up against Mujin's intimidating aura. Mujin pointed and commanded, declaring that he would be in charge of training from now on and demanding everyone call him coach. He continued to command, warning that anyone whose stomach touched the ground would receive double the punishment, and began counting. 1. The junior monks gritted their teeth and performed push-ups according to Mujin's commands, as he instructed them to extend their arms and push their bodies up on the second count. Beopgang observed from a distance, muttering praise for Mujin, and thinking that this young man must have prior training experience. Images of Ganghyuk Choi's past as a soldier flashed, showing that Mujin's training sessions subsequently proceeded smoothly. The narrator explained that Mujin did not manage 70 disciples alone, but had chosen Mugyong, Mugung, and Muyul as his assistants, which greatly surprised all three. Thanks to his assistants, Mujin could better supervise and train everyone, much like a group class, with a scene of Mugung correcting another junior monk's posture. Mujin glanced at Mugyong helping a friend, secretly hoping that teaching children his own age would help Mugyong improve his self-esteem. Beopgang realized that Mujin's training method, with his demeanor more akin to a soldier than a monk, was exactly what he had been looking for. Beopgang thought about the junior monks who had been idling just moments before, now lying flat on the ground from exhaustion. Beopgang secretly praised Mujin's strategy, gentle at first, but if limits were crossed, he would punish them without hesitation, and decided he would try to apply this method to his own disciples. Thanks to the resilience of youth, the junior monks showed clear and rapid improvements in strength and muscle. Mujin, with a serious expression, asked the older senior monks if what he had requested was ready. Hyunsong and Beopgang, who had once been skeptical, now fully trusted Mujin, confirming that everything he requested was over there. Mujin cheered with sparkling eyes, excited that the items he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What Mujin had requested in exchange for training the children was a complete set of weightlifting equipment, including a bench press, barbells, weight plates, and a rack. Mujin secretly thought that even though most of the equipment was made of wood, it would still be fine because the weights were quite light, and he could use sandbags instead of dumbbells. Having to train over 70 children, even with 3 assistants, began to affect Mujin's personal training time. Therefore, this training equipment set was custom-made at his request, witnessed by Hyunsung and Beopgang. Mujin was overjoyed at the thought of being able to perform the 3 basic weightlifting exercises at Shaolin, and he assured Beopgang that this equipment would definitely make the children stronger. 4 months later, thanks to relentless training, Mujin reached a new level of strength, evident in his broad, powerful back. At 13 years old, Mujin could lift nearly 90 kilograms, heavier than his own body weight, and was still rapidly growing. He strained himself, performing the heavy squat exercise strenuously. After completing 12 repetitions, Mujin sighed in relief and placed the barbell on the ground. He flexed his biceps, estimating that his total weight for the 3 basic exercises had reached approximately 230 kilograms. Mujin felt immensely content, believing he could reach a maximum weight of 300 kilograms and enjoy life, both supervising the young monk's progress and not neglecting his own training. Time passed, and the scenery of Shaolin Temple transformed into autumn with golden leaves. Autumn passed, giving way to winter with white snow covering the mountains and forests. And then, when the snow melted, all things burst forth with life again, in the fresh green of spring. After 1 year, 20 novice monks had left Shaolin Temple. The narration explained that those who left were the young monks who could not grasp martial arts within 1 year. A senior monk reported to Hyunsung that nearly 50 children remained this year, nearly 3 times more than usual. Hyunsung laughed heartily, attributing it all to Mujin's efforts, and admitting it would be foolish to still doubt his training methods. Becoming one of Mujin's biggest supporters, Hyunsung mused about requesting more weight training equipment for the Arhat Hall. After witnessing the clear benefits of Mujin's methods, the elder of the Arhat Hall wanted to acquire as much equipment as possible. However, Hyunsung realized that no matter how great Shaolin Temple was, the budget still had limits. He devised another way, and chided himself that after 50 years of seeking enlightenment, his greed had not ceased, hoping the selection examination would come as soon as possible. The selection examination was introduced as the final test the young monks had to face to be chosen as official disciples. If the examination proved the effectiveness of Mujin's training methods, the Arhat Hall could receive all the equipment they dreamed of. 6 months later, Mujin entered puberty, grew over 10 centimeters taller, and could lift a total of 400 kilograms in the 3 basic exercises with 12 repetitions. This weight might be considered slow for some weightlifters, but Mujin was a martial artist, not a bodybuilder. He only gained enough muscle to perform martial arts movements effectively, as excessive muscle mass would become an impediment. His goal was to have a lean and toned physique, like a TV celebrity, making viewers exclaim in awe. Now, Mujin's physique was no longer as massive as trainer Gangyok Choi, but sculpted like a martial artist, with every muscle fiber clearly visible. At the peak of Mujin's training, Hyunsung had left the Arhat Hall. Hyunsung stood before the abbot's chambers, asking for permission to enter and report on the selection examination to be held in 5 days. After being granted permission, Hyunsung slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The abbot's voice resonated, saying that he had received news of Hyunsung successfully bringing most of the children to the selection examination. Hyunsung humbly replied, attributing it to the abbot's profound virtue. Abbot Hyunchon remarked that Hyunsung seemed very confident, while Hyunsung smiled and replied that he had good reason. Hyunsung bowed with clasped hands, humbly stating that he thought this selection examination would be very different from previous times. The face of the Shaolin Temple abbot was revealed. His name was Hyunchon. Abbot Hyunchon said he greatly looked forward to it, and soon enough, the day of the selection examination arrived. High-ranking members from all halls gathered at the Arhat Hall, a rare sight for a selection examination. Thanks to Mujin, 49 children made it to the selection examination, 42 of whom were not clan disciples. Hyunsung and Abbot Hyunchon stood conversing, agreeing that this astonishing result could not be kept to themselves, which was why everyone had gathered to witness it. A young monk expressed doubt, asking his master if the large number of children was due to Elder Hyunsung's benevolence, but Haegyal stepped forward and denied it. Haegyal, Shaolin's head of external affairs, explained that the elder himself had visited him yesterday and said that this batch of disciples possessed special skills. Haegyal told the young monk to see for himself, directing his gaze towards the young monks who were preparing. The young monk exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the muscular physiques of the young monks. "What? Are those children?" Haegyal smugly asked in return if that proved anything, and affirmed that was why Hyunsung was so confident. Hyunsung took decisive steps onto the raised platform. Standing before all the monks and disciples, Hyunsung raised his resonant voice, thanking everyone for taking the time to attend. Amidst the murmurs of the high-ranking monks, Hyunsung declared he would be brief and start the examination immediately. Mujin patted Mugung on the shoulder and told him not to be afraid, but Mugung shouted back that he wasn't an idiot. Then Mujin turned to tell Mugyong not to worry either. Mujin was about to say something to Muyul, but then stopped himself, deciding to skip it. Mujin looked at his teammates warming up and said, "Well then, With a confident smile, Mujin cracked his knuckles and exhorted the group, "Let's have fun." The narration explained that the Shaolin entrance examination was very simple, as a young monk roared and charged into an attack. A junior disciple had to face a second-generation disciple one-on-one, witnessed by the senior masters who would choose their own disciples. The elders stood on the observation platform, and Abbot Hyunchon exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my! I can't believe my eyes." A young monk was fiercely sparring, and the abbot remarked that they had exchanged over 20 moves, yet the boy was still full of vigor. Abbot Hyunchon praised the impressive skill of the Arhat Hall's young generation, but Hyunsong humbly replied that it was thanks to Buddha's grace, and that the abbot had only seen half the truth. Hyunsong smiled confidently, telling the abbot to wait and see more before making a judgment. Abbot Hyunchon thought to himself that Hyunsong showed no worry at all. He must have immense faith in these children. The bell rang, and the abbot thought he would soon know the reason, while Hyunsong announced the next contestant. Junior disciple, Mu Yul, stepped forward. Mujin grinned slyly, and asked Mu Yul if he remembered what he had told him. Mu Yul confirmed the instruction was, "Just go out there and have fun." And Mujin agreed, telling him to relax and enjoy himself. Mu Yul enthusiastically replied, "Yes, sir." His face glowing with determination and excitement. Mu Yul confidently stood in the center of the arena, declaring himself ready, and the announcer declared the match begun. As soon as the start command was given, Mu Yul immediately charged forward to attack the second-generation senior disciple. The senior disciple easily parried the attacks, and mentally noted that Mu Yul had mastered the 10th form of consecutive fists, and the 14th form of lesser red fist. The senior disciple thought to himself, in that case, the senior disciple decided to test Mu Yul's martial arts improvisation skills, while Mu Yul seized an opening and lunged forward. The senior disciple launched a spinning kick, but Mu Yul also spun, dodging it spectacularly. Mu Yul unexpectedly extended his hand with astonishing speed and shouted, "What is this?" Mu Yul's hand firmly grasped the senior disciple's wrist, leaving him stunned and wondering how a junior disciple could be so fast. The senior disciple decided to use his full strength, channeling his internal energy into his fist, and charged to attack, shouting, "Got you!" Mu Yul skillfully ducked, dodging the examining senior disciple's thunderous punch, which made the senior disciple angrily call him a cunning little devil. The high-ranking monks watching the match all exclaimed in amazement at the boy's performance. Hyunsong thought to himself, astonished by Mu Yul's incredible, almost instinctive movements. He continued to remark that Mu Yul could react instantly with that instinct, displaying incredible flexibility and technique. Haegyeol turned to a young disciple beside him and said, "Beofyeon, look closely." Haegyeol declared that the boy would be his disciple and the next generation, believing that Mu Yul could easily grasp all of Shaolin's 5 forms fist. Mujin observed from the sidelines, thinking to himself that this challenge was designed to maximize Mu Yul's incredible flexibility skills. He recalled Mu Yul struggling to remember meridians and the flow of internal energy, so he simply had Mu Yul practice the martial forms without worrying about them. As a result, every movement and internal energy flow was imprinted into Mu Yul's muscle memory, allowing him to thank the examiner after completing the test. Abbot Hyunchon laughed heartily, asking Hyunsong how he trained the children to this level, and Hyunsong confidently replied that this was still nothing. An announcer called out the name of junior disciple Mugung, and Mujin turned to tell his large friend not to worry. Mugung flinched, then flexed, showing off his bulging muscles, and shouted, "Who said I was worried?" The high-ranking monks were once again stunned, whispering in disbelief that a junior disciple could have such a physique, and suspecting he had lied about his age. The examining senior disciple swallowed nervously as he looked at Mugung's muscular size. A full-body shot showed Mugung towering over the examiner, with his height noted as 186 centimeters. Mugung gritted his teeth, silently telling himself that he had prepared for this day for the past 2 years with rigorous training sessions. When the start signal rang out, Mugung roared, "I won't lose," and charged forward with astonishing speed. A young monk asked Mujin what he thought of Mugung's match, and Mujin explained that Mugung's weakness was a lack of flexibility. Mujin recalled that he had made Mugung do flexibility exercises until he reached the minimum level before allowing him to train for strength. Mujin concluded that with his extraordinary work ethic, that method had transformed Mugung into a high-damage tank, as he unleashed a devastating punch towards the examiner. Mugung's punch hurtled forward with terrifying speed, making the examiner break out in a cold sweat. The examiner realized he couldn't hold back, or he would be severely injured by this punch. He was forced to use his internal cultivation, unleashing a counterpunch to block Mugung's attack. The examiner's fist flared with internal energy, ready for impact. Mugung's punch struck the examiner's hand, creating a powerful shockwave. The examiner braced himself against the impact, crossing his arms in defense. He immediately spun around, dodged the attack, and prepared to counter. The high-ranking monks in the stands exclaimed in astonishment at the fierce exchange. A monk remarked that Mugung was not only strong but also knew how to combine feints. being the only young monk who could fight on par with a second-generation disciple. Suddenly, a large monk appeared behind them and calmly remarked, "Not bad." The other monks startled and turned around, astonished to realize it was Grandmaster Hyedam, a master of the indestructible diamond body and Buddha's palm seal. Grandmaster Hyedam smiled, remarking that Mugung's effort to minimize unnecessary movements was proof of his arduous training. He affirmed that with this level of skill, Mugung could certainly become an example for Shaolin. While in the arena below, Mugung was enjoying everyone's attention. Mugung became complacent, deciding to showcase his strength for a truly spectacular performance. The boy unexpectedly discovered an opening in his opponent's defense. However, as Mugung charged to attack, the examiner was one step faster and delivered a hook punch to his stomach. All observing monks, including Grandmaster Hyedam, were struck silent by this unexpected turn of events. Grandmaster Hyedam growled, deeming Mugung still too immature and in need of further instruction. The exhausted examiner collapsed, muttering that he was terrible, while Mujin approached and playfully patted his shoulder in comfort. Mujin declared it was his turn and walked away, causing a monk in the crowd to wonder if it was Mugyong's turn. Mujin thought to himself that Mugyong still hadn't overcome his psychological trauma and needed to control his rage to avoid becoming the bloody monk. Mugyong stepped out, wishing himself good luck, while Mujin believed he was even more dangerous than Muyul or Mugung. Mugyong began the test, continuously unleashing techniques like Six Radiance Hand, Vajra Fist, Immovable Step, and Stone-Shattering Finger. The examiner was overwhelmed, wondering how many techniques Mugyong had learned, and realizing there seemed to be nothing the boy didn't know. Mujin watched nervously, silently acknowledging Mugyong as a genius, and telling himself to try and maintain his composure. Mujin noticed the test was going well, but the problem was that Mugyong had started to get carried away by the fight. As the fight progressed, Mugyong grew more excited, panting and laughing maniacally as he fought. A senior monk shouted loudly, declaring the challenge complete and demanding a stop. Ignoring the declaration, Mugyong did not stop, but continued to charge and attack the examiner. With a face full of delight, Mugyong felt a strange surge of pleasure welling up within him. His face contorted with extreme pleasure, one eye glowing red as he continuously mumbled words of joy. Mugyong realized he was enjoying the fight, his hands flashing with streaks of red energy. Mujin realized with horror that this was Mugyong's berserk, murderous rage erupting. Dark killing intent enveloped Mugyong as he smirked, causing Mujin to scream in despair. "No, Mugyong, wake up!" On a rooftop, a strange swordsman was drinking from a gourd, complaining about the noise he thought was the abbot's party. He looked down at the temple courtyard, burped, and realized today was the day of the selection exam. Observing the match, he saw Muyul dodging attacks and remarked, "Oh ho, a nimble little devil." He then looked at Mugung, who was kneeling in defeat, and sneered, thinking that this big fellow would surely suit Grandmaster Hyedam. The swordsman's gaze stopped on Mugyong, who was fighting wildly, a chilling smile appearing on his lips. "I like that guy's expression." He burst into delighted laughter, declaring that Mugyong was perfect. The mysterious swordsman leaped from the rooftop into the arena, declaring, "He's mine." Mugyong unexpectedly counterattacked, using his foot to kick away the examiner who lay unconscious on the ground. Enveloped by a surge of dark demonic energy, Mugyong channeled the 18 Arhat hands technique with bloodshot eyes. Ganghyok Choi screamed in horror as the elders witnessed Mugyong's killing intent-filled foot about to descend upon the examiner's head. Mugyong's attack created a fierce explosion of dark energy. Just before the finishing blow reached its target, a strange hand swiftly grabbed Mugyong's ankle. The mysterious swordsman had blocked Mugyong while nonchalantly drinking from his gourd, leaving the boy stunned. The swordsman hiccuped, smirked, and confirmed his name when called. "Senior Brother Higuan?" "Yes, that's my name." Grandmaster Hyedam roared in anger, scolding Higuan for daring to drink alcohol in the temple. Higuan tossed the wine gourd towards Hyedam and casually said not to joke about imprisoning him. Hyedam caught the gourd, smelled water, and realized he had been tricked, but still sternly warned Higuan not to cross the line. Higuan slammed his staff onto the ground to draw attention and declared that he would be the one to take this child. Two other senior monks observed and had to admit that Mugyong was indeed a talented child. Higuan explained that Mugyong needed someone to teach him how to control his killing intent, and no one was more suitable than him, the leader of the Death Demon Brigade, the only group in Shaolin permitted to take lives. The image of the Death Demon Brigade appeared, full of majesty, a group of warriors dedicated to protecting the populace from uncontrollable evil forces, with Higuan as their leader. Elder Hyunsong pondered deeply and thought this might be the best option for Mugyong to learn how to control his killing intent. Higuan patted Mugyong's head and said with a laugh, "Hey kid, it looks like you're one of us now." Mugyong was horrified as he saw an illusion of Higuan with a ghostly, terrifying smile. The boy screamed in fear, causing Higuan to burst into delighted laughter, having finally found a disciple even wilder than himself. After choosing Mugyong as his disciple, Higuan lost interest in the exam and leaped over the wall, departing. After a period of chaos, everyone quickly calmed down, and the selection exam continued. However, the second-generation examiner did not. He grumbled, thinking about the difficult candidates he had encountered and wondering who would be next. The examiner called out loudly, "Junior disciple, Mujin, step forward." As Mujin stepped forward, the examiner silently noted that this boy also had the physique of a martial artist specializing in strength. On the observation platform, Hyunsung told Abbot Hyunchun that if asked who the most outstanding disciple was, he would not hesitate to choose Mujin. The abbot asked in surprise for the reason, and Hyunsung explained that Mugyong might be proficient in all of Shaolin's ultimate techniques, but Mujin was the child who could elevate Shaolin to a new level, Hyunsung asserted, while Mujin took his stance, silently thinking he had trained very hard. In a flashback to his training, Beopgang found Mujin meditating on a rock. Mujin explained he was having a slight problem, which was why he was meditating, surprising Beopgang, as the boy had already mastered Autumn Windleg and 9 Palace Steps to the 10th level. Mujin said that he was actually having trouble with qi circulation, making Beopgang astonished and asked, "Could it be that you've already achieved a breakthrough in the effortless heart technique?" Mujin replied that he hadn't broken through yet, but there was a problem bothering him with qi control. Sometimes he couldn't direct it. He explained the problem occurred when he wasn't breathing, or when he was asleep, leaving Beopgang dumbfounded. Beopgang couldn't understand at all, silently thinking how that could possibly be a problem. Mujin further explained that there are many times people hold their breath, such as when eating or drinking, and he was worried about qi accumulation during those moments. Beopgang muttered to himself, "Geniuses truly are peculiar," and thought he had never heard of such a strange problem. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Beopgang's mind. He turned to Mujin and asked, "Have you ever heard of the iron cloth shirt?" Mujin scoffed, asking if it was a third-rate technique used by bandits, an image of thugs intimidating others appearing in his mind. Beopgang corrected him, explaining that originally, the iron cloth shirt was a famous foundational Shaolin technique used to temper the body to be as hard as steel. However, it gradually fell out of favor because it couldn't withstand the sword arts or fist arts of top masters, making Mujin wonder why Beopgang brought it up. Beopgang explained that the common understanding of iron shirt was only half true. People only thought it was about hardening the skin like iron. He revealed the true nature of this martial art was to absorb qi through the skin. Mujin exclaimed in astonishment. Absorb qi through the skin? Beopgang added that the version known to the world came from a disciple who had not mastered it before leaving the temple. Mujin realized that if he mastered the iron shirt, he could absorb qi anytime, anywhere, even while sleeping or eating. He envisioned that combining it with other cultivation methods would multiply its effectiveness manifold. Mujin summarized, "So the secret is to absorb qi through the skin to become stronger, and that qi hardens the skin as a side effect." Then he suddenly dismissed it. "Then it's useless anyway." The boy paused, an idea suddenly flashing in his mind. Mujin thought of combining Shaolin's foundational iron shirt with the modern fitness knowledge he had learned. He clenched his fists, believing he could find an amazing application for this martial art. The narration explained that, to become a third-generation disciple, one had to master 3 basic martial arts within a year, but Mujin had trained them to the 10th level. Because he learned too quickly, Mujin soon had nothing left to learn and became bored, making the other young monks wonder. He had progressed so far by compensating with fitness knowledge, but to prepare for the future, he needed to create his own martial arts. Beopgang looked at Mujin with confidence, believing the boy could find his own path. Mujin eagerly requested, "Please teach me the iron shirt." Meanwhile, the young monk next to him asked Muyul what Mujin was doing. Mujin began punching himself repeatedly, causing Muyul to calmly explain to his friend that Mujin was always like this. The boy slapped his own face, telling himself he needed to understand the sensation of impact on his skin to get used to the iron shirt. With his hair grown a little longer, Mujin focused his thoughts, determined to find a way to make the absorbed qi work according to his will. Mujin stood opposite another young monk, emitting a powerful surge of qi that terrified the other. What the hell? So much qi from a newcomer. He clapped his fists together, deciding to combine the abundant qi from his cultivation and use it in his own way. Mujin's entire body erupted with yellow energy. He charged forward with a confident smile and declared, "It's showtime." Hyunsung thought that Mujin was the child who could elevate Shaolin to new heights, a remark he usually reserved for only one other special person. After a period of travel, a voice announced that they had arrived at the Arhat Hall. Hyunsung, being carried on a disciple's back, gasped an apology for wanting to attend this examination, but the disciple replied that it was no big deal. The disciple carrying Hyunsung walked towards the gathered young monks, humbly saying he just considered it a longer walk than usual. Hyunsung asked his disciple, Beopjeon, if they could get closer, but Beopjeon replied that they wouldn't see much from this position. Beopjeon told his master that he was too inexperienced to evaluate a disciple, and suggested that Hyunsung observe both of them before deciding. The second-generation examiner called out loudly, "Mujin, step forward." Mujin took his stance, causing Hyunsung to secretly marvel at his perfect posture and the flow of his internal energy at such a young age. The boy tensed, preparing himself, his arm muscles bulging with red energy. As soon as the examiner shouted, "Start!" Mujin charged forward with astonishing speed. The examiner was stunned by Mujin's explosive speed and wondered what techniques the boy knew. Yellow energy enveloped Mujin's legs as he executed his final steps. That energy continued to flow up his arms, combining with the Guanyin palm technique. Mujin roared, "First strike," as he unleashed a powerful punch. The examiner's eyes widened in horror as he recognized it as consecutive fists, first form. Mujin unleashed the heart-to-heart fist, a punch that generated a powerful shockwave towards the examiner. The examiner gritted his teeth and braced himself against the incoming force. Mujin mentally listed the techniques he had combined, footwork from 9 palace steps and autumn wind kicks, reinforcing his core with Guanyin palm. Finally, he added a touch of consecutive fists to strengthen his shoulders, proud of combining the essence of these techniques. The examiner was pushed back, sliding across the ground and leaving 2 cracked trails, while Mujin declared he had created a hybrid martial art. Mujin charged forward with a determined expression and shouted, "Second attack." The examiner was bewildered, feeling his hands go numb, and thinking to himself that he had never felt this, despite blocking attacks for 10 years. As Mujin darted forward, the examiner realized in horror that this was his second attack. The examiner frantically thought he had to dodge Mujin's incoming punch. Mujin smirked as he unexpectedly pulled his hand back, making the examiner realize it was just a feint. Mujin unleashed a direct punch into the examiner's fist, creating a powerful shockwave. The examiner was astonished by the tremendous grip strength, as Mujin tightly held his hand. Realizing he couldn't go easy on this child, the examiner was overwhelmed by a series of Mujin's consecutive attacks. Observing from afar, Hyunsung and Beopjeon were astonished, wondering how an inexperienced child could generate such immense power. Hyunsung analyzed that in consecutive fists, Mujin limited his attacks to basic techniques, such as punches, palms, kicks, finger strikes, and hand strikes. He continued, remarking that Mujin's leg techniques were autumn wind kicks and 9 palace steps, and his upper body techniques were merely the basic Arhat hand, Guanyin palm, and stone-shattering finger, yet he was overwhelming his opponent. Hyunsung realized with astonishment that instead of learning more advanced skills, Mujin had combined those basic techniques into new moves. Hyunsung exclaimed in amazement, "He is walking the path to becoming a grandmaster." Watching Mujin fight with fervor, Hyunsung wondered if this boy was truly walking a path similar to his own. Hyunsung turned and called his disciple, and Beopjeon replied, "Yes, master." Mujin, with an excited expression, asked if they could go to the center of the training ground. He panted, but his smile remained, thinking to himself, "So this is the martial world." Mujin thought about nearly 2 years of learning martial arts and training his body, a period during which he had never been able to fully display his true strength. He thought to himself that he could finally try his utmost without worrying about his opponent in a real challenge. Mujin felt the tension when facing a strong opponent, the joy of applying everything he had learned, and the world seemed to slow down as his senses heightened. In the middle of the match, Mujin suddenly retreated, surprising the examiner, who wondered, "Huh? Why is he pulling back?" The examiner thought to himself in confusion, unable to understand why Mujin had stopped when he had already grasped his fighting style. The crowd of novice monks suddenly fell silent and parted, drawing the examiner's attention, who wondered who could command such respect. 2 venerable high-ranking monks, Abbot Hyuncheon and Grandmaster Hyedam, appeared, causing the other monks to exclaim in astonishment. Everyone simultaneously shouted, "Grandmaster Hyungwang!" and jumped down from the stands to show their respect. The examiner was stunned to see all the monks bowing deeply, bewildered as to who this newly arrived figure was to be so revered. Abbot Hyuncheon approached Mujin and apologized for interrupting the examination, while Mujin responded respectfully. The abbot explained that he had come to ask the young boy a question, making Mujin point at himself in surprise. Hyuncheon asked Mujin to take off his martial arts uniform, further confusing him with this strange request. As Mujin took off his top, he thought that while he wasn't entirely satisfied with his physique, there was nothing to be ashamed of. He went shirtless and flexed in a side chest pose, displaying a perfectly muscular physique that drew exclamations of admiration from everyone. Abbot Hyuncheon looked directly at Mujin, who was carrying Mugyung on his back, and asked if he had specially trained his body for the 6 basic Shaolin martial arts forms. Mujin was startled and astonished, unable to understand how the abbot could know his secret. Hyuncheon continued to ask why Mujin chose that method, instead of learning more profound techniques, while the other high-ranking monks also looked curious. Mujin honestly replied that he wasn't intelligent, so instead of learning many complex techniques, he simply combined what was most effective for himself. The narration explained that this was the solution Mujin had devised a year and a half ago, as he was not the original Mujin from the novel. In a flashback, Mujin appeared frustrated while learning martial arts techniques, feeling that he couldn't grasp them as easily as Mugyung. Therefore, he created his own combined technique by coordinating basic moves, and it proved to be a very effective method. The narration explained that combining many techniques would amplify qi, and put great strain on the body. To harness the power of that amplified chi flow, Mujin had trained his body to become strong enough to withstand it. Abbot Hyuncheon realized that Mujin had mastered the autumn wind steps and used iron discipline to train his body, helping him control his surging power, which astonished Mujin. The abbot concluded that, essentially, Mujin had created his own martial art, leaving him dumbfounded and wondering who this old man was. Elder Hyunsong stepped forward, asking the abbot for permission to take Mujin as his disciple, which made the abbot ask in surprise, "You wish to take Mujin as a third-generation disciple, Grandmaster?" Night fell upon Shaolin Temple, the sounds of insects and hooting owls echoing in the stillness, accompanied by confused thoughts. What? What is happening? In the Elder of the Arhat Hall's room, Mujin sat alone, wondering about the man he had just met. What's so special about that guy? Mujin recalled Elder Hyunsong's thin, unhealthy-looking physique and thought to himself that he didn't resemble an ordinary Shaolin martial artist. While Mujin was still thinking that he had never heard of him in the martial arts world, Abbot Hyuncheon entered the room, causing him to hastily stand up and greet him. Mujin clasped his hands and asked Abbot Hyuncheon about the man from the training ground earlier, but the abbot replied, "I'm afraid I don't know." Abbot Hyuncheon said that he had summoned Mujin here to ask a few things, but also to tell him some matters. He revealed that these were matters concerning the revered Master Hyungwang, Mujin's new master, as an image of Elder Hyunsong's thin back appeared. The abbot recounted that when his Hyun generation were still second-generation disciples, Grandmaster Hyungwang, then only 32 years old, had already achieved remarkable feats. He said that at that time, Hyungwang was close to reaching and about to surpass the level of the preceding Gong generation, leading the entire Shaolin Temple to predict he would become the strongest under heaven within 10 years. Mujin wondered, how did such a person end up in his current state? And Abbot Hyuncheon began to explain the reason. Abbot Hyuncheon frowned, revealing that the main reason was the attack by the demonic cult. Mujin appeared utterly terrified upon hearing the two words, demonic cult. The abbot confirmed that, back when he was a second-generation disciple, the demonic cult had attacked Shaolin Temple during a time of peace. He recounted that the Shaolin monks had vowed to protect all living beings and joined the battle to stop the demonic cult, but the battlefield always held unforeseen horrors. Because Grandmaster Hyungwang was considered a treasure for Shaolin's next generation, he was forbidden from going to battle. Instead, the Grandmasters of the Gong generation and the first-generation disciples of the Guillaume generation set off for the battlefield. The abbot said in a low voice that this decision was the beginning of misfortune. As the demonic cult sent its elite army to attack Shaolin when they knew the main force had departed, leaving only Grandmaster Hyungwang and the young disciples. The abbot recounted that in his youth, Grandmaster Hyungwang was already one of the greatest warriors, and the demonic cult's elite army could not defeat him. However, the second and third generation disciples, namely the Hyun and Hai generations, were no match for the demonic cult. The young monks of Shaolin Temple showed expressions of terror and helplessness. Taking advantage of the situation, the demonic cult's horde, with their shadowy figures and eerie smiles, swarmed in to attack the temple. During the battle, the young Grandmaster Hyungwang roared in fury as he witnessed a demonic cultist being struck down. He desperately cried out as he saw the slaughter unfolding everywhere within Shaolin Temple. He channeled power into his legs, making the ground crack open, then shot forward. The young Grandmaster Hyungwang soared over the rooftops of Shaolin Temple to reach the battleground. A contingent of demonic cultists was rushing to attack the young monks, who could only watch in fear. Blood splattered everywhere as the bloody battle erupted. Pierced by countless weapons, the young Grandmaster Hyungwang still stood firm and roared, "You damned demonic cultists dare to come here?" The abbot recounted that to save everyone, Grandmaster Hyungwang charged into the enemy again and again. He sustained many more fatal wounds while still trying to protect a panicking junior disciple. Abbot Hyuncheon concluded the story with a face full of regret, thinking that if they had died in his place, things would have been different. Mujin asked again, "So those wounds are why Grandmaster Hyungwang is in this state?" And the abbot confirmed it. Mujin smiled brightly and confidently declared, "Then all we need is treatment. I think I can help." Abbot Hyuncheon was startled and astonished, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, "You truly believe you can heal him?" Grandmaster Haidam spoke from behind, saying that the best physicians had failed, even the great spirit elixir was useless, and questioned Mujin. Mujin calmly explained that fully restoring the Grandmaster's internal energy or physical condition to what it once was would be impossible. He resolutely continued, "But I think he can walk again," as an image of his own efforts to recover from injury flashed through his mind. Beopjin asked Mujin if he had heard the abbot talk about senior brother Beopgang's knee problem. Hyunsong nodded in confirmation, surprising Abbot Hyuncheon, who asked what had happened, and Hyunsong began to explain everything. In a flashback, Hyunsong recounted how Mujin treated Beopgang's knee and how his training methods had elevated the skill level of the junior disciples. Abbot Hyuncheon skeptically asked if all of it was true, and Hyun-sung replied that today's entrance examination had proven it. When the abbot asked if that method could treat the Grandmaster, Moojin admitted that the Grandmaster's condition was much worse than Beopgang's, so his method alone would not be enough. Just as Moojin was about to say he needed a few more things, Abbot Hyunchon slammed his hand down on the table. Abbot Hyunchon resolutely shouted that they would provide anything, and Shaolin Temple would spare no effort to help the Grandmaster. The narration explained that every martial artist desired to temper their bones and tendons, and countless sects had tried to find ways to control this development. They had tried everything from acupuncture, tonics, and mystical methods, even bending and reshaping the bones of growing children. Shaolin Temple had also experimented with many methods to treat Hyungwang, but ultimately none succeeded, even further weakening his body. However, Moojin's approach was different. It required time and effort to safely change bones and muscles, and its effectiveness had been proven through the examination. Having witnessed the results firsthand, Abbot Hyunchon was certain that if anyone could heal Grandmaster Hyungwang, it was this child. Abbot Hyunchon resolutely stated that if more miraculous elixirs were needed, they would concoct them, and if a sacrifice had to be made again, he would do it himself. He swore that, just like Grandmaster Haga of old, he would be willing to sever his own arm to create the miraculous elixir. But that was not what Moojin needed. He asked directly, "Does Shaolin Temple have any cultivation methods related to lightning qi and ultimate yang qi?" Both Elder Hyunsung and Abbot Hyunchon were dumbfounded, appearing completely bewildered by Moojin's question. Under the night sky, Abbot Hyunchon replied, "Yes, but why?" A moment later, Moojin was invited into a room where the abbot and two other grandmasters were waiting. One of the two was introduced as Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall and Beopgang's master. The other was Grandmaster Heedum, who cultivated the indestructible Vajra body and the Buddha's hand seal. Moojin confirmed that the large man was Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall, Beopgang's master, and the one who had dealt with Mugung. Grandmasters Hyunggong and Hyedam resolutely stated they would do everything to help Grandmaster Hyungwang, asking Moojin to tell them what they needed to do. Moojin rolled up his sleeves and said, "First." He extended his arm and suggested to Hyunggong, "Could you unleash your weakest lightning god's palm technique on my hand?" Elder Hyunggong was startled, secretly wondering why Moojin would make such a strange request. Moojin explained that he had assumed calling Grandmaster Haidam, Master of Ultimate Yang Qi, and Hyunggong, Master of Lightning Qi, was to perform a procedure to burn away blocked meridians. He asked if that was feasible and emphasized that he only needed the smallest possible surge of lightning qi, not enough to cause injury. Elder Hyunggong replied, "I will try," then carefully placed his hand on Moojin's forearm. Hyunggong unleashed a weak lightning god's palm, and the powerful electric current jolted Moojin so much that his skeleton became visible. Then he asked, "How was that?" Seeing Moojin's arm twitching, Elder Hyunggong frantically shouted, "Are you trying to kill Grandmaster Hyungwang with an electric shock?" Then worriedly wondered if he had used too much force. Moojin calmly spoke while his hand was still sparking with electricity, stating that Grandmaster Hyungwang could not withstand this power, and asked Hyunggong to reduce it by more than half. Moojin smirked defiantly, making Elder Hyunggong grumble but still resolutely declare, "I can do it." Despite the advice not to overexert himself, Elder Hyunggong snapped, "I said I can do it." Moojin thought to himself that for proper treatment, he needed physical therapy equipment, but this world didn't have it. Beopgang recovered quickly because he was young, while Grandmaster Hyungwang was much older and weaker. Hyunggong tried again, and successfully created an extremely weak lightning god's palm, causing Moojin's hand to only twitch slightly, and he happily confirmed, "Yes, this is perfect." The narration explained the role Moojin wanted Hyunggong to take on, a device commonly found in any physical therapy clinic. That device was called an electrical stimulation therapy machine, and Moojin envisioned Hyungwang being treated with this method. Elder Hyunggong asked again while maintaining the electric current, "You want to channel lightning qi into the muscles?" And Moojin replied, "That's right." He further explained that channeling a very weak flow of lightning qi into the muscles would promote muscle activity and blood circulation, helping to enhance muscle contraction and development. Elder Hyunggong asked in astonishment, "Just letting lightning qi flow through the muscles can do all that?" Then wondered how long the treatment would take to show results. Grandmaster Hyedam said he would need to personally examine Elder Hyungwang to be sure, but predicted results would be seen after about a month. Moojin turned to Grandmaster Hyedam and began to explain his role in the treatment process. He asked Grandmaster Hyedam to use his ultimate Yang Qi technique, and the Grandmaster willingly agreed if his divine skill could be of help. Grandmaster Hyedam immediately channeled his energy, unleashing the maximum power of his Buddha's hand seal technique, causing Moojin to recoil his hand due to the intense heat. Moojin cried out in pain, clutching his reddened hand and shouting, "You can't do that!" leaving Grandmaster Hyedam bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He quickly explained that the Grandmaster didn't need to extend his hand, but rather needed to perform it much, much weaker. Mujin analogized that when using Yang Qi, the Grandmaster only needed to direct his palm towards the target, like the sun radiating warmth to nourish a young sprout. Instead of blasting energy outwards, he instructed him to simply let the energy gently flow from his palm. After Grandmaster Hayadam adjusted, Mujin felt the warmth and contentedly confirmed, "This temperature is perfect." Mujin explained that if Elder Hyunggong played the role of an electrical stimulation therapy machine, then Grandmaster Hayadam's role would be an infrared therapy machine, and he would need to maintain this state for about half an hour. He analyzed that the radiating thermal energy would warm the skin, help reduce muscle fatigue, enhance circulation, and could even purify muscles and joints like sunlight. As Mujin was explaining, Grandmaster Hayadam suddenly interrupted with a skeptical expression. "Will this method truly be effective?" Mujin asked what he meant, and Grandmaster Hayadam frankly expressed his doubt about whether Mujin's technique could truly cure his master. Grandmaster Hayadam admitted that what Mujin had done for Beopgang and the Arhat Hall was very impressive, but emphasized that his master's case was much more severe and required extreme caution. He questioned how they could trust a technique known only to Mujin, which made the boy's expression resolute, as he thought to himself that he understood the Grandmaster's concern. With a determined gaze, Mujin thought to himself that, in his own way, he was an expert, and all he wanted to do was help. A flashback revealed that, in his previous life, Ganghyuk Choi was not only a personal trainer but also a state-certified physical therapist, and he also held a degree in restorative massage. The flashback showed that he had deeply researched yoga, weightlifting, and every other form of exercise, even diet and nutrition. The reason behind all those efforts was revealed. He had researched everything to recover from his own severe injuries, and that diligence not only helped him fully recover, but also changed his entire life. In a flashback, Ganghyuk Choi recalled the sleepless nights he spent studying for certifications and laughed at his youthful self back then. The narration stated that with his in-depth knowledge of everything from personal training, nutrition, to physical therapy, Mujin was the only living person who could properly diagnose and treat Elder Hyungwang. Back in the present, Mujin sighed and admitted to the Grandmasters that he was initially shocked by the Elder's terrible condition. He stated frankly that he was doing this because he wanted to devote all his strength to the treatment, and if they didn't like his method, he would find another way. The Grandmasters pondered, realizing that every method they knew had failed, while this was a completely new approach no one had ever tried. Mujin looked at them with determined eyes, thinking that if his technique could help the Elder, even if it was just a faint glimmer of hope, he had to seize it. Grandmaster Hayadam snorted, but deep down, he knew he couldn't extinguish that glimmer of hope without reason. Hidam asked again for confirmation. "You said it would take about a month?" And Mujin replied, "Yes, Grandmaster." Hayadam decided they would follow Mujin's instructions for 1 month, but warned that if the Elder's condition did not improve afterward, he would be punished for defying the Elders, while the image of the 3 Grandmasters appeared menacingly with bloodshot eyes. Mujin calmly accepted the condition. "I understand." Without flinching, Mujin immediately smiled brightly, waved his hand, and urged the Grandmasters to continue practicing to improve the precision of their Thunder Chi and Ultimate Yang Chi. Grandmaster Haidam circulated his Chi in his hands, thinking to himself that Mujin's gestures were not empty. And perhaps he was right. After another training session, the Grandmasters were all panting from exhaustion, so the abbot told Mujin to go inside and rest to prepare for tomorrow. Once Mujin had left, the abbot asked for the opinions of the other 2, and Elder Hyunggong admitted he hadn't expected maintaining and releasing a weak flow of energy to be so difficult. Elder Hyunggong whispered to the abbot that this method could be useful beyond therapy, while Grandmaster Hayadam also acknowledged he had never thought of using the Thunder God Palm and Buddha's hand seal in this manner. The abbot explained that this ultimate Yang Chi approach was similar to how they used it in martial arts, which was internally employed to control one's temperament. He continued, "Those who mastered secret yin arts often had a cold temperament, while those who mastered ultimate yang and fire arts had fiery personalities. Shaolin martial arts used Yang Qi to combat evil, but it only succeeded when fire Qi and metal Qi were used in harmony, as fire Qi needed to be firmly controlled by metal Qi." The abbot concluded that Mujin's therapeutic idea was not to use the explosive power of Qi, but to practice a weak and stable flow of Qi to create peace. Grandmaster Hayadam sighed in relief, admitting that at his level, martial arts were very easy to lose control of, and he always had to use Buddhist scriptures to suppress it, never having thought of using internal Qi to self-regulate. Hayadam declared he would return to his room to continue practicing, and Hyunggong also agreed with the abbot. Abbot Hyunchon said that once the Grandmasters had mastered it, they could teach it to their disciples, and they agreed that this method would greatly benefit those who practiced fire Qi. The next day, outside Elder Hyungwang's pavilion, Beopjin approached to greet the Grandmasters and asked in surprise why they were all there. Grandmaster Hayadam pointed at Mujin and explained they had come because they believed this young boy could treat the Elder, even if just a little. Beopjin exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean Mujin?" While Elder Hyunsung glanced over from his sickbed. The narration explained that Abbot Hyuncheon had told Beopjin everything that happened in the Arhat Hall, along with images reenacting Mujin's achievements. Mujin turned around and said professionally, "All right then." Mujin cracked his knuckles, took off his outer robe and declared, "Let me examine you. Then we'll begin. Ready for the treatment." After the examination, Mujin swallowed, thinking to himself that the situation was even worse than he had imagined. Looking at Elder Hyunsong's atrophied legs, Mujin wondered how long he had been bedridden, as his leg muscles were almost gone, and in very poor condition. Mujin placed his hands on the elder's legs and instructed, "Master, tell me if it hurts," but his legs only twitched slightly. As Mujin pressed and massaged his back, Elder Hyunsong only let out faint groans of pain. Mujin thought irritably to himself, "Are all these Shaolin monks masochists? First Beopgang, now the master. Why won't anyone admit they're in pain?" After the preliminary examination, Mujin stood up and announced, "Now, we will begin the comprehensive treatment process." After warming the elder's body with wet towels, Mujin began the treatment by applying acupressure to relieve tension. Mujin explained that the first step was the limb stretching technique, moving the elder's ankles and calves so that his stiff muscles would begin to relax. Mujin observed that the elder's body was currently as fragile as a cracked ancient vase. Even a slight force could shatter it. He understood that extremely delicate control was necessary to treat him, requiring intense concentration, while images of the observing grandmasters appeared. Even though sweat poured down him like rain, Mujin was determined not to reveal how difficult or exhausting this was. After an hour of intense concentration, the grandmasters, including Abbot Hyuncheon, Grandmaster Hyedum, and the head of the disciplinary hall Hyunggong, were all astonished by Mujin's dedication. Mujin panted, sweat pouring down, but maintained unwavering focus on the treatment. However, an unconscious despair began to creep into his eyes, reflecting an image from the past. In Mujin's pupils, the image of a young boy being led by his grandfather appeared. Memories flooded back. The young Gangjok shouted to his grandfather that he would definitely find a way to cure him at all costs. Elder Hyunsong lay on the bed, quietly observing and panting in rhythm with the treatment. He thought to himself, "What is troubling this young monk that such sadness is so evident on his face?" Mujin continued his work, sweat streaming down his determined and troubled face. Finally, he let out a soft sigh of relief, concluding his part of the treatment. Mujin stood up, cracked his knuckles, and announced he was done with his part. Abbot Hyuncheon asked if it was their turn, and he confirmed. Immediately afterward, Abbot Hyuncheon and Grandmaster Hyedam smoothly performed infrared therapy and electrical stimulation on Elder Hyunsong's legs, just as they had practiced. That evening, after the treatment session concluded, Mujin moved his belongings from the Arhat Hall to Elder Hyungwang's living quarters, as he was now a disciple under Beopjin. Lying on the bed, Mujin thought to himself that he had finally escaped the room full of sweaty, bald-headed people. He froze when he realized he had to share a room with them again, but then told himself that this was necessary for the convenience of caring for Master Hyungwang. Mujin turned away in annoyance, regretting that he had hoped for a private room, then decided to go to sleep. He tossed and turned, thinking about the elder's terrible condition, and wondering if he had endured such pain for all these years. Mujin unconsciously smiled, thinking that this situation felt familiar. It reminded him of someone. He closed his eyes, whispering in his heart that he missed his grandfather very much. A flashback appeared, showing a young boy's hands massaging the trembling legs of an elderly man. Young Gangyok asked his grandfather if he felt better, and the grandfather smiled, replying, "Of course, your hands are like magic." In a flashback, young Gangyok reassured his grandfather that his leg felt better, even though it was still trembling. The boy clenched his fists and declared firmly, "I will study diligently to find a way to cure you." The grandfather smiled kindly, encouraging his grandson, very good, keep studying hard." The boy massaged his grandfather's back while listening to him say that he was very much looking forward to seeing how his grandson would grow up, while his grandmother was washing dishes in the background. The image of the grandfather and grandson sleeping peacefully together on the floor, surrounded by books and a half-eaten bag of chips. The scene shifted to a hospital, where young Gangyuk hugged his grandfather from behind, as his grandfather pushed an IV pole. 3 incense sticks burned in the censer, and a thought appeared. Grandfather. A portrait of the grandfather with a gentle smile was solemnly placed amidst funeral wreaths. At the funeral, young Gangyuk was comforted in his grandmother's embrace, the boy painfully calling out his grandfather's name in his mind. The boy bowed his head and sobbed, blaming himself for never having done anything for his grandfather except for a few perfunctory back massages. With tears welling up in his eyes, the boy felt immense regret and tormented himself for being so useless. Time passed, and Gangyuk had become a muscular teenager. He was studying when his grandmother asked about going to college. He answered his grandmother with a determined expression that he had no interest in college and wanted to do something else. On his study desk were books on physical training and therapy for the elderly, showing his initial goal. Gangyuk stood before an armed forces recruitment poster and thought about enlisting. he excitedly exclaimed, deciding to join the military, even the special forces. In his military uniform, Gangyok happily held his grandmother's hand and announced that he had done it, now having a stable job. He squeezed his grandmother's hand tightly, promising to take care of her from now on, and to do what his grandfather had wished for. The grandmother sat alone, before a lavish holiday meal, watching TV and talking on the phone, asking if Gangyok was coming home, but he replied that he had to train. In the dense forest, Gangyok, in special forces gear, advanced with his comrades, silently repeating his promise. I will do what my grandfather wished for. In the middle of the forest, Gangyok Choi, in special forces gear, raised his fist, silently vowing, I will take care of my grandmother no matter what happens. He gritted his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes behind his tactical goggles, as he thought of his grandmother. A few days before his promotion, a superior officer approached Gangyok Choi, who was resting, and asked, Are you Lieutenant Choi? Hearing the bad news, Gangyok's legs collapsed powerlessly to the floor. He froze, his eyes wide with horror as he realized the tragedy that had struck. Text appeared on the portrait of his grandmother with a gentle smile. Tragedy always strikes without warning. At the funeral, the officer said to Gangyok, who was standing before the altar, My condolences on your grandmother's passing, but there's nothing we can do. The officer coldly explained that Gangyok was only allowed 3 days of leave because they were not his biological parents. He ordered Gangyok to complete the mission and return immediately, because it was a top-secret mission. Back to the harsh training, Gangyok gasped for breath, bitterly thinking, I worked like a dog. He continued to think in despair, only to lose his entire family as he dug his shoes into the ground. Gangyok's team continued to march up a steep hill, everyone gasping for breath from exhaustion. Gangyok secretly thought he wanted to make his grandparents proud, but then he slipped and tumbled down the slope to the astonishment of his comrades. The image of shattered glass with streaks of blood, symbolizing his world falling apart. In a hazy memory space, teenage Gangyok sat before the silhouettes of his grandfather and grandmother. Young Gangyok anxiously asked the silhouette of his grandfather, Grandfather, do you feel better? The boy continued to ask in regret, Or should I massage your back again? Is it too late? Then blamed himself. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you both. The grandfather's silhouette gently patted the boy's head and said, Gangyok, you have magical hands. My poor grandson, you couldn't rest because of me. Back to the present, Mujin, Gangyok, lay on his bed, gasping for breath and shedding tears. He heard his grandfather's voice echoing, This is how I rest. Why are you crying, you rascal? As the morning sun shone into the temple room. In Elder Hyun Song's room, Mujin, while treating him, whispered with a choked voice, Grandfather, I'm not crying. Mujin looked up and asked Elder Hyun Song, who was lying on the bed. What should we do, master? Elder Hyun Song looked at Mujin with eyes full of empathy, seemingly understanding his feelings. Returning to Mujin sleeping, he buried his face in his pillow and sobbed in his dream. I miss you, grandfather. Outside, in the peaceful setting of the temple, a voice echoed, remarking that this was a struggle with unresolved emotions. Elder Hyunsong thought to himself, realizing that this very pain was why Mujin was so determined to treat him. In Elder Hyunsong's mind, an image appeared of a boy being led by his grandparents, and he prayed for the boy to be protected by the Dharma. Elder Hyunsong smiled brightly and said to Mujin, Mujin, if you wish, you may call me grandfather instead of master. Don't be so formal with me. Mujin was stunned, while Abbot Hyunchon and Grandmaster Haihidam, standing behind, also looked astonished by the elder's offer. Mujin thought to himself, not understanding why the elder had suddenly become so friendly, and wondered if he was ill. Seeing Elder Hyunsong's gentle gaze, Mujin decided that since he was his master, he should follow his words. Mujin scratched his head awkwardly, then hesitantly called out, Yes, master, I mean, grandfather. Abbot Hyunchon and Grandmaster Haidam immediately became enraged, shouting loudly, How dare you? How dare you call our revered master grandfather? Elder Hyunsong burst out laughing and reassured the other two that he himself had given permission, while Mujin repeated grandfather in confusion. Elder Hyunsong laughed heartily, saying it had been a long time since he had laughed like that. Beside him, an image of a loved one also laughing happily appeared. Mujin watched the scene with a still bewildered and surprised expression. Mujin smiled softly and asked for permission to continue the treatment, feeling unusually relieved and warm inside. A moment later, Elder Hyunsong called out to Mujin as he was working. Mujin and Beopjin were carrying towering stacks of paper when they heard the elder say that it was time for him to cut his hair, causing him to jump and exclaim, What, master? Abbot Hyunchon, sitting with Grandmaster Hayedam, explained that although Mujin's hair wasn't as long as an outsider's, it was time for it to be trimmed. Beopjin cheerfully told Mujin that he had been too busy with training and treating their master to groom himself, urging him to go while they would take care of the rest. Mujin frantically ransacked the study, throwing papers everywhere and wondering, Where is it? It's not here. He cried out in despair, his eyes wide. I can't find what I need. He thought to himself that he needed to find a historical precedent, some kind of excuse, but he couldn't find anything to protect his hair. With an exasperated expression, Mujin cursed under his breath, lamenting all the effort he had put into growing his hair, only to have to cut it now. He recalled a conversation with Elder Hyunsung, who explained that cutting one's hair symbolized severing ties with the mundane world. The elder continued, explaining that each haircut was a reminder that one was on the path to enlightenment, and it was merely a gesture to show that external attachments had been severed. He said that Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin, as well as the Buddha, had all done so, and thus they merely followed in their footsteps. Elder Hyunsung smiled smugly and asked, "An admirable tradition, isn't it?" Back in reality, Mujin, still rummaging through the pile of books, screamed internally, "Admirable, my foot, this is too strict." He slumped down dejectedly, muttering that he hadn't wanted to come to Shaolin. He had merely fallen asleep while reading a novel and woken up here. Mujin suddenly froze, wondering what he was doing and how he had ended up in this world. He tried to recall, starting from going to the hospital, then to the gym, beginning his live stream, and then going home to read a Shaolin novel on his phone before falling asleep. He suddenly realized something and screamed in terror in his mind as he recalled the image of the doctor. Hospital, hospital. A horrifying memory flooded back, of the doctor, with a devilish face, and the people around him mocking him about his stress-induced hair loss, warning that he would go completely bald. Mujin clutched his head and screamed in despair. No! He realized he was already self-conscious because of that damned doctor's words. And now he had to shave his head completely bald. He recalled Elder Hyunsung's words about cutting hair to sever ties with the mundane world and wondered what its true meaning was. Staring into space, Mujin muttered that severing ties with the world didn't necessarily have to involve hair. An idea light bulb flashed above his head. Mujin raised a finger and exclaimed, "I've got it!" Mujin snapped his fingers with a cunning expression, telling himself he just needed to do something no one in this era would dare to do. He ran off into the night, smugly thinking that he only needed to prove he had severed ties with the mundane world and praised himself as a genius. The next morning at Shaolin Temple, Biopjun, with his head already shaved, carried a stack of scriptures into the room and cheerfully reported that he had returned from training. Abbot Hyunshun and Grandmaster Hyadam, seated inside, both looked utterly astonished and bewildered. When Mujin entered, the abbot turned to ask Biopjun if he had given him the clippers and scissors, and Biopjun confirmed he had personally handed them over. Abbot Hyunshun questioned Mujin why he still hadn't cut his hair, as the camera panned to his untouched locks. Mujin confidently stroked his new hairstyle, an undercut mohawk, and declared that he had cut it, causing the abbot to exclaim, "You call this cut?" Mujin explained to the bewildered abbot and Biopjun that he felt this hairstyle would be better than shaving his head completely bald. He reasoned that no one looking at his high fade mohawk would think he still clung to worldly attachments. Mujin further boasted that he had shaved a stylized Buddhist swastika symbol onto his temple to show his reverence for the Buddha in his own way. He proudly asked everyone if the idea was admirable, while a sarcastic caption appeared, stating it was just a hipster hairstyle. Abbot Hyunshun and Biopjun were left speechless, uttering awkward and disbelieving ha-has. Suddenly, Grandmaster Hyadam burst into hearty laughter, praising Mujin's novel idea and asserting that meaning was more important than rules, startling the abbot. Just then, Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall, opened the door and stepped in, inquiring about his master's health. Elder Hyunggong immediately flared up in anger upon seeing Mujin's hairstyle, yelling to ask what kind of bizarre haircut it was and why he hadn't shaved it off. Mujin innocently explained that to sever worldly ties and revere the Buddha, he had decided this hairstyle was best, adding that the elder had also agreed. Elder Hyunggong sternly lectured that hair was a symbol of desire and suffering, and thus cutting it was a symbol of the path to enlightenment. Mujin innocently replied, "Yes, that's why I cut my hair." But Elder Hyunggong countered that the remaining hair symbolized attachment to the outside world. Mujin smirked meaningfully, trembling as he said that, as he understood it, the Buddha originally didn't merely cut his hair. Mujin continued his argument, stating that if the reason for shaving one's head was to show empathy for the suffering of others, then both elders Hyunggong and Hyunsung flinched. He pointed to an image of the Buddha and said that one should have shaved off their eyebrows, mustache, and beard completely. Elder Hyunggong was stunned, his beard seemingly standing on end when he heard that. He could only mumble in utter confusion at Mujin's sharp reasoning. With an innocent expression, Mujin wondered if everyone should shave their entire face, causing the elders to shiver uncomfortably. Mujin smirked and offered another piece of evidence, saying that even the founder Bodhidharma only shaved the top of his head, keeping his beard and eyebrows. He concluded that what was important was severing ties with the outside world, not the form in which it was done, with an image of Bodhidharma behind him. The two elders looked at the painting of Bodhidharma and silently admitted that Mujin was right. They told themselves that Mujin had indeed shaved part of his hair, and that hairstyle certainly wouldn't be accepted in the outside world. Elder Hyunsong turned to Elder Hyunggong and slyly asked, "So, are you planning to shave your beard?" Elder Hyunggong covered his face with his hand, reluctantly saying that if Mujin didn't let his hair grow longer, it could be permitted. Mujin clasped his hands in thanks with a triumphant smile, knowing that Elder Hyunggong would never shave his beard, and thus his hairstyle had been approved. After Elder Hyunsong's treatment concluded, the next day was the early morning training session. Beopgang cried out in astonishment upon seeing Mujin, asking what on earth he had done to his hair, to the bewilderment of the other disciples. Mujin cheerfully replied that Master Hyunggong had permitted it, leaving Beopgang even more dumbfounded. Beopgang couldn't believe it, imagining his master punishing Mujin with thunder and lightning, and thinking that his survival was a miracle. Nevertheless, Beopgang turned away and ordered everyone to begin training, since their master had agreed. Once Beopgang, who was always strict, had accepted it, the other disciples began to whisper excitedly among themselves. The narrator explained that even though they were on the path to enlightenment, they were still young, naive, and craved attention. For them, Mujin's unique hairstyle had become a source of inspiration to create a new trend within Shaolin Temple. A muscular Shaolin disciple approaches and calls out, "Hey, Mujin." Mujin turns to look, with a questioning expression. The muscular disciple whispers, asking Mujin how he managed to avoid punishment, as he also needs a haircut. Mujin replies with a serious expression that he could tell him, but he doesn't think the disciple would get away with it. In an imagined scenario, the muscular disciple is trying to convince Grandmaster Hyadam that his hair symbolizes the will of Buddha. The muscular disciple vehemently declares that as long as he proves he is on the path to enlightenment, he doesn't need to shave his head. Grandmaster Hyadam and another disciple remain silently unimpressed, while the muscular disciple chuckles, asking what he should do with his hair. Grandmaster Hyadam sternly calls his disciple's name, Beomwi. Beomwi immediately obeys, exuding intense killing intent. Grandmaster Hyadam orders Beomwi to seize the other disciple. Beomwi quickly restrains the muscular disciple, who cries out in panic, "But, Master!" Grandmaster Hyadam raises his hand, preparing to use the ultimate Yang energy hand technique, and declares he will personally shave the disciple's head, making the disciple scream in terror. Back in reality, Mujin continues to treat Elder Hyunsong, whose body is in very poor condition and requires comprehensive treatment. A diagram explains that Elder Hyunsong's body has reached its physical limit, and simultaneous treatment would be counterproductive. Therefore, Mujin divided the treatment process into several days, like a training schedule, to allow each body part time to recover. He successively treated different parts of Elder Hyunsong's body, from calves, thighs, pelvis, and back to shoulders and arms. The narrator explains that Mujin's original role was not that of a physician, but a third-ranked disciple of the Shaolin Temple. After finishing the treatment, Mujin cheerfully greets Elder Hyunsong. "Master, grandfather, I'm off to practice my martial arts." A young novice monk standing at the door calls out, telling Mujin to go ahead and that he would take care of Grandmaster Hyunsong. On his way to the Arhat Hall, Mujin thinks to himself that this feeling is like parents sending their son off to school. In the Arhat Hall leader's room, someone announces that, thanks to the abbot, the Arhat Hall has been granted additional budget. Mujin happily thinks about getting more training equipment, and the Arhat Hall leader confirms that the approved budget is because the management has recognized his training method. The Arhat Hall leader announces that from now on, the entire physical training program at the Arhat Hall will be replaced by Mujin's method. Mujin is extremely proud that his method, once considered insane, is finally recognized. Despite other disciples whispering behind his back, he suddenly stops, realizing a problem when he thinks about his method being widely implemented. Mujin anxiously asks the hall leader if that means he has to teach everyone in the Arhat Hall. The hall leader waves his hand reassuringly, saying they wouldn't waste his time and he only needs to instruct the second-ranked disciples on how to use the equipment. Mujin is about to agree when the hall leader suddenly pushes a stack of papers towards him, surprising him. The hall leader asks Mujin to write down a list of necessary additional equipment and their details on the paper. Mujin grins excitedly, imagining countless modern muscle-building exercises he could perform with the new equipment. He suddenly gets another idea and speaks up to get attention. Mujin asks the hall leader if he can add equipment that would be used elsewhere besides the Arhat Hall. He explains that he's thinking of ordering equipment for his grandfather, making the hall leader ask in surprise if he's referring to Grandmaster Hyunsong. The hall leader expresses concern because Grandmaster Hyunsong's body is still weak, but Mujin explains that this is specialized therapeutic equipment, completely different. The hall leader is curious about that special type of equipment, and the narration reveals that the exercise Mujin thought of for Grandmaster Hyunsong is Pilates. An explanation shows that Pilates, though modernly often used by women for fitness, was originally created for rehabilitation of wounded soldiers and prisoners of war, very suitable for Grandmaster Hyunsong's condition. After hearing the explanation, the hall leader nods in approval, reasoning that if it's for Grandmaster Hyunsong's training, the management wouldn't refuse the budget. Mujin happily picks up a brush pen, preparing to write down the list of Pilates equipment. He suddenly stops, frowning in thought about a difficult problem. Can these things be manufactured in this era? Images appear of modern Pilates equipment such as foam rollers, resistance bands, and reformers, which are made from rubber, foam, or plastic. Muujin starts calculating in his head, realizing he has to find alternative materials such as using wood for the foam parts and thick leather to fill the gaps. He shrugs, thinking that the estimated material cost would be very expensive, but that's not his problem, then casually walks away while the Arhat Hall leader screams in despair over the risk of bankruptcy. 2 hours later, Muujin steps out of the room after his meeting with Elder Hyunsung and is greeted by a muscular senior disciple. Other novice monks also happily run over, calling Muujin to eat, while the muscular senior disciple stands with his arms crossed, watching. The muscular senior disciple points to his bald head and asks in surprise why he had to shave his head, while Muujin still has hair. Muujin suddenly remembers that this senior disciple is training under Grandmaster Hyodam, and the terrifying image of the Grandmaster appears in his mind. The muscular senior disciple bursts into sobs, complaining that he feels a bit stifled, and Muujin pats him reassuringly. Muujin turns to ask Muyul how he is, and the boy replies that he's fine but has something to say. Muyul says that for some reason, whenever he starts training, Master Hejagal always sighs deeply, making Muujin wonder to himself. Muyul adds that Master Hegael said he would look for Muujin today, surprising him greatly, as he doesn't understand why. Elsewhere, Master Hegael sighs heavily and clenches his fist, looking full of sorrow. As the deputy head of the Shaolin Outer Hall, known as the Unrivaled Five Fists, Hegael thinks to himself, "What should I do? I thought I had brought back a good seed." Hegael sadly continues to think, "I didn't expect him to be so foolish," recalling the scene of Muyul happily eating ants. He desperately recalls that teaching Muyul is impossible, believing that teaching one thing and having him forget two, or teaching two and having him forget 10, would still be lucky. Hegael worries that, at this rate, the Shaolin Five Fists' ultimate technique will not be passed down to the next generation. In the temple courtyard, Muyul is startled when he hears someone call his name from behind. The boy's face lights up brightly when he realizes it's Master Hyjol and happily calls his name. Hegael forces a smile and waves, thinking to himself that Muyul's smile is too innocent for him to speak harshly. Hegael asks Muyul how he managed to learn martial arts when he had only just joined Shaolin. Muyul replies with a bright, proud smile that Muujin was the one who helped him. Hegael is stunned when he hears Muujin's name, and Muyul adds that Mugung and Mugyong also helped a little. Hegael thoughtfully recalls that Muujin is the child Grandmaster Hyungwang adopted, and an image of Muujin strangling another disciple flashes in his mind. As he walked, Hegael mused that he had to ask Muujin for the secret to teaching such a foolish child. Hegael turned back to ask Muyul if he wanted to meet Muujin with him, and the boy joyfully shouted, "Yes, I'd love to." In another corridor, a disciple pointed at Muujin, who was carrying Muyul on his back, and said to Hegael, "That boy must be Muujin." Muujin was startled upon recognizing Hegael and stammered, asking why he was there, while Hegael confirmed everything was just as Muyul had described. Hegael said he had business with both Elder Hyungwang and Muujin, then told the boy to meet the elder after his meal. Muujin pondered in confusion. He understood why Hegael had business with the elder, but not why he had business with him. The scene shifted to Elder Hyungwang's residence under the twilight glow. Inside, Hegael stood silently, with a stern and somewhat worried expression. Muujin loudly greeted Elder Hyungwang, causing the old man to laugh cheerfully and praise him as a lively child. Muujin felt uneasy as Hegael kept staring at him, wondering if he had done something wrong. Elder Hyungwang cheerfully said guests were always welcome, but asked why a busy person like Hegael had come all this way. Hegael replied that he had something to discuss with Muujin, which startled Elder Hyungwang. Hegael whispered into the elder's ear, explaining that he was having difficulty teaching Muyul and had heard Muujin had helped the boy greatly. While Muujin declined Muyul's invitation to eat ants, Hegael continued to whisper that Muyul couldn't even keep up with the most basic steps of the five-animal fist, so he wanted Muujin's help. Elder Hyungwang turned to Muujin and asked him to show how he had officially joined the Shaolin Temple, which stunned Hegael when he heard Muujin call the elder grandfather. Elder Hyungwang asked if Muujin could spar with Muyul, and Muujin confidently replied that they had sparred frequently when they were novice monks in training. Muujin turned to tell Muyul to just have fun, and Muyul happily agreed while still eating ants. Hegael appeared bewildered by the phrase, "just have fun," while Elder Hyungwang merely chuckled to himself, wondering if Muujin was talking about combining training and play. Outside in the courtyard, Muujin smirked at Muyul, secretly wondering what the two elders' intentions were. From inside, Hegael crossed his arms, frowning as he thought that the phrase, "just have fun," sounded truly strange. The three elders stood silently observing, their faces filled with contemplation. Muujin watched Muyul warming up, thinking to himself that he would surely learn something if he kept observing. Muujin asked confidently, "Ready, Muyul?" And the boy replied decisively, "Of course." Muyul stomped his foot to gain momentum, then shot forward. The the boy excitedly shouted. "It's been a long time, let's have some fun." Then threw a punch towards Mujin. An explanation appeared, introducing the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist, a martial art created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, based on 5 animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. Traditional Shaolin martial arts emphasize patience and asceticism, whereas the 5 Animal Fist uses energy spontaneously and advocates freedom and unrestraint. Although this philosophy is closer to Taoism, it doesn't entirely contradict Buddhism, as its ultimate goal is liberation from all suffering and attachments. However, due to such significant differences, practitioners of the 5 Animal Fist were often considered heretics, and this martial art was only sparsely passed down. Master Hegel was revealed to be the sole successor of the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist, and tasked with preserving its legacy. Elder Hyungwang said to his attendant, "That's why he looks so anxious," which confused the young monk. He further explained that Master Hegel wanted to know if Muyul was truly suited to wield the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist. Elder Hyungwang commented on Muyul's strange, unprecedented behaviors and movements. He concluded that Master Hegel had probably thought, "What if I chose the wrong disciple and let the legacy of the 5 Animal Fist fade away?" As an image of Muyul kicking towards Mujin appeared, 2 streams of golden and red energy collided fiercely in the air. Mujin easily blocked Muyul's punch and said, "That's enough." Both grinned and high-fived, Mujin saying he was glad to get some exercise after a long time, and Muyul agreeing. Elder Hyungwang called out, "Hiegol, bring Mujin along," which made Master Hiegol gratefully thank him, while the elder said helping fellow disciples was only natural. Elder Hyungwang continued with his request. "But I want you to teach Mujin the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist as well. Teach him anything you would teach Muyul." Both Master Hegel and Mujin were stunned by this request, while Muyul in the back cheered joyfully. "Wow, so we'll be training together?" Master Hegel expressed concern, stating that the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist was different from other Shaolin martial arts, but Elder Hyungwang smiled and reassured him that it would also greatly benefit Mujin. Elder Hyungwang turned to speak with Mujin. Supported by his attendant, Elder Hyungwang reminded Mujin, "Don't forget that the true essence of things is more important than their outward appearance." Mujin looked surprised by the profound advice. As Elder Hyungwang and Master Hegel departed, Mujin stood watching them go, vowing to remember the teaching. The next day, Mujin stepped into the training courtyard. He had come to learn the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist. Muyul cheerfully said this was their first time training together after the muscle-stretching exercises, and Mujin realized it too. From a distance, Master Hegel wondered why Elder Hyungwang had asked him to teach Mujin, feeling as if he had just taken on another fool. Mujin sighed, thinking to himself that he understood Master Hegel's feelings about suddenly being asked to teach another student besides his own disciple. Mujin told Master Hegel that Elder Hyungwang used to be a very powerful monk, so he must have his own reasons for this. Master Hegel decided he would teach both of them, and Mujin and Muyul listened attentively. Master Hegel began his lecture, stating that Patriarch Bodhidharma had created the 5 Animal Fist, and asked Mujin to focus on learning. He announced that he would first teach the simplest and easiest technique, the crane form fist. Master Hegel called out a disciple named Biophion to demonstrate. Biophion stepped forward, warmed up his shoulders, and said he had received instructions from Master Hegel yesterday, then told Mujin to observe carefully. Biophion explained that this technique began with breathing and circulating qi. He closed his eyes, concentrating his inner energy. Biophion began to move, performing the movements of the crane form fist gracefully. He launched an attack, his hands forming a powerful crane's beak. Biophion launched a powerful attack, his hands mimicking a crane's beak with great force. Mujin observed intently, remarking that this martial art was distinctly different from other Shaolin martial arts. While Muyul showed immense interest, Mujin pondered, thinking that because the techniques mimicked the movements of cranes, the entire body appeared very fluid and graceful, and the 5 Animal Fist also utilized footwork, not just punches and kicks. Biophion finished his demonstration and asked the other two to follow, both responding in unison. Muyul mimicked the stance, but his movements were stiff and mechanical, like a wooden puppet. Mujin turned to ask Master Hegel sympathetically, "Master, what should we do with him?" While his master looked utterly helpless, Mujin observed Muyul from behind and analyzed that the 5 Animal Fist required suppleness and flexibility, while Muyul already had excellent body control. So, where was the problem? Mujin walked over to ask Muyul, and the boy awkwardly smiled, replying that something felt very awkward. Muyul awkwardly performed the movements while explaining that perhaps his body was hindering his movements. Mujin suddenly realized the problem upon seeing a blurry arm, thinking to himself, he remembers the stances, so why can't he link them seamlessly? Mujin turned to tell Hegel that this was why he had sought out the master yesterday, because he heard Muyul had learned martial arts from him when he first entered the temple. Watching Muyul still struggling with disjointed movements, Mujin couldn't think of a simple solution to this problem. Mujin suddenly became pensive, wondering why his grandfather had brought him here, and felt there seemed to be a deeper reason. He recalled his nighttime conversation with Elder Hyungwang, who had asked if his martial art was something he had created himself by combining various basic martial arts. In the flashback, Mujin was panting after his match with Elder Hyungwang, who was being supported by a young monk, and praised it as a good match. Elder Hyungwang warned Mujin that if he tried to increase the power of this martial art, his body would not be able to withstand it, and would soon reach its limit. An explanatory panel appeared, stating that the martial art Mujin was using was a hybrid martial art, combining concepts from various basic martial arts. The explanation continued, stating that although this method amplified energy and placed a great burden on the body, Mujin had trained a body strong enough to withstand that flow of energy. However, just as Elder Hyungwang had said, Mujin's method could only be effective to a certain extent in the martial arts world before his body reached its physical limit. Back in the present, Mujin pondered deeply, admitting the elder's words were true, and wondering what he could do to avoid stagnation. In the flashback, Elder Hyungwang thoughtfully said to Mujin, "Mujin, if it were me," he suggested Mujin should learn the Invincible Fist first, making him ask in surprise, "The Invincible Fist?" The elder explained that the Invincible Fist was the very first thing people learned, often dismissed as basic, that it came from the Invincible Scripture and contained methods for controlling power, advising Mujin to pay attention to the third, fifth, and sixth forms. Elder Hyungwang began reciting a passage from a scripture about the third form, making Mujin wonder to himself where he was reading it from. The attendant young monk interrupted him, "Grandmaster Hyungwang," making Elder Hyungwang clear his throat awkwardly. Elder Hyungwang concluded that those things would help Mujin and reminded him not to forget that the true essence of things was more important than their outward appearance. Back in the present, Mujin stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling the elder's words about the importance of true essence. Mujin suddenly had a flash of insight about the essence of the crane form fist, visualizing a crane spreading its wings and a monk mimicking that movement, realizing it was a martial art referencing the movements of cranes. As soon as he pondered the essence of the crane form fist, Mujin felt as if he had just achieved an enlightenment. Mujin turned to ask Muyul seriously, "Muyul, have you ever seen a crane?" Muyul awkwardly twisted his body while cheerfully replying, "No, I've never seen one." Muyul continued to innocently ask what a crane was and if it was something to eat, while the narration explained that the five-animal fist was created by mimicking the forms of five animals. Mujin was suddenly enlightened, muttering that he understood why Muyul, despite having a flexible body, couldn't follow the movements. Standing nearby, Byeofion asked Mujin if he meant Muyul struggled because the movements felt awkward. Mujin quickly waved his hand in denial and explained that the foundation of the crane form fist was to reference the movements of cranes. He pointed out that Muyul had tried to mimic a crane while having no idea what it looked like or how it moved. Mujin turned to Byeofion and asserted, "The problem isn't with his movements." He further explained that an animal's movement is natural, but that's because it's natural for that animal's physique. Mujin posed a profound question. Aren't we all just mimicking that with human bodies? Mujin directly asked Byeofion if he had only ever trained Muyul based on the movements taught in textbooks, leaving Byeofion stunned. Mujin explained decisively that the usual teaching method wouldn't work for Muyul, because his mind was as empty as a stone. Instead, they needed to help him form basic awareness and let his body lead the way. Hegel repeated Mujin's words thoughtfully, while Mujin asserted that Muyul couldn't learn by copying forms from textbooks. Mujin confidently declared that Muyul would be able to copy the movements of a crane by himself, leaving Byeofion astonished and skeptical. Hegel was enlightened, realizing this was why Grandmaster Hyungwang had sent Mujin here. He thought to himself that it was because Mujin's thinking was unconstrained, and at the same time questioned why he himself was so obsessed with forms and textbooks. Hegel felt remorse as he realized he had given up pursuing the true essence of the five-animal fist, only to be bound by the techniques created by Bodhidharma. After clearing his throat, Hegel admitted Mujin's words made sense, and decided that he needed to teach Muyul about cranes. Byeofion suggested showing Muyul a crane immediately, saying that fortunately, there was a habitat for them nearby. The group wondered how to bring a crane back. Then the scene shifted to the next day. Mujin opened the door and stepped in, apologizing for being late because his therapy session with Elder Hyungwang had lasted longer than expected. He entered the training ground and called out to Uncle Master Hejol, but the area was completely silent. Mujin looked around the empty training ground, wondering where everyone had gone. He loudly called out to Muyul and Uncle Master Hejol, wondering if today was a day off from training. Mujin smiled slyly and asked someone out of sight, "All right, Muyul, do you know what this is?" He peeked from behind a door, excitedly urging Muyul to look closely. A majestic red-crowned crane appeared, looking straight ahead. Hegel and Byeofion happily introduced the crane to Muyul, making the boy exclaim with delight and declare that cranes were the best. Mujin explained that this was a crane, and one of the techniques of Shaolin's five-animal fist was created based on the movements of cranes, while Hyegeol and Beofyeon together vividly demonstrated the crane fist stance. Returning to the present, Mujin walked to the training ground where Muyul was practicing martial arts, and the boy happily greeted him upon seeing his senior brother arrive. Mujin looked confusedly at Hyegeol and Beofyeon, who were whispering his name with troubled expressions. Hyegeol and Beofyeon trembled, dramatically screaming Mujin's name in horror. Muyul excitedly pointed forward and asked, "Look, isn't it exciting?" While Mujin looked dejected, secretly thinking he really didn't want to do this. Mujin, Hyegeol, and Beofyeon vividly struck a crane fist pose together, and Mujin introduced to Muyul. "Muyul, this is crane fist," making the boy exclaim in awe. "So cool." Under the starry night sky, the narration stated that from that day on, Muyul spent the next 15 days with a crane. The boy carefully observed the appearance, movements, and characteristics of the crane that Hyegeol and Beofyeon had caught, while the masters performed the crane fist movements with him. Mujin recounted that something interesting had happened, then turned to ask Muyul if he was keeping up. When Mujin called, he saw Muyul squatting by the pond, intently observing the crane. The narration explained that Muyul's crane fist was very different from Hyegeol's or Beofyeon's. As the boy stood up facing the crane, Muyul imitated the crane's movements based on his own observations and adapted them to his body, surprising the masters because it was not what they had taught. With his special animalistic instincts and flexible body, Muyul moved in perfect synchronicity with the crane. He transcended the normal range of human body movements, achieving harmony and moving like a true animal. Muyul's movements became extremely similar to a crane spreading its wings, exuding naturalness and vitality. Beofyeon's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Mujin and Hyegeol looked at their student with satisfied and proud expressions. Hyegeol called Muyul over and explained that because his movements were self-created, they were not yet solid and complete enough. The masters slowly helped him overcome that problem, with an image of Hyegeol diligently adjusting Muyul's hand posture. Hyegeol explained to Muyul that the greatest strength of Shaolin 5 Animal Fist was the natural continuity between its techniques, and he would help Muyul's crane fist achieve that. Muyul looked up at his master with sparkling eyes, as Hyegeol said that the free spirit of the 5 Animal Fist would never lead him astray. Mujin smiled and asked if Muyul could continue to follow their guidance, and the boy loudly replied, "Yes, senior brother." Mujin tightened the belt of his martial arts uniform, preparing for the next training session. Muyul happily greeted Master Hyegeol and senior brother Beofyeon after the training session. Mujin wiped his hands and declared his role here was finished, confirming with Hyegeol that he would not be coming from tomorrow. Hyegeol smiled, saying it seemed Mujin had obtained what he needed, and it was time for him to leave. Mujin respectfully performed a hand-clasped salute, thanking the masters for their guidance. Hyegeol told Muyul to see Mujin off, and the boy happily agreed immediately. As Mujin and Muyul walked away, Beofyeon worriedly asked his master if it was all right to let Mujin leave like that, but Hyegeol reassured him that there was no need to worry. Hyegeol explained with an understanding expression that from the very beginning, what Mujin needed to learn was not crane fist. While Muyul happily ran after him, calling for Mujin to wait, the narration revealed that Mujin found further training meaningless because his goal was not crane fist. The narration continued, showing a scene where Mujin had once fought other young monks, and explained that he already had his own martial arts. The current problem was how to integrate them with what he had newly learned. Upon witnessing Hyegeol instructing Muyul, Mujin gained an idea of how to achieve that integration. In his mind, Mujin envisioned combining techniques like Iron Staff Fist, Vajra Fist, Guanyin Hand, and Arhat Palm to increase power and minimize recoil. Mujin smiled as he recalled his grandfather's words that true essence was more important than outward appearance. Realizing his grandfather wanted him to discover the martial arts essence he would create, he thought to himself that what he needed was not crane fist, but the connection between techniques and how to combine different martial arts styles. Mujin continued to ponder the 5 Animal Fist, wondering how a tiger could split a rock or a dragon could exist, indicating that they were merely archetypes. He dismissed thoughts about Muyul's training, considering it the master's problem, not his own. Hyegeol told Beofyeon that he would leave first, and instructed him to tell Muyul to rest when the boy returned. Suddenly, Hyegeol and Mujin, though in different places, both paused with a synchronized surprise. Hyegeol was stunned to realize that everything seemed to be unfolding exactly according to Elder Hyunsong's plan, and wondered if he had foreseen it all. He continued to ponder, astonished that Elder Hyunsong had not only foreseen the events, but Mujin had also clearly understood what the Grandmaster wanted him to learn. Hyegeol looked up at the night sky, admiring the profound wisdom of his master, who was personified as a constellation giving a thumbs up in approval. Mujin sat in his room, thinking to himself that it had been a month since he began treating Elder Hyunsong, and though the elder's pain had eased, he was still not fully recovered. He clenched his fists, determined that this was no time for hesitation. He had to resort to special measures, even if it meant facing problems. With a resolute expression, Mujin affirmed that it was the only way now. On their way, Grandmaster Haidam and Elder Hyunggong discussed Mujin's efforts, and Haidam remarked that Elder Hyunsung looked much livelier. Grandmaster Haidam teased Elder Hyunggong about his previous threat, causing the elder to awkwardly correct himself, saying it was merely a way of encouragement. Elder Hyunggong turned away, urging them to hurry so they wouldn't be late. At Elder Hyunsung's residence, Mujin was carefully massaging the frail elder, who lay on a mat. Abbot Hyunchon entered and asked Mujin why he had summoned him here. Mujin smiled confidently, asking the abbot to wait a moment as he was almost finished, and the abbot agreed. Abbot Hyunchon suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Elder Hyunsong sat up with Mujin's help and asked if he was treating his back today, which Mujin confirmed. Abbot Hyunchon cried out in alarm, anxiously asking if Elder Hyunsong was alright moving so much. Elder Hyunsong smiled reassuringly at the abbot, saying he felt much better and was just moving a little. Abbot Hyunchon still couldn't shake off his shock, thinking to himself that for Elder Hyunsong, even moving a little was an extraordinary feat. A flashback showed Elder Hyunsong's dire condition before, bedridden like a corpse and in pain even when carried by others. In a nearby room, Abbot Hyunchon informed Grandmaster Hayadam and Elder Hyunggong that Elder Hyunsong could now sit up by himself with Mujin's help. Abbot Hyunchon emotionally confirmed the treatment's effectiveness, recalling Mujin's words that 1 month would be enough, and rejoiced that it had come true. Grandmaster Haidam admitted that he had doubted Mujin's unheard-of theories, but unexpectedly, they were truly effective. Standing outside, Mujin eavesdropped and decided he would go in and ask the elders for details as soon as they were available. Although the elders' trust rapidly increased upon seeing the improvement, Mujin was still not satisfied with the current results. Mujin stood outside with a serious expression, thinking to himself that the most crucial stage was just beginning, and he had to help the elder recover to the point where he could walk by himself. An explanation showed that Mujin had helped Elder Hyunsong with his therapy by assisting him with sit-ups to restore his abdominal strength. Mujin continued to smile as he helped Elder Hyunsong stand up and practice taking his first steps. This scene was compared to a memory of Gangyok Choi himself, in his frail body after injury, also learning to walk with the help of a physical therapist. The narration explained that although Elder Hyunsung's joints and ligaments had partially recovered, relying on others to move for decades had caused severe atrophy of all his body muscles. A comparative image of normal and atrophied muscles appeared, and Mujin assessed that continuing therapy in this condition would be futile. He needed to help the elder rapidly build muscle. With a determined expression, Mujin concluded that there was only one way to do it. Mujin opened the room door, announced his presence, and said he had something to discuss with the elders regarding Elder Hyunsong's treatment. Elders Hyunchon, Hyunggong, and Hayadam sat around the table looking worried, asking if there was a problem, given that Elder Hyunchong's health had improved and he could move by himself. Mujin explained that it was currently fine, but there was a problem in the subsequent treatment process, and Elder Hyunggong asked him to clarify what that problem was. Mujin began to explain that the cartilage in Elder Hyunsong's joints had severely degenerated due to age, and normally, muscles needed to be developed to support the cartilage. He continued to point out the dilemma. If Elder Hyunsong exercised to build muscle in his current frail state, he could put too much pressure on his joints and risk injury. Elder Hyunggong and Grandmaster Haedam listened thoughtfully, and Hyunggong guessed that Mujin must have brought up this problem, because he already had a solution. Mujin raised his head resolutely upon hearing another elder's voice, encouraging him to speak his mind freely, as what he had accomplished was already remarkable. With a solemn expression, Mujin listened as the elders affirmed they would trust and listen to his solution without a shred of doubt. Mujin's eyes shone with determination as he prepared to present a groundbreaking proposal. Mujin boldly declared his solution. He must eat meat, leaving the elders sitting opposite him stunned in astonishment. The elders shouted in unison, "Meat?" While the narration explained that the necessity of meat for muscle building remained a controversial topic even in modern times. In a flashback, Gangyok Choi explained that while vegetarians can have healthy bodies, building muscle solely with a plant-based diet requires very complex conditions. A comparative chart of animal and plant protein appeared, explaining that while both are composed of amino acids, the amount of protein absorbed by the body is the most crucial factor. Mujin explained that for Elder Hyunsung, who was old and frail and unable to eat much, protein from meat was necessary. Elder Hyunsung frowned in thought about eating meat, a taboo at the Shaolin Temple with its 1,000-year history. Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall, and Grandmaster Haidam slammed the table and roared, scolding Mujin for his insolence in daring to mention eating meat in the temple. Mujin clutched his head in endurance, thinking to himself that their reaction was even more intense than usual, and he had anticipated this. Abbot Hyunchon questioned Mujin, pointing out that he himself had achieved a strong physique without eating meat. Mujin was flustered, briefly recalling the scene of Mu Yul and his fellow young monk secretly eating chicken, and he awkwardly admitted, "That's right." He explained that while meat could be replaced with beans and mushrooms, they couldn't compare, but the abbot argued that eating good quality ones would suffice. Mujin asserted that the elder's situation was completely different from his and Biopgang's because they were still young, whereas time was a luxury for him. He bowed his head and asked about the reason for the meat prohibition, then answered himself that it was to cultivate one's mind and character and overcome worldly desires. Mujin looked up with a fierce expression, arguing that such a cultivation method was meaningless for someone whose body could not endure it, and asked if Buddhist teachings sought death through asceticism. Memories of his deceased grandfather's smile and his funeral portrait flooded back, making Mujin determined not to let that tragedy repeat itself. He shouted, questioning whether letting someone die by adhering to precepts went against the precept of not taking life. Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall, was so angry that his spectacle lenses seemed to crack. Grandmaster Hidam also showed astonishment at Mujin's bold argument. Hyunggong, the head of the disciplinary hall, exuded killing intent, threatening Mujin for being too arrogant and daring to discuss Buddhist teachings in front of him. A hand unexpectedly placed on the head of the disciplinary hall's shoulder, and a voice rang out, asking him to calm down. The one who intervened was Abbot Hyunchun, who firmly held the shoulder of the enraged head of the disciplinary hall. With just a grip on the shoulder, the abbot neutralized the entire surge of angry energy from the head of the disciplinary hall, astonishing Mujin. The abbot turned to tell Grandmaster Hidam that what Mujin said also made sense, surprising the Grandmaster. Abbot Hyunchun looked directly at Mujin and asked him to explain why meat helps build muscle, showing that he was willing to listen. Mujin thought to himself in confusion, realizing he could easily explain it using modern terms like protein, but knew that the people here wouldn't understand. With a determined expression, Mujin decided to explain it differently, and began by asking about the concept of reincarnation. He used the imagery of the water cycle and the food chain to illustrate that all things in this world undergo reincarnation, and humans need to consume animal meat for their bodies to develop. Mujin continued to argue that just as birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws, humans eating meat to survive cannot be considered a sin. He eloquently concluded that in the eyes of nature, humans are also just animals, so eating other animals to develop one's own muscles is inevitable. Abbot Hyunchun listened in silence, his white beard trembling slightly. After a period of contemplation, the abbot let out a sigh. Grandmaster Hidam and the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, stood behind, observing in silence with stern expressions. Abbot Hyunchun spoke up, admitting Mujin's words made sense but lacked concrete evidence, and therefore he could not go against the Shaolin Temple's 1,000-year-old precepts. Mujin was about to retort, but the abbot raised his hand to stop him. The abbot solemnly declared that turning their backs on Grandmaster Hyungwang, who sacrificed his life to protect Shaolin, was something that could never happen. The image of Elder Hyunsong fighting the demonic cult alone appeared in the abbot's mind. The abbot turned to the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, and told him to change the Shaolin Temple's precepts under the authority of the abbot's treasure, the Jade Green Staff. Grandmaster Hidam and the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, were stunned, and Hidam stammered, "Abbot?" Abbot Hyunchun solemnly declared that he would add an exception to the Shaolin Temple's precepts to allow the sick to eat meat for treatment purposes. Both Grandmaster Hyedam and the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, gaped in astonishment at this shocking decision. Mujin broke into a radiant smile, thinking joyfully to himself, "I did it." The abbot continued, saying that there was a way for Grandmaster Hyungwang to eat meat without breaking the rules. He could eat the meat and then receive punishment. Mujin immediately looked directly at the abbot, asking what the punishment was, and firmly declared, "I will accept the punishment on his behalf." Abbot Hyunchun announced the punishment was a month of wall gazing, and asked Mujin, who had previously endured 7 days, if he would accept a longer punishment this time. Abbot Hyunchun pointed towards Mujin, while Grandmaster Hyedam and the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, watched in silence. Mujin thought to himself about the 1-month wall-gazing punishment, then firmly declared, "I will." With a resolute gaze, Mujin solemnly declared, "Please accept it. It's nothing at all." Grandmaster Hyedam, stunned, asked the abbot again, suggesting that this was not a matter of what should or should not be done. As the temple bells rang out at dusk, the meeting concluded. The next day, at Elder Hyunsong's residence, a young attendant monk reported the events of the previous night. Abbot Hyunchun told Elder Hyunsong that he intended to bet on Mujin for the future generation of the Shaolin Temple. The abbot pondered, thinking that perhaps it was precisely due to their stubborn adherence to the precepts that the Shaolin Temple had gone astray for the past 1,000 years. He blamed himself, saying that he could only become abbot because Elder Hyunsong was injured, and with limited ability, he only knew how to maintain tradition, causing Shaolin to lose its title as the foremost under heaven. Abbot Hyunchun sadly admitted that his own incompetence had caused the Shaolin Temple to lose its former glory. Elder Hyunsong replied with a melancholic expression, admitting that change was not always good. The abbot explained that this was why he chose Mujin, believing that the boy would bring a positive wave of change. With a resolute gaze, Abbot Hyuncheon affirmed that he wanted to continue to trust Mujin. The abbot called Mujin inside, and the boy immediately responded. Mujin entered, carrying a tray of food, and Elder Hyunsong immediately sensed something unusual. The dish Mujin brought was a steaming bowl of porridge, clearly containing meat. Elder Hyunsong exclaimed in surprise, "Mujin, that's..." Realizing the bowl of porridge contained some meat, as he hadn't eaten meat in decades. Elder Hyunsong bowed his head, immersed in tormented and awkward silence. After a moment of thought, Elder Hyunsong raised his head with a resolute gaze, deciding to accept it. Elder Hyunsong recalled the abbot's regretful and determined gaze and Mujin's fervent shouts. He understood that he had to accept it because of their sacrifice. After praying, Elder Hyunsong ate meat for the first time under the care of Byopcheon and another young monk. For 7 days, Mujin instructed Byopcheon on the treatment procedure, including the use of a wooden roller tool. Once Byopcheon had memorized everything, Elder Hyunsong was able to easily eat unseasoned boiled meat by himself. Thanks to Mujin's treatment method and the effects of the meat, Elder Hyunsong's condition showed significant improvement, evidenced by the warm flow of internal energy emanating from his body. On the appointed day, Mujin began his wall-gazing punishment, heavily trudging into the forest under the moonlight. Mujin thought to himself that he really didn't want to return to this place, but he couldn't do otherwise as it was an order from his superiors. He stood before the cave entrance, recalling his previous punishment, and reminded himself that this time the punishment would last a month. Mujin regretfully thought that he had originally intended to train, hunt, and eat meat alone, like Bear Grylls. Suddenly, Abbot Hyuncheon appeared behind him and urged Mujin, "Let's go inside," startling him and making him wonder why the abbot was there. In a brief flashback, Abbot Hyuncheon declared before the senior monks that he knew this was not a matter of what should or should not be done. The abbot solemnly declared that he would also accept the punishment the disciplinary hall had for Mujin. Mujin was utterly stunned, asking if the abbot would endure the wall-gazing punishment with him, and the abbot calmly confirmed. Back in the present, Mujin broke out in a cold sweat inside the cave, recalling the abbot's words that he would do so to change a temple rule, and secretly lamented, "I'm doomed." Inside the cave, Abbot Hyuncheon immediately sat in the lotus position and began chanting sutras, making Mujin not dare to move. The abbot continued chanting, and Mujin felt that his chanting seemed strangely jumbled. Mujin listened in silence with a pensive expression, trying to analyze what was happening. Suddenly, Mujin realized something and wondered, "Wait, is chanting allowed?" He recalled when he studied the scriptures, he had been angry, thinking that chanting was meaningless, and realized the abbot was deliberately jumbling the sutras. As he listened intently, Mujin realized the abbot was reciting the sutras he knew, from the Diamond Sutra to the Lotus Sutra, in a specific order. Finally, Mujin had an epiphany when he realized the sutras were being chanted in the exact order of the martial arts techniques he had learned. After realizing the abbot's intention, Mujin focused even more intensely, stringing together the chanting words and visualizing the flow of martial arts in his mind. He began his mental training process. He linked the chanting words with techniques, from straight punches to sweeping kicks, but felt something was off and thought of inserting another technique in between. After 30 minutes of mental training, Mujin began to tremble from holding back. He gritted his teeth, yearning to practice the moves he was imagining, as merely visualizing was not enough. However, he glanced at the abbot and hesitated, telling himself he was being punished and couldn't stand up. As the abbot continued chanting, Mujin suddenly realized there was a certain rhythm in his words. He wondered if the abbot was doing it on purpose and why, as the familiar scriptures resonated. Deciding to take a gamble, Mujin placed his hands on the ground and stood up, thinking he had nothing to lose. He moved behind the abbot's back, while the abbot continued chanting the familiar scriptures. Seeing that the abbot didn't budge, even though he clearly knew Mujin had moved, Mujin smiled and became certain of his speculation. He suddenly realized, he had arranged everything so I could practice. Mujin began to practice, starting with the straight punch of the chain punch technique. He followed with the 21st move of the peerless fist, and ended the sequence of moves with a high kick from the swift wind sweeping leg kick. Mujin panted, realizing that thanks to the rhythm in the abbot's chanting, he could perform the techniques more easily. However, he wondered why the abbot kept repeating the same scripture and felt something was off in his tone, wondering if he had done something wrong. He decided to try again, and that was how the secret training session between Mujin and the abbot began. When Mujin performed a move incorrectly, the abbot would clear his throat loudly or use a higher tone when chanting to signal. Conversely, for the parts he performed correctly, he would chant calmly or just clear his throat softly. Mujin realized that the most suitable combinations of footwork and stances had been embedded within the scriptures. He synchronized his sequence of movements and speed with the rhythm of the chanting, feeling as if he was achieving a perfect combo under the abbot's assessment. The secret training continued until sunset. After stopping, Mujin secretly wondered, but why is he training me? The abbot thought to himself that treating Elder Hyunsong had taken up a lot of his time. He recalled Mujin diligently treating Elder Hyunsong and felt he couldn't let him waste another month of training. The abbot was determined to make up for all the training time Mujin had missed. Suddenly, the abbot cleared his throat loudly to warn, and a figure appeared from behind the rock. The newcomer was Byopjun, who approached with a cloth bag on his shoulder. Byopjun placed the dried rations and 2 water tubes on the ground and offered, "Please have your meal." After delivering the food, Byopjun quietly left with the abbot. Mujin sighed in relief, secretly thinking he was almost caught training because he hadn't sensed the presence of a martial arts master. He looked at the abbot and was certain he was intentionally training him after being warned by the cough. Feeling he couldn't endure it any longer, Mujin placed his hands on the ground and resolved, "I have to go outside." The abbot watched Mujin's retreating back and thought he must be yearning to train in a more spacious area. He secretly permitted, "All right, go outside and train then," completely unaware of Mujin's true intention. In reality, Mujin didn't go out to train, but to search for protein. He was talking to a baby rabbit. Meanwhile, in Elder Hyunsong's room, Byopjin exclaimed in surprise upon realizing his master's change. Elder Hyunsong was lifting weights. His physical condition had significantly improved thanks to adding meat to his diet as suggested by Mujin. His body, once weak and lacking muscle, now began to develop again in many areas. Byopjin mused as he recalled Elder Hyunsong, who once had to lean on him to walk, now able to move on his own thanks to his recovered muscles. Byopjin turned to the attendant accompanying him and said it was time. He would go prepare lunch. Elder Hyunsong sat alone, silently watching Byopjin leave. After the door closed, Elder Hyunsong remained silent in the room. Elder Hyunsong stood up, feeling his changed body, and thought it was all due to his stubbornness. He walked and pondered the abbot's words, who had blamed himself for adhering too strictly to tradition, and even said that if the elder had become the abbot, Shaolin Temple would have been different. He stepped outside and thought he hadn't agreed before, but now understood why the abbot blamed himself so much. Standing in the temple courtyard, Elder Hyunsong realized he was no different from the abbot. Looking over the entire temple, he blamed himself, thinking it was all due to his own foolishness. In a flashback, Elder Hyunsong recalled teaching his junior monks that the meaning of the precepts was more important than the precepts themselves, and now he found himself truly ridiculous. Standing in the rain, he thought that he once couldn't walk on his own, and now, having just recovered, he realized something. He wondered why they chose to endure suffering just to preserve the traditions of Shaolin Temple. Memories flooded back of him fighting alone against the demonic cult's special forces, then losing all his martial arts and becoming a cripple. He recalled always telling his worried junior monks it was fine, like the young abbot Hyunchon, while they grieved for him, but deep down, he had completely collapsed and sunk into despair. He reminisced about the time he spent studying scriptures, when he was a genius, knowledgeable in both martial arts and Buddhist teachings. But after his energy core was shattered, his heart became bitter, and he could no longer absorb those principles. Returning to the present, Elder Hyunseong looked up at the rainy sky with an enlightened expression and thought to himself, "I understand now. I was just being stubborn." He stood on the rock outcrop looking down at the temple and realized that even if the place he stood disappeared, this scenery would still exist in his mind. A line of scripture appeared in the rain, speaking of the relationship between form and emptiness. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Elder Hyunsong closed his eyes, sinking deep into meditation amidst the rain. He continued to ponder that emotions, perceptions, mental constructs, and consciousness all follow similar laws. He resolved to combine his existing understanding with his heart transformed after enlightenment. While images of his past and present self appeared, Elder Hyunsong realized he had achieved ultimate, perfect enlightenment. He contemplated the countless energies in heaven and earth, and wondered how his small body could contain them all, while images of his disciples caring for him came to mind. In a corridor of the Shaolin Temple, the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, walked through the rain. Suddenly, Elder Hyunggong felt a strange surge of energy and exclaimed in surprise, "That energy?" A powerful stream of energy swept across the temple courtyard, creating a long streak on the wet ground. Elder Hyunggong used his lightness skill, astonished to realize it was Grandmaster Hyungwang's energy, but felt something different, along with an unprecedented flow of energy. He looked towards the rocky outcrop, where a golden aura was shining, and wondered if it was. Elder Hyunggong rushed across the temple courtyard, passing the young monks sheltering from the rain. With a panicked expression, he thought to himself, "Wait." Looking up at the rocky outcrop, Elder Hyunggong realized Grandmaster Hyunsung's energy was erupting, and wondered in horror if he was achieving perfect enlightenment right at this moment. Elder Hyunsung sat in meditation, his entire body enveloped by a brilliant golden pillar of energy. A gigantic pillar of light shot straight from the rocky outcrop into the sky, piercing through the storm clouds, terrifying the young monks below. The pillar of light dispelled the dark clouds, revealing a clear blue sky amidst the storm. The young monks standing in the courtyard were astonished to see the rain had stopped and recognized the familiar energy flow. That light. Beopgang and the other junior monks were certain it was Grandmaster Hyungwang's energy. A powerful aura to the extent that even those unfamiliar with sensing it recognized it. They felt the energy flow, dazzling yet warm and benevolent. Something transcendent, yet not at all frightening. Elder Hyunsong's hands came together in a prayer posture. A small orb of light formed between his palms as his honorific name, Hyungwang, was mentioned. The Shaolin monks clasped their hands in prayer, chanting as they witnessed someone achieve nirvana. The head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, knelt down, emotionally asking if the Grandmaster had finally achieved enlightenment. Elder Hyunsong floated in the pillar of light energy, officially achieving enlightenment. With a serene expression, Elder Hyunsong smiled and thought that what he knew in his mind had finally touched his heart. The head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, was stunned by this sight. He wondered to himself, "But if you have achieved nirvana, why have you not yet become a Buddha?" Elder Hyunsong explained that he still had unresolved issues, and that achieving nirvana was thanks to Mujin. Elder Hyunsong walked among the bowing monks and asked where Mujin was. A monk, Beopjin, replied that it had been 18 days since Mujin began his wall-gazing penance with the abbot. Elder Hyunsong's eyes flashed with angry red, and he growled, "I don't like that." The head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, and the other monks were startled by his sudden change in demeanor. Beopjin rushed to a cave and said he didn't like this at all. Beopjin called out loudly to the abbot and Mujin, demanding they end their wall-gazing penance and return. Inside the cave, Abbot Hyunchan showed annoyance, saying there were still 10 days left. While Beopjin was flustered, not knowing what to say, the abbot turned his back and asked, "What?" Displeased at being disturbed, Abbot Hyunchon sternly asked who dared to force them to stop when they were undergoing their penance according to proper rites. Beopjin was scared but still shouted that this was Grandmaster Hyungwang's order, astonishing both the abbot and Mujin. Mujin was stunned, thinking to himself if something had happened to his grandfather. Elder Hyunsong sat in a building, smiling, and said that he could hear them without them needing to speak loudly. Someone asked why he was eating that dish, and Elder Hyunsong replied that he heard it was good for the body, so he just wanted to try it. Elder Hyunsong explained that it was the monks themselves who had changed the precepts due to his frail body, and wondered if someone about to enter nirvana needed to nourish their body. While walking with Beopjan and another young monk, Elder Hyunsong smiled and asked, "It sounds like you disapprove of me eating this, don't you?" Making Beopjan awkwardly reply, "That's not it, sir." Elder Hyunsong thought to himself, teasing that must be why the abbot locked Mujin in the cold cave, making the already confused Mujin even more flustered. Beopjin announced that Mujin and the abbot had arrived, while Mujin thought to himself that the atmosphere seemed fine, and the elder's voice sounded quite cheerful. Mujin told the abbot that perhaps they had worried in vain, as he thought something had happened when they were urgently called back. Mujin decided to go in first, still wondering why the surrounding atmosphere was so good while he felt something was amiss. As soon as they entered the room, both Mujin and the abbot froze, horrified by a strong scent that assailed their noses. Before their eyes was a lavish feast with grilled meat, fish, and other savory dishes, while Elder Hyunsong happily said that he never expected to enjoy such wonderful pleasures in life. Elder Hyunsong declared he would not easily give up these delicacies to become a Buddha, and asked if the head of the disciplinary hall agreed. Elder Hyunsong sat down at the feast table, telling the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, that he would say no more, and cheerfully invited Mujin to come in quickly. Mujin and the abbot stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment at the unbelievable sight. Mujin clutched his head, screaming in his mind, completely unable to understand what was happening. Elder Hyunsong confidently gave a thumbs up, declaring, "I am nourishing my body." Mujin angrily gritted his teeth, while the head of the disciplinary hall, Hyunggong, frantically explained that it was Grandmaster Hyunsong himself who wanted to eat all these things, and he hadn't eaten any. Elder Hyunsong flexed his visibly firmer biceps, saying that even though he hadn't exercised much recently, the effects of eating meat were clearly evident. With a benevolent expression, he explained that he couldn't keep those who had made great contributions locked in the cave, so he had asked them to return. Mujin decided to leave to train, while the abbot tried to talk to the head of the disciplinary hall. Elder Hyunseong called out to Mujin. Afterwards, Muyul explained to an annoyed Mujin that the elder was on the verge of nirvana but couldn't forget the taste of meat. Muyul happily announced the good news that he had brought back the equipment Mujin requested from the Arhat Hall leader. Muyul excitedly told Mujin that from now on, he could train his strength here. Mujin thought to himself, "I never expected to see such a sight at Shaolin Temple in this day and age," as he watched the other monks enthusiastically train with stone weights. Mujin excitedly told Muyul that there were some pieces of equipment that people didn't know how to use yet, and he would show them how to use them. He recalled the modern gym from his previous life, and thought to himself that even though this place couldn't compare, it still brought back old memories. Returning to reality, Mujin looked at a muscular monk who was training, and thought that this was truly a place where one used muscle, iron, and sweat to forge the body. A young monk with a mohawk wondered how to use the new equipment, and another told him to ask Mujin when he arrived. Mugung stood with his arms crossed, watching, and asked Muyul if he had seen Mugyung. Just as Muyul spotted Mujin approaching, Muyul and another young monk happily ran to greet Mujin, while Mugung loudly asked if he had just been released from prison, making Mujin shout in protest, "Don't call it a prison." Mujin grabbed Mugung's shaved head, praised it, saying, "Not bad," then asked about a piece of training equipment he had just seen upon arriving. He pointed to a large wooden wheel covered in rubber and explained that it was called a rubber wheel. Mujin squatted beside the wheel, grinned widely, and told Mugung and Muyul to pay close attention to how to use it. He explained that the wheel's structure consisted of a steel and wooden frame, with molten rubber covering the outside, and said that this was enough to perform that exercise. Mugung and Muyul watched intently, Mugung letting out a soft groan of anticipation. Mujin flexed his arms, his veins bulging as he gathered his strength to lift the wheel. He powerfully flipped the giant wheel and explained that the tire flip exercise involved repeating this motion. The heavy tire crashed to the ground, creating a loud thud. Mujin proudly stated that this tire weighed about 150 kilograms, and this exercise could train the entire body as well as teach proper power distribution. Mujin turned to challenge Mugung to try it, which made Mugung snort in response. "Humph, do you think I can't do it?" As Mugung prepared to perform, Mujin playfully warned that he would tap Mugung's head 10 times if he used internal energy, which made Mugung angrily retort, "Do I look like the type of person who would cheat?" Suddenly, the young monk with extraordinary strength ran over to call Mujin and asked what everyone was doing. The young monk easily rolled the heavy tire like a toy while running and innocently explained, "I didn't know what this was, so I was just playing with it. Is it okay to use it like this?" Mujin was astonished to see Muyul easily jump onto a 3-meter-high horizontal bar. Mujin secretly admired Muyul's flexibility, thinking that he deserved to be a successor of the snake-style fist, as he moved freely on the bar as if he had been familiar with it for a long time. Watching Muyul's movements, Mujin was reminded of a monkey's movements, and wondered if monkey-style fist existed alongside other martial arts. Hanging upside down from the bar, Muyul cheerfully asked, "Mujin, am I using this correctly?" Mujin gave a thumbs up in approval and thought that perhaps in the future, Muyul would create a new martial art. Besides the horizontal bar and tires, there were also many new pieces of equipment, like kettlebells and dumbbells made from wood and stone. Mujin looked at the new equipment with satisfaction, thinking that they were mainly used in CrossFit and that this was more than enough. With his muscular back glowing with internal energy, Mujin was determined to increase his strength while maintaining flexibility, avoiding blindly training only muscles, which would hinder martial arts. Looking at the new training area, Mujin excitedly thought about building a career at Shaolin Temple, becoming a martial arts master, and seeing the end of the novel. Under the moonlight, Mujin told Elder Hyunseong that he wanted to use the new equipment to help him with therapy, and the elder confirmed that these were the items he had requested from the Arhat Hall leader. Mujin held up a long roller and called it the Reform Roller, which made Elder Hyunsung curiously ask how to use it. He explained that in modern times, it was called a foam roller, made from wood and leather, and was a Pilates tool used for muscle stretching by rolling the body over it. Mujin instructed him to place the roller under his shoulder blades, ribs, thighs, calves, and armpits, then roll back and forth, after which he invited Elder Hyunsung to try it. Elder Hyunsung screamed in pain as he rolled a small ball under his thigh, and Mujin quickly reminded him to stay mentally alert during the therapy. After the pain subsided, the elder sat up and listened to Mujin explain that it would be painful because his muscles were stiff, but if done regularly, the muscles would soften and the body would feel lighter. Elder Hyunsung smiled meaningfully, declaring that he wanted to introduce this method to everyone because the Shaolin disciples had endured too many unnecessary hardships, which made Mujin panic, thinking that he was acting like a traitor. Putting that aside, Elder Hyunsung turned to ask Mujin about his martial arts training. Mujin circulated his internal energy. A red internal energy aura emanated around him, and the elder remarked that his energy was much more stable than before. Mujin laughed loudly and scratched his head, thinking that all his thoughts and training efforts had finally paid off. Elder Hyunsung silently watched him with a thoughtful gaze. Seeing the elder lie down and start rummaging in his robe pocket, Mujin worriedly thought, "I knew it." Elder Hyunsung handed Mujin a map and a letter, saying that he had prepared these for him, which surprised Mujin. Mujin recalled the time he learned the 5 animal forms, where he had learned the connection and combination of techniques. Elder Hyunsung smiled mysteriously, saying that this speed would also greatly help Mujin, which made him secretly think that the elder's personality had changed. Taking a sip of wine from his gourd, Elder Hyunsung ambiguously said that Mujin would know for himself once he arrived. In a flashback, a young monk lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, begging young Elder Hyunsung to go easy on him. Young Elder Hyunsung, sitting on the backs of other monks and drinking wine, loudly scolded that going easy was just laziness, which made the monk beneath him secretly think that the elder himself was the lazy one. A man with a wild and crazed smile was introduced as Haiguan, the leader of the demon extermination squad. A panel showed Mujin meditating, with his internal energy more stable than before, thanks to his training sessions. After receiving the letter from Elder Hyunsung, Mujin headed towards his next training location, the Demon Extermination Squad. Mujin walked, panting, feeling a little anxious about this training session because He Guan was in charge. He recalled meeting He Guan during the entrance examination, and had realized that he was no ordinary person. Mujin stood before a large gate inscribed with the characters Shaolin Mountain, wondering what kind of person He Guan was. Inside, a group of monks dressed in black were training enthusiastically, and a voice shouted, demanding that they put more spirit into it. He Guan appeared with a darkened face and bloodshot eyes, smiling sinisterly and threatening to eat them all if they didn't do it right. The monks of the Demon Extermination Squad screamed in terror and simultaneously charged to attack He Guan. He Guan casually tossed his wine gourd into the air. He easily dodged a punch and grabbed a monk's head. He Guan used his hand to block one person's punch and simultaneously delivered a punch to another's face. He leaped into the air, spun his staff, and shouted, demanding that the disciples attack more uniquely. He Guan landed on the ground and forcefully struck a monk's nape with his staff. A member of the Demon Extermination Squad tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, while He Guan smirked. He Guan reacted with lightning speed, extending his hand to block the sudden attack. He easily dodged the blow by ducking low, causing the monk to lose balance and lunge over his head. The monk was stunned to find he had missed and was horrified to realize He Guan's staff was lunging up from below. He gritted his teeth and endured the blow as the tip of the staff struck hard against his chin. He Guan spun around, unleashing a flurry of continuous staff strikes against another monk. He burst into maniacal laughter amidst the battle. The entire Demon Extermination Squad was simultaneously struck by the precise attacks. After taking them all down, He Guan picked up a jug of wine. Looking at the disciples sprawled across the ground, he said with a dejected look, "This won't do. I suppose you'll have to boil and eat all of you." Suddenly, Mugyong sprang up, his eyes and body glowing with a blue aura, and unleashed the 18 Arhat palms, surprising He Guan. Mugyong punched the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, and casually said, "Whoops." He Guan somersaulted backward to dodge the attack, calmly stating that was all it took to evade it. He landed on the ground and swung his staff to counterattack with a provocative smile. The staff struck directly into Mugyong's stomach, making him cry out in pain to the horror of a fellow disciple. As Mugyong collapsed, He Guan stood watching and said, "It seems you've lost control of your madness again, Mugyong. Depending on your performance, I might just eat you." A squad member approached to report, "Master, Mujin has brought this letter." He Guan turned around, looking intrigued. "Oh, Mujin has arrived?" Mujin greeted respectfully with clasped hands. "Greetings, Senior Uncle He Guan. I am Mujin, a third-rank disciple?" He Guan puffed out his cheeks, staring blankly at Mujin's mohawk hairstyle. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter, pointed at Mujin and shouted, "Ha ha ha, what kind of hairstyle is that?" While Mujin secretly thought it had been a long time since he'd received such a reaction, a Demon Extermination Squad member handed the letter to He Guan and confirmed that the superiors had permitted Mujin's hairstyle, at least for now. He Guan scanned the letter, remarking that the superiors had requested him to help train Mujin, and wondering why he was released from his wall-gazing penance so early. He Guan turned to ask Mujin if he knew what was written in the letter, and Mujin replied that he hadn't read it. With a sly grin, He Guan announced that the letter stated he could train Mujin in his own way, and asked, "Do you know how I train others?" Mujin anxiously looked at the other members sprawled on the ground, while Mugyong whispered a welcome to him, and He Guan confirmed that was indeed the result. He Guan simply explained that his method involved sparring matches very similar to real combat. He went on to explain that the Demon Extermination Squad exists to deal with evil beings, illustrating with an image of a demonic foe standing on a fiery battlefield, facing the shadowy figures of enemies. He Guan said that they fight to kill, and if we're not serious, he finished with a ruthless expression, "We will be the ones to die," and warned Mujin there would be no exceptions, even if he was sent by Grandmaster Hyungwang. Mujin was just about to boldly accept the training when suddenly a staff swung straight at his face. He Guan attacked by surprise, shouting that there was no need for more talk, and ordering Mujin to join immediately. Shocked, Mujin shouted how he could attack so suddenly. But He Guan only retorted, "Do you think the enemy will wait for you?" Mujin gritted his teeth, channeled his power, making his arm glow with a red light, and roared, "In that case, I'll attack seriously." Mujin threw a powerful punch, but He Guan easily blocked it, remarking that his strength and speed were formidable but still not enough. He Guan showed surprise and delight, realizing Mujin had learned Iron Shirt. "Oh? You've learned Iron Shirt?" Mujin clenched his teeth tightly, bracing himself to endure after barely managing to use Iron Shirt to protect his face in time. A series of Mujin's continuous attacks were unleashed, but He Guan calmly dodged them and remarked that the flow of his techniques wasn't bad. Haiguan suddenly threw a handful of sand into Mujin's eyes and said that his techniques were still not refined enough for real combat. Mujin clutched his face, crying out in pain, and demanded, You threw sand at me? That's cheating. But Haiguan replied that enemies would use even dirtier tricks. Haiguan swung his staff to attack, asking if Mujin would only cry and complain every time that happened, or if he intended to always act like a coward. Haiguan looked at Mujin and thought to himself that that hairstyle looked ridiculous and he couldn't believe the head of the disciplinary hall had accepted it. After 4 hours of training, Haiguan noticed Mujin's persistence and thought he'd do something with Mugyeong's hair when it grew out, because he wanted to experiment with other people's hairstyles. Haiguan recalled that he had continuously attacked weaknesses and used all sorts of dirty tricks, but Mujin hadn't complained a single word. Drinking wine. Haiguan chuckled with delight, thinking that Mujin was revealing fewer and fewer weaknesses and training him would be very interesting. Even though women usually disliked such persistent types, Mujin panted, then smirked in reply. Hey, so you must be very popular, right? Haiguan announced a 15-minute break, and immediately Mujin and the other members of the demon extermination squad collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Lying face down on the ground, Mujin looked exhausted, but his eyes were still wide open, alert, and vigilant. Haiguan called Mugyeong, asking how long he intended to pretend to be unconscious, startling Mugyeong into surprise. Huh? How did you know? Mugyeong scrambled to his feet and explained that he was waiting for an opportunity for Haiguan to let his guard down, and Haiguan praised it as not a bad idea. Mujin gritted his teeth, thinking that he had trained very hard but still couldn't land a single blow, and through this beating, he had realized what he was still lacking. Large text appeared, highlighting his biggest problem. Mujin realized his biggest problem was a lack of real combat experience. Mujin turned to Mugyeong, who was sprawled on the ground, and said, Let's make a plan together, reminding him that Haiguan had told them to act like cowards. A demon extermination squad member ran over to report that the head of the administration hall had arrived, annoying Haiguan. While Mujin whispered to Mugyeong that he had a good idea, Haiguan grumbled irritably. Why does the head of the administration hall have to personally come here just to discuss distributing supplies? His food and wine are all we need. The disciple explained that the guest hadn't come alone, and in the background, Mujin asserted to Mugyeong that they absolutely had to land a hit on that drunken monk. Mujin thought to himself that no matter how strong Haiguan was, he would surely reveal a weakness. The problem was how to create that weakness. Mujin got into a ready stance, telling Mugyeong they didn't need to create a weakness because he had a secret plan, and instructed Mugyeong to punch Haiguan when he charged forward. Mugyeong looked skeptical, thinking that plan wouldn't work against someone as monstrously strong, but Mujin gave a resolute thumbs up. No, it will definitely succeed. Mujin explained the plan would succeed if Haiguan still had a shred of gratitude, leaving Mugyeong bewildered and confused. While the disciple was flustered when asked who had accompanied the head of the administration hall, Haiguan grabbed a member of the demon extermination squad and snapped. Is there a problem with me visiting? A voice echoed, wondering if he wasn't allowed here, or had been long forgotten. Elder Hyunsong, gaunt yet full of dignity, appeared at the gate and said that while he was fine, he was a little sad. Haiguan. Haiguan was stunned, stammering the elder's name in disbelief. Grandmaster Hyungwang? Haiguan was utterly astonished to realize the elder was standing on his own. Immediately, Haiguan rushed forward and loudly shouted his greeting. Greetings, Grandmaster Hyungwang. A member of the demon extermination squad watched, exclaiming in surprise that he had never seen Haiguan act like that, not even with the abbot. Mujin observed from a distance, smirking to himself that it was natural, as a rebel like him would never bow to anyone. Seeing Haiguan rush over like that, Mujin turned to Mugyeong and said their secret plan was beginning. Mujin smiled confidently, thinking to himself that he understood that feeling better than anyone. In a flashback, Mujin asked Elder Hyunsong about Haiguan, whom he found somewhat dangerous, and the elder merely laughed heartily. The elder handed Mujin a piece of paper and said it was time for him to visit Haiguan, whom he regarded as a little puppy. Mujin remarked that the elder seemed to understand Haiguan very well, and he explained that in the past, Haiguan used to follow him around. Elder Hyunsong stroked his beard, revealing an important truth from the past. I saved his life. Back in the present, Mujin began to run, thinking to himself that he didn't care how childish Haiguan had acted in the past. Mujin watched Haiguan's back as he rushed towards the elder and thought, now you're running to your grandfather. A memory flooded back, showing young Gangyok happily running towards his grandparents. The image of Haiguan emotionally inquiring about the elder's health intertwined with the memory of young Mujin showing his grandfather a stag beetle. Mujin suddenly stopped, recalling a moment identical to the past. The memory showed young Mujin stumbling while running, signaling something unforeseen. In the memory, Mujin's grandparents panicked when they saw him stumble, and he thought to himself that such excitement would surely create an opening. Elder Hyunsong and a senior monk were sitting, observing the demon extermination squad's training session. That opening was the perfect opportunity for Haiguan and his squad to launch an attack in a simulated scenario. A close-up of Haiguan's determined eyes as he led the assault. 2 members of the demon extermination squad unleashed powerful techniques and shouted, "Didn't you tell us to act cowardly? Take a blow from us?" The moment young Mujin stumbled and lost, his guard reappeared, symbolizing carelessness in combat. 2 squad members simultaneously attacked Haiguan, but he quickly spun around to block their blows. A close-up of Haiguan using his bare hands to stop the punches of 2 squad members. The squad members were stunned when their coordinated attack was blocked, wondering if their leader was too strong. Haiguan crushed a fragment from his wine gourd, sarcastically praising, "What a splendid ambush. I'm truly touched." Immediately, Haiguan grabbed the heads of the 2 squad members with a stern expression. He forcefully slammed their heads to the ground and roared, "But it won't work even in 100 years." The 2 squad members sat dejectedly on the ground, while Haiguan instructed them not to be lazy and to continue sparring with each other. Elder Hyonsong laughed and told Haiguan that he was being too harsh on the youngsters, while Haiguan and the senior monk sitting beside him looked tense. Haiguan picked up his wine gourd, thinking that if he went easy on them, they might face danger later. While drinking, Haiguan explained to Elder Hyonsong that he had to be strict so they wouldn't become complacent, as war could break out at any moment. Haiguan asserted that by the time they regretted it, it would be too late, making Elder Hyonsong ponder. In a flashback, a young monk rushed through the temple courtyard, loudly calling out Grandmaster Hyungwang's name. Young Haiguan panted, joyfully reporting that he had worked hard and become a 3rd-ranked disciple, with an off-panel voice congratulating him. A muscular senior monk ruffled young Haiguan's hair, encouraging him to continue growing to become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple in the future, deeply moving the boy. Young Haiguan recalled how he had trained hard to become useful, but then that incident occurred. In the flashback, little Haiguan was terrified as a colossal demonic cult warrior, radiating dark killing intent, landed right in front of him. Demonic cult warriors swarmed into the Shaolin Temple. One grabbed Haiguan and mocked, "Do you think you can run, you little rat?" Haiguan screamed in horror as the demonic cult warrior swung his fist towards him. Just then, young Elder Hyonsong, with his muscular physique, appeared, using a strike to block the demonic cultist and save Haiguan's life. Haiguan recalled that Grandmaster Hyonsong had saved countless people, and he was the last one saved by him. Amidst the piles of enemy corpses, Elder Hyonsong, exhausted, collapsed after his energy core was destroyed, rendering him crippled. Witnessing that tragic scene, young Haiguan resolved never to forgive the demonic cult. Young Haiguan gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, vowing to personally kill all of them. Returning to the present, the adult Haiguan looked towards the temple and affirmed that he had no regrets walking the path of demon extermination. Elder Hyonsong, now old and frail, quietly observed Haiguan from behind. Hyonsong asked Haiguan if he was all right. While down in the courtyard, Mujin and Muyul were diligently training. Haiguan suggested that Elder Hyonsong keep an eye on Mujin occasionally, but he replied, "Or perhaps you should teach him instead." Elder Hyonsong explained that it was still too early for him to personally teach Mujin. He spoke with a serious expression, radiating a powerful aura, stating that Mujin was at a level even he couldn't fathom. Afterward, Elder Hyonsong looked at Haiguan and changed the subject. He asked for a cup of wine from Haiguan's wine gourd, startling him, who then shouted, "What? You want wine?" Haiguan confusedly asked again how the elder could drink wine in the temple, while Hyonsong feigned innocence, saying he thought it was water. Haiguan awkwardly explained that it used to be water, but now it was truly wine. Elder Hyonsong didn't wait, chugging the entire wine gourd in one breath and exhaling refreshingly. "This water tastes really good." Haiguan looked at the joyful Elder Hyonsong and thought to himself, "He looks so happy." Haiguan offered his wine gourd, inviting, "May I offer you another drink, Elder?" The elder happily replied, "I shall gladly accept." Meanwhile, in the temple courtyard, Mujin and Mugyang were fiercely sparring. On the eaves, Elder Hyonsong and Haiguan sat pouring wine for each other. The scene of 2 adults drinking wine and 2 children sparring, though not typical for Shaolin Temple, created a wonderful picture. However, one person was not pleased. Hyun Myung, the head of the administration hall, who was sighing over the tight budget and worrying about not having enough food for the disciples through winter. Hyun Myung worried that, at worst, they wouldn't be able to accept new disciples next year, and he blamed the 2 making noise in the courtyard below. A close-up showed Mujin and Mugyang exchanging fiery blows. After the match, Mujin praised Mugyang for having grown much stronger, and Mugyang replied that he had too, having trained very hard since arriving. Mujin remarked that with training like a real battle, it would be strange to get weaker. Then he suddenly noticed the people on the eaves. Mujin noticed the troubled expression of the head of the administration hall and wondered if something bad had happened. Mujin quickly deduced the problem. He understood that the size and gloomy expression of the hall, head in charge of the budget, were due to worries about the young monk's meals. Mujin recalled his previous life as Choi Gang-yuk, where he also had headaches over a tight budget while managing his gym, so he completely understood that feeling. Mujin told Mugyong that he knew that expression well. The hall head must be in great distress, leaving Mugyong bewildered. The narration explained that Shaolin Temple, despite living separately from the secular world, could not escape basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter. Fortunately, they had sustained their lives through donations from devotees and sponsorships from external sects. However, some problems had begun to emerge, symbolized by an image of a coin falling to the ground. Two monks walked past, one frantically shouting upon seeing the coin, "Hey, even a single coin is very important to the administration hall now. Pick it up before we lose it." One monk bent down to pick up the coin while the other lamented their dire situation. Then he noticed Mujin's presence. Mujin asked another monk, "You mean we've become this poor because of me, right?" And the monk admitted, it wasn't entirely wrong. The monk began to explain that everything stemmed from Mujin saving Mugyong, who was being bullied by external disciples. A flashback showed Shaolin Temple severely punishing the wrongdoers, specifically Mutei's group tormenting another person. Mugyong's bullies had their dantian destroyed and could no longer practice martial arts, one of them lying prostrate on the ground. The Seobul escort merchant group, which specialized in harassing the populace and collecting protection money, was also punished. After their martial arts were crippled, they had to return all the money to the people, one of them lying unconscious. Problems began when other external sects became concerned about the Seobul merchant group being dismantled, fearing they would be next. They decided it was better to leave first rather than wait to be annihilated. These external sects, influenced by the secular world, were dissatisfied with how Shaolin Temple dealt with another external sect, rather than the wrongdoing of that sect itself. They allied with other martial arts groups and stopped sending donations, causing nearly half of the external sects to leave. The monk further explained that afterward, the administration hall had to bear the enormous costs for Mujin's new yoga, Pilates equipment, and training gear. Thus, in the eyes of the other monks, Mujin was seen as a money-guzzling demon, making him realize they didn't have a good impression of him. Mujin thought to himself that, despite being treated harshly, thanks to him, the other disciples achieved good results, and the elder's health had also greatly improved. He recalled the words of Elder Hyunsong and Beopjan, that the elder could treat himself, so Mujin needed to perform tasks just like the other young monks. Two monks came to ask if Mujin had finished cleaning, while he thought about his new schedule: physical training, studying scriptures, practicing martial arts, then cleaning and greeting guests. Mujin replied that he was done, and a monk said it was almost 1 p.m., time to go greet guests, making him feel like he had been transferred from military medical service to a mere grunt. The two monks walked away, whispering in astonishment, "Mujin is doing the same work as us? Has the sun risen in the west?" While Mujin thought this was what the elder wanted for him to socialize more. Looking at the guests ascending the stairs, Mujin thought that he only needed his 3 musketeers. The young monks, including Mujin, lined up to welcome visitors to the temple and clasped their hands, chanting Amitabha Buddha. Mujin cheerfully greeted a guest, thinking this wasn't difficult. He just needed to do it the way he used to welcome members at his gym back in the day. While Mujin was on duty, he heard gasping sounds and turned to look with a questioning expression. Another monk asked what that sound was, while a young monk sitting nearby was surprised to recognize Mujin. Mujin told the young monk that he would go down for a moment, leaving the boy confused and wondering what was happening on the stairs. An elderly woman was laboriously dragging herself up the stone steps, and Mujin thought to himself that perhaps he should go lend a hand. The elderly woman looked up, panting from exhaustion, while Mujin greeted her. "Madam." Mujin walked down the stairs, asking the elderly woman, who looked tired, if she was all right. She replied that she had come to pay respects to Buddha. Mujin cheerfully offered to carry the elderly woman on his back to the Great Hero Hall. The elderly woman smiled and refused, not wanting to be a bother, but Mujin flexed his bicep and declared, "Don't worry. You've trained very hard every day. Please let me carry you." Mujin easily carried the elderly woman on his back and ascended the stairs, adding that since he was still a young monk, she didn't need to be overly formal, which surprised the elderly woman. "Aren't you a teenager?" The narration explained that Choi Gang-gyok's respect for the elderly wasn't due to morality, but a feeling similar to what he had for Elder Hyunsong. It was something deeply ingrained in his instincts, as Choi Gang-gyok had been raised by his grandparents since childhood in place of his parents. Therefore, his heart would ache whenever he saw elderly people. Mujin carried the elderly woman and thought to himself that she was truly very light. He continued to ponder, noticing that her knees and back seemed fine, and wondered why she had difficulty climbing the stairs. After paying respects to Buddha, the elderly woman thanked Mujin for carrying her and said she would be heading back, which left him a little confused. Mujin silently watched the elderly woman's back as she slowly walked out of the shrine. Mujin called out after her, asking, "Madam, do you have any other plans for today?" Which made the elderly woman turn back in surprise. The scene shifted to Dengfeng County, Henan Province, where countless mansions and pavilions were owned by merchants associated with Shaolin Temple. Among them, the most splendid mansion was managed by one person. Inside the mansion, Mun Pyong-so irritably complained about being busy and worried because the branches in Sichuan were making suspicious moves. At another mansion, Ryu Jiguang, the master of the heavenly merchants, complained that his booming business also created many problems and considered hiring more people. He wearily placed his hand on the pile of reports, feeling exhausted, and decided he needed a short rest. A servant entered to report that Elder Yongahi had returned, surprising Ryu Jiguang, who asked, "My mother went out again?" The servant confirmed she had just returned in an 8-person palanquin, and Ryu Jiguang decided to go welcome her. Ryu Jiguang rushed to meet his mother, Yongahi, and asked if she had gone to Shaolin Temple again. He anxiously grabbed his mother's sleeve, advising her to take care of her health as she wasn't strong enough for such a long journey. Yongahi smiled brightly, reassuring her son that there was no need to worry today. She happily announced that she had received treatment at Shaolin Temple today, making Ryu Jiguang ask in surprise. Yongahi excitedly recounted the miraculous experience, saying that the technique was called masashi. In a flashback, Mujin was massaging Yongahi's back, pressing her knees, and rotating her legs, and she recounted that it was much more effective than acupuncture or tonics. Ryu Jiguang looked skeptical, secretly thinking that alone couldn't possibly be a treatment method. However, he also had to admit that his mother looked much healthier than she had that morning, and her chronic leg tremors had also subsided. Yongahi praised the young monk as truly amazing, and Ryu Jiguang decided, "Tomorrow, I will go to Shaolin Temple with you. Mother, I must see who that young monk is." The scene shifted to Shaolin Temple, where Mujin sat alone in his room by candlelight, his face full of contemplation. The narration explained that even though he had helped the old woman feel better, Mujin still felt uneasy. He recalled the sight of the old woman leaving in a magnificent palanquin, and thought that his unease wasn't because she resembled his grandmother or because she was wealthy. What bothered him was the inscription on the palanquin. He was certain he had read Heavenly Merchants. Mujin recalled the novel he had read, realizing that the Heavenly Merchants was one of the 5 wealthiest merchant guilds appearing in the universe of the Overlord Demonic Sect Chronicle. An image of Ryu Jiguang appeared with a dark demonic aura, and Mujin realized in horror that they were one of the villainous organizations. He remembered the moment he had smiled and introduced himself as third-rank disciple Mujin, completely unaware that he had just helped someone from the enemy faction. At Shaolin Temple, Yongahe happily thanked Mujin for coming and giggled, telling her son that he was truly a charming young man. Mujin humbly scratched his head when Ryu Jiguang said he had heard about his treatment of his mother, and he replied that he had simply spent some time with her. Yongahe said she had returned to pray and also to get another masashi from Mujin, which made Mujin correct her, saying massage. The old woman joked that if Mujin weren't a monk, she would have introduced her granddaughter to him. But Mujin only smiled and replied that praying and studying scriptures together was also good. Ryu Jiguang secretly thought that his mother wasn't even that affectionate when talking to her own grandchildren. Mujin happily chatted with Yongahe, telling himself that as long as she was happy, everything was fine. When he looked at Ryu Jiguang, Mujin's expression turned serious. He realized this person must be the former merchant guild master. Ryu Jiguang looked puzzled, while Mujin corrected his own thoughts, realizing that at this point, he was still the current merchant guild master. Mujin recalled information from the novel about the Heavenly Merchants, an organization that committed all sorts of crimes, from illegal drug trafficking to human trafficking. He wondered if this was before their downfall, and realized that if he could approach Ryu Jiguang, he might be able to learn details about their connection to the dark forces. Stared at by Mujin, Ryu Jiguang spoke up, asking, "You've been looking at me for a while. Is there something on my face?" Mujin flinched, quickly waved his hand in denial, and said he was just lost in thought. Mujin explained that he was just thinking Ryu Jiguang seemed to do a lot of work in a sitting posture, which startled him. Ryu Jiguang wondered in astonishment how Mujin knew, admitting that he read a lot of correspondence while sitting, and was also tired from mountain climbing. Mujin smiled, and offered a professional observation that Ryu Jiguang's pelvis was misaligned, and his back was slightly hunched, a typical posture for office workers. Mujin looked directly at Ryu Jiguang with a serious expression. Mujin offered to treat Ryu Jiguang while he was there, secretly thinking of the saying, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." Ryu Jiguang showed interest and skepticism, asking if he would have a chance to see what kind of therapy it was, and secretly decided to test the young monk's skill. Mujin agreed and said that he just needed to follow him, as he had one more person to treat besides his mother. The scene shifted to a large, solemn mansion with the inscription, Hyunsung's residence. Elder Hyunsung and Byopjeon stepped outside. The elder wondered about the strangers, while Byopjeon questioned what they were doing there at this hour. Mujin explained to them that these were guests who had come to pray, and since their health wasn't good, he thought it would be better if they received therapy together. Mujin asked Elder Hyunsung if he could perform therapy for him at the same time, and he happily agreed. Mujin assigned himself to treat the elder and Yeongahi, while Beopjun would assist Merchant Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu, then began explaining the method to him. He introduced tools like rings and rollers, explaining that they were used to stimulate the body by rolling them over oneself, based on muscle stretching techniques. Mujin informed Elder Hyunsong that today's therapy was bone and tendon reconstruction, as he began using a training device similar to a Pilates machine. Elder Hyunsong's hands gripped the horizontal bar of the device, straining with effort. Mujin instructed the elder to place one leg back, lock the other leg, hold the handle, and push backward. Elder Hyunsong performed the movement and exclaimed in surprise that even though it was his first time using it, he could already feel the stimulation. Mujin told the elder to inform him when he felt his lower body tense up so they could move to the next posture. Then he turned to Yeongahi. Mujin told Yeongahi that he would help her with the body-shaping block, a spinal alignment tool, and she happily relied on him. He helped Yeongahi sit on the device, instructing her to place her buttocks in the hollow and then lie down. She remarked that it was quite simple. As Yeongahi lay down, she cried out in pain, prompting Mujin to remind her to relax as much as possible. Lying on the device, Yeongahi laughed and complained that now even just lying still caused her body pain. Mujin asked if she was alright and admitted that this exercise was harder than it looked, but Yeongahi insisted she was fine because she trusted Mujin wouldn't harm her. Elder Hyunsong explained to Yeongahi that he had been receiving therapy from Mujin for a long time, which surprised her, making her ask why a healthy person like him would need treatment. The elder laughed heartily, explaining that he had recovered a great deal, as his body used to be in very poor condition, leading Yeongahi to conclude that Mujin indeed had miraculous hands. The two elderly people laughed happily together, while Jiguang Ryu stood watching and secretly wondered if this was Shaolin Temple or a rehabilitation center for the elderly. Beopjun asked Jiguang Ryu how he felt about the muscle stretching technique, and he replied, stretching, that he felt better. Jiguang Ryu recalled the therapy process, admitting that it was very painful at first, but then the pain gradually subsided, and he began to feel refreshed. Jiguang Ryu bowed his head, thanking Beopjun for the effective therapy session, to which Beopjun humbly replied that he was glad it had been helpful. Beopjun confessed that it was his first time using the technique he learned from Mujin on someone else, and he was a little nervous, which stunned Jiguang Ryu upon learning the technique belonged to Mujin. Jiguang Ryu suddenly remembered the name Hyungwang, and felt it was very familiar as the image of a muscular monk appeared in his mind. Jiguang Ryu noticed Mujin was restless, and asked if he wanted to try something new, to which Mujin replied that they needed to stretch the stiff muscles even more. Elder Hyunsong asked Mujin if he wanted to try the therapy method using heat and lightning. Elder Hyunsong declared that his body was much better and he could do it himself, then channeled his internal energy to create fire in his left hand and ice in his right, astonishing everyone. Mujin gaped in awe, thinking to himself that the elder had used internal energy to generate natural power and acknowledged him as an incredible martial arts grandmaster. Elder Hyunsong humbly told Jiguang Ryu that it was just a small trick, while Jiguang Ryu remained speechless. Jiguang Ryu whispered, asking Beopjun if the old man's name was Hyungwang, and Beopjun confirmed it. Jiguang Ryu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that technique was not something any martial artist could do, and shouted in his mind, I remember now, that person. In a flashback, the image of a young Hyungwang appeared with the title of Shaolin Divine Monk, who single-handedly repelled the demonic cult's invasion of the Shaolin Temple decades ago. Jiguang Ryu thought to himself that the legend of Divine Monk Hyungwang was something the entire world had heard of. However, he also recalled that the events that transpired after the demonic cult's invasion were no longer told to outsiders. Jiguang Ryu remembered hearing that Hyungwang had become a cripple and lost all his martial arts power, then was astonished to see him recovering thanks to the stretching techniques. Jiguang Ryu couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself that he never expected to get such an amazing opportunity, while Beopjun looked at him with confusion. Jiguang Ryu pondered how Hyungwang could channel his internal energy so easily despite supposedly having lost all his power, and admitted the stretching techniques were truly effective for him and his mother. He recalled Beopjun's words, that this technique belonged to Mujin. Jiguang Ryu looked at Mujin, who was grinning and giving a thumbs up, and firmly declared in his mind, that kid's skill is the real deal. That night, as he left, Jiguang Ryu thanked Mujin once more, and the boy replied that he had also had a wonderful time. Elder Hyunsong was using ice energy to soothe Ga Hee-yeon's arm, and she smiled, saying it felt very pleasant, while Mujin thought to himself that he had just watched an episode of an elderly romance drama. Jiguang Ryu advised Mujin to go home early, as it was getting dark, but said he had something he wanted to discuss before leaving. He suggested Mujin take him to the administration hall tomorrow morning. Mujin was surprised but still agreed, curiously asking the reason Jiguang Ryu wanted to go there. Jiguang Ryu replied that it concerned Mujin, and he would explain tomorrow. Watching Jiguang Ryu's retreating back, Mujin wondered what scheme this merchant was plotting. The next day, Mujin led Jiguang Ryu to the administration hall. which managed the Shaolin Temple's budget and finances. The head of the administration hall, Hyun Myung, looked incredulous, asking them to repeat what they had just said. Jiguang Ryu calmly stated that he had a proposal, while Mujin poured tea for him. As Mujin was serving tea, Jiguang Ryu began to speak about the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild wanting to cooperate. Startling Mujin, 2 wooden chests filled with glittering gold coins were placed before them. Elder Hyun Myung was stunned to learn that Jiguang Ryu had donated 100 taels of gold for his mother's treatment costs, an amount equivalent to the Shaolin Temple's entire year's food expenses. Jiguang Ryu humbly stated that he regretted not being able to pay more, as the therapy had cured an incurable disease that even renowned physicians had given up on. Afterwards, Jiguang Ryu mentioned discussing opening a clinic with Mujin, prompting Elder Hyun Myung to ask him to explain further. Jiguang Ryu explained that Mujin's therapy method was something entirely new on this continent, and there were many patients like his mother who could not be cured by conventional methods. He expressed his desire to open a clinic using Mujin's skills to treat those patients. Elder Hyun Myung cleared his throat, sternly declaring that Shaolin does not conduct business using the talents of its disciples. He pointed out that with expensive treatment costs and opening a clinic in Dongfeng, it seemed to be exclusively for the wealthy, then chanted Amitabha with a sharp gaze. Jiguang Ryu thought to himself that the elder had seen through his intentions, but asserted that was not his sole objective. The narration explained that as one of the 5 great merchants, Jiguang Ryu possessed a vast network of connections. He realized that the ailments of old age were unavoidable, regardless of status, and introducing Mujin's therapy method to them would yield enormous profits. Jiguang Ryu took a sip of tea, thinking to himself that although there were other reasons he couldn't disclose yet, the most important thing right now was to build a good relationship with the Shaolin Temple. Jiguang Ryu tried to persuade the head of the administration hall, suggesting that half of the revenue could be used by Shaolin to help the poor, thus avoiding criticism from the world. The head of the administration hall sternly explained that building trust required a lot of time and sincerity, but even a small misunderstanding could destroy everything in an instant. Mujin thought irritably to himself, feeling that this roundabout conversation was suffocating and unpleasant. He continued to ponder alone, not understanding why the head of the administration hall hesitated when the temple had no money, while he constantly complained about how to feed everyone. Mujin cleared his throat, deciding it was time to apply his gym management experience to solve the problem. The head of the administration hall glanced over, his face full of contemplation and hesitation. Mujin raised his hand to ask for permission to speak, surprising both the head of the administration hall and Jiguang Ryu, who turned to look at him. He got straight to the point, reconfirming with the head of the administration hall that the core issue was about making money and only treating the wealthy, right? And he reluctantly agreed. Mujin decisively offered a solution. So why not treat both the poor and the rich without discrimination? Both the head of the administration hall and Jiguang Ryu looked confused and surprised by Mujin's question. Mujin explained that if only one treatment fee was set, the poor would not be able to afford it, leading to decreased demand and rendering all efforts meaningless. He boldly proposed, why not divide the facility into 2 business models, making the 2 adults even more curious? Mujin presented his idea. One facility would be open for free to everyone, while the other facility would cater exclusively to the wealthy. Jiguang Ryu was about to ask if only the rich would pay, but he suppressed his curiosity and gestured for Mujin to continue. Mujin anticipated the issue, saying that the wealthy would naturally question the fairness and ask why they had to pay while the poor received free treatment. He explained the model for the free facility. Therapy methods based on stretching techniques would be provided daily on a rotating basis for different body parts. Mujin continued, saying that the paid facility would offer more advanced treatments, utilizing medical knowledge and advanced Shaolin techniques such as simultaneous heat and lightning energy application. He revealed that this was how large gyms operated, with an image of Gangyok Choi appearing, explaining the model of cheap membership fees for facility use and higher-priced personal training sessions. Mujin confidently asserted that Merchant Guildmaster Ryu surely understood this, making Jiguang Ryu wonder in astonishment how a child could come up with such a plan. Mujin explained that the wealthy enjoy spending money on luxury, and that vanity also extends to medical treatment, making Merchant Guild leader Ryu silently grasp his meaning. He continued to argue that the wealthy would choose high-fee premium facilities due to their pride and vanity. Head of the administration hall Hyun Myung was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead upon hearing Mujin's words. He slammed the table and roared, "Mujin! How can a Shaolin disciple speak of vanity and exploit it to earn money?" Mujin calmly faced the head of the administration hall's wrath and asked directly, "What are you afraid of?" He pointed out that the head of the administration hall had feared Shaolin being criticized for being greedy for money when he proposed using the rich's money to help the poor. Mujin emphasized that with this new proposal, they could treat the poor while leveraging the rich, then asked again, "Are you afraid of what people will say about Shaolin?" The head of the administration hall trembled with anger and shouted loudly, "How dare you insult Shaolin?" Merchant Guild leader Ryu interjected, admitting that Shaolin's reputation could be affected if they were accused of exploiting the rich for money. The head of the administration hall confessed that, to some extent, he also feared the world's gossip. Mujin replied that he suffered even more when thinking about being unable to help those in need just for fear of criticism. The head of the administration hall was stunned by his words, asking again what was more important. Mujin and the image of Elder Hyunsung both smiled, declaring that the truth of Shaolin striving to help the world was certainly more important than rules and regulations. The head of the administration hall was astonished. In his eyes, he seemed to see the figure of Grandmaster Hyunsung and whispered his name. Returning to reality, the head of the administration hall looked at Mujin with a completely different gaze and admitted, "Yes, perhaps you are right." He said that they would need the abbot's permission and would discuss internally before making a final decision. Merchant Guild leader Ryu was overjoyed, exclaimed, "It's a success," and thanked the head of the administration hall for considering the proposal. Mujin thought to himself with a frown that he had to put all his effort into persuading them. But the thoughts of the high-ranking monks here were truly unpredictable. He looked at Merchant Guild leader Ryu and concluded that regardless, they would establish a cooperative relationship with the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. Mujin smiled confidently, thinking to himself that with this relationship, he would be able to investigate what happened to the rural branch of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. The meeting concluded with farewells and a promise to reconnect later. That night, head of the administration hall, Hyun Myung, recounted everything to Abbot Hyunchun and Elder Hyunseung. The result of the discussion was a joyful agreement, expressed with a thumbs up. Abbot Hyunchun happily affirmed that he knew Mujin would lead Shaolin in the right direction, and the money he brought back would greatly benefit the world. Elder Hyunsung narrowed his eyes, suggesting there should be a reward for what Mujin had accomplished. When the abbot asked about the type of reward, Elder Hyunsung replied that a spiritual elixir would be excellent. Elder Hyunsung smiled slyly, saying that once rewards were discussed, the answer was already too obvious. Abbot Hyunchun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing with horror what the elder was hinting at. The following afternoon, after his training, the abbot was still astonished, wondering if the elder was serious. Mujin was suddenly summoned to meet Elder Hyunsung and appeared confused, not understanding what was happening. Elder Hyunsung presented a small box and said it was a reward for Mujin's achievements, even joking that he had fairly stolen it. Mujin was completely stunned when the box was opened, revealing Shaolin Temple's spiritual elixir, the minor restoration pill. An explanation appeared, stating that restoration pills were one of the most famous spiritual elixirs in the martial arts world, containing immense energy and being extremely rare. The orange spiritual elixir lay in the box, emitting a brilliant, sparkling light. Elder Hyunsung smiled, and told Mujin that he could consider this a reward for achieving great merit this time. The elder explained that he initially intended to give Mujin the major restoration pill, but the abbot intervened and suggested using the minor restoration pill instead, believing it wasn't the right time yet. Elder Hyunsung grumbled, calling the abbot stingy, while Mujin could only force a smile and pretend not to hear anything. Mujin wondered about the meaning of not the right time yet, and Elder Hyunsung replied that he would understand after consuming the minor restoration pill. Elder Hyunsung smiled, offering to help Mujin consume the spiritual elixir immediately, as this was the perfect moment. Mujin was overjoyed, puffed out his chest and immediately shouted his agreement, thinking that a precious item had just found its way to him. Both were in a pavilion deep in the mountains, and Mujin realized this place had abundant natural energy that would be beneficial to him. Elder Hyunsung explained that the method of absorbing energy through cultivation techniques is different from absorbing energy from a spiritual elixir. He illustrated that when using cultivation techniques, one breathes through the nose and mouth to slowly absorb energy, but when consuming a spiritual elixir, the energy goes straight into the stomach. Mujin asked if he meant that he should focus on the elixir's energy instead of his breath, and the elder confirmed it. The elder warned that each breath would cause the elixir's energy to dissipate, and if he greedily held his breath to retain the energy, he would fall into a state of chi deviation. Mujin held the spiritual elixir, realizing the elder's unprecedented seriousness and understanding that he needed to be extremely careful. After making up his mind, Mujin opened his mouth and quickly put the spiritual elixir in. He sat in meditation, thinking to himself that to absorb the pure energy from the minor restoration pill, he would use the cultivation technique he had learned previously. Mujin activated the Great Tao Heart technique, and a dazzling light emanated from his glabella. He felt the energy flow slide from his mouth down to his stomach, then spread throughout his body along his blood vessels. Mujin frowned, finally understanding why protagonists in martial arts novels yearned for such things so much. He told himself to absorb as much as possible, as his grandfather had taught him. 30 minutes later, Mujin was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly because the process was not easy at all. He exhaled a stream of red qi, realizing this was why the elder had warned him not to be greedy, because even after using both breathing techniques and heart methods, energy was still dissipating. Mujin compared his body to a rice bowl too small to contain all the immense energy at once, and decided he had to finish this soon. Recalling the elder's advice, Mujin decided to expel the immense unabsorbable energy by exhaling, then inhaling, and repeating the process. Mujin sat in meditation calmly, continuously inhaling and exhaling to regulate and release the excess energy. Mujin opened his eyes wide in astonishment, realizing he had only absorbed about 30% of the energy. Nevertheless, Mujin still felt this power was already too magnificent, to the point where he no longer cared about the unabsorbed energy. Mujin guiltily confessed to Elder Hyunsong that even though he had told himself not to be greedy, he still unconsciously did so. Elder Hyunsong sternly acknowledged that the power of the small rejuvenation pill far exceeded his imagination. A surge of crimson energy enveloped Mujin as it was announced that he had fully absorbed the small rejuvenation pill. An explanation appeared, stating that the miracle that just occurred was created by Elder Hyunsong, while the image showed him assisting Mujin, who was coughing up blood. As Mujin exhaled, the energy from the pill escaped, and Elder Hyunsong used his internal energy to capture that surge of power. Elder Hyunsong then slowly channeled that energy back into Mujin's body each time he inhaled, without his knowledge. This was a transcendent and almost impossible method, but Elder Hyunsong was determined not to waste the precious pill. Mujin felt his body stiffen from the surging energy, and anxiously asked the Elder, while a terrifying illusion of him warned that his body would shatter if he used martial arts now. Elder Hyunsong reassured Mujin that this was part of his larger plan, and told him to follow to resolve his current state. Mujin hopefully asked if there was a way, and Elder Hyunsong confirmed that there was a training method that would be very helpful for him. Elder Hyunsong explained that the best method to calm the chaotic energy was an unwavering heart, and he would teach Mujin that. The words immovable mind appeared, showing that Elder Hyunsong had brought Mujin to a waterfall and was meditating on a rock in the middle of the stream. Mujin stood under the torrential waterfall, enduring the force of the water to train himself to control his energy and achieve a stable mental state. The explanation stated that this method was often used by practitioners of extreme yang energy, such as Grandmaster Hayadam and his disciples, to control the easily agitated, extreme yang energy. They used this training method to keep themselves calm. Examples given included counting prayer beads while chanting, or continuously thinking of happy moments. The majestic waterfall scene appeared, summarizing that the immovable mind was a method to maintain calmness for both body and spirit. And Mujin thought to himself, all right. Mujin, with glowing red eyes, decided to try using the consecutive punches technique after 4 hours of contemplation under the waterfall. Standing before Elder Hyunsong, Mujin's physique appeared powerful and imposing. Mujin unleashed a basic consecutive punch, a surge of crimson power enveloping his fist. His punch created a terrifying explosion, shattering the waterfall and the rock behind it. After 4 hours under the waterfall, Mujin was able to calm his mind, control his power, and regulate the flow of his internal energy. He used his new power to unleash a punch that split the entire waterfall, officially breaking through to a new realm. Mujin turned to look at Elder Hyunsong with a confident and challenging smile. Elder Hyunsong looked back, feeling immense pride in Mujin's growth. The two stood facing each other across the water, exchanging glances as if they understood everything without words. 2 days later, at Shaolin Temple, a voice echoed, asking, "Are you ready?" Abbot Hyunchon stood with Grandmaster Haidam, believing Mujin was not yet ready for the outside world, and requested 5 second-ranked disciples to accompany him and keep an eye on him. In a meeting, Ji Guangryu reported to the abbot and Mujin that the clinic business plan was complete and only needed to be implemented in Dengfeng County. Abbot Hyunchon thanked Elder Hyunsong for what he had done, and Hyunsong advised the abbot to do his best when he arrived there. Mujin thanked the two elders for entrusting him with the mission, promising to combine the strength of Shaolin and the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. He clasped his hands, boldly declaring that he would strive to save more people to help Shaolin overcome its crisis. Elder Hyunsong nodded slightly, responding briefly and with satisfaction. Good. At the temple gate, the abbot bid farewell with the message, "We await your return," and Mujin shouted back, "I will see everyone when I return." In a dark room, Seolhwa Ryu sat alone and wondered, "Are we ready to go?" A silent tear rolled down the girl's cheek in the darkness. After leaving Shaolin Temple, Mujin finally arrived at the city gate of Dongfeng County. Mujin walked through the bustling street, feeling excited as the surrounding scenery was exactly like something out of a martial arts film. He imagined his journey, envisioning encounters with members of the Green Forest Bandits while crossing the mountains. In his imagination, Mujin continued to picture himself rescuing a veiled beauty and uncovering dark conspiracies. Mujin stood among his fellow disciples, flexing proudly, feeling his dream of living in a martial arts world begin. A week later, on the street, a man asked his friend, "Hey, have you heard the news?" The man excitedly recounted that monks from Shaolin Temple had descended the mountain and opened a clinic. His friend looked skeptical, wondering if the monks were being greedy for money. Upon hearing that the treatment was completely free, the skeptical man's eyes lit up, and he declared, "I must go and see for myself." His friend exposed him. "You're only going because it's free? Aren't you? "You're not even sick." The man hastily clarified that he was indeed sick, his legs trembling from carrying heavy loads every day. His friend said he was lucky because he heard that today the clinic specialized in back and leg therapy and explained their unique operating method. Mujin stood in the middle of the street with a confident expression, preparing for his work at the new clinic. Mujin explained, with a wide grin, that they had purchased 2 locations near the mansion to operate 2 separate facilities, one free and one premium. Jiguang Ryu stated that he had given the place a resounding name, the Body Therapy Clinic, and that each building had its differences. He explained that the left building focused on free treatments, fully equipped with tools, storage, and a resting area. Additionally, there was space for monks to meditate or chant scriptures. Meanwhile, the right building served high-ranking or wealthy individuals with paid services, including electrotherapy and heat therapy methods. Despite the differences in decor and equipment between the free and paid facilities, the core treatment methods remained exactly the same. Mujin bowed and introduced himself. "I am Mujin, a third-rank disciple, and I will be in charge of your therapy." 2 townspeople whispered about Mujin's strange physique and hairstyle, disbelieving he was a third-rank disciple, prompting Mujin to speak up. "Hey, I can hear everything." Mujin quickly regained his professional demeanor, smiling as he invited the man with leg pain to sit down for immediate treatment. The man sat down with a skeptical expression, secretly thinking it was unbelievable that a method that looked like a folk remedy could be effective. Mujin began to press firmly on the man's calf, causing his muscles to twitch from a sudden surge of pain. The man grimaced in extreme pain, but Mujin calmly explained, "Feeling pain is perfectly normal." The man tremblingly asked why it hurt so much, and Mujin explained that the pain was proportional to the condition of his legs, as his muscles had been stiff for too long. Mujin reassured him that they would gradually reduce the pain, then use an improved roller to stretch the muscles, promising results in less than an hour. 3 minutes passed, and Mujin was still massaging the man's legs. The patient, initially skeptical, gradually felt his leg condition improve. 13 minutes later, the intense pain had significantly subsided, and the man sighed in relief as Mujin prepared for the roller treatment. 20 minutes passed, and the man was seated on the floor. Mujin placed a round cushion under his feet and instructed him to lift his hips and roll his legs back and forth. 27 minutes later, the man had mastered rolling his legs on the cushion, a sense of relief gradually spreading, and he murmured, "So, this is how it's used." The man was immersed in a feeling of bliss, exclaiming that this method was astonishingly effective, far better than constant acupuncture. Completely convinced, the man asked Mujin to roll a little deeper, unable to believe that Shaolin Temple possessed such a wonderful therapy method. In the man's eyes, Mujin's image became noble, like a virtuous monk who had descended the mountain to share his wisdom for the benefit of all beings. With boundless admiration, the man told himself he had to go and tell others about this miraculous therapy method. After the satisfied patient left, he walked without limping, surprising his friends, and he excitedly told them about the free treatment he had just received. Word spread quickly, and soon the clinic became incredibly popular, bustling with townspeople flocking to it. The good reputation reached the ears of high-ranking officials and the wealthy, who began to seek treatment at the paid facility. Mujin held up 2 mats, one standard and one silk, embroidered with gold thread, explaining that the difference was merely superficial, while the basic therapy method remained the same. A wealthy client was blissfully enjoying his therapy session on the golden mat, while Mujin secretly thought, "He's truly the type who only cares about appearances." Despite the class differences, no one seemed to mind coming to Shaolin Temple's clinic, where Mujin stood waiting at the gate. Inside, the monks diligently treated everyone, from the elderly to merchants, demonstrating their dedication and understanding of patients' needs. Biopgang enthusiastically directed the work, assigning another senior monk to handle heat therapy and personally taking charge of muscle stretching for the remaining patients. At the center of all activity was Mujin, tirelessly treating patients, deeply moving those who witnessed it. Thanks to his miraculous healing ability, as if possessing divine hands, people began to call him the Fortune Monk. As a result, the clinic quickly became famous and stable, attracting a crowd of townspeople who lined up at the gate. Mujin sat opposite a man, saying that the journey had been arduous, but they had finally stabilized without arousing suspicion, all thanks to the diligence of the Shaolin monks. The man, introduced as Jin Pyongyang, external affairs manager of the Heavenly Merchants Guild, bowed in gratitude and said the guild was always thankful for their help. Mujin humbly replied that Shaolin Temple should be the one to thank them, secretly thinking that without the guild's help, the temple would have gone bankrupt long ago. Mujin pointed outside, saying that a long line of people could be seen stretching all the way from the pavilion, and he himself hadn't expected so many people to come. Jin Pyongyang said it was time for Biopgang to switch shifts, making Mujin ask in surprise, "Senior brother Biopgang?" Biopgang appeared, stretching and saying that the work was tough, then called Mujin, saying it was time to switch shifts. Jin Pyongyang looked surprised to see Biopgang, while Biopgang cheerfully greeted the manager back. Mujin bewilderedly asked if the two knew each other, and Beopgang confirmed they had met before. Beopgang recalled the time Mujin first began his penitent meditation, reminiscing about being caught secretly eating meat, which secretly startled Mujin with fear. Beopgang explained that around that time, the daughter of the Heavenly Merchants Guild leader had gotten lost in the mountains, and he himself had found the girl and handed her over to Jin Pyongyang. Mujin was stunned, realizing that the only person he had met that day was the girl sitting by the bonfire, and he began to feel suspicious. He was aghast at the possibility that the child could have come from a wealthy family. Jin Pyongyang confirmed, saying that although the girl was elegantly dressed, he hadn't expected her to be the guild leader's daughter, and coincidentally, the young lady would also be visiting today. Jin Pyongyang looked outside and said the young lady had probably arrived, seeing the crowd bowing to someone. Mujin thought to himself that some time had passed since their last meeting, and perhaps the girl had grown into an outstanding person. He was surprised and stunned when he saw someone who had just arrived. Mujin observed a young lady of unusually large stature being bowed to by everyone, and realized she must be an important figure. Mujin turned to ask Jin Pyongyang if that was the young lady they were talking about, and he confirmed it. Jin Pyongyang explained that she was the youngest daughter of the merchant guild leader, while an image of young Seolhwa smiling happily appeared. The young girl, now grown, appeared flustered and anxious when introduced as Lady Ryu Seolhwa. Lady Seolhwa walked with a maid, looking somewhat awkward. Mujin's jaw dropped in astonishment, shouting in his mind, "What?" He was shocked to realize that the girl was the very child he had met in the past. Seolhwa blushed, looking extremely awkward and anxious under the attention. The servants lining both sides of the path simultaneously bowed, Greetings, Lady Seolhwa." Two townspeople standing nearby whispered to each other, one wondering why everyone was so polite to her. The other explained that she was the one who had contributed greatly to the establishment of this clinic, the youngest daughter of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild leader, Ryu Seolhwa. The first man remarked that she looked quite different from what he had imagined, making his friend curious. He explained that he had thought a rich family's daughter would be more beautiful and elegant, while another townsman agreed. Mujin approached, cupped his hands in greeting, and a townsman whispered to his friend that Lady Seolhwa was a bit. Mujin looked at Seolhwa with a serious expression, sharing the same thought. He concluded in his mind that she had gained weight, recalling the image of the small girl by the campfire years ago. At the clinic, the man with the leg pain and other patients happily welcomed Mujin, calling him a divine monk, and saying he must be tired. Mujin smiled brightly, replying that there was no need to worry, and he was glad to see everyone recovering, humbly suggesting they simply call him Mujin. The man with the leg pain and his friend showered Mujin with praise, saying he possessed a kind heart, a strong physique, and was also handsome. The patient's friend offered to introduce his granddaughter to Mujin, causing the other man to quickly stop him, reminding him that he was a monk. The man with the leg pain immediately interjected, saying he would introduce his own granddaughter, leaving Mujin to only force a smile. Mujin thought to himself that this free clinic had many elderly people, and medical costs in this era must be very expensive. He wished he could treat his own grandparents, then told the patients that if they learned recovery techniques from a young age, they would maintain healthy bodies. Mujin thought to himself that he had to appear kind because his senior monks were watching. Otherwise, he would have immediately accepted their offer. He resolved to escape the temple as soon as he became stronger, while a townsman called out for him to slow down. Mujin looked out into the courtyard and saw Lady Ryu Seolhwa had just arrived with her maid. He remarked that she looked quite different from the character he knew in the novel. Mujin recalled that Ryu Seolhwa was a character in the author's second novel, the mastermind behind the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild's human trafficking ring. He remembered the illustrations in the story, depicting her as an excessively obese woman. Due to her complex about her appearance, the character Seolhwa in the story would often secretly abduct, torture, and murder beautiful women. Mujin looked at the girl in front of him and confusedly thought that this was utterly illogical. He compared Mugyeong, a tragic character, with Seolhwa in the novel, and found that the current Seolhwa was too different. Mujin observed Seolhwa and saw that she was now just a timid, plump, and shy young girl, with no hint of underlying madness. He mused, speculating if some incident had caused her downfall, and considered that it might be related to the corruption of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. While thinking, Mujin realized that the Merchant Guild leader was also present. Seeing Guild leader Ji Guang happily chatting with patients, Mujin concluded that he was not the suspect and the true mastermind might be someone else. Guild leader Ji Guang laughed heartily, while Mujin decided he needed to investigate this matter himself. Seolhwa walked hastily with a panicked expression, causing her maid to call out for her to slow down, and Mujin thought that his first suspect was her. The maid, Hong So-hee, reminded Lady Seolhwa that they were in public and asked her not to act too intimately. "Can't you slow down a little?" Those around began to whisper about the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild's maid appearing too close to her mistress. Hong So-hee hastily pulled Lady Seolhwa along, urging, "Lady Seolhwa, please come this way." And the young girl could only respond hesitantly. As she pulled Lady Seolhwa along, Hong So-hee sternly reminded her that as someone who would become a pillar of the Merchant Guild, she must maintain her authority. Lady Solhua tiredly admitted, "Yes, I should have done so. I apologize." While Hong So-hee replied that it was all right. Lady Seolhwa appeared anxious, expressing her fear of crowded places and hesitating when mentioning her father. Hong So-hee advised Lady Seolhwa not to show weakness, and that if she actively helped with the new business, her father would begin to trust her more. Hong So-hee continued to persuade her that even though she was the one who suggested it, everything would belong to Lady Seolhwa in the future, and the young girl only responded sadly. Lady Seolhwa's face was heavy with sadness as she thought of the two words, father. Memories flooded back, showing a small Seolhwa happily running to show her father a bouquet of mustard flowers she had just picked. "Father, look at this." When the little girl happily asked if they were beautiful, her father coldly replied, "I am working, Seolhwa." In front of many people, he demanded that his daughter call him merchant guild leader instead of father. Little Seolhwa was completely stunned, her eyes wide with horror and hurt. The little girl meekly obeyed, dropping the bouquet in her hands and painfully thinking that her father had no time for her because he was too busy. Back in the present, Lady Seolhwa told herself that she wanted to believe her father would pay attention to her if he saw her working hard. However, fear overwhelmed her, causing her to tightly close her eyes and admit, "But I'm too scared." Suddenly, a gentle hand was placed on Lady Seolhwa's shoulder, startling her. Hong So-hee looked directly into the young lady's eyes and said, "I know how afraid you are," then reassured her that she was the daughter of one of the 5 greatest merchants in the world and could take things slowly. The maid gently embraced Lady Seolhwa and promised that if things became too difficult, she would always be by her side to help. Comforted, Lady Seolhwa leaned her head on the maid's shoulder and responded resolutely, while Hong So-hee smiled encouragingly. From a distance, Mujin watched Lady Seolhwa and So-hee embracing, thinking to himself, "So-hee is helping me a great deal." Mujin watched them with eyes full of determination. Under the starry night sky, he told himself, "That's why I must live up to her expectations." In the bedroom, Lady Seolhwa lay on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. So-hee gently stepped into the room, smiling as she whispered, "Lady Seolhwa, are you fast asleep yet?" A close-up of Lady Seolhwa's eyes showed she was still awake and listening. Thinking the lady was asleep, So-hee sighed in relief. So-hee quietly left, thinking to herself that Seolhwa wanted to personally help with the clinic's business to attract the attention of her neglectful father. Standing alone under the moonlight, So-hee undid her bun and thought that she was the first to propose that idea. So-hee stretched disdainfully, deeming this trivial act foolish and something that would never catch the lady's father's eye. She smirked, satisfied that thanks to the lady's foolishness, she had successfully infiltrated, and that she was the one behind making Seolhwa fat and timid. A raven flew in during the night, and So-hee looked up, saying, "Oh, it's here." The raven landed on So-hee's arm. She stroked it, thinking she was eager to see the lady's expression when she learned the truth, but it wasn't time yet. So-hee carefully removed the scroll tied to the raven's leg. After reading the message, So-hee smiled sinisterly. Asking an innocent maiden to go to a dark place in the forest? How clandestine. So-hee leapt onto the rooftop, deciding she would quickly report this new disruption. She moved agilely across the rooftops in the dark night. Suddenly, a shadowy figure dressed as a ninja also appeared on the rooftop, silently following So-hee. The ninja pulled down his face covering, revealing it was Mujin. Mujin narrowed his eyes, wore a triumphant smile, and exclaimed, "Bingo!" Manager Yang mused about Lady Seolhwa, the daughter of the Heavenly Merchants Guild master, whom he believed had led a lonely life. A flashback showed young Seolhwa, and the narration explained that her mother died giving birth to her, and her father, being busy, left her to be raised by servants. Seolhwa's father, the guildmaster, was then a cold person, only focused on work to forget the pain of losing his beloved. Being young and lonely, Seolhwa relied too heavily on her servants, treating her nannies as her mothers. Eventually, her father changed nannies, fearing something ill-fated, which made young Seolhwa sadly bow her head. After those she trusted were successively dismissed, Seolhwa decided to close her heart off from the 6th change of servants. Manager Yang explained that Hong So-hee, who had worked for the guild for over 10 years, was considered qualified enough to become Seolhwa's servant. He told Mujin that So-hee had been working for a year, and it was time for a change. Mujin frowned, thinking to himself that there was no need to worry about that, as Hong So-hee would do anything to keep her position. Mujin recalled that in the novel, the version of Seolhwa became a human trafficker, known as Fallen Ryu Seolhwa, an obese woman who enjoyed torturing beautiful women due to her inferiority complex. In the novel, Seolhwa was so obese she couldn't move on her own and entrusted all the dirty work to her servant. A torture scene appeared in Mujin's mind, showing a servant beating a chained girl in a dungeon. That servant swung a whip with a wicked smile, and Mujin remembered her identity. The servant who undertook that dirty work was revealed to be Hong So-hee. The image of So-hee with a cruel smile in the novel contrasted with her current calm expression in the night. Back in reality, Mujin in his ninja attire sat on the rooftop, thinking to himself, I knew something was fishy. Mujin wore a triumphant smile and exclaimed, Bingo! Meanwhile, So-hee walked alone into a secluded forest at night. A mysterious voice echoed from the shadows. You're late today, startling So-hee. So-hee looked up at a tall, shadowy figure and replied that she had some matters to attend to. The mysterious man in black asked So-hee, You haven't been too ambitious lately, have you? And she replied that it was all for the greater good. With glowing red eyes, the mysterious man ordered So-hee to maintain her current position without being discovered. The mysterious man said they would talk later, and then began to dissipate, not forgetting to warn So-hee to be careful of the Shaolin monks. So-hee stood alone in the night, pondering the warning that the monks, though unfamiliar with worldly affairs, were very skilled. The mysterious man completely vanished in a swirling gust of wind, leaving scattered leaves behind. So-hee, annoyed, thought to herself, Who is he to tell me to be careful of them? She believed that old man was just afraid she would usurp his position and look down on those monks who only knew how to chant scriptures in the mountains. With an ambitious expression, So-hee was determined to lure both the foolish monks and Lady Seolhwa to her side to seize that man's position. From a distance, Mujin in his ninja attire observed So-hee and thought to himself about how she had infiltrated for 10 years without being discovered. Wondering who could expose her identity, Mujin smirked confidently, imagining himself placing a go stone, and thought that the Heavenly Merchants Guild would be in big trouble without him. A white go stone was placed on the go board, forming a strategic move. The scene shifted to the next day at a spacious residence. A group of boys called out loudly to So-hee, Beautiful lady, surprising both her and Lady Seolhwa, who was sitting beside her. So-hee asked if they were calling her, and a boy confirmed, telling her to wait a moment because he had something to give her. The boy held out a rolled-up letter, astonishing So-hee. So-hee took the letter and asked the boy where he got it. The boy explained that a man dressed in black, with his face covered, had asked him to deliver it to her, and since he couldn't read, he was also curious about the contents. So-hee opened the letter with a sinister smile and thanked the boy for delivering it. She gave the children some money for snacks, making them cheer with joy and gratitude. When Lady Seolhwa curiously asked about the letter, So-hee smiled and replied that it seemed someone had sent her a love letter. So-hee read the letter, in which the sender praised her infiltration mission into the Heavenly Merchants Guild and promised her another opportunity. The letter instructed her to write a summary report of her actions and to come to an abandoned house on the outskirts of Dongfeng County before midnight for a meeting. So-hee smirked, thinking that the opportunity had arrived sooner than expected and that this was the perfect moment for her to outmaneuver that old man. When she arrived at the abandoned house, Mujin, dressed as a ninja, suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, blocking her path. Mujin spoke, Hong So-hee, I have been waiting for you. So-hee immediately showed deference, saying it was a great honor to meet him in person. Mujin stared at her and asked directly, What is Ryu Seolhwa doing? So-hee replied that the young lady was probably resting in her bedroom, and she couldn't stay out too long to avoid suspicion. She bowed her head and said, Please tell me what I need to do. Mujin stood silently observing. Mujin commanded, Hand over the report first. So-hee obediently gave him a scroll. As she handed over the report, she complained that being constantly by Lady Seolhwa's side made it very difficult to go out, and she asked about future contact methods. As Mujin read the report, he announced, I intend to infiltrate the Heavenly Merchants Guild myself soon. I will contact you from the inside then. So-hee was stunned and asked again, as she thought her superiors believed too many infiltrators would cause chaos, and she asserted that she was the most suitable person after 10 years of work. She questioned why someone else was suddenly joining the mission, making Mujin think to himself, Damn it, did I say too much? So-hee's eyes widened in horror as a thought flashed through her mind, and she exclaimed, Could it be? This can't be happening. She frantically wondered, Am I about to be discarded? I've worked so hard. Mujin unexpectedly threw a punch directly at So-hee's face while she was in a panic. The extremely powerful punch distorted her face from the impact. An image of a go board with scattered pieces appeared, illustrating Mujin's lightning-fast strike. So-hee spat blood after taking the full force of the devastating punch. She was knocked backward, staggering and losing her balance. So-hee was thrown backward by her own purple energy attack. The masked attacker smirked maliciously from behind the covering cloth. So-hee stumbled to her feet, astonished as she recognized her attacker, and stammered, You are. Mujin pulled down his face covering, making So-hee shriek in horror. That damned monk? Why are you here? So-hee questioned if he had lured her here, and Mujin calmly admitted it. When So-hee asked how he knew the organization's secret code, Mujin sneered, saying they were already in the palm of his hand. Mujin recalled that he had read about that code structure in the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, though it had been a struggle to remember it. So-hee took a defensive stance, declaring that since he knew her identity and mission, she could not let him live. With an enraged face, she roared, I will tear you apart and kill you. Mujin cracked his knuckles, radiating a crimson aura, and said he would show her the disparity in their power. Two streams of energy, one purple and one red, clashed violently. So-hee's attack was blocked by Mujin's palm force, creating a small explosion. So-hee flew into the air, shouting that she would never lose to a mere brat like him, while Mujin smiled confidently below. Mujin thought to himself that if he didn't fight with all his might against someone who wanted to kill him, he would surely die. With blood trickling down his cheek, he told himself he had to focus intensely. So-hee unleashed an extremely powerful energy attack from her palm, and shouted that this was her first battle. Mujin unexpectedly dodged the attack, grabbed So-hee's arm, and executed a judo shoulder throw, catching her completely off guard. So-hee was slammed hard onto the ground, spat blood, and lay motionless for a moment. Lying on the ground, she trembled, wondering how he had caught her, and what kind of Shaolin martial art that was. So-hee's face was filled with extreme panic as Mujin swung his fiery fist, slamming it hard into the ground right next to her head. So-hee pushed herself up with her hands after Mujin's punch, panting and staggering. Mujin looked at her with a stern gaze, wary of her next move. So-hee gritted her teeth, clenched her hands into the ground, and resolved to use every dirty trick not to lose. In an imagined scene, a crude man roared a challenge, while So-hee, with an angry expression, swung her arm and threw sand towards Mujin. Mujin quickly used a piece of black cloth to block the incoming stream of sand. So-hee was stunned, unable to understand why he had the face-covering cloth she had torn and used it so promptly. Thinking Mujin had let his guard down, So-hee smirked maliciously and channeled a stream of purple energy into her palm. Mujin's eyes narrowed calculatively, and he thought to himself, "Is it time?" Mujin turned his back, using the black cloth to cover his eyes. So-hee appeared right behind him with a sinister smile, aiming for the blind spot she thought she had found. With a wicked expression, So-hee declared, "I'll start with your stomach." She unleashed an extremely powerful purple energy palm strike directly at Mujin's abdomen. So-hee laughed triumphantly, believing she had landed a fatal blow on him. However, a flash of white light erupted from So-hee's body, indicating that the attack had backfired. So-hee stared in horror at her bloodied hands, while Mujin stood firm with his iron cloth shirt skill activated. So-hee screamed in pain about her hands and frantically asked Mujin what he had done, while the front of his robe smoked, revealing his toned abdominal muscles. Mujin coldly grabbed So-hee's face and said, then, he used terrifying strength to slam her hard onto the ground and roared, "It's time to bury you, you damned spy." A large energy explosion occurred as So-hee was slammed to the ground, shaking the earth. So-hee lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and wondering what had happened, then startled as a voice echoed, "Are you asking us to believe what you just said?" Jin Pyongyang frantically defended So-hee in front of Guildmaster Ji Guangryu, asserting that she had worked for them for over 10 years and could not possibly be a spy. Beopgang angrily interjected, loudly asking if Jin Pyong was calling Mujin a liar and doubting a Shaolin disciple. So-hee, with her hands tied behind her back, lay on the floor and realized she was surrounded by Mujin, the monks, and the merchant guild members. Mujin smiled, looking at the maid who was slowly regaining consciousness, and said, "You're finally awake." As Mujin announced he would begin his explanation, So-hee gritted her teeth in hatred, thinking to herself, "I'll kill this brat." Mujin began recounting the story to Guildmaster Ji Guangryu, saying that last night, after finishing up at the clinic, he had seen So-hee go out alone. In the flashback, Mujin secretly followed So-hee, and explained that he found it strange that she, Lady Seolwa's maid, would go out alone late at night, so he decided to tail her. Mujin continued, saying that, at an abandoned building, So-hee had met a man in black, and they had discussed the clinic's affairs, revealing she was on a spy mission. The flashback shifted to a combat scene, as Mujin recounted that after learning the truth, he had waited for her alone to ambush her, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a martial arts master. Returning to the present, Mujin took off his robe, revealing his scarred back to Jin Pyongyang and Beopgyang, and asked, "Do you see? If she were an ordinary maid, could she inflict such wounds?" Mujin pointed to the deep gashes on his abdomen, saying that without his iron cloth shirt technique, he would have died, and declared he had other evidence. Mujin produced a letter, explaining that this was what So-hee had given to the man in black, and her handwriting would prove his words were true. So-hee was stunned to realize it was the mission report she had written after being tricked by Mujin. A memory flashed of him in black clothes taking it from her hand. Mujin sat down with a confident expression, saying he would leave everything to everyone's wise judgment to see if a mere maid could execute such a vicious attack. Guildmaster Ji Guangryu examined the letter and secretly concluded that the handwriting indeed belonged to the maid, and her hand size also matched the wounds on Mujin's abdomen. So-hee desperately cried out that she had been wrongfully accused and that everything was fabricated by that monk, but she could not offer any rebuttal. Everyone in the room, including the merchant guild members, immediately believed Mujin's words, whispering that this evidence was undeniable and that they never expected her to be a spy after 10 years. Guildmaster Ji Guangryu spoke with a stern expression, saying he knew this request might be a bit sudden. With sharp eyes, Jiguang Ryu offered to handle So-hee himself, as this was a matter for the Merchant Guild. So-hee looked up with an expression of utter horror when she heard the guildmaster's offer, a question echoing in her mind. What did he just say? Mujin bowed before Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu, saying he wanted to apologize for overstepping his bounds, while Jiguang thanked him and promised a generous reward. Jiguang Ryu ordered, "Immediately imprison that maid," while Mujin thought to himself that it was fortunate the spy had been caught and the heavenly merchants would be safer. As she was dragged away by 2 guards, So-hee screamed throughout the mansion. "That monk framed me." Lady Seolhwa burst into tears, sobbing, desperately asking why no one believed her, and called out loudly, "Guildmaster." So-hee's cries for Lady Seolhwa still echoed throughout the heavenly merchant's residential compound at night. Mujin stepped out of the gate, thinking to himself that everything had ended well and it was time to rest. A deep voice rang out, calling Mujin's name, making him turn around in surprise. Beopgang stood towering before Mujin with overwhelming killing intent, making him realize his senior brother was also here. With an angry expression, Beopgang demanded Mujin talk, and questioned why he acted alone, without consulting anyone. Mujin forced a laugh, thinking to himself that he couldn't tell Beopgang he was the man in black who had tricked So-hee to get the evidence. The narration stated that everything seemed to have ended, but in a dark prison, Jiguang Ryu's shadow appeared. Inside the dungeon, So-hee, with her battered body tied to a chair, watched as Jiguang Ryu slowly walked towards her. Jiguang Ryu roughly ripped off the gag and ordered, "I've removed the gag. Now speak." So-hee tremblingly pleaded that she truly did nothing, and blamed Mujin as a demonic monk who had deceived everyone. Jiguang Ryu coldly asked again, "He deceived us?" And So-hee confirmed that that devil was the man in black who had met her. Jiguang Ryu's eyes flashed in the darkness as he said he would ask her another question. Jiguang Ryu interrogated, "Then why did you give that letter to Monk Mujin, the one who met you?" leaving So-hee speechless. So-hee thought in horror how he knew about the letter, while recalling the scene where she handed the report to the man in black. Jiguang Ryu demanded So-hee state the 3rd rule of a spy, and she mechanically recited the rules about obedience, suicide upon exposure, and the final rule. "Good. You know everything very well," Jiguang Ryu said as their 2 shadows stretched long across the cold stone floor of the prison. Jiguang Ryu's shadow enveloped So-hee's twitching body as the final rule of a spy echoed, "If you fail, commit suicide." Beopgang suddenly appeared with overwhelming killing intent, growled Mujin's name, and declared he had many things to discuss with him. Mujin clasped his hands in apology, explaining that because the situation was too urgent, he had handled it himself first. Beopgang grabbed Mujin, shouting that that wasn't why he was scolding him, leaving Mujin utterly bewildered. In Beopgang's mind, images of martial arts masters flashed by as he said that this time Mujin was lucky to survive. But the outside world still held many extraordinarily powerful individuals. He slapped his forehead in frustration, shouting, asking what Mujin would do if that female spy and the man in black were masters, asserting he wouldn't return alive. Mujin bowed his head, thinking to himself that he never expected to be scolded for something like this. He looked up with a determined expression, as if he had something to say. Beopgang sternly advised him to trust the adults next time, and Mujin turned and walked away, promising to do so. The narration explained that Mujin had to suppress his emotions because Beopgang always rigidly adhered to the rules. A flashback appeared, showing young Ganghyuk trying to act strong despite his scraped knee. Seeing his grandparents' extreme worry, young Ganghyuk promised that next time he would definitely ask for help. Beopgang looked at Mujin with stern eyes, seemingly satisfied with his answer. In the office of the Heavenly Merchants Guildmaster, a voice rang out in astonishment. "What? So-hee Hong is dead?" Jiguang Rai looked stunned, recounting that early this morning when he went to interrogate her, he heard she had suddenly passed away. He speculated that someone within the Merchant Guild was helping or monitoring So-hee, recalling the scene where he and the guards discovered her body in a pool of blood. Sitting opposite Mujin, Jiguang Ryu reported that the letter contained nothing special, but confirmed So-hee had been a spy leaking information about Shaolin and the Merchant Guild. Mujin looked confused, asking why he was telling him this when he had previously asserted it was an internal matter. Jiguang Ryu looked at Mujin with a scrutinizing gaze, asking implicitly, "Could it be that I missed something related to you?" A drop of sweat ran down Jiguang Ryu's temple, as he thought to himself. As expected of junior monk Mujin, Jiguang Ryu secretly thought that Mujin not only devised a completely new clinic business model, but also uncovered a spy within the Merchant Guild. He began to recount the story after realizing Mujin's wisdom, and believing he could entrust this matter to him. Jiguang Ryu revealed that his decision to cooperate with Shaolin Temple was not solely for business, but also for a greater reason. Mujin appeared puzzled, and Jiguang Ryu stated that this was precisely why he wanted to meet him today. A flashback began in Jiguang Ryu's office, before the clinic was established, with a series of reports and invoices from various provinces. In the flashback, Jiguang Ryu was reviewing documents, thinking he was almost done, when he suddenly paused. He picked up an abacus and began to meticulously recalculate the figures. He compared the purchase report from the Mianyang branch with the goods received report from Hanzhong and found them to match. However, he discovered an item being sold at a price significantly higher than the market rate and wondered, what is this? Jiguang Ryu's expression turned grim as an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. He called for Manager Yang, and Yang Jinpyong immediately appeared, bowing in response. Jiguang Ryu ordered Yang Jinpyong to send the Azure Gold Team, the Merchant Guild's investigation squad, to the Mianyang and Hanzhong branches with a sealed letter. Returning to the present, Jiguang Ryu explained that the suspicious activities of the branches were why he cooperated with Shaolin Temple to rein them in. He added that based on his experience and intuition, he had felt something was amiss long ago. Then Mujin appeared and helped capture the spy, making him realize the problem was not only external but also within the main headquarters itself. Jiguang Ryu sincerely thanked Mujin for helping the Merchant Guild avoid a major predicament, while Mujin silently acknowledged his trustworthiness. Jiguang Ryu stated the problem lay with spies like So He Hong, and Mujin humbly replied before asking about the issues in other branches. Mujin pondered deeply as Jiguang Ryu expressed concern about not being able to leave the main headquarters for fear it would collapse. He thought that if this problem wasn't thoroughly resolved, the Heavenly Merchants Guild would face a great disaster, leading to the collapse of the entire world in the novel. Mujin told himself that the first problem, So He Hong, had been eliminated, and now he had to find the remaining villain. Mujin was startled when he thought of Lady Seolhwa, who was standing with her back turned, accompanied by a maid. Sitting opposite Jiguang Ryu, Mujin asked directly, what is Lady Seolhwa's situation now? Jiguang explained that since So He Hong had used Seolhwa to steal information, they also had to investigate her, making Mujin wonder if they were accomplices. Jiguang emphatically denied, absolutely not, then cleared his throat and stated that Seolhwa was currently under house arrest. Mujin commented that it was hard to believe Seolhwa was completely unaware of her maid's scheme, thinking she deserved punishment, but felt a slight hesitation in his heart. Jiguang wondered why Mujin suddenly asked about Seolhwa, causing him to fall silent in thought. Mujin said he had a proposal concerning Lady Seolhwa and asked Jiguang if he had noticed any issues with their clinic. He explained that he had just realized it after a recent incident, recalling a patient asking if the clinic accepted female patients. The patient recounted that his wife also wanted treatment for a back problem, making Mujin suddenly realize that until now, they had only treated male patients. Mujin recalled his past life as a fitness trainer, where physical contact with female clients during instruction was always a sensitive issue. He pondered the strict principle of non-contact between men and women in this martial arts world, where the words of elders could not be disregarded. Mujin thought of Madame Gahi Yun's case. She could be treated without issue because she regarded him as a grandson. He imagined a terrible scenario, a noblewoman screaming when he touched her for treatment, accusing him to her husband standing nearby. In Mujin's imagination, the husband, with furious eyes, hissed, "You wretched piece of trash." Mujin shivered and said to Jiguang, "I fear something similar could happen." Jiguang agreed that it was indeed a significant problem, as women would feel uncomfortable being touched by a man, even a monk. Jiguang recalled Mujin's words and asked if he had found a solution, and Mujin confidently replied, "Yes, I have found one." With a confident smile, Mujin began to reveal his solution. He proposed, "Let Lady Seolhwa learn my treatment methods," illustrating with an image of Seolhwa treating a female patient, and explaining that she could treat female patients in his stead. Jiguang showed interest, realizing that even under house arrest, Seolhwa could still learn, and this would easily resolve the clinic's problem. Mujin emphasized the most crucial point, with an image of Lady Seolhwa looking worried that since she was the guildmaster's daughter, there would be no risk of the secret techniques leaking. He confidently declared that this technique would belong solely to the Heavenly Merchants Guild, giving them a monopoly among the world's 5 leading merchant guilds. Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu stroked his chin, pondering Mujin's calculated proposal. A silent and somewhat admiring smile appeared on Guildmaster Jiguang's face. Guildmaster Jiguang burst into hearty laughter, praising that the young monk Mujin was truly unpredictable. Guildmaster Jiguang called out loudly, "Manager Yang, are you there? Please invite Seolhwa here." When Lady Seolhwa entered the room, Guildmaster Jiguang told his daughter that she must resent him for confining her, but she tremblingly replied that she did not blame her father at all. Guildmaster Jiguang asked his daughter if, having visited the clinic several times, she knew what the young monk Mujin's work entailed, and she hesitantly confirmed. Guildmaster Jiguang gestured to Mujin and said, "Young monk Mujin, please continue," and Mujin stood up, accepting. Mujin turned to Lady Seolhwa and said that after discussing with her father, he wished to propose that she learn his treatment methods and exercises to help female patients. Lady Seolhwa was startled by the sudden proposal, stammering to ask how she could do that while still under house arrest. Mujin explained that he wasn't asking her to help immediately, but would teach her his treatment methods during her confinement. He reminded her that she had observed him working every time she visited, and in her mind, an image of Mujin treating suffering townsfolk appeared. Mujin added that he thought she would be able to learn easily, while Lady Seolwa was still trembling, speechless. Mujin smiled gently, saying she could refuse if she wished, and the image of the original young monk Mujin's smile suddenly flashed in her memory, making Lady Seolwa realize with a start. Mujin suggested she could consider this as them playing together, just like in the old days. A brief flashback showed the young monk Mujin happily talking with Lady Seolwa in the forest. Returning to the present, Lady Seolwa looked at Mujin with determined eyes, and said that she would stay by his side to help him fulfill his dream of healing and saving people. Despite her decision, Lady Seolwa still worriedly wondered if she could truly do it, and what would happen if she made a mistake. Guildmaster Jiguang stood aside, silently observing his daughter muttering in anxiety. What should I do? Jiguang Ryu expressed concern to Mujin, suggesting that this might be too much for Lady Seolwa at the moment. Mujin smiled confidently, asserting that as the guild leader's daughter, she could certainly do it, and this was the perfect time. He explained that Lady Seolwa's lack of confidence was due to So Hee Hong intentionally fattening her up and manipulating her psychologically. Mujin continued, suggesting that learning training theories and techniques would help her regain confidence, while secretly thinking this was also a good opportunity to get closer to the daughter of a wealthy family. On the first day, Mujin sat opposite Lady Seolwa at a table, beginning the lesson by teaching basic theories and the accompanying physical changes. He explained the consumption of meat to supplement protein, a nutrient essential for body training that the simple Shaolin diet could not provide. Mujin secretly thought about his plan, simplifying specialized terminology with illustrations so she wouldn't lose interest. Lady Seolwa suddenly understood why Mujin had eaten meat before and awkwardly requested, "Please forget about that time." By the 5th day, Mujin warmed up and announced he would teach Lady Seolwa stretching and Pilates techniques. Both went to a clinic equipped with therapy tools for practical experience, as Lady Seolwa was permitted to go out for study purposes despite being grounded. Madame Gahi-yeon was also present and cheerfully reassured Lady Seolwa that she would be fine, so not to worry too much. Mujin explained that since he couldn't touch Lady Seolwa to instruct her, Madame Gahi-yeon had volunteered to help, while the young lady still looked anxious. Despite her apprehension, Lady Seolwa skillfully performed acupressure on Madame Gahi-yeon and asked Mujin, "Junior Master Mujin, am I doing this correctly?" Mujin gave a thumbs up in praise. "Excellent, Lady Seolwa. You learn very quickly," acknowledged. Lady Seolwa blushed shyly, but felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment within her heart. On the 9th day, Mujin stood with his arms crossed. Observing that Lady Seolwa seemed to have a new goal, he watched her jogging in the courtyard and speculated that her goal was not for the guild or her father, but for herself. Mujin decided not to speculate, deeming it impolite to discuss a woman's weight. Instead, he would simply observe and assist when needed. An image of Lady Seolwa diligently jump roping appeared, while Mujin thought about how she had been psychologically manipulated by a spy, leading to uncontrolled weight gain. He recalled advising her to exercise, reasoning that she needed to move more to better understand her body, and noted that she had never shown any discomfort about it. Mujin stood watching Lady Seolwa train, secretly thinking that she was perhaps truly determined to lose weight, and hoping she would achieve good results. Lady Seolwa panted after finishing her workout, while Mujin hoped to see a determined Ryu Seolwa, not the person he had read about in the novel. On the 20th day, Lady Seolwa tiredly performed a stretching exercise. By now, she could execute most Pilates techniques. Mujin commented that although the techniques he taught her were fewer than Byopjan's, she had become more stable and could apply them in practice. Lady Seolwa sat reading the instruction book, wondering about the next pose, which made Mujin think it was not a bad start to becoming a professional trainer. Mujin believed that since Lady Seolwa was still in her developmental years, she would be able to lose weight successfully if she didn't give up. Observing with his arms crossed, Mujin thought Lady Seolwa's transformation was astonishing compared to her initial shyness, as dieting was difficult even for adults. Jiguang Ryu secretly peeked at his daughter through a crack in the door, so moved that he had to cover his face, secretly thinking he couldn't believe how much she had changed. Mujin recounted that Jiguang Ryu was so touched that he secretly gave him an emergency sum of money without letting the senior monks know. In his thoughts, Mujin dramatically growled, "Are you trying to bribe me with money? Are you trying to humiliate me?" However, an image of a full bag of silver appeared, and Mujin admitted that the amount was too large for him to refuse. Mujin and Jiguang Ryu shook hands, and he resolved that one day he would use this money to buy protein to eat. Mujin thought that Lady Seolwa's training was going smoothly, but that wasn't his ultimate goal. Mujin told Jiguang Ryu that he thought Lady Seolwa was ready, and the guild leader agreed. Mujin proposed the idea of opening a branch in a rural area, but Jiguang Ryu guessed that he didn't just want to open a clinic in Dengfeng County. Mujin excitedly announced his plan to open a chain of branches, saying they would establish clinics in rural areas to earn more money, then quickly corrected himself to save more people. He seriously thought to himself that they would also use this opportunity to investigate what the suspicious rural branches were doing, while the shadowy figures of two mysterious villains appeared. Jiguang Ryu asked, "Where do you plan to open the first branch?" And Mujin replied that the first branch would be in. Mujin smiled confidently as a map appeared, pointing to a bright spot and declaring, "In Nanchang, Jiangxi province." Jiguang Ryu asked in surprise why Nanchang, instead of closer Luoyang or Zhengzhou. Jiguang Ryu expressed surprise at Mujin's knowledge of the territorial situation but warned that Nanchang was not an easy place to do business. Mujin pointed to the map and explained that Nanchang was the closest neutral area, still better than opening a branch in a place already completely ruled by another power. The narration revealed Mujin's true reason. He thought that with his current low status, it was very difficult to change the Heavenly Merchants Guild, and he still hadn't met their true master. Mujin sat before the map, recalling important information from the novel. In the future, Nanchang would be ruled by a demonic faction. An introduction to the Tyrant Blade faction appeared, describing them as a wicked force specializing in dirty work for the Heavenly Merchants Guild, from drug production to human trafficking, and Mujin was determined to go there to stop them. Administration Hall leader Hyun Myung wondered who would handle the guild's affairs here, and Mujin nominated senior brother Beopjun. Mujin explained that Beopjun hadn't fully displayed his abilities because he was busy caring for his grandfather, accompanied by a flashback image of Beopjun carrying the frail elder Hyunsong. In another flashback, Mujin asserted that Beopjun understood his techniques even better than he did himself, and added that the elder always felt guilty because Beopjun had helped him with everything. Mujin confidently declared this was a good opportunity for senior brother Beopjun to make a name for himself. With a joyful expression, Mujin secretly thought about going to Nanchang alone and indulging in meat. Administration Hall leader Hyun Myung dampened Mujin's excitement, saying that place was too far for him to go alone, but he had a perfect companion. The narration stated that Abbot Hyunchon had heard about the conversation and happily granted permission with a gesture of approval. Elder Hyunsong also quickly agreed, telling Beopjun in a flashback that he believed he would do well on his own. Beopjun meditated, accepting Grandmaster Hyunsong's command to seize this opportunity to go out into the world and assist Mujin. Mujin explained that he had used Choi Gang-hyok's gym management experience to impart detailed methods for managing and handling clients. After everything was arranged, Mujin began preparing for departure and concluded that day's training session. Mujin asked Seolhwa Ryu about the muscle stretching session, and she shyly replied that he had taught very well, helping her make the most of her grounded time. Seolhwa sadly asked if Mujin would be leaving for Nanchang tomorrow, and he smiled, confirming they would depart early in the morning. Seolhwa lowered her face, sadly thinking to herself that they had just grown closer, and now he had to leave. She recalled the times Mujin had saved her life as a child, and now saved the guild, regretting that she hadn't yet fully expressed her gratitude. Seolhwa stood alone in the night, sadly thinking that everyone around her would eventually leave, making it difficult for her to grow close to anyone. She flinched when she heard someone call her name, interrupting her thoughts that everyone would eventually abandon her. Mujin smiled brightly, reassuring her that he was only leaving for a business trip and would return, while also instructing her to continue training diligently in his absence. He warned that he would test her skills upon his return and show no mercy, causing Seolhwa to look up with a slightly flushed face. Seolhwa stammered her agreement, and the two pinky swore, while Mujin secretly thought that he had given her the final motivation, and all preparations were complete. On a moving carriage, Mujin asked his companion how long it would take to reach Nanchang. The coachman replied that if there were no issues, it would take about 4 days, and Mujin responded that he would rely on him. Mujin sat in the carriage, determinedly thinking that since he had dealt with So Hee-hong, her organization would surely act, and he wanted to seize this opportunity to confront the Tyrant Blade faction. In an office elsewhere, a subordinate reported to the branch leader that the guildmaster's guests were arriving. The branch leader wondered about the group of guests, while a thought bubble revealed that he was likely the master of the fallen Heavenly Merchants Guild, a villainous organization from the novel. The subordinate replied that they were from Shaolin Temple, causing the branch leader's hand, resting on the chair, to twitch slightly. The branch leader looked up with a stunned and angry expression. Back in the carriage, the coachman informed Mujin, who was reading a book, that they were nearing their destination. Mujin looked outside and asked if the place they saw ahead was Nanchang, and the coachman confirmed, telling him to prepare to disembark. Mujin gazed towards the city with a resolute look, secretly thinking that it was his second business establishment. 2 carriages advanced towards Nanchang City Gate, under a clear blue sky. Mujin irritably shook his companion, saying they had arrived and telling him to wake up, while thinking he should have come alone. Beopjun, who had just been hit on the head with a stick, angrily yelled, "You brat!" Mujin held the stick, repeating the coachman's words that they were almost there, asking Beopjun if he heard. Beopjun irritably sprawled out, arguing that he had told him to only wake him upon arrival, and scolding Mujin for not understanding or being deaf, which infuriated Mujin. Mujin angrily thought to himself. Why do I have to travel with this guy? While He Guan declared he would continue sleeping. The scene shifted to 2 days earlier at the Heavenly Merchants Guild. Mujin exclaimed in surprise. What? You want me to go with Senior Uncle He Guan? And Abbot Hyunchon replied, Yes. Abbot Hyunchon explained that there were rumors of gangs and evil factions appearing in Nanchang, so he was worried about letting Mujin go alone. He added that He Guan was very knowledgeable about evil factions, so it would be better for him to accompany Mujin, as one could never be too careful. Returning to the present, Mujin secretly thought that this arrangement was actually good. He considered that the goal of the trip was to eliminate the Tyrant Blade faction, so having someone as strong as He Guan accompany him would give him more peace of mind. Despite his doubts about He Guan's laziness, while pretending to sleep, He Guan's ear twitched slightly as he overheard Mujin's thoughts. He Guan opened his eyes slightly with a sly smile, secretly thinking, just as I thought, something fun is about to happen. From within the bushes, 2 strangers watched the approaching carriage, and one whispered that the little rats had finally arrived. 2 assassins dressed in black with glowing red eyes hid in the foliage, silently observing. Mujin looked at the large building of the Nanchang branch and secretly thought that this trip would not be boring at all. Inside the building, branch leader Seolho Ryu, the guildmaster's second son, asked his subordinate if the information had been confirmed. An assassin reported that it was confirmed they arrived by carriage, causing Seolho Ryu to mutter about the Shaolin disciples having arrived. Another subordinate entered to announce the guests' arrival, and Seolho Ryu calmly ordered them to enter. The door opened, and Mujin, with his muscular physique, stood imposingly at the entrance. As he entered the room, Mujin sensed another faint presence and wondered if he was overthinking things. Mujin clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself as a third-rank Shaolin disciple. Seolho Ryu, holding a pipe, also introduced himself as the branch leader and welcomed Mujin. In the bathtub, Mujin told Seolho that he had received a letter from the guildmaster and that the Nanchang branch would build a workshop to manufacture equipment for his clinic. Seolho Ryu coldly dismissed him, telling Mujin to speak with the chief supervisor if he needed anything, which made Mujin ask again in astonishment. Sitting on a chair, Seolho Ryu puffed on his pipe and said condescendingly, Today is your first day, so I'm making time for you. As the Nanchang branch leader, I am quite busy. Mujin narrowed his eyes, thinking irritably to himself, remarking that Seolho was truly rude, befitting the nature of a future villain. Mujin smiled and asked if he could leave now, and Seolho coldly replied that it would be better if he left, as he had many things to do. After Mujin left, Seolho Ryu sat alone in the room, lightly tapping his pipe on the table. A shadowy figure in armor suddenly appeared, causing Seolho Ryu to mutter that he couldn't believe this person had detected his presence. Truly, no ordinary monk. Seolho concluded that underestimating Mujin could ruin their plans, and surely his father, the guildmaster, must have had a reason to praise him so highly. Seolho picked up a brush, deciding he would test Mujin himself, and the subordinate in black armor asked how he intended to do so. Surrounded by a dark aura, Seolho Ryu recalled the incident where a large number of outer sect disciples had left Shaolin Temple and remarked that the world was very sensitive to sensational stories. Seolho ordered his subordinate to spread that rumor, and the subordinate bowed in compliance. Elsewhere, Mujin sighed in relief after setting a heavy wooden crate down on the ground. A long-haired man thanked Mujin for helping carry the luggage and introduced himself as also having once been a Shaolin disciple. The man introduced himself as Mak Ji-hyuk, the master of the Buddha Fist sect, and revealed his former monastic name was Hai Shin. Mujin looked at the sky, thinking that Elder Hyun Myung had been quite worried about security in Nanchang, but he found the Buddha Fist sect master to be actually very kind and friendly. Mak Ji-hyuk curiously asked if these strange-looking tools truly benefited the world, and Mujin affirmed that they were therapeutic tools that had helped many people. Mujin explained that they couldn't be the only ones using these good things, which was why they came here. Then he loudly asked if the Buddha Fist sect master was inside. Mujin knocked on the door and called out loudly, while Mak Ji-hyuk stood beside him with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. Mak Ji-hyuk hastily apologized to Mujin, saying that it seemed he had an uninvited guest, and stepped towards the door. With a serious expression, Mak Ji-hyuk approached and flung open the 2 large doors. Mak Ji-hyuk was stunned to see a crowd gathered outside. One of them shouted that he had something to say to the person from Shaolin and had heard disturbing rumors. Mujin watched the crowd being led inside by Mak Ji-hyuk and secretly assessed that these must be key figures in the area, but they didn't seem strong at all. Kang Taegu, the sect leader of the Grand Sword faction of Jiangxi, angrily questioned whether the Shaolin disciples intended to use their medical skills for business. Others in the crowd chimed in, shouting and asking if Shaolin Temple was in financial straits after the outer sect disciples had left. Mak Ji-hyuk weakly tried to explain that this was merely a clinic for those suffering and in need of treatment. The crowd dismissed him and demanded that they provide services for free, while Mujin gritted his teeth, thinking that these people had truly crossed the line. Mujin stepped forward and spoke. "Pardon me for interrupting your conversation." With a threatening smile, Mujin asked directly, "We, the Shaolin disciples, have just arrived and are still unloading our luggage. How could you possibly know we intend to use medical skills?" The martial artists in the crowd were stunned and bewildered by his sharp question. They awkwardly began to blame each other, some saying they heard it from the Grand Sword faction leader, others claiming it was just a rumor, leading Mujin to deduce the mastermind. Mujin inwardly cursed Ryu Seolho as a cunning old fox, daring to use public opinion to wage war against him. He smirked and declared he wouldn't hold back, then told the crowd he knew why they were there. Mujin explained that he came with the intention of sacrificing himself to help everyone, and had anticipated absurd rumors like Shaolin Temple being greedy for money. Kang Taegu was about to retort, "Even so," but Mujin immediately glared and cut him off with immense pressure. "Even so, you say?" Someone in the crowd remarked that Mujin's argument was too forced. Mujin put his hands on his hips and retorted loudly. "Forced, you say? Frankly, why would Shaolin Temple need your permission to open a clinic here?" He stared directly at the trembling crowd and shouted, exposing them as mere puppets of Ryu Seolho. A muscular man stepped forward from behind the crowd, stating he couldn't listen anymore and wondering why a young monk talked so much. The man was identified as Kang Jiawan, the eldest son of the Grand Sword faction leader, and he said to his father, "Father, allow me to handle this." Kang Jiawan faced Mujin, proposing to settle the matter with a duel in the righteous way and declaring he would teach him proper thinking. The crowd cheered in approval, and Mujin sighed, accepting, very well." Mujin gestured with his hand, emitting a surge of red internal energy, and said to the wary Kang Jiawan, "Don't just stand there." Mujin adopted an offensive stance, radiating red energy, and provoked, "Come at me." Kang Jiawan broke out in a cold sweat, astonished, wondering why a teenager, a third-ranked disciple, wasn't using his full power. While Mujin held his stance, Kang Jiawan secretly thought there must be a reason this young man could serve Dongfeng County, and couldn't understand why he was so strong. Mujin's face turned fierce, and he gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Kang Jiawan launched a high kick and shouted as he realized it was that strange technique again, but Mujin quickly dodged it. Mujin blocked the attack, seizing the opportunity to grab Kang Jiawan's arm and leg to restrain him. Using a karate-style leg sweep, Mujin easily made Kang Jiawan lose his balance. Kang Jiawan fell sprawling on the ground, painfully listening to Mujin's taunts that his attack was too obvious. Mujin turned his back on his defeated opponent, declared his victory, and told the crowd to stop causing trouble, reminding them to behave like righteous martial artists. From the rooftop, Haiguan observed and thought to himself that he hadn't needed to intervene. The situation had been resolved, albeit in a rather crazy way. Haiguan frowned, deeming Mujin's actions foolish. Looking at Mujin's retreating back, Haiguan worried that he had made a bad first impression on the townspeople and wondered what he would do next. The scene shifted to a bustling street in Nanchang at night, where a woman's voice exclaimed, praising someone's handsomeness. Mujin, in disguise with long hair, walked down the street while a group of women admired his muscles and hair, some even boldly inviting him. It turned out Mujin was wearing a wig. He was secretly annoyed but also admitted that thanks to it, no one recognized him as a monk. Mujin mused that at this time, the Tyrant Blade faction had not yet fully taken over Nanchang, so he needed to gather all information about them. Suddenly, Mujin froze when he caught a familiar scent and appeared utterly surprised. The scent led him to a noisy tavern, terrifying him as he realized what it was. Mujin recoiled with a panicked expression, telling himself he couldn't go in there and had to remember his purpose for coming here and his disguise. He tried to calm himself, determined to quickly find the Tyrant Blade faction and strike a heavy blow against Ryu Seolho and the other villains. Mujin told himself to calm down, lamenting that for the past few months he had only eaten mushrooms and tofu. He tried to focus on his information-gathering mission, instead of thinking about meat. Mujin's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly, making those around him in the tavern turn their heads. The townspeople whispered about the sound coming from the young man's stomach, causing Mujin immense embarrassment. An enticing plate of spicy tofu appeared. Next was a fragrant plate of grilled fish, served on a banana leaf. Mujin decided not to hold back any longer, declaring that nothing was more important than filling his hungry stomach, and that it was time to spend the money he had received. He ate ravenously, telling himself it had been a long time since he had eaten high-quality protein, not since his wall-facing punishment. As he ate, Mujin justified to himself that he was working hard for Shaolin Temple and the Heavenly Merchants Guild, so he deserved a reward. He was delighted to see the dongpo braised pork, recalling how his grandfather used to eat it with such relish. With a look of intense craving, Mujin lifted a piece of meat and whispered that he would help it be reborn as nutrients in his body. He brought the piece of meat towards the open window, where Haiguan had been sitting unnoticed. Mujin happily prepared to eat the fatty braised pork. Haiguan sat on the windowsill, smiling gently at Mujin. Mujin and Haiguan looked at each other in silence, a table full of food between them. Mujin was stunned to realize the other person was senior brother Hai Guan, while Hai Guan smirked meaningfully. Hai Guan spoke up, teasing Mujin about his lavish meal, which startled Mujin, who blurted out, accusing him of being the fallen Grandmaster Hyung Wang. Hai Guan calmly asked why Mujin was trying to stay in Nanchang, saying he had seen the determination in his eyes when he chased after the muscular thug. Mujin remained silent, assessing the situation and beginning to ponder that if utilized well, this could be an opportunity. Hai Guan stepped into the room and declared, "It could be an opportunity to take down the Tyrant Blade faction. And the price for me to turn a blind eye to this is that you'll pay for what we have here." As more wine jars were brought out, Hai Guan began to summarize the situation. "So, the head of the Heavenly Merchants Guild, Ryuji Guang." Hai Guan continued pouring wine and said he had told Mujin about an underground organization in Nanchang that specialized in kidnapping women and children to sell them. Hai Guan took a sip of wine, then asked Mujin, "Then you disguised yourself and ordered food here to gather information about them, correct?" And Mujin confirmed it. Mujin secretly thought he wanted to drink wine, while Hai Guan mumbled the organization's name, the Tyrant Blade Faction. With a sinister smile, Hai Guan showed excitement. "I'm about to get some exercise for the first time in a long while," and suggested that those watching them might belong to the Tyrant Blade faction. In Mujin's thoughts, an image of two hidden assassins looking down at a carriage appeared, and he mused that it was strange they hadn't acted despite detecting his energy. The image of two assassins in black with glowing red eyes became clearer as Mujin concluded that they still possessed reason, as they didn't attack upon sensing his anti-demonic energy. Back in reality, Hai Guan suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Hey!" startling Mujin. A young servant fearfully poked his head through the door, timidly asking, "Yes, sir?" Hai Guan held up a gleaming silver ingot, making the servant exclaim in surprise, "That's my silver ingot!" Mujin stared dumbfounded at his money pouch, not understanding when Hai Guan had taken a silver ingot, even though he had only just taken them out briefly. Hai Guan smiled cunningly at the servant, promising another silver ingot if he knew anything about the group called the Tyrant Blade faction. An image of a large building with a Black Death faction sign appeared. The servant explained that he had never heard of the Tyrant Blade faction, but there was a notorious underground group in Nanchang called the Black Death faction. The gates of the Black Death faction opened, revealing a pile of defeated members, while the servant said they had existed for a long time and were likely involved in all sorts of shady activities. The servant sighed, thinking the Black Death faction might be the group Hai Guan was looking for, but Hai Guan coldly replied, "It's not them." Standing among the unconscious thugs, Hai Guan remarked that the Tyrant Blade faction wasn't a weak gang of ruffians. They were even weaker than Kang Jiawan, whom he had faced yesterday. Hai Guan slapped a thug lying on the ground hard across the face and yelled, "Hey, you bastard." Hai Guan grabbed the thug by the collar, stating he wouldn't slap him a second time, and began interrogating him about newly emerging underground groups or those recruiting external forces. With bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, Hai Guan threatened the trembling thug, "If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I'll boil you alive." The thug, held by Beopjan, fearfully confessed to Hai Guan that recently a place had appeared where many strangers were seen. Many went in, but no one came out. Grabbed by the collar by Hai Guan, the thug frantically begged for his life and promised to reveal everything. Hai Guan and Beopjan looked at each other with determined expressions, realizing they had found their target. Beopjan showed caution, suggesting it would be dangerous for them to go alone, and proposed contacting other monks to act together. Hai Guan dismissed Beopjan's suggestion, saying there was no need to call for reinforcements. Beopjan was surprised when Hai Guan confidently said his people were already sufficient and pointed to the surrounding rooftops. Beopjan was astonished to see the Demon Extermination Squad members already ambushed on the rooftops, not understanding when they had been following them. Hai Guan explained that his squad would appear wherever he was or wherever there was a scent of demonic cult activity, indicating that the elders had made preparations beforehand. With a sinister smile, Hai Guan turned and ordered his squad, Demon Extermination Squad, move out. The narration introduced the Tyrant Blade faction, an extremely cruel criminal organization funded by the Heavenly Merchants Guild, specializing in illegal activities such as drug smuggling, kidnapping, imprisonment, and human trafficking in a remote village. At a base during the night, a subordinate wearing a wide-brimmed hat was reporting to his leader that the mission had failed. The subordinate explained that they had tried to use local sects to drive away the Shaolin disciples, but had failed due to the intervention of the monk known as the Blessed Monk. The Tyrant Blade faction leader, drinking wine, scornfully said this was why he hated the righteous sect's way of doing things, calling them useless hypocrites. The subordinate showed concern, asking if it was truly all right that the Blessed Monk was, in fact, Hai Guan, the demon exterminator. The Tyrant Blade faction leader growled, "So what?" While summoning a gigantic spiked mace that emanated dark energy, he stood up, hoisted the mace onto his shoulder, and confidently asked his subordinate, "Do you think I'll lose?" The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of the number of people his leader had killed, while the leader, with amusement, retorted, "Aren't you curious?" The Tyrant Blade faction leader grinned sinisterly, posing the question of who would win if the demon exterminator and he, the Tyrant Blade faction leader, fought with full power. The subordinate walked alone outside, pondering the upcoming confrontation. The subordinate flinched upon hearing a sound and turned around, discovering another subordinate dressed as a ninja moving behind him. A Tyrant Blade faction subordinate noticed 2 fiery handprints on the ground and wondered, "Huh? Why is it so hot? Wait, looking closely, they're shaped like palms?" A Shaolin monk's eyes flashed with fierce light just before he struck. A demon extermination squad member unleashed the divine palm of Tathagata, creating a terrifying explosion that blew away the enemy. Another muscular monk with fiery hands shouted a warning. "Enemy ambush? Enemies from the east? Get everyone out of here quickly." A Tyrant Blade faction subordinate frantically screamed upon seeing a burst of light attack from another direction. "They're on that side too?" A monk from the demon extermination squad grabbed the subordinate by the collar, calmly stating that the previous blow wasn't enough to kill him, while the subordinate realized in terror that the Shaolin intruders were attacking from both sides. A monk's sandaled foot stepped on the face of the recently defeated subordinate, and a voice echoed, "We're also advancing from the front." Haiguan leaped across the rooftops, scolding the Tyrant Blade faction subordinates as incompetent for not checking all directions. Guan delivered a devastating kick to an enemy's face, thinking to himself that he now clearly understood their skill level. Standing amidst the fallen enemies, Haiguan declared that today would be the end of the wicked martial artist's crimes. Haiguan ordered his squad, Demon Extermination Squad, move out, and the members simultaneously charged into the enemy base. The Demon Extermination Squad members easily overwhelmed and defeated the Tyrant Blade faction members in a chaotic battle. Mujin observed the battle and thought to himself in astonishment, "I hadn't noticed before, but the senior brothers are incredibly strong." Mujin continued to marvel at the senior brothers' strength as they easily defeated enemies, wondering if this was the power of Shaolin Temple, the strongest beacon in the world. A Demon Extermination Squad member grabbed an enemy and shouted loudly to Mujin, "Mujin! Senior brother Haiguan has gone ahead. Leave this place to us and follow him." Mujin immediately agreed and rushed off, sensing immense energy currents clashing ahead. He ran at full speed towards a closed door, loudly calling out senior brother Haiguan's name. Mujin burst through the door, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" While simultaneously realizing the number of enemies was greater than expected. Mujin's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Mujin was stunned by the chaotic scene, thinking to himself, "What is this? It's insane." The Tyrant Blade faction leader growled to himself, thinking he had never witnessed such a frantic battle, and was surprised that his opponent was strong enough to rival Haiguan. The Tyrant Blade faction leader leapt onto the rooftop, his silhouette stark against the night sky while Haiguan looked up. The Tyrant Blade faction leader charged down, using his massive spiked mace to smash the ground, creating a deep crater. Haiguan ordered all members of the Demon Extermination Squad to begin searching the compound. Haiguan swung his staff, continuing to order his squad to rescue all those imprisoned there. The Tyrant Blade faction leader swung his mace, attacking Haiguan, who was still commanding his squad to search for any evidence that could be used against them. Haiguan easily blocked the Tyrant Blade faction leader's attack with his staff. The ground cracked beneath their feet due to the impact force from their weapons. While Haiguan and the Tyrant Blade faction leader confronted each other, the Demon Extermination Squad members were also fiercely engaging the Tyrant Blade faction's subordinates. Haiguan took a step back, blue energy radiating from his feet. Haiguan leapt into the air, raising his staff high, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the Tyrant Blade faction leader. Haiguan's staff and the Tyrant Blade faction leader's mace clashed violently, creating a cracking sound. The collision generated an energy explosion, blowing away the surrounding earth and rocks. The Tyrant Blade faction leader was sent flying backward but sat up, laughing loudly and excitedly shouted, "This is fun! You are as strong as the rumors say." Mujin was astonished to see the enemy enjoying the fight, and wondered if he should rush in to assist Haiguan right now. Haiguan landed on the ground and sat down heavily, musing. "He's this strong?" Looking at his hands, Haiguan thought to himself that his decision to call for reinforcements was correct, as he had initially underestimated his opponent. The Tyrant Blade faction leader said it was an honor to be acknowledged by someone of Haiguan's renown, but Haiguan coldly replied, "That's not a good thing." Haiguan knelt on one knee, thinking to himself that all the villains he acknowledged were hoping he would soon join them in hell. The Tyrant Blade faction leader laughed loudly in mockery upon seeing Haiguan's broken staff, asking how long he intended to act tough. Haiguan stood up, blue energy radiating from his hands, monologuing that the way he sent his enemies to hell was always the same. They all thought they would win after disarming him. Haiguan confidently declared that even without his staff, he could easily kill his opponent because he came from Shaolin Temple. The Tyrant Blade faction leader growled, thinking Haiguan was just bluffing. Haiguan clenched his glowing fist and charged straight towards the Tyrant Blade faction leader. Haiguan unleashed a powerful punch called the Demon-Shattering Peerless Fist. Struck by the blow, the Tyrant Blade faction leader screamed in astonishment at the incredible power that had just hit him. He was sent flying and fell sprawling on the ground, coughing up blood. Haiguan appeared with a fierce expression, shouting that his punch was actually much stronger, and his opponent would surely die. The Tyrant Blade faction leader lay on the ground, exclaiming in terror, "What a crazy monk." Haiguan suddenly stopped and said, "But not now," then turned around. Haiguan looked at Mujin with a serious expression and said, "It's time for a lesson, Mujin," making the boy ask in confusion. "What?" Haiguan grabbed Mujin by the collar, explaining that he had weakened the enemy and would leave the rest to him, ordering him to do whatever it took to defeat him. Mujin stammered in panic, not understanding what was happening, while Haiguan shouted that power would awaken when facing danger. Haiguan threw Mujin forward and yelled, "Go!" Mujin was thrown straight towards the Tyrant Blade faction leader, who was sitting on the ground. In a panic, Mujin thought to himself, "Did he just suddenly throw me off a cliff?" Both Mujin and the Tyrant Blade faction leader widened their eyes in astonishment at this unexpected situation. Mujin screamed as he was thrown straight towards the enemy. The Tyrant Blade faction leader frowned in anger, wondering if his opponent was handing the battle over to a subordinate. Mujin fell sprawling on the ground while the Tyrant Blade faction leader felt disrespected, thinking, "Does that mean I, the Lord of Tyranny, am too insignificant for you?" He admitted that even though the provocation was pathetic, the goal of enraging him had succeeded. Enveloped in dark energy, the Tyrant Blade faction leader charged to attack Mujin, who was lying on the ground. He roared, "I'll crush this brat first, then I'll make you like this." "Hi." Guan smiled, gave a thumbs up, and said, "It seems you've misunderstood. Let me correct you. That guy isn't a brat." While the Tyrant Blade faction leader was still bewildered, Mujin suddenly lunged up from below. Mujin delivered an uppercut to the enemy's chin, while Haiguan finished his sentence. "Hez, just a kid." The Tyrant Blade faction leader was sent flying, and Mujin had seized his spiked mace, making Haiguan shout, "Hey, that's even worse." Mujin looked at his opponent with a determined expression, thinking to himself that even though his defense was rushed and full of openings, it had worked. Seeing the Tyrant Blade faction leader fall backward, Mujin thought that the direct fall onto his lower back would make it difficult for him to get up, and now he just needed to break his legs to finish him off. Suddenly, the Tyrant Blade faction leader's eyes flashed with menacing purple light as he let out a roar. He activated a type of internal breathing technique, releasing an extremely powerful surge of purple energy that blasted Mujin away. The Tyrant Blade faction leader stood up, commenting on Mujin's strange technique and noticing the mark on his forehead. Realizing he was combining different skills, he asked in astonishment, "Are you Mujin?" Then muttered about an eventful day, meeting only big names. The Tyrant Blade faction leader ordered his subordinates, "You all, while I deal with this monk, focus on wearing down his insane power." "Hi," Guan smiled as he saw the crowd charging, thinking to himself that he couldn't just sit back and watch anymore, but he had no complaints. The Tyrant Blade faction leader looked at Mujin with a sinister expression, mentioning his formidable healing technique, and challenged, "Let's see how long you can survive against them." The Tyrant Blade faction leader charged forward with his mace, radiating dark purple energy, roaring that Mujin would become a corpse before he could do anything. Meanwhile, Haiguan alone easily blocked and attacked the other members of the Tyrant Blade faction. Haiguan moved gracefully amidst the encirclement, dodging attacks and counterattacking with full confidence. Looking towards Mujin, Haiguan excitedly shouted as if cheering him on, "That's right, keep it up, raise your left leg just like that." Mujin blocked the leader's attack while irritably snapping back at Haiguan. "I don't need you to tell me." The Tyrant Blade faction leader swung his mace down forcefully while Mujin raised his leg to block the blow. The leader roared in fury, "This bastard," and continued to press Mujin with a powerful attack. Mujin swiftly closed the distance, using his bare hands to seize his opponent's weapon-wielding arm. He spun around, executing a dangerous arm-joint lock on the leader. The leader exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of monstrous martial art is this?" as his arm was tightly locked by Mujin. However, he mustered his strength, causing purple internal energy to flare up, and roared, "It's useless, no matter how many times you try." The dark purple energy exploded, easily breaking Mujin's lock while the leader scoffed, "That cheap trick won't work on me." Mujin gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that every time he tried to grapple him, the leader easily countered. The leader smugly thought that even though he was weakened, the difference in their power levels was still too vast, and Mujin would exhaust himself before landing a hit. Mujin decided he had to overwhelm his opponent with martial arts in a tit-for-tat manner. His entire body began to emit red internal energy. Both charged at each other. Mujin unleashed an Arhat fist and a kick to the groin, while the leader swung his mace in retaliation. Mujin's chin was grazed by the spiked mace, and blood spurted from his mouth. Immediately, Mujin delivered an incredibly powerful Arhat fist directly to the leader's face. He used his other hand to block the opponent's mace, continuing to maintain pressure from his punch. Mujin delivered a dangerous kick to the groin of the Tyrant Blade faction leader. With a determined expression, Mujin gritted his teeth and exerted his strength. The Tyrant Blade faction leader roared in fury, his eyes blazing. "You bastard!" Mujin angrily yelled, demanding his opponent stop babbling. He unleashed a sweeping leaf kick aimed directly at the enemy's spiked mace. Mujin channeled internal energy into his fist, preparing for another attack. His punch collided head-on with the leader's weapon. The Tyrant Blade faction leader declared that playtime was over and unleashed an enormous surge of purple internal energy. He charged forward, threatening to kill Mujin, astonishing him with the amount of power his opponent still possessed. Mujin knelt, realizing this was the leader's final attack. He began to channel all his remaining internal energy, preparing for the Vajra fist technique. Mujin mentally urged himself to focus and execute this decisive blow. He unleashed a consecutive one-form fist, directly confronting the incoming spiked mace. The collision was so powerful it created cracks in the air. Mujin's fist shattered the mace, causing the Tyrant Blade faction leader to cry out in stunned disbelief. What? However, Mujin's attack lost momentum, and he was knocked back, mocked by his opponent. "You lack a finishing blow. You should have crushed me completely." Suddenly, Haiguan appeared behind the leader and praised Mujin. "You did well, Mujin. Hello?" Haiguan unleashed the Vajra demon subduing scroll technique, his fist glowing with a blue light. He delivered a devastating punch to the face of the Tyrant Blade faction leader. Mujin watched in astonishment as Haiguan delivered the decisive punch that defeated the Tyrant Blade faction leader. The Tyrant Blade faction leader collapsed to the ground, while Mujin, exhausted, also fell, thinking to himself that this sight was insane. Haiguan looked smug, picked his ear, and said, "You've dealt with him already? These bastards should have been tougher." Mujin clenched his fist, thinking that despite the surprise, they had succeeded, then called out senior brother Haiguan's name. Haiguan coldly replied, "Yeah, well done," then turned and walked away. Mujin recounted that after the battle, Haiguan casually took an ounce of silver from his pouch as a reward, and he guessed his senior brother was probably off to buy alcohol again. After their leader lost all his internal energy, the remaining Tyrant Blade faction members all bit their tongues and committed suicide, perhaps out of despair or due to their doctrine. Immediately after, other Shaolin monks broke down the doors and stormed into the enemy's base. They discovered bound hostages, just as Mujin had said. A monk immediately ordered, "Hostages confirmed. Report the situation immediately." The elders of the warrior monk squad were responsible for rescuing the hostages, and thanks to the detailed ledgers, sending them home was not difficult. However, upon examining the countless documents and ledgers they had seized, Mujin realized they only contained personal information of those about to be sold. He was frustrated because there was no direct evidence linking Ryu Seolho to this human trafficking operation. Suddenly, Mujin felt something bulging inside a ledger. He curiously pulled out two pieces of paper carefully hidden inside. Mujin was stunned as he looked at the contents of one of the two pieces of paper. The paper was an order clearly stating, 2 children, 1 woman. Recipient, Jaegal. Deliver via the back gate of the Jaegal clan? Mujin was aghast, realizing the Jaegal clan was one of the shadowy organizations from the novel Legend of the Tyrant Emperor, and he hadn't expected them to exist here too. He gritted his teeth in indignation, knowing that they were still colluding with the underworld to carry out dirty dealings. Mujin pondered the Jaegal clan, one of the major factions operating in Nanchang, renowned for their superior intellect. He thought that if Shaolin was a sect with supreme martial arts, then the Jaegal clan was the one that researched and accumulated the most martial knowledge. However, despite their intelligence and powerful martial arts, the Jaegal clan was always ranked below the Shaolin Temple, the pillar of the righteous faction, which made them constantly view Shaolin as a thorn in their side. Mujin recalled that in the novel Legend of the Hegemonic Emperor, the Jaegal clan only made a brief appearance before being swiftly annihilated. The protagonist had discovered their trap, which was set up with another group of villains, and quickly crushed them. He had believed that the Jaegal clan was completely wiped out after that incident. Mujin couldn't believe that those obscure minor characters were now running a human trafficking ring right in the world he currently inhabited. Elsewhere, Elder Jaegal Hyun sat majestically amidst his masked guards, awaiting his guest. A subordinate entered, apologizing for the wait, explaining that the treatment for the sect leader's son took longer than expected. Jaegal Hyun recognized the child with the nickname Indomitable One and called out the guest's name. "So, you are Kang Jiawan?" Kang Taegu and his injured son, Kang Jawan, bowed their heads in apology for the delay, but Jaegal Hyun indifferently said it was nothing significant. Jaegal Hyun looked at the father and son and sarcastically asked, "Was it Shaolin, the so-called pillar of righteousness, who did this?" And Kang Taegu hastily confirmed. Kang Jiawan timidly said that since they were of the righteous faction, they shouldn't make a big deal out of it, and was immediately scolded by his father. You fool. If you hadn't lost, none of this would have happened. Jaegul Hyun looked directly at the bickering father and son and asked, "So you've called me here for help?" And Kang Tae-gu immediately agreed. Kang Tae-gu began to complain, saying they only wanted to remind Shaolin to return to the righteous path, but were instead challenged to a fight by the other party. He continued to falsely accuse Shaolin of using strange techniques to severely injure his son and shouted that this was a declaration of war. Jaegul Hyun sighed, thinking to himself, "How pathetic. They can't handle a mere child and have to call an elder like me." While Kang Tae-gu pointed at his trembling son, Jaegul Hyun continued his contemptuous thoughts. "Why should I clean up your mess just because your son lost a fight?" He thought about how all the surrounding sects were a bunch of fools who couldn't solve their own problems, always coming to beg for help. Jaegul Hyun concluded in his mind that the neighboring sects were incompetent in every aspect, and he had been waiting for them to destroy each other through internal strife. Jaegul Hyun thought to himself that this time the situation was different. He believed Shaolin dared to call their actions excessive suppression and planned to use this pretext to eliminate Shaolin, replacing it with a puppet sect. He envisioned his plan like sowing seeds, gradually turning all the sects into pawns in his hands. His ultimate goal was to spread his power until he completely controlled Nanchang. Jaegul Hyun recalled the match between the son of the Taegu sword sect leader and the indomitable child, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to prove whose heir was superior. He decided he couldn't miss the chance, turning to Kang Tae-gu and saying, "Very well, I will help you. Our clan cannot stand idly by while our allies suffer injustice." Jaegul Hyun declared that he would send the Dark Sword Squad, an elite force of the Jaegul clan, to assist, and ordered Kang Tae-gu to send a formal challenge to the Shaolin novice, surprising the Taegu sword sect leader. Jaegul Hyun explained that a match between opponents of similar age was ideal, and if they decisively crushed Shaolin, they could sway public opinion in their favor. He pointed at one of the cloaked guards and decided, "Yes, this is perfect. You will fight on our behalf." At the Nanchang branch of the Shaolin Temple, dawn was approaching. Mujin yawned and asked with annoyance, "So, you mean the previous fight wasn't an official match, but rather one-sided violence, and now you're demanding a rematch?" Kang Tae-gu angrily shouted that they didn't have a proper arena and the fight took place on the street, then yelled at Mujin for yawning while he was speaking. Mujin casually retorted that the crowd had cheered, which was proof of an official match, and criticized Kang Tae-gu for disturbing them at dawn. Kang Tae-gu roared, demanding Mujin apologize to his elder, but Mujin coldly cut him off. "Don't try to change the subject. I won. This matter is settled." The Taegu sword sect leader loudly shouted that his son was so severely injured he couldn't speak, but a calm voice from the Jaegul clan guard rang out. "Both of you, stop here." The Jaegul clan guard stepped forward, admitting that the previous match was unplanned and that someone was severely injured by the indomitable child was true. This guard continued to warn Mujin that if the incident spread, it could affect his work as a physician, as rumors of a healer injuring others would not be good at all. Mujin smirked and sarcastically said, "Huh, so he was hit in the leg, but somehow dislocated his jaw? How interesting." As dawn broke, Mujin decisively declared, "All right, let's settle this properly." He agreed to a rematch and set a condition. "If we lose, we promise never to bother you again." Mujin looked directly at his opponent and questioned, "You just called the first match one-sided violence, yet now you want a rematch. What guarantees that you won't demand a third match?" A cloaked Jaegul clan guard asked Mujin in return, "What if you lose again?" Mujin was surprised when the guard held out a scroll. The guard explained that they had prepared a formal contract, signed by the sect leaders. Mujin clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that this was truly troublesome, as he was still recovering from a battle a few days prior. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Mujin's mind, provoking, "Why not confront him directly? Are you afraid of losing?" Which startled him. Mujin realized it was a sound transmission technique and looked up at the rooftop, where a shadowy figure was seated. That person was Hai Guan, perched on the rooftop, waving, which made Mujin feel uneasy. Hai Guan continued to use sound transmission to mock, saying that it was natural to be worried when facing someone stronger. Provoked, Mujin tensed up, flashed a confident smile, and boldly declared, "All right, I accept the match." The Jaegul clan guard smirked beneath the cloak, replying, "Who's desperate? I will finish this cleanly." Mujin thought to himself that if he kept fighting like this, his opponent's scowl wouldn't disappear, and he should provoke them a little more. The Jaegul clan guard emanated a powerful surge of energy. Mujin guessed his opponent's identity. It must be those Jaegul clan scoundrels, right? The ones who always claim to be Shaolin's rivals without our consent. He smirked, thinking that his opponent had perfectly walked into a trap. Mujin stood facing the Jaegul clan guard in the courtyard, witnessed by Jaegul Hyun and Kang Tae-gu, thinking to himself that this was a great opportunity to gauge the Jaegul clan's true strength. Mujin demanded of his opponent, "You should take off that mask. Don't make excuses later that it hindered you." The Jaegul clan guard accepted. "Very well. then reached up and grabbed the hood. That person forcefully pulled off the cloak. Mujin, Jaegal, Hyun, and Kang Tae-gu were all stunned to see that the guard was a young woman with long black hair, holding a war fan. The Jaegal clan girl looked directly at Mujin, her hair fluttering in the wind, and declared, "I will fight with all my might." A frame introduces the girl's identity. Jaegal Jinhuya, granddaughter of the Jaegal clan head. She coldly orders, "Watch your words." Mujin was stunned, thinking to himself, "Wait, the second opponent is a woman?" Wasting no time, both shouted, "Let's begin," and charged at each other. Mujin was astonished by his opponent's speed, realizing that if this continued, he would be torn to shreds. He hastily decided he had to use Iron Sandpalm for immediate defense. Mujin used his arm to block Jaegal Jinhuya's fan attack, creating a powerful impact. He gritted his teeth, astonished by the girl's extraordinary strength, while Jaegal Jinhuya maintained a calm expression. A voice echoed in Mujin's mind via sound transmission technique. "Hey Mujin, take a good look at her. Isn't she a peerless beauty?" The voice continued, remarking that, despite her slender appearance, she was far more skilled than Mujin, causing him to confusedly ask back, "Then what should I do?" Haiguan urged Mujin to fight with all his might. The two fought fiercely, their techniques clashing continuously before the eyes of the crowd. Mujin dodged attacks, thinking he had never seen anyone use a fan like a blade, and Haiguan's voice resounded again, promising to show him how to defeat her. Haiguan offered a bizarre piece of advice in Mujin's mind. "Stick to her like a playboy. Get really close." Mujin angrily roared in his thoughts. "Are you kidding me?" Ignoring the advice, Mujin decided to use his combination technique and unleashed a kick. He performed the whirlwind leg strike, aiming directly at Jaegal Jinhuya. Immediately following was the swift wind ground sweep, a powerful sweeping kick. Mujin's eyes widened in horror as he sensed something unusual. Jaegal Jinhuya had easily blocked his powerful kick with her fan. An immense countershock sent Mujin flying backward, and he could only let out a cry of pain. Jaegal Jinhuya slightly furrowed her brow and snorted, appearing unimpressed. Jaegal Jinhuya somersaulted in midair, unleashing a powerful kick towards the ground. Her kick created a terrifying energy explosion, shattering the ground. With her flying heaven footwork, Jaegal Jinhuya glided gracefully, facing Mujin from a distance. She unleashed the Death Wind Slash, creating a whirlwind of sharp sword energy that surged towards Mujin. Mujin screamed in pain as the torrents of sword energy fiercely attacked him, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. Thrown backward, Mujin thought in astonishment. Unbelievable, she can unleash a wind slash with a kick. How is that possible? He silently admitted that she was skilled with swords, shields, and hidden weapons. And just as senior brother Haiguan said, her martial arts skill surpassed his. Mujin regained his balance, telling himself that he was lucky to have pushed his opponent away, and that he could still overwhelm her with pure strength. He compared this fight to his previous encounter with the Tyrant Blade faction leader, and considered this girl a much easier opponent to handle. Mujin gritted his teeth, deciding to try following senior brother Haiguan's advice. He channeled strength into his legs, shouting with determination, "I'll stick close to her." Mujin charged forward, thinking to himself that he was initially confused by her strange weapon, but now he knew how to deal with it. He dodged the wind slashes while accelerating, tensing his body with the goal of neutralizing her long-range attacks. Jaegal Jinhuya appeared surprised and slightly flustered, wondering, what is he doing? She didn't understand why Mujin was recklessly charging straight at her like that. Mujin reached out a hand, emitting a crimson glow towards the sky, provoking, "How long do you plan to stay up there, acting superior and attacking from above? Is the air up there so good?" His hand accurately grabbed Jaegal Jinhuya's ankle, and he shouted, "Got you." Mujin forcefully pulled the girl down from midair and declared, "Get down here, it's time to fight on the ground." He used all his strength to slam Jaegal Jinhuya onto the arena floor and roared, "Stay down." Jaegal Jinhuya cried out in pain as she was slammed hard onto the ground. Instead of attacking Jaegal Jinhuya, who was lying on the ground, Mujin punched the arena floor beside her, creating a large tremor. Jaegal Jinhuya was astonished by Mujin's actions. She quickly sprang up and retreated to maintain distance. Mujin grinned provocatively, staring at the flustered Jaegal Jinhuya and asking, "Where do you think you're going?" He roared, "I won't let you go," then charged forward with terrifying speed, while Jaegal Jinhuya swung her fan, creating torrents of sword energy to block his path. Mujin used his bare hands to swat away the sharp sword energy, determined to close the distance at all costs. Jaegal Jinhuya blushed, thinking in a panic, "What's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep sticking so close to me?" She realized that in the previous close-quarters combat, she was completely outmatched and wondered if Mujin had seen through her movements or had some other motive. Mujin braced himself, thinking about his opponent's formidable strength, but then he smiled confidently as he grabbed her. "Got you. Come with me. I won't let you go." Jaegal Jinhuya was terrified by Mujin's frightening tenacity. She had never encountered anyone who attacked her so fiercely. She trembled, wondering, What exactly is this monk? Mujin's eyes flashed with decisive light as he shouted loudly in his mind. An opening. He quickly grabbed Jagal Jinhuia's fan handle, making her gasp and cry out. Mujin used his other hand to lightly touch her forehead, further confusing Jagal Jinhuia. Jagal Jinhuia stammered. What? What is it? What are you going to do? Mujin displayed a gentle and friendly smile, completely contrasting the tense atmosphere of the match. Immediately after, he growled, gathering all his strength, and headbutted Jagal Jinhuia's forehead. With a face contorted in pain and anger, Mujin roared as he delivered the devastating headbutt. Jagal Jinhuia collapsed onto the arena floor, unconscious after the unexpected and insidious attack. Mujin stood upright, turned his back on his fallen opponent, and called out into the distance. Everyone saw that, right? He smirked triumphantly and declared, I won again this time. So after this, don't cause any more trouble, leaving Jagal Hyun, Kang Taegu and Mak Ji-hyuk stunned in shock and anger from afar. Jagal Hyun trembled as he looked at Mujin from afar, thinking in terror. No way. Could the Jagal clan truly lose to the Shaolin Temple? With his face contorted in anger, Jagal Hyun growled internally. Why do we lose to them every single time? The rematch concluded with a victory for the Shaolin Temple. Afterwards, thanks to the signed memorandum, the sects in Nanchang stopped interfering with the clinic's operations. Jagal Hyun, who had requested the match, even helped with the clinic's business, stating that they had misjudged how to treat Shaolin. The sect leader of the Supreme Sword faction also severed ties with lower-ranked sects and was in the process of reorganization. Mujin thought to himself that even though the Jagal clan was trying to restore its reputation, that didn't change the fact that they were involved in human trafficking, so he would accept their help but not open his heart to them. As a result, the Nanchang branch, which couldn't open due to numerous interferences, was finally able to prepare for its grand opening. The clinic's doors opened, signaling a new beginning. Mujin, shirtless and drenched in sweat after working, proudly announced that the repairs and cleaning were complete, and once the treatment equipment arrived, they could open immediately. Mak Ji-hyuk and Beopjeon cheered happily upon learning that, after only 1 month in Nanchang, the clinic was finally about to open. Both looked up at the splendidly renovated building where Mujin was standing, overseeing the work. From behind a door, a young girl dressed in blue secretly observed Mak Ji-hyuk and Mujin. The girl smiled brightly upon finding her target and exclaimed internally, Found him. Ah, that's... The girl blushed while looking at Mujin and thought, My blessed junior monk. In her imagination, Mujin praised, You are very strong, and took her hand. I've caught you. The imaginary Mujin continued to hold her hand tightly and said, I will never let you go. He gently stroked her hair and whispered, Let's go far away together. The Mujin in her fantasy told her that if he were with her, he would be willing to get his hands dirty and fight on the ground. The girl covered her face, screaming with joy internally because of her romantic fantasies. While Mujin was working shirtless and complaining about a backache, Jagal Jinhuia secretly watched and blushed, thinking to herself, He just openly confessed his feelings for me. He's healthy and hardworking too. Jagal Jinhuia was about to approach Mujin to talk, when Beopjeon called out to her from behind. Hey young lady over there. Beopjeon blocked Jagal Jinhuia's path, saying they were very busy, and asked what she was doing there. Jagal Jinhuia suddenly changed her attitude, glared at Beopjeon with sharp cold eyes and commanded, How dare you speak to me? Get out of my sight immediately. Beopjeon was startled and surprised when he recognized the girl, stammering, Huh? Wait, you're that famous person. Beopjeon dragged the scowling Jagal Jinhuia in front of Mujin and cheerfully said that she had something to tell him. Mujin was struggling to carry a heavy wooden crate when he was startled to see Beopjeon and Jagal Jinhuia appear. Mujin screamed internally, scolding Beopjeon for bringing her when he was shirtless, while Beopjeon was delighted to have embarrassed him. Mujin quickly put on his shirt, awkwardly apologizing for his appearance, while Jagal Jinhuia, flustered, replied that it was fine. Jagal Jinhuia looked at Mujin with a serious expression and thought that initially she was only attracted to his sturdy physique, but now she understood. She looked at Mujin's back, full of scars and bruises, realizing that his robust body was the result of countless battles and the source of his experience. Jagal Jinhuia clenched her fists, telling herself that she had spent a lot of time learning martial arts, but had neglected cultivating her mind by only focusing on martial techniques. In her mind, she saw herself at the bottom of a well, realizing she was truly a frog in a well. Jagal Jinhuia seriously asked Mujin, Divine monk, what do you think of me? Mujin asked back in surprise, causing Jagal Jinhuia to quickly clarify that she wanted to ask about her martial arts, not herself. Mujin honestly replied that he was overwhelmed seeing her use such diverse techniques and admitted that, if only considering martial arts proficiency, she was certainly much better than him. Jagal Jinhuia muttered the phrase, martial arts proficiency, and deduced that it meant she still lacked practical combat experience. Mujin looked at her and said that wasn't entirely true. He explained that although it could be considered a lack of experience, Her ability to improvise and adapt was exceptional because she had countered most of his moves. Mujin concluded that her instincts and martial prowess were both superior to his, so he wasn't qualified to comment, causing Jaegal Jinhuya to cover her mouth. Blushing with delight at the compliment, Mujin thought to himself, this girl was just dejected a moment ago, but now she's beaming brightly. He realized she was quite straightforward about her emotions, unlike his initial impression, and wondered why such a talented person didn't appear in the novel. Mujin recalled that in the novel Legend of the Hegemonic Emperor, the Jaegal clan was described as one of the world's underground organizations, similar to the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. While Jaegal Jinhuya happily thought she would have to work harder, Mujin wondered if some incident had occurred before her clan became an underground organization, or if she was an original character from a different story. Jaegal Jinhuya told herself that she still lacked practical combat experience, while Mujin came up with a disturbing hypothesis. Perhaps she had died an unnatural death. Mujin quickly waved his hand to dissuade her, advising her not to recklessly seek trouble just to gain experience because the martial world was very dangerous. Jaegal Jinhuya blushed, covered her mouth with her hand, and secretly cheered internally. Is he worried about me? She pretended to be strong, replying that she wasn't so weak as to need his worry. But internally, she was extremely happy, a contradiction that Mujin easily noticed. Mujin smiled, thinking this was a good opportunity, as he had grown closer to someone from the Jaegal clan, and could thus occasionally grasp their movements. Mujin asked if she sought him to understand the reason for her defeat and how to become stronger, then said that he couldn't spar regularly due to being busy with many tasks. However, he said that he truly liked her passion for martial arts, and suggested they train together while he was there, as training alone was quite lonely. Jaegal Jinhuya was completely stunned and blushed at his unexpected offer. In her romantic imagination, she interpreted his invitation as a confession of love. I truly like you. Please be with me. She joyfully screamed internally that she agreed, an amusing reaction that caught Mujin's attention. Mujin offered to teach her some stretching techniques he had created himself, and she enthusiastically agreed, marking the end of the conflict between the Nanchang sects and the Jaegal clan. Afterwards, Mujin began guiding Jaegal Jinhuya in her training, praising her body as quite flexible and well-trained, so she faced no difficulties. He carefully instructed her that she needed to tilt her head back, use her abdominal muscles, and when lying down, her back must be completely flat against the ground. During the training, Jaegal Jinhuya again absently daydreamed about training with the divine monk, secretly praising him as both intelligent and friendly, causing Mujin to only hope she would resolve her issues soon. Meanwhile, the second clinic was also operating diligently and receiving excellent feedback in Nanchang, just like in Dongfeng County. Both commoners and the wealthy loved the clinic. A noble client came and said he would rely on the monk for treatment, bringing hope that the Shaolin Temple's financial problems would lessen. From a balcony in Nanchang, Mujin said to Mak Jihyuk. However, Mujin explained that they couldn't stay here forever, and Mak Jihyuk needed to maintain the clinic's standards even in their absence. Mak Jihyuk understood and promised to dedicate more time to learning the therapeutic techniques, but wondered how to perform electrotherapy and thermotherapy. Mujin reassured him that he would teach them a low-level cultivation method, so they could perform those therapies themselves. He further explained that Biopgang would be in charge of electrotherapy, while Biomwi would handle thermotherapy. As night fell, Mujin walked alone in the courtyard, feeling dissatisfied with the current situation even though everything seemed to be settled. He wondered if it was alright to continue living like this, as his main purpose for coming here was to gather information about Ryu Seolho, but he still had no results. Mujin scratched his head in frustration, admitting he had many suspicions about Ryu Seolho but no evidence, and hadn't expected him to be so cautious. He looked up at the moonlit sky, feeling stuck and on the verge of going crazy because he couldn't just sit still and wait. Meanwhile, elsewhere, not only Mujin but others too were facing less than favorable situations. Amidst a chaotic scene with streaks of blood, an angry voice roared, "You scoundrels! Damn it!" Ryu Seolho angrily scolded his subordinates for failing to drive away the Shaolin monks and for ruining his plans. A shadow guard reported that other martial arts groups, the Tyrant Blade faction, and even the Jaegal clan, had all failed to intervene. The shadow guard suggested that Shaolin seemed to have acted because they perceived something, and recommended close monitoring to find the source of the information leak. Immediately after, the shadow guard suddenly launched a sharp object, killing the subordinate standing in front of Seolho. Ryu Seolho trembled with shock and rage, pressing the guard for his meaning, wondering if Shaolin had known their plans from the very beginning. With a bleeding wound on his head, Seolho worried that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Ryu Seolryong's achievements and would lose the merchant guild. The shadow guard stood before Seolho, one hand gripping the other arm. The guard handed a letter to the enraged Seolho, stating that it was a letter from the main guild. The shadow guard declared, "This is the solution," leaving Seolho stunned. The shadow guard gave Ryu Seolho a letter, saying there was always a path to survival, even when falling into an abyss. Ryu Seolho, wearing a mask, stood in the room and opened the letter to read. The shadow guard explained that they had been informed other branches in Nanchang were also connected to that place. Ryu Seolho smirked maliciously and ordered, "Good. Gather them all here." No longer wearing his mask, Ryu Seolho told the shadow guard that people often say, old age weakens the heart, and perhaps the current guildmaster could no longer fulfill his role. He held the letter, angrily stating that his father was too old, yet still decided to hold a 70th birthday longevity celebration banquet. Ryu Seolho burst into maniacal and gleeful laughter. At the same time, Mujin was also reading a similar letter from the Heavenly Merchants Guildmaster, Ryu Jiguang. In the letter, Ryu Jiguang expressed gratitude for the help and hoped to continue maintaining their good relationship. The letter announced the upcoming birthday banquet for his mother, Lady Yeon Ga-hee. This invitation was only sent to the most trusted friends, with the hope that their friendship would grow even stronger, while an illustration showed Mujin and Jaegal Jinhwaya training. The letter stated that all family members would be present, and hoped the recipient would attend, along with information about the date and time of the event. Mujin finished reading the letter and furrowed his brows in thought, muttering that the next development was all too clear. He recalled the original plot. After all attendees of the celebration were killed, Ryu Seolho would take over the Heavenly Merchants Guild. Mujin thought to himself that he hadn't expected Ryu Seolho to have an opportunity to usurp the Merchant Guild in this way, and he had to prevent this tragedy before the guild completely rotted. He was determined to prevent this tragedy. Mujin told himself that luckily, he had almost finished preparing what he could in Nanchang, and it was time to return to Dengfeng County. Jaegal Jinhwaya came to report that she had completed 2 sets of push-ups and asked if she should rest for 15 minutes before doing 3 more sets, to which Mujin happily confirmed she remembered correctly. When asked about the muscle stretching technique, Jaegal Jinhwaya said it stimulated body development and helped her eliminate distracting thoughts, perfect for both physical and mental training. Mujin gave a thumbs up in approval and praised, "I've never seen anyone achieve such good results after just 1 month of training. You're truly amazing," causing Jaegal Jinhwaya to blush in embarrassment. Mujin gave a wry smile and told Jaegal Jinhwaya, "I don't think I have anything left to teach you." Mujin sat on a bench with Jaegal Jinhwaya, asking if she was about to leave, and she confirmed it. Jaegal Jinhwaya explained that her elder said they had no more business in Nanchang, causing Mujin to break into a cold sweat, as he thought to himself that he had destroyed everything they had built there. Jaegal Jinhwaya stood up, saying she had something to say, making Mujin secretly worry if she had realized he was behind everything. With a flushed face, Jaegal Jinhwaya shouted with determination, "I will become even stronger and return here. So let's fight again then." Mujin looked up at Jaegal Jinhwaya standing before him with a surprised expression. Jaegal Jinhwaya smiled brightly as Mujin replied that he always welcomed it, and was glad she now saw him as a goal, rather than an objective. Mujin extended his hand, smiling brightly and promising, "I will also become stronger and wait for you. I eagerly await the day we meet again." Jaegal Jinhwaya shyly shook Mujin's hand, thinking to herself that his words were no different from a marriage proposal. The Jaegal clan's entourage, including Lady Jaegal and the young monk Mujin, began to depart from Jiangxi. Jaegal Jinhwaya looked back at the city gate one last time. Though sad to part, she had a promise to meet again and a goal to become stronger. With a radiant smile full of hope, Jaegal Jinhwaya shouted, "I will return." Beopjin asked Mujin if they should prepare to return, but Mujin replied that he still had a few matters to resolve and would head to the Heavenly Merchants Guild immediately afterward. Beopjin decided to return to Shaolin first with the others, leaving 1 or 2 people with Mujin, while Mujin secretly wondered how his friends and master were doing. Mujin suddenly asked Beopjin about their master's condition, surprising Beopjin, who asked if he was referring to Grandmaster Hyunsong. Beopjin smiled brightly, reporting that Elder Hyunsong was so healthy he was practically leaping around, performing muscle-stretching techniques by himself, and even gaining weight from eating greasy foods. Mujin smiled in relief, secretly delighted to know that his master was much healthier, almost as if he had never been frail or malnourished. Mujin's eyes sharpened as he realized that leaping around meant Elder Hyunsong had fully recovered. Mujin thought about Elder Hyunsong's prime, when he was known as the world's strongest genius, and concluded that if he attended the upcoming banquet, he would undoubtedly be an immense fighting force. Amidst the sunset sky, a voice echoed, asking, "May I ask a favor of you?" And another voice replied, What is it?" Mujin handed Beopjin a letter and asked, "If you reach Shaolin Temple first, please deliver this letter to the elder. Will you?" Beopjin looked thoughtful, while Mujin said he couldn't go there himself and had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Mujin explained that the elder would understand everything once he read the letter, and Beopjin finally agreed. A few days later, at Elder Hyunsong's residence in Shaolin Temple, Beopjin clasped his hands in apology for interrupting Elder Hyunsong's training, but the muscular old man said it was fine, as Mujin's letter was more important. Elder Hyunsong chuckled, making Beopjin curious as to what was happening. Beopjin confirmed that Mujin had gone straight to the Heavenly Merchants Guild, instead of stopping by Shaolin Temple. Elder Hyunsung stroked his white beard and decided, "It seems I will also attend the banquet. I will meet the boy there." While channeling his internal energy, causing his hands to burst into flames, Elder Hyunsung said he greatly looked forward to their reunion. And an information panel appeared, showing he had gained 10 kilograms and possessed immeasurable energy. Mujin wondered to himself if the elder had received the letter yet, while Beopjan told Elder Hyunsung that Mujin had gained a lot of muscle, making the old man laugh. Back in Nanchang, Mujin thanked sect leader Mak Jihyok for all he had done as he prepared to leave. Mujin and Beopjan departed, promising to visit occasionally, while sect leader Mak Jihyok bowed in gratitude for their help. Sect leader Mak Jihyok recalled how Mujin had helped them stop tyrannical martial arts groups, destroy a shadow organization, and aid many people with the techniques he taught. Beopjan declared that the Buddhist fist sect would inherit the will they had brought, while Mujin yawned. Sect leader Mak Jihyok and his disciples bowed, shouting, "Thank you. We will remember you." Mujin smiled, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "See you again." 2 carriages departed Nanchang on the dirt road, and a voice echoed, "Amitabha." Hai Guan sat perched on the roof of the carriage, remarking that while there were no strong individuals here, it was quite interesting. Mujin, who was driving the carriage, glanced at Hai Guan. As the convoy departed, Mujin silently thanked Nanchang, and the narration explained they had to leave quickly to stop Ryu Seolho. The brilliant sunlight illuminated their path, as if a sign that there was nothing to worry about. During the journey, Mujin prepared precautions, thinking of ways to minimize casualties if the elder fully recovered, while Beopjan grumbled about his lost sleep. After 3 days of travel, Mujin's group arrived in Dengfeng County and went straight to the Heavenly Merchants Guild. Jiguang Ryu radiantly welcomed young Master Monk Mujin and remarked that his physique looked even more robust than their last meeting. Mujin humbly replied that he simply hadn't neglected his training, and Jiguang thanked him for attending his mother's birthday banquet. Jiguang invited Mujin inside and informed him that Master Hyungwang had arrived, which surprised Mujin. Mujin pondered to himself with a thoughtful expression. Observing the guests, Mujin realized they were all connected to the guild, and worried this was an opportunity for Ryu Seolho to eliminate them all. Just as Mujin was determined to prevent bloodshed, someone called his name. Mujin was utterly astonished to see Elder Hyunsung, with his robust and healthy physique, laughing heartily beside Madame Gahi-yeon. Elder Hyunsung explained that his recovery was thanks to the help of many people. While Mujin greeted Madame Gahi-yeon, the elder remarked that Mujin also looked stronger, and he smiled, replying that a few things had indeed happened. Madame Gahi-yeon happily said she was glad to see both the elder and Seolhwa mature, and the elder agreed about the boundless potential of the young. Mujin curiously asked what had happened to Lady Seolhwa, and Madame Gahi-yeon smiled mysteriously, replying that something big had occurred. In another room, a hand covered Seolhwa Ryu's eyes as she sat before a mirror. The maid remarked that Seolhwa seemed even more excited than the host of the party, and asked if something joyful had happened. Seolhwa smiled radiantly and replied, "Today is the day he returns." In a flashback, Mujin smiled and instructed Seolhwa to continue training diligently while he was away. Seolhwa recalled Mujin saying he would test her skills upon his return and wouldn't go easy on her. The two had pinky promised each other, and Seolhwa shyly agreed. Back in the present, Seolhwa stood up with a determined expression, thinking to herself about the promise she had made with young Master Monk Mujin that day. Seolhwa Ryu confidently declared, "I kept my promise." A notification stated she had successfully lost 17 kilograms. Mujin looked at her with a stunned expression, unable to believe his eyes, and asked, "Lady Seolhwa, is that really you?" Mujin praised Seolhwa's transformation in astonishment, saying she was like a completely different person and must have put in a lot of effort. Seolhwa humbly replied that it was all thanks to Mujin's guidance, but he insisted it was due to her own determination and hard work. Mujin gave a wry smile and joked that he was worried the men in Dongfeng County would be heartbroken, which flustered Seolhwa. Seolhwa blushed, feeling a little disappointed, and asked, "Is that all you wanted to say? I mean, what do you think?" Mujin, not understanding her meaning, pointed at her attire and loudly asked why she was dressed and made up so splendidly. Seolhwa awkwardly explained that today was her grandmother's 70th birthday banquet, while Mujin wondered to himself if this was the right time to tell her. Elder Hyunsung called out from afar, just as Mujin was about to tell Seolhwa that she had become very. Before Mujin could finish the word beautiful, Madame Gahi-yeon called him back to ask for a little help. Mujin smiled, turned, and said, "I'll go help for a moment," leaving Seolhwa and her maid stunned. The maid comforted a disappointed Seolhwa, saying it was almost perfect, while Seolhwa mumbled that she hated her grandmother. As night fell, the Heavenly Merchants Guild's banquet was incredibly lively and crowded under the moonlight and lanterns. The luxurious banquet scene featured guests chatting happily, dancers performing, and everyone enjoying themselves together. Mujin helped with tasks at the banquet while observing the attendees, trying to remember as many faces as possible to guard against danger. It took him a while to observe everyone, and he once again felt the vast influence of the Heavenly Merchants Guild. While hanging lanterns, Mujin secretly hoped everything would go smoothly and without bloodshed, as the strongest person in this world was also present here. At the banquet table, Elder Hyunsung frowned and asked Madame Ga-hee-yeon about Mujin, and she replied that he seemed to still be in the latrine. Madame Ga-hee-yeon said she wanted to hear about his trip to Nanchang, then smiled, deciding they would listen together when he returned. Seolho Ryu, the branch leader in Nanchang, was smoking a pipe and staring at another person, asking about the worry evident on his face. Ryu Seolyong, the eldest son of the guild leader, smiled and told Seolho that he was just thinking about work, but on such a joyous day, he should rest a little. Seolho turned and asked his elder brother about the old grandmaster sitting with their grandmother. Seolyong explained that it was Grandmaster Hyungwang, once hailed as the martial world's foremost genius, but who had lost all his martial arts power and become a cripple after fighting the demonic cult. Seolho listened in silence, then said that their family was still very grateful to him regardless. Seolyong said he would go greet the other guests and didn't forget to remind his younger brother not to smoke too much. As he turned to leave, Seolyong paused, secretly thinking he had never smelled this kind of cigarette before and wondered if it was a new product. Seolyong walked on, feeling an unsettling discomfort about that strange scent. A shadowy figure walked decisively across the tiled courtyard in the night. Seolho watched him with a determined expression, telling himself that his plan had no flaws, and the position of the next guild leader would be his. Seolho turned to another person, warning that it was a special product and asking them not to smoke when others were around. Internal manager Guillaume Pyogu suddenly appeared, surprised as he asked Seolho what he was talking about. Seolho grinned maliciously and said, "I see. You're also connected to that place." Seolho exposed Guillaume Pyogu, who had served for 40 years as a spy, and said that the guild leader would weep tears of blood if he knew the truth. In another scene, a mysterious woman regretfully reported that what happened to number 1027 was unfortunate. Otherwise, they could have turned young lady Seolhwa into a puppet. Back at the banquet, a subordinate reported to Seolho that everything was progressing very smoothly. The subordinate explained that he had used sound transmission to contact his people, and everything would begin when he fake coughed and tapped the table 4 times. Seolho thanked his subordinate for his hard work and allowed him to withdraw. Despite Mujin's worries, Seolho's mind was completely focused on something else. Seolho secretly thought about the upcoming blood festival, imagining himself wearing a demonic mask and declaring that today would be the day he became the guild leader. Amidst the banquet's atmosphere, Elder Hyunsung suddenly opened his eyes wide, seemingly having sensed killing intent. Madame Ga-hee-yeon looked at Elder Hyunsung with a puzzled expression. Under the starry night sky, a thought echoed in the elder's mind. Mujin. A leaf fell onto the lake's surface, and Elder Hyunsung thought to himself, "It seems what you feared has come true." Sitting alone by the lake, young lady Seolhwa thought that Mujin had acknowledged her efforts, but she still wanted him to praise her as more beautiful. With a sad expression, young lady Seolhwa wondered if Mujin had no interest in her at all. A maid called out young lady Seolhwa's name loudly, making her realize everyone was looking for her and that she should return. Young lady Seolhwa flinched, worried that she might be scolded for going out alone. Suddenly hearing a sound, she curiously hid behind a wall and wondered who would come to this place at this hour. She overheard a conversation about someone else dying from poisoning on the street and felt astonished. Hiding behind the wall, young lady Seolhwa heard a subordinate ask Seolho if they were worried about Mujin, and received the answer that Mujin acted as if he knew their plans. The subordinate continued to explain that all the chaos in Nanchang was related to Mujin and could not be a coincidence. He added that the incident with number 1027 was also connected to Mujin, and she had confessed that Mujin had deceived everyone. Looking down at the banquet hall, Seolho suggested, "If we're going to kill them all anyway, then kill him too," and his subordinate agreed. Young lady Seolhwa was horrified to hear them decide to use this opportunity to eliminate Mujin. She was completely stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. Young lady Seolhwa frantically recognized the internal manager's voice and resolved to quickly return and inform her father about the plot to kill the young monk. As she hastily turned to leave, her heel made a small sound, and one of the 2 conspirators heard it. Seolho and his subordinate immediately turned back with sharp gazes, having detected an eavesdropper. Young lady Seolhwa covered her mouth in horror as she realized she had been discovered. She recoiled in fear, knowing she had been caught red-handed and had to flee immediately if she didn't want to be in danger. Young lady Seolhwa frantically turned and fled for her life into the night. One of Seolho's subordinates suddenly appeared, blocking her path and asking, "Young lady Seolhwa, where are you rushing off to? Has something happened?" The subordinate drew a dagger and said with a nonchalant expression, "We were going to kill everyone anyway." With blood-red eyes appearing behind him, he raised the dagger and bid her farewell. The dagger plunged straight down, while young lady Seolhwa let out a desperate shriek. Just before the dagger reached her, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. The subordinate's dagger was flung away by a powerful force. Young Lady Seolhwa was still trembling on the ground, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Mujin stood shielding her, activating his iron cloth shirt technique, making young Lady Seolhwa joyfully call his name. Mujin clenched his fiery fist, sarcastically repeating the subordinate's words. Going to kill everyone? Quite a grand plan, isn't it? With a challenging sneer, Mujin declared, in that case, start by killing me. The subordinate frowned at Mujin, secretly retorting, if you can. Mujin stood in a defensive stance, secretly thinking that he had used iron cloth shirt, but was still injured, and this opponent was on a completely different level compared to So-hee. Looking at the small, bleeding cut on his forearm, he realized the opponent had thrown a knife in that instant, and he could die if he let down his guard. The subordinate exuded a dense killing intent, making Mujin admit, this guy is a true assassin. Mujin turned to the frightened young Lady Seolhwa behind him and said, Young Lady Seolhwa, leave this place to me and run. You'll be safe with Grandmaster Hyungwang. Young Lady Seolhwa firmly refused. I can't do that. I will never abandon you and run away alone. While the subordinate began to draw his sword, Mujin ordered the subordinate, keep your sword in its sheath, then delivered a lightning-fast kick to his sword hilt. Immediately after, Mujin sprang into the air, preparing to unleash a spinning kick. He delivered an extremely powerful roundhouse kick that struck the subordinate's head. Mujin shouted loudly, urging everyone, run. Lady Seolhwa turned her head back with a horrified expression. A maid ran over, grabbed Lady Seolhwa's hand, and hastily said, Lady Seolhwa, hurry. The maid pulled Lady Seolhwa forcefully, running away from the dangerous place. Lady Seolhwa looked back anxiously, while the maid said, Lady Seolhwa, I will take care of you. The subordinate stood up, radiating intense killing intent with blazing eyes. Mujin channeled his inner energy, using his steel-hard arm to swat away a barrage of incoming throwing knives. Mujin noticed a small cut on his hand as the subordinate charged from a distance. The subordinate sneered. It seems you're in a hurry to shorten your life, aren't you? While Mujin retorted that he was cheap for not allowing a proper farewell. Mujin cracked his knuckles, smirked, and scoffed that the opponent's massacre plan was nothing grand for daring to draw a sword against a young monk. Mujin provoked, try to kill me if you think you can, and the subordinate immediately charged. The subordinate drew his sword, crimson killing intent enveloping him, and declared, I will kill you as you wish. It will hurt, but you chose this. He swung an extremely powerful horizontal sword strike, creating a blazing red streak of light that shot towards Mujin. The collision created a massive shockwave, cracking the ground. Mujin was sent flying backward by the force of the attack. Mujin quickly regained his balance in midair and charged forward to counterattack with a confident smile. The subordinate suddenly appeared right behind Mujin, astonishing him as he wondered, how did he get behind me? The subordinate raised his blazing red sword and slashed straight down. Mujin cried out in horror. Mujin barely dodged the blow, secretly astonished by the opponent's terrifying speed. Mujin spun around and unleashed a fiery punch, directly clashing with the subordinate's attack. Mujin panted, his fist ablaze, and sneered. You dodged so many attacks by hopping around like a grasshopper, didn't you? The subordinate sat on the rooftop, provoking, Are you that afraid to fight me? Stop running and get down here, you bastard. The subordinate said confidently, Don't waste any more energy. Don't you know that only prolongs your suffering? Mujin thought to himself, realizing his opponent had grasped his close combat specialty and was constantly using hidden weapons and swordsmanship to maintain distance. He realized this was his most formidable counter-opponent and worried his stamina would run out first. Determined to protect Lady Seolhwa, Mujin stomped his foot on the tiled roof and vowed to hold him back at all costs. He charged towards the subordinate, determined to keep him engaged. As he was about to retreat to create distance, Mujin suddenly felt something unusual. He looked down in surprise and discovered a dagger embedded in his shoe. Mujin was stunned, realizing the dagger must have been stuck in his foot without him noticing. He cried out as he realized he had been ambushed, his movements now hindered. The subordinate cursed and then charged to attack, exploiting Mujin's vulnerability. Mujin tensed his arm, using the iron cloth shirt technique to block the opponent's sword strike, even as it tore his flesh. Immediately after, he unleashed a fiery chain punch to counterattack. He continued to use the iron cloth shirt, punching directly into the incoming sword blade. The subordinate unexpectedly pulled out 3 more daggers hidden in his sleeve. He hurled the barrage of daggers at Mujin from extremely close range. Mujin screamed in pain as the daggers plunged deep into his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. The subordinate smiled maliciously, revealing that the daggers were poisoned and would slowly paralyze Mujin. Mujin's face turned pale, his skin shifted to a grayish green, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, indicating the poison had begun to take effect. A blazing red sword streak tore through the night. The subordinate unleashed the Endless Abyss swordsmanship technique, targeting Mujin. Mujin tilted his head back, spitting blood after taking the hit. The subordinate sheathed his sword and bid farewell. Farewell. It's time for you to meet the Buddha. His body covered in wounds, Mujin collapsed onto the rooftop. Blood splattered everywhere. Despite being poisoned, Mujin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He struggled to his feet, staggering across the rooftop. Suddenly, Mujin glared at the subordinate and called out, "Hey!" The subordinate turned back in surprise, a dagger deeply embedded in his back. Mujin panted, scoffing. "I don't think that cheap paralyzing poison will work on me." The subordinate was stunned as Mujin continued. "The Buddha just sent me back." He wondered if Mujin had used inner energy to stop the poison from spreading. He drew his sword, replying cruelly, "Then I'll have to send you back there again, to heaven." The subordinate charged with his blazing sword, warning that this strike would be worse than the paralyzing poison. Mujin used his fiery hands to grasp the incoming sword blade. He held the sword tightly and said, "Well, I don't think this place is heaven. I guess it won't be me going there." Mujin used the Arhat palm to deflect the opponent's attack. He quickly closed the distance for close combat and shouted, "Take this." Mujin unleashed a grappling lock, slamming the subordinate to the ground. He performed a Darce choke, tightly locking the opponent's neck. Mujin thought to himself that the technique was successful, but both his stamina and inner energy were depleted. Mujin gritted his teeth, trying to maintain the hold, realizing he would be at a disadvantage if this situation prolonged. Mujin panted, sweat and blood splattered on the floor as he struggled to maintain the hold. With muscles taut and veins bulging, Mujin strained to tighten his grip while the subordinate thrashed in agony. Mujin thought to himself that he had locked the opponent's left arm and neck, making escape impossible. The subordinate screamed in anguish as his bones crunched under the immense pressure. Mujin gritted his teeth, noticing the opponent's resistance weakening, and told himself he only needed to knock him unconscious. Even while suffocating, the subordinate sneered and said, "It's too late. This banquet is crawling with assassins. You can't stop them." Mujin's eyes widened in horror upon hearing the subordinate's warning. Realizing the imminent danger, with a gush, blood spurted from the subordinate's neck. As Mujin's final chokehold ended him, the subordinate lay motionless in a pool of blood, completely breathless. Mujin stood up, panting as he looked at the corpse, and thought about the assassin's words that the attack couldn't be stopped. He muttered contemptuously, "Even a truckload of guys like you couldn't defeat this old man." Mujin clutched his injured arm, staggered forward, and told himself there was no time to hesitate. He had to get to the elder immediately. In another banquet hall, Seolho Ryu trembled, biting his nails, his face filled with anxiety and determination. A subordinate reported to Seolho that all preparations were complete. With just one signal, the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild would be his. The subordinate continued, saying they had planted their hounds throughout the banquet, and they were now communicating with each other. Seolho flashed a sinister smile, thinking that with just one cough and 4 taps, everything would be over. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, "What will be over?" Seolho startled and turned around, astonished to see Elder Hyunsong standing there. He cursed inwardly, "This damned old man, how dare he interrupt my train of thought?" Hyunsong calmly said, "You are branch leader Ryu Seolho, aren't you? I've heard much about you from Mujin." Seolho broke out in a cold sweat, confusedly asking, "Me? Helping that kid?" and wondered why Mujin would say such things. Ryu Seolho thought to himself with a tense expression, feeling as if the Shaolin faction knew something and was acting on intelligence about his side. He curled his lips into a sinister smile, seemingly having made a decision. In his thoughts, Mujin scoffed confidently. So what? What can he do? Ryu Seolho cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone at the banquet. He told Elder Hyunsong that he too had received much help from Mujin, so much so that he could now finish what he was doing. Elder Hyunsong sternly asked, "What have you been doing?" Feeling he could tell him if he already knew everything, Ryu Seolho smiled and replied that it was a change in leadership, or rather, bringing in a breath of fresh air. He snapped his fingers, thinking to himself that everything would settle down once they were all killed. Hearing the signal, Seolho's conspirators, who were mingling at the banquet, immediately prepared to act. All the traitors in the banquet hall, their eyes glowing red, simultaneously stood up. Suddenly, all the torches extinguished, causing the guests to scream in panic as they could see nothing. In the darkness, the conspirators drew their blood-stained daggers, preparing to unleash the slaughter formation. Screams and the sounds of slaughter echoed chaotically in the pitch-black darkness. Ryu Seolho stood alone in the darkness, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. He was strangling someone and let out a gruesome laugh. Seolho yelled excitedly, "Yes, it's time for all of you to die. With this, the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild is mine." A demonic image with glowing eyes and a mad smile appeared, symbolizing his wickedness. Elder Hyunsong stood in the darkness, his cold voice echoing, "Finally, you have committed a truly despicable act. You are no longer worthy of salvation or any further chances." With resolute eyes, Elder Hyunsong thought to himself that without Mujin, this tragedy could have truly unfolded. Elder Hyunsong's hand glowed with brilliant golden internal energy, and he declared, There is no better way than this. The string of a red lantern was cut, signaling the start of the plan. Seolho Ryu smirked smugly, thinking his plan had succeeded. Suddenly, he turned around in terror as a gigantic golden energy dragon appeared right behind him. The golden dragon coiled through the banquet hall, stunning all the guests and conspirators. With glowing eyes, the dragon spoke with majestic authority. You should not use the phrase, bringing in a breath of fresh air, so carelessly. Elder Hyunsong stood amidst the golden energy, questioning Seolho. Did you truly think I lacked the power to stop your filthy schemes? Amitabha, the elder commanded the astonished Seolho to look around. The reflection in Seolho's eyes showed the elder's brilliant golden hands crushing the assassins to the ground. Elder Hyunsong unleashed the true Tathagata divine palm, using 2 colossal energy hands to suppress the entire area. Countless golden pillars of light descended from the sky, pinning all the conspirators, and the elder declared, I have suppressed all of them. You should give up now. A conspirator, pinned to the ground by the light, cried out in despair that he couldn't move. Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu and the other guests stared in shock at Mujin and Byupjan, standing near Seolho, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seolho thought angrily to himself, refusing to give up when his grand goal was right before his eyes. Despite everything, he decided to reach up and pull out his hairpin to give the signal. With a frantic expression, Seolho threw the hairpin to the ground and roared. Damn it! Elder Hyunsong roared in furious anger, unleashing an even more powerful aura. Seolho was utterly terrified by the elder's dreadful power. He was flung far away by the energy, collapsing unconscious to the ground, his signal hairpin shattered beside him. Guildmaster Jiguang recounted the events, saying that as soon as the lights went out, Elder Hyunsong had yelled at Seolho, who then laughed maniacally and declared the guild was his. The narration continued, emphasizing that Elder Hyunsong, who was always gentle, had for the first time displayed his utmost fury in front of Seolho. The narration recounted that those suppressed by Elder Hyunsong's aura began to draw their weapons, exuding killing intent. Everyone's minds were haunted by the image of Seolho losing control and attempting to kill them all. Amidst the pervasive silence, no one dared to speak first. All were observing the reactions of Elder Hyunsong and Guildmaster Jiguang. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. Lady Seolhwa, panting, ran forward with her maid, calling Mujin's name in desperation. With a tear-streaked face, she screamed, begging everyone to quickly save him as he was in danger. Amidst the chaotic scene, Guildmaster Jiguang of the Heavenly Merchants Guild, one of the 5 largest merchant guilds in the world, stood in deep thought. He told himself to remain calm and consider what needed to be done first. Jiguang loudly ordered the guards to subdue the assassins and Seolho, who were being controlled by their own killing intent. He yelled, demanding that the others follow him to rescue Mujin, urging them to hurry. A shattered signboard lay on the ground. Jiguang asserted that no one else could be allowed to die. Jiguang repeated his command, raising his hand to order the guards to suppress Seolho and the assassins. He continued to urge the remaining people to quickly go and save Mujin immediately. A blood-soaked hand trembled and hung limp, fresh blood dripping onto the floor. One of Jiguang's guards startled upon seeing a figure, and stammered, "Wait, is that?" The guard pointed forward and asked the guildmaster in astonishment if that was the person they were looking for. Mujin staggered forward, covered in blood, and asked if everyone was all right. Realizing the perilous situation, he looked up at the colossal golden legs of the divine Buddha's palm, still present, and sighed in relief that everything had been resolved. Mujin thought to himself that the elder could indeed be trusted, then coughed up blood and fell backward. Lady Seolhwa screamed Mujin's name in horror as she witnessed him collapse. Lady Seolhwa embraced Mujin, who lay motionless in a pool of blood, crying out in despair, "Little monk Mujin, wake up! You cannot die." She turned and yelled at those around her, demanding they quickly call a physician, as Mujin could not be allowed to die like this. Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu also frantically ordered his subordinates, "Hurry, call all the physicians here immediately." He clutched his head in pain and continued to shout, demanding that all available medicine be brought, while a servant anxiously called his name. Regaining his composure, Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu told his servant that Mujin must be attended to first. Even for an experienced man like him, this situation was too much to bear. Amidst the chaotic scene, the narrator revealed that all of this was caused by the guildmaster's second son himself, while Lady Seolhwa continued to sob beside Mujin. As a father, Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu had to bear full responsibility for the tragedy his son had caused. The night passed, and dawn broke, leaving behind a devastated courtyard after the fierce battle. In a dark room, Guillaume Pyogu lay dead on the floor after having consumed poison. 2 guild guards discovered the body and reported that by the time they arrived, he had committed suicide. Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu sat on the steps, tiredly speculating that Guillaume Pyogu must have sensed something amiss and ended his own life. He reflected on his son's plan, envisioning it as a chessboard where Seolho had positioned assassins to massacre everyone, and bitterly admitted that Guillaume Pyogu was indeed a traitor. 2 guards approached Guildmaster Jiguang Ryu to report that they had found an abandoned item, A guard opened the box, revealing the pipe that Seolho's subordinate had carried, and said it had a very strange smell. Guildmaster Ji Guang Ryu picked up the pipe, examining it with a look of suspicion and anger. He looked towards Elder Hyunsung, who stood nearby, and wondered about this pipe. Elder Hyunsung explained that people often say opium addicts deserve punishment, but in reality, the greatest punishment should be reserved for those who distribute it. Guildmaster Ji Guang Ryu horrifyingly realized it was opium, recalling the scene of his son, Seolho, smoking that very substance. He bowed his head and told Elder Hyunsung that he had no more excuses for the elder in Mujin, but the elder replied that it was he who had lost his composure and ruined the banquet. With a resolute gaze, Guildmaster Ji Guang Ryu stated that the elder had not ruined the banquet, implying that the fault lay with someone else. Amidst the chaotic scene of the banquet, Guildmaster Ji Guang Ryu confessed to Elder Hyunsung, "I am the one who ruined it. It is karma for not taking proper care of my family." He thought of his son, Seolho Ryu, imprisoned in the dungeon, saying that while he could not save the child ruined by opium, he would never forgive those who had lured him. With a pained and furious expression, Ji Guang Ryu clenched the pipe, vowing not to spare those who dared to give his son opium. He told Elder Hyunsung that since Mujin and the elder had been dragged into his family's mess, he would definitely hunt them down. But the elder gently advised him not to blame himself. Elder Hyunsung looked towards the rising sun and said to Ji Guang Ryu, who was bowing his head in sorrow, "Compared to the pain of losing a child, what is the injury of a grandnephew?" Elder Hyunsung pondered the battle, noting that each assassin was on par with a second-rank Shaolin disciple. He thought of Mujin, who, despite his exceptional talent, had only trained for just over 3 years. The recent opponents were not ones he could contend with. The elder gazed into the distance, thinking to himself that he only wanted to watch over Mujin until he could stand on his own 2 feet. In his mind, an image appeared of Mujin, lying unconscious on the bed, with Seolhwa Ryu slumped beside him. He admitted his regret was growing. Seeing the injured Mujin, Elder Hyunsung resolved, "For Mujin, I will act a little faster." A faint golden aura dissipated from Elder Hyunsung's hand as he realized, "I don't have much time left in this world." A narrator recounted that all branch masters in Nanchang who had abetted the incident were arrested, as they conspired to seize positions if Seolho Ryu became the guild master. The person continued to explain that the assassins who directly carried out the attack had all bitten their tongues and committed suicide at some point, while the image showed 3 bodies covered in white cloth. Even the assassin whom the narrator had fought also took his own life, making it impossible to find the true mastermind behind this plan. Elder Hyunsung was said to have received something from Ji Guang Ryu and then returned alone to Shaolin Temple, promising to bring something back and asking everyone to take care of Mujin. 5 days had passed since Elder Hyunsung departed. Beop Jian and another senior monk anxiously looked towards Mujin's room. Inside, Mujin was ravenously devouring a table full of meat, causing Seolhwa Ryu to worriedly suggest he eat less and drink some water. Mujin, picking up food, retorted, "I'm still a patient, you know? Didn't the abbot modify Shaolin's precepts for people like me?" He gave a thumbs up and grinned, loudly declaring that the abbot had permitted severely injured patients to eat meat. Seolhwa Ryu suddenly chimed in, asserting that Mujin was still a patient, then turned and loudly scolded the other monks, demanding they stop bothering him and return to their duties. Seolhwa Ryu pushed the 2 monks out of the room and urged them to hurry, as other patients were waiting. The room door closed decisively. Inside, Seolhwa Ryu smiled gently, gave a thumbs up, and told Mujin to eat and rest well, while he happily thanked her. Just as Seolhwa Ryu stepped outside, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and shouted that junior monk Mujin needed a lot of rest, but then was startled to realize someone was there and hastily apologized to Elder Hyunsung. Elder Hyunsung let out a gentle laugh and said it was all right, while Seolhwa Ryu remained bewildered and confused. Mujin exclaimed in surprise, "Grand Elder?" And Elder Hyunsung happily greeted him, asking about his recovery. Mujin replied that everything was fine, except that the poison in his body had not been completely expelled. He complained that Lady Seolhwa was too strict, not letting him lift even a single weight, which made her immediately retort that he needed to rest, while Elder Hyunsung merely smiled. Elder Hyunsung told Mujin that once he was fully recovered, they would try to break through the barrier again, and that he had brought something very significant for him. The elder revealed the gift was a great rejuvenation pill, making Mujin widen his eyes in astonishment. The image of a brilliantly glowing pill appeared, and Mujin couldn't believe his eyes when he recognized it as a great rejuvenation pill. Elder Hyunsung explained that the abbot had been moved by Mujin's sacrifice and had voluntarily offered it as a reward. Mujin secretly thought it was a lie and imagined Elder Hyunsung having secretly stolen the pill. The scene shifted to a large building, the Nanchang branch of the therapy clinic. A mysterious woman with long black hair asked aloud if that person had already left. A man treating a patient's leg replied that the person had returned to Dingfeng County about 10 days ago to go back to the main clinic. The mysterious woman stood with her back turned, thinking to herself that the person had left without a word to her, While the healer wondered why she was asking about someone who had already departed, the mysterious woman's face grew angry. She gritted her teeth, thinking of the promises for the future, and how that person had returned home without a farewell. The mysterious woman decided she had to leave immediately to go to the body therapy clinic in Dongfeng County. In the Merchant Guild's training room, Elder Hyun-song sat facing Mujin, with a glowing pill between them. Mujin looked at the pill and hesitantly asked, "Am I really allowed to eat this? I think this reward is too great." Elder Hyun-song remained silent, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. In Elder Hyun-song's thoughts, he recalled having to set aside his pride to personally bring back a large sum of money from the head of the Heavenly Merchants Guild. The head of the administration hall had strongly objected, arguing that money was one thing, but a great rejuvenation pill was another, and there was no precedent for giving it to a third-rank disciple. Elder Hyun-song retorted sharply that if he simply took it, everything would be resolved, and since Mujin was the recipient, the matter would be different. Back in the present, Elder Hyun-song was still pondering, and finally spoke. Anyway, Elder Hyun-song happily gave a thumbs up, telling Mujin to just remember to thank the abbot later, then secretly thought he would have to lay low for a while. Mujin was still skeptical, telling the elder that the previous minor rejuvenation pill could be crafted with just a little money and resources. The great rejuvenation pill lay in its box, emitting a brilliant light, showing it was in an entirely different league. An explanation appeared, stating that only 2 to 3 great rejuvenation pills could be created per generation, as its core spiritual herb took decades to grow in the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Images of elite Shaolin monks appeared, emphasizing that only the most outstanding talents, the future pillars of Shaolin, could receive a great rejuvenation pill, and Mujin knew this well. Mujin held the pill, feeling uncomfortable, and said that giving it to someone else to save lives would be more useful. Elder Hyun-song pointed at Mujin and asserted, "That is precisely why we are giving it to you, Mujin." Mujin was startled and confused, asking what the elder meant, as the pill flew towards him. "Stop talking, eat it," Elder Hyun-song said decisively, then shoved the pill directly into Mujin's mouth, making him swallow it whole. Elder Hyun-song sat in meditation and instructed Mujin on how to absorb the energy, just like last time, by breathing slowly and circulating the energy. Mujin closed his eyes in concentration, thinking to himself that last time he had been overwhelmed by the energy of the minor rejuvenation pill, but this one had a sweet taste and didn't cause such a violent reaction. Mujin realized the power of this pill was completely different, far surpassing merely enhancing internal energy like the minor rejuvenation pill. He felt a strange sensation, as if something was breaking through blockages within his body. Suddenly, Mujin coughed violently and burped out a puff of purple smoke. Astonished, he wondered what had just happened. Elder Hyun-song calmly explained that it was the process of neutralizing and expelling the residual toxins in his body. Mujin thought to himself about the pill's detoxifying and self-healing abilities, but quickly realized its power far exceeded even the cultivation techniques he knew. He felt the great rejuvenation pill's components flowing through his meridians, causing his acupoints to swell to the point of bursting, and feared he was suffering from qi deviation. With glowing eyes, Mujin shouted in his mind that this was not qi deviation. He realized this was the process of breaking through limits and unblocking his obstructed acupoints. A burst of brilliant golden energy erupted from Mujin's body, signaling a breakthrough, while Elder Hyun-song silently observed. Elder Hyun-song, with his long white beard and dignified expression, congratulated Mujin on his full recovery and asked if he would start training tomorrow. Mujin clenched his trembling fists, brimming with new power, and answered decisively, "No." Filled with energy, Mujin declared he wanted to start right now, asserting that not even Lady Seolwa could stop him because there was something he really wanted to try. However, after his grand declaration, Mujin stood alone in the training ground and admitted he was actually confused. He looked around the empty training ground and wondered where to begin. For though he had the power, he didn't know how to use it. Mujin recalled the skilled martial artists he had seen and identified his current goal. His goal was mastering internal energy release, one of the realms of martial arts, illustrated by images of masters performing martial arts. This skill was explained as the ability to focus energy into one's body or weapon, and then project it to attack, allowing control over opponents at both close and long range. It was likened to ultimate moves in fantasy stories, and was the skill Mujin, who specialized in close-quarters grappling, needed most. Mujin looked at his hand, which was emitting a faint golden light, and recalled his grandfather's words. In his memory, Mujin's grandfather advised him to simply continue practicing martial arts as usual. Mujin recalled the instruction to visualize the energy flowing and being released, and that image would become reality. He focused intensely, trying to visualize concentrating energy into his arm and then releasing it outwards. Mujin's fist glowed with a brilliant golden light as he concentrated his internal energy. Mujin unleashed the first move of the consecutive fist technique, his fist erupting with a powerful flame of energy. He panted, exhausted, admitting that shouting did nothing and the internal energy release skill was too difficult. Mujin recalled Jaegul Jinhwaya effortlessly demonstrating this skill, further admiring her astonishing feat. Lying flat on the ground, he felt embarrassed to ask his grandfather again, and wished someone would give him advice. Mujin suddenly had the idea to ask Jagal Jinhuya for help. Then he paused and thought. He remembered Jagal Jinhuya's promise to spar with him any time and thought this was the perfect moment, even though he didn't know where she was. Mujin suddenly panicked, wondering if he had told her he was going home. The scene shifted to the main branch therapy clinic in Dongfeng County. In the women's section, Jagal Jinhuya sat with her arms crossed, wondering if this was where the young monk Mujin worked. As she walked through the courtyard, she complained about her aching calves after running non-stop from Nanchang to here, but was determined not to leave without meeting Mujin. A surge of blue anger enveloped Jagal Jinhuya as she questioned why a monk would treat women, assuming physical contact was unavoidable. A woman entered the room, wondering about the rather special guest and saying she would go check. Ryu Seolhwa entered and politely asked, "What brings you here today?" which surprised Jagal Jinhuya. With a radiant smile, Ryu Seolhwa introduced herself. "I am Ryu Seolhwa, the head of therapy at this clinic." Jagal Jinhuya's eyes narrowed, clearly showing surprise and suspicion at the introduction. Jagal Jinhuya sat with her legs crossed, disdainfully asking, "Head of therapy?" and declared that Mujin alone was sufficient for her treatment. Ryu Seolhwa was stunned by Jagal Jinhuya's reply. Jagal Jinhuya stated directly that she was here to meet the young monk Mujin, causing Ryu Seolhwa to repeat his name in shock. Both women looked at each other warily, Jagal Jinhuya silently asking, "Who is this woman?" while Ryu Seolhwa wondered why she seemed so close to Mujin. Meanwhile, Mujin was resting outside, scratching his nose, and thinking that Ryu Seolhwa was probably still fine. Jagal Jinhuya questioned why she couldn't see Mujin, and Ryu Seolhwa explained that he was recovering from a serious injury. Jagal Jinhuya sneered, asking who Ryu Seolhwa was to know Mujin so well, if she was his top disciple. And Ryu Seolhwa confidently admitted that she was indeed a disciple personally taught by Mujin. Ryu Seolhwa retorted, asking who Jagal Jinhuya was to be so eager to meet Mujin, and offered to relay a message. With a smug smile, Jagal Jinhuya declared, "I am the one who has a future engagement with the young monk Mujin," though a note clarified it was only an agreement for sparring matches. The two women continued their tense confrontation, and Ryu Seolhwa refused the request for a meeting, stating she couldn't allow an unknown stranger to approach Mujin. Jagal Jinhuya stood up in annoyance, complaining that the Merchant Guild's people had directed her here and she had traveled a very long distance. Just then, Mujin arrived at the clinic's entrance, wondering why he was at a women-only clinic, and called out Jagal Jinhee's name. A maid rushed out to report to Mujin that a woman who looked nothing like a patient was shouting his name, and Lady Seolhwa was having a very difficult time dealing with her. A series of images showed Mujin's immense popularity at the clinic, with female patients and staff warmly greeting him as he passed by. Mujin entered the room, informing the two women that Jagal Jinhee had arrived. Mujin cheerfully waved to Jagal Jinhuya and said that she had arrived at just the right time. Ryu Seolhwa's face lit up with joy upon seeing Mujin, and she delightedly asked, "Young monk Mujin, have you recovered?" Mujin walked past Ryu Seolhwa, grabbing her wrist to pull her aside, and told Jagal Jinhuya that she had arrived at the right time because he had something to ask of her. Mujin excitedly explained to Jagal Jinhuya that her timing was perfect and it was surely destiny, while Ryu Seolhwa stood behind him with a stunned expression, ignored. Jagal Jinhuya chided Mujin for leaving Nanchang without notice, while Mujin explained that he had an epiphany and had to return to his hometown to train. Mujin asked in surprise if Jagal Jinhuya had come all the way to Nanchang just to find him, causing her to flusteredly deny it, while he invited her to follow him. While Jagal Jinhuya and Mujin chatted intimately about training, Ryu Seolhwa stood behind them, her face darkening as she thought to herself that they looked very close. Ryu Seolhwa quietly followed behind, feeling annoyed inside to see Mujin so well liked by many. Jagal Jinhuya confirmed Mujin's problem. He had abundant internal energy but didn't know the method to reach the realm of energy release. Jagal Jinhuya remarked that Mujin had grown much stronger since the Nanchang incident, while a red aura emanated from his body. At the Merchant Guild's training ground, Jagal Jinhuya suggested starting immediately and said they could chat later, which slightly flustered Mujin. Jagal Jinhuya began to explain that Mujin already possessed all the necessary elements to reach the basic stage. She further explained that to advance realms, one needs latent internal energy and a body capable of containing it, both of which Mujin had thanks to the Grand Rejuvenation Pill. Jagal Jinhuya suggested that the best thing for Mujin now was to learn advanced martial arts, which made him think of a modern gym. She explained that these techniques were for releasing and utilizing internal energy, making Mujin think it was like transforming into a Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball X. Jagal Jinhuya said that if he trained to understand and use this skill, Mujin would naturally be able to project internal energy outwards. She pointed out that the first step was to get used to letting internal energy flow through the minor meridians, starting from the hands and fingers, and to abandon the habit of only using the main meridians, Jaegal Jinhuya demonstrated by channeling energy into her iron fan, causing it to emit a blue light. She swung the fan, creating a long-range energy attack that destroyed the training wooden stakes. With the fan still glowing, Jaegal Jinhuya smiled and said that she would teach Mujin. Mujin looked at the shattered pieces of the wooden stakes, astonished by this incredible long-range attack technique. Mujin eagerly replied that he would teach her various exercises to assist, as a more trained body makes controlling internal energy easier. Jaegal Jinhuya smiled happily, agreed, and said, "Please take care of me again, just like last time." Mujin told Jaegal Jinhuya that he was eager to spar after a long time, which reminded him of his time in Nanchang. While chatting, Jaegal Jinhuya was startled to see Seolhwa Ryu secretly observing them from a distance. Upon being discovered, Seolhwa Ryu hastily turned and ran away. Mujin frowned, wondering, "Isn't that Lady Seolhwa? Why is she following us?" Jaegal Jinhuya watched Seolhwa's retreating back and sighed, remarking that it was difficult to understand the thoughts of a young maiden. Mujin froze at the phrase young maiden, his gaze sharpening. He quickly changed the subject and asked Jaegal Jinhuya, "Lady Jinhee, could I ask you for one more favor?" Mujin explained that he had recently been researching something and thought it could be useful, though not for combat purposes. The scene shifted to an evening, under the bright moonlight. At the clinic, Seolhwa Ryu happily told the staff that today's work was done, and everyone wished her a good rest after a hard day's work. Mujin appeared unexpectedly and asked Seolhwa if she was done for the day. She smiled and replied that today had also been a very tiring day. Seolhwa was startled and flustered when she recognized Mujin. She stammered, asking why he had come so late at night, while he calmly said, "I have something for you." Mujin handed Seolhwa a book titled Maiden Arts, making her surprised and asked why he was giving her a martial arts manual. Mujin explained that it was the Jade Maiden Heart technique, a martial art not for combat, but for improving skin elasticity, and he thought it would be good for her. As Seolhwa remained confused, Mujin explained that he gave it as a thank you for her hard work, and also confessed that he was worried about Jaegal Jinhuya's beauty routine. Mujin smiled, saying he would continue to trust Lady Seolhwa, and thought to himself that a suitable reward would be a great motivation for her future training. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Mujin stammered that, though it was a bit late, he still wanted to say this. He sincerely praised her. "You have become very beautiful," leaving Seolhwa stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. Mujin gave an awkward laugh, waved goodbye, and quickly left. "Well, I'm off now. See you tomorrow." Standing alone after Mujin left, Seolhwa Ryu hugged the book to her chest, her heart pounding wildly, wondering about this strange feeling. She recalled the moments spent with Mujin, realizing she had never felt so safe and comfortable when she was with him. Seolhwa remembered the pang of distress when she saw Mujin happily chatting with Jaegal Jinhuya. Amidst the cherry blossom garden in her mind, she suddenly awoke, understanding why she had strived to beautify herself and longed for his return. Seolhwa finally admitted to herself, "I like him. I like Junior Master Mujin," while Mujin walked under the moonlight. On his way back, Mujin pondered the Jade Maiden Heart technique, analyzing it as a technique that uses internal energy to strengthen the skin and could combine well with the iron cloth technique. He decided to research this martial art further, and from then on, a new schedule was inadvertently formed in Mujin's life. After work at the clinic, he practiced advanced martial arts with Jaegal Jinhuya to reach the basic mastery level. After the training session, he would then study the Jade Maiden Heart technique martial art with Lady Seolhwa, focusing on improving beauty. Thanks to the gift, the awkward atmosphere between them had vanished, but Seolhwa looked at him with meaningful eyes, placing Mujin in a new predicament as he couldn't understand a woman's heart. Additionally, Mujin's training also progressed. He diligently trained alone in the practice yard under Jaegal Jinhuya's observation. He carefully controlled his internal energy to envelop his feet, stopping right next to the wooden post at Jinhuya's reminder, and felt his control had improved. With a fist glowing red with internal energy, Mujin was confident he had reached this stage and would soon be able to perfectly unleash his energy. His punch left a small dent on the wooden post, and Jaegal Jinhuya praised it as excellent progress. Jaegal Jinhuya announced she intended to return earlier once his foundation was solid, making Mujin surprised, replying that he still had to stay due to work. As Jinhuya explained, she could not leave her post for too long. Mujin also thought of his worried teammates waiting for him. Thinking of his teammates made him suddenly realize it had been a long time since he returned to Shaolin Temple. Mujin unconsciously wondered how everyone was doing now, recalling Muyul clinging to Mugung and being grumbled at by him because of the intense heat. He recalled the image of himself walking with his two close friends, secretly thinking Muyul was increasingly like a monkey and curious about how much stronger they had become. It had been a week since Mujin began receiving advanced martial arts training from Jaegal Jinhuya, and the two were fiercely sparring. Jaegal Jinhuya praised Mujin and asked him to visualize channeling energy through each finger joint before releasing it outwards. She challenged Mujin to block her attack just as he had done before. Mujin focused, thinking to himself that he would visualize releasing the energy in his own way. He imagined channeling internal energy like loading a rifle, gathering energy, compressing it, cocking the hammer, and adjusting the firing mode. With glowing red eyes, Mujin roared as he activated the firing mode, his entire body radiating powerful internal energy. He threw a punch forward, visualizing it as a shot fired from a soldier's rifle barrel. Mujin's fiery fist shot straight towards Jaegal Jinhui's blue energy stream. The two energy streams collided, creating a massive explosion. Mujin stood firm, surrounded by a red aura, joyfully declaring that he had reached the realm of internal energy release and could use it at will. "I did it, Jinhuia." Jaegal Jinhuia looked astonished when Mujin asked if he could fire continuously once he got the hang of it. Mujin confidently crossed his arms, thinking to himself that he wanted to fire like an automatic machine gun, while Jinhuia was astonished that he had succeeded in just 7 days and nights, a feat that usually takes at least 2 to 3 years. Mujin explained that instead of learning all 72 Shaolin ultimate techniques, he had combined a few martial arts to create his own style. Jaegal Jinhuia listened, wondering if it was because he believed a strong body would bring peace of mind, and questioned if that was the path of a grand master. With a satisfied smile, Jaegal Jinhuia put away her fan and said that the training ended there, as she had nothing left to teach him. She added that she was glad she had come to find young monk Mujin, while he could only give a forced laugh when she asked what a machine gun was. Jaegal Jinhuia said that she now understood the reason behind his explosive growth in such a short period. She explained that he had pushed physical training, the most fundamental foundation, to its absolute limit. She thought to herself, the stronger the body, the fewer side effects when combining various martial arts, and the vessel for energy also grew larger accordingly. Jaegal Jinhuia looked at Mujin, flexing his muscles with admiring eyes, thinking how cool it was, and decided that when she returned home, she would start practicing muscle-strengthening techniques first, completely convinced by his muscle supremacy theory. Mujin smiled and said that he thought he would return to Shaolin Temple, the place he had always longed for. Jiguang Ryu clasped his hands in gratitude, saying that after the previous incident, he felt he always owed Mujin a favor, and would rely on him in the future. Mujin clasped his hands in return, agreed, and asked to send his regards to Elder Hyunsung, then bid farewell to the members of the Heavenly Merchants Guild. Someone called Lady Seolhwa's name, and she turned to look with a slightly sad expression. Mujin happily gave a 2-finger salute and winked at Lady Seolhwa, hoping they would meet again someday, which made her blush in confusion. After saying goodbye, Mujin turned and left. Lady Seolhwa watched Mujin's retreating back, thinking that although parting was always a little sad, she still felt alright because Mujin was someone who always kept his promises. Mujin stood before the Shaolin Temple gate at sunset, declaring that he had returned home. He recalled that before he left, Jaegal Jinhuia had told him some good news. In the flashback, Mujin was surprised that he didn't know the news, and asked again, saying he had only heard snippets and hoped she would explain further. Jaegal Jinhuia explained about an event called the Dragon Phoenix Summit, where disciples from all sects gathered to showcase their martial arts. She calculated and stated that, based on the current day, the Grand Assembly would take place in about 2.5 years. Mujin sighed in relief and smiled, thinking to himself that the main story was finally about to begin. A book titled Chronicles of the Heretical Overlord appeared, introduced as author Ga Gyong's second work, soon to be released. Mujin felt excited to have new content to look forward to, and was determined to train diligently until then. However, no sooner had he returned than he encountered a new problem when another young monk shouted in surprise, "Mujin's back? That crazy guy finally showed up again." Muyul cheered, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen Mujin, then shot towards him like an arrow, making Mujin think that the kid was always so full of energy. After greeting all the elders, Mujin yawned widely, feeling tired and just wanting to go inside to rest. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto Mujin's back from behind, making him let out a cry. A loud thud echoed as the person hugged him tightly and shouted Mujin's name. Mujin was embraced by Muyul, who had jumped onto his back in a warm welcome, while Mugung and Mukyung stood watching. Mujin beamed, happily asking about his friend's well-being and remarking that they all looked bigger. With Muyul still on his back, Mujin joked that it seemed they hadn't been lazy while he was away. Mujin commented on Muyul's jump and strength, and his friend happily scratched his head and laughed. Muyul showed off his new prayer beads and explained that his master had drawn a crane on them after he mastered crane form fist. Mujin turned to ask Mukyung about the lotus tattoo on the back of his neck, and he explained it was a symbol of Buddha drawn by his master. Mukyung added that if the drawing faded during training, he would be punished by running 200 laps, making Mujin acknowledge that Master Haiguan was truly strict. Mujin turned to Mugung, complimenting him on having grown taller in just a few months, but Mugung merely frowned in response. Muyul excitedly cheered, saying that everyone had grown up a lot since he last saw them. Muyul suggested a sparring session to welcome Mujin back, and promised to defeat him. The narration revealed that, at that time, Mujin had no idea he would need to become even stronger to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Mujin took a defensive stance, but the narration stated that what was more urgent was the alarming truth that his friend's development had stagnated. After the match, all three of Mujin's friends lay sprawled on the ground, panting from exhaustion, leaving him utterly astonished. Mujin thought in shock, unable to believe that they had collapsed after just one round. He recalled that his friends looked stronger and knew more techniques than before. Mujin frowned, wondering why they couldn't hold their ground against him. He suddenly widened his eyes as he realized something important. A series of flashbacks appeared, showing Mujin having absorbed the minor rejuvenation pill, fought many enemies, trained with Jaegal Jinhuya, and absorbed the major rejuvenation pill. A red internal energy radiated around Mujin, and the narration concluded that the balance of power had been completely broken, and he had leveled up on his own. Mujin stood firm with powerful internal energy, realizing the situation was bad as he had become too strong alone and wouldn't be able to fight by himself in the future. Mujin thought to himself that luckily, the actual events of the novel only began at the Dragon Phoenix conference, so it wasn't too late. He worried for his fellow disciples, realizing that although their bodies were robust, they lacked the internal energy to support them. Mujin recalled that in the novel, the bloody monk had gathered internal energy using a chi absorption technique, and he feared that if things continued this way, his friends might end up even weaker than the original bloody monk. He pondered deeply about a solution. Then an idea struck him: to have them use minor rejuvenation pills to solve the problem. Mujin excitedly presented his plan to open a third clinic branch in Luoyang to earn more money. Elder Hyunsong listened in silence, his expression showing little approval. Hyunsong flatly refused, saying, "I cannot allow it," which stunned Mujin, who asked why. The elder explained that Mujin had only just returned to Shaolin, and leaving for a long period again would cause rumors, adding that this was a crucial time for training. A map appeared, showing Luoyang was about 40 kilometers from Dengfeng County, and the elder doubted if Mujin could train properly while traveling such a long distance. Mujin bowed his head in disappointment, wondering if this trip was truly hopeless. Elder Hyunsong unexpectedly set a condition: "If you can travel to and from Luoyang within an hour, I will permit it." Hyunsong affirmed that it was entirely possible, provided Mujin mastered the light body technique, which greatly surprised him. The narration explained that the light body technique was another name for a movement technique, a type of martial art focused on making the body lighter. When the body becomes light, the user can achieve explosive speed, moving and jumping at high velocity depending on their martial skill level. Mujin realized that if he learned this technique, everything would be resolved. He happily thought that traveling from Shaolin Temple to Luoyang would become as easy as turning his hand. Mujin looked up, seriously asking Elder Hyunsong something. He asked if his friends could also learn the light body technique, while images of Muyul, Mugung, and Mukyung appeared with cheerful expressions. Mujin boldly declared that they would all learn the light body technique together, and the elder had instructed the masters to help them lay a solid foundation. The disciples had different reactions. Mugung worried about a month of hellish training. Muyul was cheerful. Mukyung looked uneasy, but avoided the topic, while Mujin thought to himself that this would be a lot of fun. A month later, behind Shaolin Temple, Elder Hyunsong asked Mujin's group about their training results over the past month. Muyul excitedly reported that they were ready, but Mujin corrected him, saying it was only the basics. Muyul then asked Elder Hyunsong why they had to learn the 1,000-pound drop before the light body technique. Elder Hyunsong explained that the 1,000-pound drop was a martial art that altered body weight, practiced before the light body technique, to help move faster by lightening the body. Mujin further explained to Muyul that controlling body weight with the 1,000-pound drop would aid movement, as a lighter body could move faster. Elder Hyunsong smiled and said that Mujin's answer was both right and wrong, and he would soon understand. The elder announced the start of the practical training and threw wooden tags into the dense forest, saying that if they were going to train, they should make it fun. The elder explained that each person would have to find their own wooden name tag in the mountains, using the techniques they had learned. The four young monks, Mujin, Muyul, Mugung, and Mukyung, got into ready stances. Mujin, thinking to himself that this felt like a treasure hunt, Elder Hyunsong shouted, "Start!" and all four immediately dashed off in 4 different directions. While running, Mujin challenged Mukyung. "Hey, wanna bet? Whoever finds their tag last has to clean the temple for 7 days and nights." Mukyung confidently accepted, while Muyul yelled for everyone to slow down. Elder Hyunsong smiled meaningfully as he watched the young monks rush into the forest. He thought to himself, "Now let's see. You'll have to keep an eye on the children you've chosen." Elder Hyunsong continued to ponder, wondering if they could become pillars of Shaolin Temple, just like the person he was thinking of. 10 minutes later, the scene shifted deep into the forest. The narration described the rugged terrain with trees, bushes, and the sudden appearance of animals, resembling a real combat environment. Muyul was shown freely utilizing his surroundings, moving skillfully and gracefully through the tree branches. Muyul's movements were so agile and flexible that he was likened to a monkey. Mukyung, on the other hand, applied various movement techniques and footwork, adapting perfectly to every situation. The narration affirmed that Mukyung was the fastest of the four, with incredible acceleration and split-second decision-making skills. Mukyung darted away like a streak of blue light, demonstrating his superior speed through the forest. Mujin panted, trying to keep up with Mukyung, who was gliding effortlessly over the rocks ahead. Meanwhile, Mugung, with his large physique, chose to gradually accelerate with minimal movements, pushing through the dense forest. He didn't care about stumbling or colliding, simply using his strength to quietly push straight ahead. The narration explained that all three, Mujin, Mukyung, and Mugung, used the 1,000-pound drop as a foundation to enhance their light body technique, and quickly search for the name tags. However, while the other three were showcasing their skills, one person was struggling. Muyul was startled by loud noises, anxiously wondering if it was an earthquake or wild beasts fighting in the mountains. The source of the noise was Mujin. He had lost his bearings and crashed headfirst into a large tree trunk. Lying sprawled on the ground, Mujin lamented his inability to maintain balance, feeling as if his body was no longer his own, and concluded that the light body technique was too difficult. Suddenly, a giant branch broke and fell straight down, making Mujin look up in astonishment. The branch struck his chest hard, making Mujin cry out in pain. He scrambled to his feet, wondering why a falling branch was as big as a log, and why this tree was so sturdy. Mujin realized that without his iron cloth shirt, he would have been completely bruised. Then he suddenly noticed a leaf gently falling. He pondered a physical principle. Even if you throw a light object like a leaf with all your might, it won't fly fast. But what if you increased its weight at the moment of throwing it? Mujin recalled his grandfather's words, who had said that the notion of a lighter body moving faster was only partially true, which brought him to a sudden realization. He realized he had been too focused on making his body lighter, as in the novel, while the true technique was to adjust weight to increase speed. Determined to try again, Mujin stabilized his center of gravity, increased his weight just before launching himself, then lightened his body while airborne to travel further. Once he had determined his landing spot, energy once again converged in his knees. Just before touching the ground, Mujin increased his weight again, generating maximum speed to shoot through the forest. He landed on a rock outcrop in a stable stance, declaring that this was the true light body technique, and that the 1,000-pound drop could be used to directly control speed. Mujin finally understood why he had to learn the 1,000-pound drop first, realizing that the light body technique was essentially a movement technique, and that each person could develop their own unique version. Mujin smiled excitedly, thinking to himself about creating his own light body technique. He looked back at the devastated path caused by his failed attempts, and realized he had made a mess. An idea suddenly flashed in Mujin's mind. He assumed a ready stance, and proudly named his new technique, the Divine Movement of Destruction. With a mighty roar, Mujin shot forth like a red lightning bolt, leaving a long trail on the ground. The image of Mujin dashing forward was reflected in the eyes of Elder Hyunsong, who was observing from afar. Elder Hyunsong silently praised him, realizing that Mujin had grasped the essence of the light body technique on his own. He also noticed that Mugung and Mukyung had found their own methods, and concluded that the children Mujin brought back were truly extraordinary. Hyunsong thought to himself that Mujin truly had a keen eye for talent, and considered how many small rejuvenation pills were left in the temple to reward all three. Looking up at the night sky, he hoped they would become the future of the Shaolin Temple. However, he also worried that at this rate, the mountain wouldn't be able to withstand it, and perhaps the abbot would scold him severely. 3 hours later, Mujin landed in front of Elder Hyunsong and joyfully called out, "Grandpa." He held up his name tag and complained that the elder had hidden it too deeply, right in the cave where he once meditated facing a wall. Mujin confidently stated that he was the first to arrive, but Hyunsong merely asked, "Really?" While smiling images of Mugung and Mukyung appeared behind him. Mujin was stunned when he realized the others had already been there. Mugung and Mukyung ran over, teasing Mujin for being the last one, and saying they had waited so long they almost fell asleep. Mukyung reminded Mujin about the bet, that he would have to clean the temple for 7 days and 7 nights in their stead. While Mujin's face darkened, Elder Hyunsong happily confirmed he would witness the bet, making Mugung and Mukyung cheer with delight. After that, the young monks began to diligently train their light body technique even more, and Mujin was determined to perfect his divine movement of destruction. Once they reached a certain level, they were finally allowed to go to Luoyang, and Mujin turned his eyes towards the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild, with the sole thought of making money. Mujin walked and pondered, thinking he was too busy to manage Luoyang, and needed to find a trustworthy person to act on his behalf. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Seolhwa Ryu appeared and asked with surprise, "You mean we're going to Luoyang together?" Mujin smiled and confirmed, explaining that he desperately needed her help, because her remarkable progress in muscle-stretching techniques was indispensable. He emphasized that he truly needed her for this trip, and had already received permission from the guildmaster. Seolhwa blushed, secretly thinking she had harbored vain hopes when Mujin asked to meet her privately. But then she suddenly came to her senses, realizing something important. She thought to herself that whatever the reason, it still meant she would be with Mujin. and this was a wonderful opportunity. Mujin asked worriedly when he saw her silent, while Seolhwa questioned herself if her love for a monk was wrong. In her mind, a more resolute version of Seolhwa appeared, asserting that Mujin was the one with whom she had promised a future. Seolhwa showed a determined expression, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She agreed to go, but set a condition that her relocation to Luoyang would make it difficult to treat the female patients here. She hinted at asking if Mujin could do something for her. At another location, in the presence of Jiguang Ryu, Mujin asked Seolhwa if she was sure about her request and expressed his gratitude. Seolhwa boldly declared to the staff that she wanted to be responsible for overseeing all the clinic's physicians, and Mujin happily agreed to cooperate. A narration stated that Ryu Seolhwa had become the person in charge of not only the Luoyang branch, but also all future clinic branches. Seolhwa smiled contentedly, secretly thinking that, with this new position, she would be able to meet Mujin more often. Mujin observed Seolhwa being trusted by the staff, and noticed that she had become much more confident and radiant. He felt deeply moved by her growth, and turned to ask Guildmaster Ryu, who was tearing up, overwhelmed with pride for his daughter. After that, Mujin began his training journey by running 80 kilometers every day, using his divine movement of destruction skill. Thanks to the experience gained from the Nanchang branch, opening a clinic in Luoyang was not difficult for Mujin. He no longer encountered difficulties from the local residents as before. On the contrary, he received much help after they heard about the clinic. Mujin traveled back and forth countless times between Dengfeng County and Luoyang, with support from the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild and the Shaolin Elders, all within 2.5 months. The Luoyang branch was finally opened, and everyone's reaction was astonishing. The clinic quickly became crowded as many sick people began to seek treatment. The reputation of the Luoyang branch spread through the stories of patients, from those cured of knee pain to an old monk recovering from the brink of death. Mujin warmly invited a hesitant, poor old man inside, saying that the clinic did not charge for treatment. News of the clinic in Luoyang spread far and wide, reaching even extraordinary figures. In a place far from the Shaolin Temple, on Wudang Mountain in Hubei, the full view of Wudang Mountain appeared with its majestic architecture amidst the mist. A white-haired master asked his disciple if a Shaolin monk had fully recovered, and the disciple confirmed it. The disciple further reported that they had opened many clinics with the support of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild, and were providing free treatment. The white-haired master touched his sword and pondered, thinking that the monk wanted to repay life after enduring so much suffering. He gripped the sword hilt, channeling his internal energy, causing it to emit a powerful green light. The disciple worriedly asked, "Master Unhyo, will you visit them?" While the master exuded an overwhelming presence, Unhyo resolutely replied, "Of course." The narration began, telling how people always loved to debate who was the strongest in the world. Whether in the past or present, people always enjoyed ranking the strong, and among them, there were always rumors about the 10 great masters of the world. Among those 10, 3 were especially renowned, known by the title of the 3 Peerless Swords. One of them was the heaven-slaughtering sword emperor of the Sword Slaughter Pavilion, depicted as a shadowy figure with blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. The narrator introduced another figure among the 3 great sword immortals, the Namgung Sword Emperor of the Namgung clan, appearing as a massive shadow with glowing blue eyes. Elsewhere, Grandmaster Unhyo of the Wudang sect exclaimed in surprise, "That damned old monk, has he returned?" Unhyo, the Taiji sword immortal of the Wudang sect, was introduced as one of the 3 great sword immortals, and thought that they could finally see the outcome of their never-ending battle. At Shaolin Temple, a panicked voice rang out from outside as someone rushed in. "Grand Ancestor, are you here?" Beopjian burst into the room to deliver important news to Elder Hyunsong, but he was reminded by the elder not to shout, as he could hear everything. Elder Hyunsong calmly stated that the time had come, causing Mujin, who stood beside him, to confusedly ask who he was talking about. Beopjian stammered, announcing that the sage Unhyo had arrived. Meanwhile, Hyunsong and Unhyo were already standing face to face in the temple courtyard. Elder Hyunsong greeted Unhyo, remarking that it had been a long time, and Unhyo, smiling, replied that the old monk had changed a little. Mujin stood behind his senior brothers and was astonished to realize that the legendary Taiji sword immortal knew his grand ancestor. Elder Hyunsong looked sharply at his opponent and remarked that it seemed Unhyo hadn't come just for small talk. With eyes glowing green, Unhyo admitted that Hyunsong was as sharp as ever and challenged him to settle their unfinished battle. A small young monk unexpectedly stepped out, radiating golden light, and suggested changing locations, stating that if they fought here, Shaolin Temple would not survive, and Unhyo agreed. The young monk unleashed the divine palm of Tathagata, creating a gigantic golden hand, and called for Mujin to come with them. Mujin was seized by the golden hand and lifted into the air in astonishment. As Mujin was flung high into the sky, Beopjian frantically yelled for the Grand Ancestor and told Mujin to return safely. The scene shifted to a vast, lush green field bathed in sunlight. Mujin landed on the ground, his face darkened with dizziness, and he wondered where exactly he was. Standing in the middle of a vast field, Mujin saw two figures in the distance and recalled floating in the air but not knowing what happened next. Elder Hyunsong turned back to tell Mujin to step back, as it could be dangerous, and Mujin obeyed. Elder Hyunsong channeled his internal energy, his entire body radiating golden energy, and cracked his knuckles, causing Mujin to secretly wonder in horror how terrifying the upcoming battle would be. Wudang sect leader Eunheo drew his sword, its blade emitting a powerful green aura. Mujin used a sound transmission technique to ask Elder Hyunsong if he knew the other person, and the elder was surprised that he knew how to use this technique. Elder Hyunsong explained that they had fought several times in their youth, and told Mujin not to use the sound transmission technique anymore. The elder explained that Eunheo could easily eavesdrop on their conversation, causing Mujin to exclaim in astonishment, "That's insane. Is that really true?" Eunheo's eyes flashed with green light, indicating that he was listening from afar. Mujin and the young Shaolin monk stood on a cliff, observing, and Mujin thought to himself that he could hear the young monk's voice, but not the elder's. Elder Hyunsong realized that Eunheo had used an advanced sound transmission technique, and secretly marveled that his opponent had not only recovered his energy, but also reached the realm of nature. Elder Hyunsong spoke up, asking, "Shall we begin?" And Eunheo replied from afar, "Of course." Eunheo's sword blade glowed with a brilliant golden energy. Mujin stood watching, his face showing clear astonishment and tension at the power about to be unleashed. Mujin's face paled with fear, sweat pouring down as he sensed the terrifying surge of power. Eunheo unleashed a massive sword energy, and Mujin screamed in horror, "This is insane." The powerful green sword energy surged forth, tearing up the ground in its path. Elder Hyunsong calmly stepped forward, his feet glowing with golden light as they touched the ground. A gigantic golden energy hand rose from the ground, blocking the sword energy, while Mujin shouted, "Grand Ancestor!" Elder Hyunsong stated that Eunheo had matured greatly, asking if his past defeat had hurt his pride. And Eunheo replied that today, they would decide who was truly stronger. In a flashback, young Hyunsong, under the alias Hyunguang, believed that a strong body could only be built with a righteous spirit, but then suggested that one should train the body first for the spirit to follow. Young Eunheo retorted, arguing that one could not cultivate great power with a flawed spirit, so the spirit must come first, but then also admitted that without power, everything was an illusion. Young Eunheo angrily asked Hyunguang if he intended to continue disrespecting Wudang sect's teachings, while Hyunguang was warming up and casually invited his opponent to a physical training session. Young Eunheo roared, "You damned monk! I will prove I am right," then drew his sword, declaring they would see who was truly the strongest in the world. Young Hyunsong smirked, thinking that even if it went against Shaolin teachings, a decisive battle to settle things wasn't bad. He excitedly accepted the challenge. "All right, why not?" Young Eunheo snarled, "Let's see if you can still smile once we begin," then charged into attack, confronting Hyunsong's fiery punch. Back in the present, the aged Eunheo recalled his opponent, Hyunguang. He reminisced about Hyunguang, whose body was covered in injuries after the battle, and thought to himself that he was the only martial artist he had ever acknowledged. Eunheo couldn't believe that someone like Hyunguang had been crippled by the demonic cult. He sat alone in the darkness, muttering that the legend of the Shaolin divine monk could not end like this. Eunheo asserted that Hyunguang was the one worthy of contending with him for the title of the strongest in the world. A Wudang disciple reported that there were rumors of Shaolin's divine monk Hyunguang having recovered. Eunheo raised his head, his heart swelling with fierce conviction. "That's right. That couldn't possibly be your end." He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes burning with determination. "That's right." Eunheo stood up, channeling his energy to create countless sword phantoms, and declared, "This time, we will settle it once and for all." Countless energy swords rained down from the sky, attacking Elder Hyunsong, who was meditating. The sword energy formed a surging torrent, heading straight for Elder Hyunsong. A massive explosion occurred as the first swords hit the ground, dust flying everywhere. Elder Hyunsong channeled his energy to unleash the divine palm of Tathagata, while Eunheo also prepared a powerful strike. Eunheo swung his sword, clashing with Elder Hyunsong's gigantic energy hand. Eunheo increased his power, unleashing the enhanced sword energy technique. A massive surge of sword energy, in the form of a phoenix strike, surged towards Elder Hyunsong, who merely scoffed calmly. Elder Hyunsong, whose emaciated body suddenly became muscular and whose beard grew long and white, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my!" A blinding golden light explosion erupted fiercely, directly clashing with a stream of sword energy. Inside a golden thousand-armed Dharma manifestation, Elder Hyunsong thought to himself that what he knew in his mind had finally touched his heart, while Eunheo mocked his opponent's unpleasant tone, which remained unchanged. Standing on a resplendent golden lotus, Elder Hyunsong sarcastically asked Eunheo if he wanted to challenge him again after losing 5 times. Eunheo roared furiously, swung his sword radiating green light, and shouted loudly, "Watch until the end, old bald head." Elder Hyun-sung extended his glowing hand and remarked that Eun-hyo had always enjoyed a proper duel. Eun-hyo's sword blade flared with green energy, ready for a destructive attack. The two masters charged at each other in mid-air, Hyun-sung's golden dharma manifestation, confronting Eun-hyo's countless streams of green sword energy, who confidently declared he would win if he gave his all. Two earth-shattering forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The energy from the collision spread, destroying the surrounding landscape. The aftershocks of the confrontation created images of spirit beasts made of energy, showing the two martial artists' level far surpassed ordinary people. Mujin stood stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is truly a battle between monsters, a clash of the strongest in the world." He broke out in a cold sweat, listing a series of martial arts realms he was witnessing, from sword energy and enhanced true chi to even the body merging with nature. Looking up at the divine battle in the sky, Mujin wondered if he would ever reach that level. He clenched his fists, telling himself he couldn't let weak thoughts exist and had to rise to that level to survive. Mujin realized Elder Hyun-sung wanted to show him this sight as he used his body to block a massive stream of sword energy. Eun-hyo poured all his strength into his sword, preparing for a decisive attack. Suddenly, Mujin noticed something unusual and his eyes widened in surprise. He observed more closely and saw Eun-hyo's wrist tremble for a moment. His complexion also looked unwell. Mujin thought to himself if Eun-hyo might also be suffering from an illness like his grandfather, as he saw his sword-wielding hand tremble violently. Eun-hyo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his face contorted, letting out a pained groan. Mujin stared at Elder Hyun-sung, astonished by what was happening. Mujin thought to himself, just as I suspected, realizing Eun-hyo was not in his normal state as he saw him trying to suppress the pain in his hand. Elder Hyun-sung asked Eun-hyo how he could continue fighting in that condition, but Eun-hyo brushed it off and shouted that he was fine. Elder Hyun-sung looked unconvinced, muttering that a little numbness was nothing. Elder Hyun-sung said that those who have suffered will understand others the most, recalling how he himself had once lost all his strength, and advised Eun-hyo to seek treatment before it was too late. Eun-hyo was startled by Elder Hyun-sung's question. Is avoiding treatment a sign of a clear mind? Eun-hyo cleared his throat, recalling the image of a young Elder Hyun-sung, his entire body covered in injuries after a fierce battle. Eun-hyo irritably asked how he could seek treatment right now, but Elder Hyun-sung reassured him that he didn't need to worry about that. Elder Hyun-sung pointed towards Mujin and revealed that he was the one who had treated him, leaving Eun-hyo utterly astonished. Elder Hyun-sung turned to a bewildered Mujin and asked him to examine Eun-hyo's body. Mujin clenched his hands, reassuring himself that even though Eun-hyo was one of the strongest in the world, his body's structure was still like that of an ordinary person. Mujin began to examine Eun-hyo's hand, asking about the numbness and pain in his fingertips, and Eun-hyo confirmed it was true. Mujin asked Eun-hyo to extend both arms forward and flex his wrists downwards. Eun-hyo cried out in pain as he performed the movement, and Mujin muttered, just as I suspected. Mujin diagnosed Eun-hyo with carpal tunnel syndrome accompanied by tenosynovitis, explaining that the continuous strain from swinging his sword had compressed the nerves. Mujin said that this condition was not incurable but would take time, and suggested immediate emergency treatment, making Eun-hyo look at him with admiration. Eun-hyo thought to himself about the rumors he had heard, that Shaolin's divine monk Hyun-sung had recovered thanks to someone called the Blessed Monk, and realized that it was Mujin. Eun-hyo recalled that Shaolin Temple had tried everything and given up on treating Elder Hyun-sung, but Mujin had succeeded. Eun-hyo looked at his aching hand and thought that if it was Mujin, perhaps he too had hope of being cured. Eun-hyo sat down, proposing to Mujin that besides the treatment, he could ask him for one more thing, and in return, he would grant one of his requests. Mujin was cautious about Eun-hyo's offer of an equal exchange, wondering if it was a trap. He thought to himself that even though he didn't know what the request was, but since his opponent was one of the three great peerless swordsmen, he should go big just once. Mujin was startled as he realized the meaning of the title Three Great Peerless Swordsmen. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes appeared in his mind. The image of a blazing red sword appeared, symbolizing the most cruel force among the greatest swordsmen. A force that had to be stopped at all costs. Eun-hyo asked directly, "Can you punish one of the three great peerless swordsmen, the heavenly slaughter sword Emperor Hyuk Jingang?" Mujin immediately refused, stating that it was impossible and would cause bloodshed in the martial world, while also questioning why a cultivator like Eun-hyo would want to kill someone. He thought logically, realizing he needed a just and reasonable cause to intervene in this matter. Mujin suddenly had an idea and flashed a cunning smile. Eun-hyo began to recount his story, saying that he was born in a remote village where everyone was poor. He explained that his family practiced medicine using their own methods, and although not widely recognized, they never refused a patient. One day, a blood-soaked martial artist staggered into his village, Not only his family but the entire village worked together to treat the severely wounded martial artist. Unheo recounted that no one expected that moment to become a fateful turning point, when a terrifying shadowy figure appeared from afar. As the enemy arrived, a hand drew a sword from its sheath, radiating a deadly red light. The pursuer was none other than the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance, and the master of the Sword Slaughter Pavilion, the Heavenly Slaughter Sword Emperor Hyuk Jingang. It turned out the martial artist they saved was a fugitive from the Unorthodox Alliance. A hand radiating blazing red energy pointed towards the village, ordering an attack. Because they had treated the fugitive, Unheo's entire village was annihilated in a sea of flames. A small boat drifted on the dark water, evoking the image of a solitary escape. The scene shifted to a harbor, where merchant guild members were checking goods and discovered a missing crate. They decided they needed to contact their superiors. The merchant guild members were startled when they heard a faint cry for help coming from a cargo box. "Help me." They carefully approached the wooden crate that was gently shaking. When they opened the lid of the crate, the group panicked upon seeing a child barely breathing inside and hastily called for water and food. One person anxiously suggested taking the child to the clinic immediately. While the boy breathed with difficulty, Mujin bowed his head and revealed, "That child was me." Of course, it was all a lie. Mujin continued his fabricated story in front of Elder Hyunsung and sect leader Unheo, explaining that he was too young to remember clearly, only knowing his parents had hidden him to escape. He looked confused, hesitating, not knowing how to continue the story. Elder Hyunsung looked like he understood, stroked his beard, and said, "So that's how it is." Hyunsung recounted the story as he understood it. Mujin was a wandering child, rejected everywhere until a nearby Shaolin senior monk took pity on him and brought him back to the temple. Hyunsung showed sympathy, unexpectedly realizing that before coming to Shaolin, Mujin had been harmed by someone like Hyuk Jingang. While Mujin was secretly astonished that his lie was so effective, Elder Hyunsung remained silent for a moment, wondering how this lie could work so well. Hyunsung comforted Mujin, saying that he couldn't fully understand the resentment of losing family and homeland, but no one at Shaolin would force him to feign happiness. Sect leader Unheo agreed, asserting that Hyuk Jingang had caused countless enmities and would surely face divine retribution. Hyunsung teased Unheo for saying something reasonable, making the Wudang sect leader annoyed and retort, and then Hyunsung mocked him as a stubborn old sword-wielding man. Mujin interrupted the two elders, saying he was feeling better and offered to treat sect leader Unheo's injuries before they worsened. Mujin gently took sect leader Unheo's hand to begin treatment and asked if Elder Hyunsung was bothering him. The two elders started arguing about their age again, making Mujin angrily shout for them to stop so he could treat them, and told sect leader Unheo to put his sword down. Sect leader Unheo looked at his bandaged hand and burst out laughing, because he came here for a final duel but was now being treated. Sect leader Unheo invited Elder Hyunsung to drink alcohol, boasting that he had pilfered a bottle from Haiguan, making Hyunsung scold him as a shameless monk. In a mystical cosmic space, a giant hand cradled a tiny figure. A mysterious voice asked why the blessed monk was allowed to return, and another voice replied that the boy was still growing and needed rest. Hyunsung warned Unheo, "You can't keep overworking them like that, or they'll hate you." Unheo replied that the child would find his own path, and today's events would be a great lesson for Mujin. Unheo asked if it wouldn't be better if Hyunsung also brought the child he mentioned earlier, then confidently asserted about someone named Chung Su. "Just wait and see. No one can compare to him." Hyunsung scoffed. "Oh ho ho, are you entrusting what you couldn't achieve to your grandson? That's the most shameful thing old people do, isn't it?" Unheo angrily growled. "Do you want another fight?" Unheo fell silent, his gaze became pensive and serious. Hyunsung noticed the change and asked, "Are you pretending to be a monk? What are you regretting that you're delaying that opportunity?" Unheo looked at the wine jar, saying it wasn't yet time for enlightenment, and he thought he had about 5 more years. Unheo looked at Hyunsung seriously, saying that he knew Hyunsung wasn't simply observing the younger generation grow. In a dark vision, an image of a young, blood-soaked Hyunsung sitting amidst a battlefield appeared, as Unheo sensed the strong smell of blood in the air, even more intense than when he fell before. Unheo sensed the enemies, shadowy figures in cloaks, gathering strength to rise again, and wondered how he could be at ease about the children's future. Hyunsung, with shining eyes, declared that there was still time, and he would do everything he could for the next generation to survive. An image appeared with Mujin, Seolhwa, and other young monks, and Hyunsung said that creating a better world was the role of the younger generation, but his generation had to pave the way for them. Unheo looked at Hyunsung with sharp eyes, asking sharply, "Isn't that child named Chung Su also such a person to you?" Unheo's bandaged hand trembled violently. Unheo turned his back and asked, "Hey monk, can you do me a favor?" He suggested, "Lend us a few disciples from Shaolin." Hyunsung asked in surprise, "Our disciples?" Unheo confirmed it. Amidst the galaxy, Eunheo monologued that they had a duty to pass this world on to the next generation. And to do that, everyone needed to become stronger. The Wudang sect's gate appeared as Eunheo resolved that his sect must develop further. At Shaolin Temple, Abbot Hyuncheon clasped his hands and smiled in agreement. A martial arts exchange with the strongest sect, Wudang? I fully support it. The abbot thought to himself that if they continued the new training method, Mujin would definitely need to participate, and he would need companions like on the Nanchang trip, while an image of Mujin lifting weights appeared. Abbot Hyuncheon told Hyunsong that since this was a martial arts exchange, it would be good for the young disciples to broaden their horizons, and he already had 3 people in mind. Hyunsong curiously asked who they were. Abbot Hyuncheon nominated Haijol to be in charge, along with 3 third-grade disciples, Muyul, Mugung, and Mukyung. Elder Hyunsong approved, deeming it an excellent choice because they had been closely monitored during their lightness skill training. Hyunsong said, if it was those children, they could be trusted, then unexpectedly extended his hand. Abbot Hyuncheon asked in surprise why the elder extended his hand, and Hyunsong replied that he was asking for something. Hyunsong explained that since the children were going to Wudang, they should give them some minor restoration pills to avoid losing confidence in front of disciples from other sects. Abbot Hyuncheon smiled, realizing Hyunsong had planned everything in advance. The abbot thought to himself that after the major restoration pill incident, he had decided to stop overthinking. In the temple courtyard, Mujin asked his fellow disciples if they had absorbed the minor restoration pills well, and Muyul replied that thanks to martial uncle Haejol, everything was fine. Muyul told Mujin that he was very surprised Mujin was leading them, and hoped to be taught, as in the crane form fist lesson. Martial uncle Haejol appeared with an excited expression, declaring that this trip would be very fun. Haegyeol explained that the Wudang sect was one of the northern dippers of the martial world, like Shaolin, and instructed the disciples to learn and bring glory to the sect. Standing in front of the temple gate, Haegyeol and Mujin saw a caravan of carriages approaching and exclaimed, "Oh, they're here." The members of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild unloaded the cargo boxes and announced that all requested items had been brought. Mujin explained that although the main goal was martial arts exchange, equipment and physical training were still an important part of Shaolin's cultivation process. When Mujin said that the old equipment seemed insufficient, the young monks and even martial uncle Haegyeol all looked at him in astonishment. Mujin proudly showed off a large amount of new training equipment, including kettlebells, wooden dumbbells, and other devices. The young monks reacted differently. Muyul cheered with delight. Mugung thought Mujin was addicted to training, while Mukyung approved, believing that ceaseless training was the mark of a true Shaolin disciple. A flashback image appeared, showing Haegyeol and Mujin performing a crane form fist stance together, demonstrating their dedication to training. Back in the present, Haegyeol picked up a pair of wooden dumbbells and suggested they do something fun on the way to the Wudang sect. Muyul excitedly asked what the fun activity was, while Mugung and Mukyung showed curiosity, and Mujin wondered what martial uncle was planning. At the Wudang sect, a Taoist priest asked the person next to him about the time, and learned it was around 3 to 5 in the afternoon. The Taoist priest leading the welcoming party looked worried, because, according to the plan, the Shaolin delegation should have arrived yesterday, and he wondered if something had happened on the way. Just then, Marshal Uncle Haegyeol and the young monks appeared, panting, exclaiming that they had arrived, surprising the Wudang Taoist priest who had come to greet them. The Wudang Taoist priest frantically asked if there had been an accident upon seeing the Shaolin young monks pulling a heavily loaded carriage, but Marshal Uncle Haegyeol calmly replied that it was just a training session. The Wudang Taoist priest questioned why they took the longest route to Mount Wudang, and Marshal Uncle Haegyeol chuckled, replying that he thought it was the perfect place for training. Marshal Uncle Haegyeol explained that Mujin called this a march, while Muyul gasped, thinking to himself, what would happen if they didn't know the lightness skill? Marshal Uncle Haegyeol asked if they could enter, leaving the Wudang Taoist priest and his subordinates still stunned, stammering an invitation for them to come in. As soon as they stepped through the gate, the entire group of young monks collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, making the Wudang Taoist priests think that these monks seemed quiet, but were quite eccentric and reckless. The Wudang Taoist priest led the Shaolin group through the corridor, thanking them for coming and saying they would soon reach the guest house to rest after their long journey. As they passed a large open area, the Wudang Taoist priest stopped and pointed towards it, drawing Marshal Uncle Haegyeol's attention. The Taoist priest explained that it was the self-training area, where Wudang disciples trained their bodies, martial arts, and studied, also announcing that the Shaolin group would train with them there. Images showed Wudang disciples diligently practicing sparring in the large training ground. Mujin looked at the training ground with fiery eyes, thinking to himself that this was the Wudang version of a gym, while Muyul and Mukyung seemed excited by the large crowd. Mujin turned to ask his junior brothers if they had recovered their strength, and they enthusiastically replied in unison, stating that their bodies were a bit stiff and the recent march only trained their legs. Marshal Uncle Haegyeol explained to the Wudang Taoist priest that lightness skill only consumed internal energy, not physical strength, So they still had plenty of power, considering their arrival here just a warm-up. Mujin shouted loudly, signaling everyone to unload their equipment. Mujin and Mugung quickly assembled modern weightlifting equipment such as bench presses, barbells, and dumbbells right on the field. The Shaolin young monks began their high-intensity physical training amidst the astonishment of the Wudang Taoist priests, with Muyul even cheerfully shouting, "This is equipment from Shaolin. We look forward to training with you all." Standing on the balcony, the Wudang Taoist priest asked in surprise what was happening, and Marshal Uncle Hegol calmly replied, "For us, that is rest. That is Shaolin's basic training session." The Wudang Taoist priests stood discussing in confusion, one asking, "Hey, did you hear that?" They said it was training, while another couldn't believe those metal blocks were training equipment and not weapons. Mujin smiled confidently, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had seen such reactions, ever since his training method was recognized. Mujin's expression grew more serious as he wondered if his method was truly such a big deal. Two other Wudang Taoist priests whispered to each other in disappointment, believing they had held high hopes when Taoist priest Un Heo invited the young monks, but now felt disadvantaged having to exchange martial arts with such cheap tricks. A young Wudang Taoist priest looked at Mugung lifting weights with disdain, thinking they didn't look very impressive, and suggested just treating them well and sending them off. Mujin overheard the whispers and irritably thought, "They dare call our exercises cheap tricks? They don't even understand how effective muscle lengthening techniques are." Mujin sternly reminded his junior brothers, "Focus on your workout. Even our elders reacted this way at first." A Wudang Taoist priest was startled to see Mugung stand up, revealing his muscular physique, and stammered in acknowledgement. "That's true, but still." Mujin continued to advise his junior brothers while lifting weights, telling them not to mind any comments, because just like them, the Wudang sect would eventually realize the value of this method. Mujin called Mugung over for help with the bench press, but Mugung looked bewildered, not understanding the term, and complained that Mujin shouldn't use such confusing words anymore. Two other Wudang Taoist priests observed from a distance, one remarking that the Shaolin group's equipment looked very strange, and the other agreeing. A Taoist priest explained to his long-haired companion that they were monks from the Shaolin temple who had come for martial arts exchange. The long-haired Taoist priest replied, "I see," while gripping his sword hilt, his eyes gleaming with interest. The young Taoist priest, introduced as Chung Su, the Wudang sword dragon, smiled confidently and said he was very curious to see what the Shaolin monks were like. The other junior brothers like Mugung, Muyul, and Mukyung cheerfully said goodbye, leaving the cleanup to Mujin before going to rest. Mujin stayed behind alone to clean up the pile of weights, irritably muttering to himself, "Am I going to be stuck with cleanup forever? If only I had grasped the principles of lightness skill sooner." A sharp gaze was observing Mujin from the shadows. Chung Su suddenly appeared behind Mujin and asked, "Excuse me, am I disturbing you?" startling Mujin, who turned around and asked who he was. Chung Su politely clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself. "I am Chung Su, one of Wudang's third-ranked disciples. I hope we can get along well." Mujin replied to Chung Su's introduction. "Oh, I see. Nice to meet you." While Chung Su suggested they speak comfortably since they were both third-ranked disciples, Mujin thought to himself that he knew the name Chung Su well, as he was a character from the Garyong novel universe. An information page appeared, explaining that Chung Su appeared in Return of the Demon Supreme as a genius of the righteous faction, fighting alongside the protagonist Namgung Jinchun as a supporting character. Mujin recalled that Chung Su didn't have much screen time in that series, but wondered if he had a larger role in Shaolin Chronicles. Mujin cheerfully extended his hand for a handshake, saying that even though this was an official exchange, he still hoped they could become friends. The two shook hands in a friendly manner. Chung Su's blue eyes gleamed sharply as he sensed something from Mujin. Mujin smiled, his entire body radiating vibrant red internal energy, while Chung Su also channeled his energy, causing his hand to emit a green light. Chung Su held Mujin's hand, his internal energy surging powerfully. Chung Su narrowed his eyes, secretly assessing that Mujin seemed to possess strength comparable to his own. With a mysterious smile, Chung Su thought, "Is there something more to this? Let's see," and then began to probe with questions. Chung Su said he had watched Mujin's training session earlier, which surprised Mujin a little. Chung Su smiled provocatively and bluntly remarked that the training method looked completely useless. Mujin was stunned, stammering to ask what Chung Su meant, and Chung Su replied with a question of whether lifting those iron and stone blocks was truly necessary. Chung Su continued to disparage, stating that compared to Wudong's methods, Shaolin's training looked quite primitive and crude. Chung Su picked up a small dumbbell, then deliberately dropped it to the ground and asked sarcastically, "You say this thing is actually useful in training?" "Oh, my mistake. It's lighter than I thought." Mujin was furious, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This bastard. How dare he treat our sacred tools like that?" Chung Su crossed his arms, adopting a lecturing tone, and asked Mujin if he knew Wudang's first doctrine. "A strong spirit creates a strong body." He concluded with a disdainful look, saying he truly didn't understand why they would trade their meditative cultivation practices for this primitive type of training. Mujin calmly explained that Shaolin also pursued the development of both body and mind under the banner of cultivating body and mind. He affirmed his belief. We believe that a healthy body forms the foundation for a healthy mind. No matter how sharp the mind, without a strong body to support it, it is useless. Chungsu scoffed, believing Mujin understood nothing, and that a person with a strong spirit could do anything. But Mujin retorted that if the body couldn't keep up with the mind, it would lead to laziness and giving up. Chungsu continued to argue that such laziness stemmed from poor mental discipline, but Mujin retorted decisively. Belief? Belief without power is nothing but an illusion. Their debate spiraled into a philosophical loop, with opposing arguments on whether the mind builds the body or the body builds the mind. Mujin sweated, his face darkening with confusion and annoyance at the pointless argument, muttering, "What is this?" The scene abruptly changed, with Mujin and Chungsu standing face to face in a vast arena, leaving Mujin utterly bewildered. What the hell just happened? Shaolin and Wudang, disciples gathered to watch, one asking why they were suddenly fighting, while another young monk enthusiastically shouted, "Go, Mujin!" A high-ranking Wudang priest explained to his fellow disciples that Chungsu seemed to have requested the duel first, and he thought a martial arts exchange wasn't a bad idea. From the rooftop, Wudang sect leader Unheo quietly observed, the wind rustling his silver hair. Unheo recognized Mujin and thought to himself, Mujin, the blessed monk, the new pillar, chosen by Shaolin's Hyunsong. Elsewhere, Elder Hyunsong was also watching, smiling confidently and thinking that no matter how strong Chungsu was, he was no match for Mujin. With sharp eyes, Elder Hyunsong resolved, "Let's see who is right. We will find out who will lead the next generation." Images of Mujin and Chungsu were placed side by side, symbolizing the confrontation between Wudang's future talent and Shaolin's future talent. A Shaolin disciple said that today they would witness the power of the renowned Wudang sword dragon, while the young monk beside him still loudly cheered, "Mujin, go for it!" The Wudang disciples also encouraged Chungsu, but one of them suddenly noticed something unusual about his fellow disciple's sword. Everyone was astonished to see Chungsu holding a real, sharp sword, not a wooden practice sword. Mujin and Chungsu looked at each other with fierce gazes, ready for the fight, as the announcement echoed. Then, the match. A loud boom resounded as both charged at each other, beginning the battle. The match began, with Mujin and Chungsu rushing at each other with astonishing speed. The narration explained that in a confrontation between an unarmed person and a real sword, typically the sword wielder would attack, or the unarmed person would evade. But this match was different, as Mujin channeled his inner energy into his fist, emitting a blazing red aura. Mujin's fist collided directly with Chungsu's sword blade, creating a deafening metallic clang and sparks. Both were pushed back by the extremely powerful impact of the first clash. The Wudang disciples were stunned, unable to comprehend how a collision between flesh and a real sword could produce such a sound. A Wudang disciple recognized it as iron cloth technique, and was astonished that Mujin could use inner energy at that level to directly confront a real sword, concluding that he was no ordinary disciple. From the rooftop, sect leader Unheo observed the match, realizing that Chungsu had used a real sword to gauge Mujin's skills, and admitting that the Shaolin elder had not exaggerated. Sect leader Unheo began to feel truly curious about the outcome of the match, as the two continued to fight fiercely. Mujin and Chungsu lunged at each other in a flurry of lightning-fast attacks and defenses. Mujin used his arm to block Chungsu's sword blade and smiled confidently, thinking to himself that his opponent's strikes were very fast. With a powerful punch, Mujin sent Chungsu flying backward and thought that this match wouldn't end easily. Chungsu stumbled upon landing, using his sword to support himself, and looked at Mujin with a challenging expression. "Are you done warming up?" Mujin unleashed a powerful fist aura, forming a blazing red streak that shot straight towards Chungsu. A massive energy explosion occurred as Mujin's attack hit its target. The Wudang disciples screamed in horror, unable to believe that a third-ranked disciple could use fist aura. In contrast, the Shaolin disciples cheered excitedly, feeling that Mujin was bringing hope and admiring his strength. Grandmaster Hegeol observed with a serious expression, muttering, "But..." A close-up showed Mujin's fist already bleeding as he faced another sharp sword strike hurtling towards him. Mujin sustained a cut on his hand, blood splattering as he confronted the sword strike. Hegeol remarked that since Chungsu, the Wudang disciple, knew how to use sword chi, the outcome of this match was unpredictable. With a pensive expression, Hegeol wondered how long it had been since he had witnessed a match like this. He recalled a time not long after joining Shaolin, when he was a young monk peeking in astonishment from behind a pillar. Back then, he had witnessed a decisive battle between two equally outstanding talents. Hegeol felt that the current match was exactly like the confrontation between the muscular monk and the long-haired swordsman of yesteryear. He realized he was watching a replay of the match between Grandmaster Hyunsong and Master Unheo from back then, with Mujin and Chung Su as their embodiments. Mujin unleashed the swift wind whirlwind sweep, charging forward with a red aura enveloping his arm. Chung Su countered with the swift wind sword dance, swinging his sword to create countless slashes that clashed fiercely with Mujin's fist techniques. A massive energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, sending both flying backward. Mujin slid across the ground, using his hands to slow his retreat. Chung Su was also pushed back, but maintained his sword stance, his blade still emitting sword chi. Mujin channeled power into his legs, executing the sky-shattering divine steps, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He charged forward with terrifying speed, making Chung Su exclaim in astonishment. An explosion? Mujin appeared directly in front of Chung Su, swinging his blazing red fist straight at the sword. Chung Su cried out in pain as he tried to block the strike, a fleeting thought in his mind. Wait. Mujin was also stunned to see his attack deflected. He thought to himself that in a friendly match between disciples, he couldn't use grappling techniques and was only allowed to use martial arts and inner strength. Despite the limitations, Mujin still smiled excitedly as he flew into the air, thinking that this match was truly enjoyable. When Chung Su landed, the stone floor beneath his feet cracked, making him exclaim in shock. Damn it! The floor cracked. Mujin's eyes widened, realizing the unexpected situation. The Shaolin monks, including Hegel, were all stunned by this turn of events. The Wudong priests on their side also couldn't hide their astonishment. Mujin quickly rushed over to support Chung Su, who was stumbling from slipping, and asked, "Are you all right?" Chung Su looked up at Mujin with a bewildered expression as a voice from outside shouted, demanding the match be stopped. Mujin stepped back, and Chung Su, bewildered, asked why he didn't finish him off when he had a golden opportunity. But Mujin replied, "What's the point of winning against someone who slipped?" Mujin explained that Shaolin martial arts are fundamentally based on control and restraint, making Chung Su secretly doubt, as he recalled the fierce attacks from earlier. Mujin looked at Chung Su and said, "Besides that," Mujin flashed a bright, mischievous smile, saying he had long noticed Chung Su's interest in muscles. Chung Su immediately blushed crimson, completely losing his composure at the teasing remark. Chung Su stammered, asking what Mujin was talking about, while Mujin scratched his head, admitting he had been thinking about it since yesterday. Mujin recalled their encounter the previous night, explaining that he initially thought Chung Su was deliberately provoking him, but then realized the awkwardness when he wiped the hand opposite the one he had shaken. Mujin continued, recounting how he had seen Chung Su quietly observing their training with a deeply thoughtful expression. Mujin said it seemed Chung Su had some kind of epiphany while watching their stretching exercises, then thought to himself that it was natural for a young person to be impressed by well-trained muscles. Chung Su bowed his head, sweating profusely from being seen through, then hesitantly began to confess the truth. Chung Su secretly admitted that from the moment he saw the unusual training equipment, he had been incredibly excited and curious about how they worked. In his thoughts, Chung Su recalled the image of Shaolin disciples with bulging muscles, admiring how their arms, backs, and thighs were so solid they could block even a sword blade. He concluded in his mind that everything was truly amazing, from the innovative training equipment to how they used it, and he genuinely wanted to try and learn it himself. Chung Su, blushing, admitted he had been abrupt in asking for a spar, but after facing him directly, he realized he also wanted a strong body and hinted at wanting to spar again. Mujin extended his hand, cheerfully saying it was great to meet someone as passionate as Chung Su, and invited him to train with them starting today. Chung Su joyfully replied, "I'd be delighted," and shook Mujin's hand firmly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Mujin was declared the winner of the match, as both of them were still shaking hands on the stage. Standing afar, Wudong sect leader Unheo quietly observed the harmonious scene of the two young disciples. In a metaphorical image, a young Heonsung and Unheo lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted after a battle, with Unheo muttering, "This is all your fault, you damn monk." Unheo cleared his throat, his expression a mix of bewilderment and nostalgia. The image of Mujin and Chung Su standing resolutely side by side appeared, paralleling the past rivalry of their predecessors. The next day, the Shaolin and Wudong disciples began their exchange, starting with an intense arm wrestling match. Mugung easily defeated a Wudang disciple in arm wrestling, astonishing the other Taoists, while Mujin proudly asked, "Well, have you seen my muscles yet?" Another Wudang disciple complained that despite thorough preparation, he couldn't use his full strength against Mugung, while another wondered why he hadn't won even once despite being the strongest among them. Mujin explained it was all thanks to Shaolin's training methods and muscle lengthening techniques, enthusiastically inviting the Wudang disciples to train with them to become like him. Chung Su curiously watched Mujin instructing someone else with a strange piece of equipment and asked its name. Mujin explained it was a sliding tool, also known as an abdominal roller, where you just grip the handles and roll it back and forth. Chung Su excitedly told a fellow disciple that the equipment looked very similar to a barbell, and both agreed that Shaolin's training devices were truly fascinating. Mujin thought to himself that after the spar, the gap between him and the Wudang disciples seemed to have narrowed. The initial awkward atmosphere had vanished, replaced by Wudang disciples cheering for Mugung as he flexed his muscles, and Chung Su diligently training with the new equipment. Mujin cheered on a Taoist who was giving his all during pull-ups, thinking to himself that this was surely a good sign for the relationship between the two sects. However, Mujin glanced at the higher-ranking Taoists observing from afar and realized that the more conservative ones would likely need more time to accept this change. The high-ranking Wudang Taoists stood afar, discussing, with one wondering why everyone was cheering for Mujin's methods, while another admitted the young monk was very impressive. Mujin stood alone, thinking that as the distance between them narrowed, he began to notice things he hadn't seen before. From behind the Taoists, Mujin observed and noticed a commonality among the people present. With his keen eyes, Mujin saw unusual red auras emanating from the shoulder and wrist joints of the Wudang Taoists. He noticed that all of them seemed to be in poor health, illustrated by the image of a Taoist trembling while trying to train. Mujin worriedly thought that this condition reminded him of Elder Hyunsung, and they seemed not to be receiving proper treatment. The high-ranking Wudang Taoist approached and called Mujin, making him ask in surprise, "Me? Why?" The Taoist announced that sect leader Unheo was looking for him and Chung Su. Mujin immediately agreed and headed towards a large building on the mountain. From afar, a voice rang out to greet sect leader Unheo and announced that they had arrived as summoned. Sect leader Unheo was meditating on a tree stump, his sword hovering beside him, making Mujin secretly admire that he looked like a true immortal. Unheo turned to face Mujin and Chung Su, asking if they knew why he had only summoned the two of them, and Mujin replied that he did not. Unheo explained that it was because of Elder Hyunsung and the promise he had made to the Shaolin monk that he would take good care of Mujin while he was at Wudang. Unheo added that if Mujin were merely average, he would have entrusted him to his disciples, but having witnessed his skills, he felt compelled to teach him personally. Mujin was startled, realizing that sect leader Unheo had witnessed his match with Chung Su and was offering to personally train him. Unheo raised a finger, saying that before that, he wanted to ask something, reiterating the question he had posed on the day of his spar with the elder. Unheo asked Mujin if, after a few days here, he had noticed anything, which startled Mujin. Mujin asked permission to speak frankly, and stated that the Wudang disciples were in poor condition, and Unheo allowed him to continue. Mujin's expression turned serious as he recalled the image of red auras emanating from the Taoist's hand joints, and began to explain about everyone's arms. Mujin concluded that the condition of the Taoist's wrists was the greatest crisis and weakness of the Wudang sect. Unheo's expression became solemn as he admitted, "As expected from a blessed monk, you are absolutely correct." Unheo explained that Wudang swordsmanship is based on the principle of softness, training to reach a state where gentle techniques manifest immense power. He continued, saying that this very principle created tremendous pressure on the wrists, causing many Wudang disciples to suffer from the same condition as him. Mujin realized that was the underlying reason why everyone looked unwell, while Chung Su stood beside him, looking worried. Unheo said that Mujin deserved the title of Blessed One for having healed so many people. Then he got straight to the point. Unheo stepped forward and asked if Mujin would be willing to teach them the mysterious healing technique he had used on him. He solemnly offered, "If you do so, I will grant you one request." Unheo looked at Mujin with an expectant gaze. Mujin also looked back, his face clearly showing a thoughtful expression. Unheo sighed, about to say something but stopped, seemingly having anticipated the answer. Mujin recalled Elder Hyunsong's instruction that the technique belonged to the Heavenly Merchants Guild, and he could not teach it due to an existing agreement. Unheo accepted, saying it was unfortunate but unavoidable, then turned to begin the training session. Mujin suddenly spoke up, asking, "Is that truly necessary?" Which made Unheo startle and turn back. Mujin awkwardly explained that his words might sound misleading, leaving Unheo speechless with confusion. Mujin clarified that he could fulfill his request without breaking the agreement, making Unheo ask in astonishment, "What? How?" Mujin pointed to an area near the Wudang sect and proposed, "I can open a therapy clinic in a place less than 80 kilometers from Sun County." Unheo realized it was a feasible solution because the distance wasn't too far, making travel easy. Mujin thought to himself, that place was the territory of the Jaegul clan in Mount Yungjong. Mujin thought to himself that this was an excellent opportunity to establish a legitimate base in the territory of future troublemakers and monitor the movements of the protagonist from the demonic novel. Unheo declared he would personally inform the Shaolin Temple and the Heavenly Merchants Guild, but Mujin worriedly asked if they would readily agree. Mujin innocently asked, who would object to healing others? Then asserted that anyone connected to them would not hesitate to help those in need. Unheo looked at Mujin, silently marveling that he showed no discrimination towards anyone, strong or weak. When they were in pain, they were all patients. Unheo told Mujin that he now understood why Hyunsong had chosen him, and regretfully added, "It's a pity you didn't come to me." Unheo praised Mujin's mindset as utterly righteous and asked if he knew that Wudang's first teaching was about a strong spirit. Eunheo said that with such a mindset, Mujin would have no problem learning this, making him curiously ask what he meant. Eunheo grasped his sword, declaring that the martial art he was about to teach was Tai Chi Quan. Mujin was stunned upon hearing the technique's name, and Eunheo calmly confirmed, "That's right." Eunheo explained that what Mujin saw during the exchange was merely the surface, as they didn't easily impart core martial arts, making Mujin break into a sweat as he realized Eunheo had already known he was secretly analyzing everything. Eunheo declared he would teach it in a simpler and more practical way, through actual combat. Mujin was overjoyed, thinking that learning from the world's strongest would only be beneficial, and he promised to do his utmost to master it. Eunheo turned to Chung-Su, explaining that he was called to gain combat experience, and teasingly added that he wanted a rematch with the sleepy young monk anyway, then asserted that Wudong didn't only use swords. Eunheo warned Mujin that he wasn't as gentle as that bald monk, implying the training would be very rigorous. Eunheo ordered both of them to attack with full force, and Chung-Su channeled green sword energy, while Mujin channeled red internal force into his legs. Mujin and Chung-Su charged forward to attack Eunheo, shouting in unison that they would give their all to learn. Mujin's and Chung-Su's attacks fiercely collided with an invisible defensive wall. Mujin was sent flying backward, exclaiming in his thoughts, "This is insane." Mujin lay motionless on the ground while Eunheo stood looking down from above. Lying on the ground, Mujin thought to himself in astonishment, comparing that he could at least graze He Guan when they fought, but this time he couldn't even touch this old man. In his thoughts, Mujin realized that Eunheo had deflected, neutralized, and seen through all of his and Chung-Su's attacks. Eunheo stood on the grass, telling Mujin, who was lying on the ground, that it felt like calmly fighting against a flowing stream. Eunheo began his lecture, explaining that the key to deflecting attacks was to observe the opponent, and the first thing was to read their movements. With an illustration of a Taoist priest channeling energy, Eunheo continued, saying the second thing was to read the energy the opponent used. An image of Chung-Su attacking appeared as Eunheo said, the third thing was to read the opponent's thoughts. Eunheo easily placed his sword on Chung-Su's kneeling shoulder and declared, "And that is why I have already read all of your techniques, Chung-Su." A surge of blue energy erupted as Eunheo explained that the final stage was to read the world itself. Eunheo swung his sword, telling Mujin that even he hadn't fully mastered that realm. An image of Earth in the cosmos appeared as Eunheo explained that the world was vaster and deeper than one could imagine, and one needed to be adaptable because anything could happen. Mujin listened, thinking that knowing everything beforehand was ideal, but not everyone could achieve enlightenment like that old monk. Eunheo, radiating green energy, declared that while Mujin was at Wudong, he would wholeheartedly teach him Tai Chi Quan, along with the doctrine of using softness to overcome hardness. A loud shout of, "We will train hard," echoed across the mountainous landscape, signaling the continuation of the martial arts exchange. A montage showed Mujin and Chung-Su learning Tai Chi Quan and Tai Chi Sword from Master Eunheo. Meanwhile, the other three Shaolin monks were teaching the Wudong Taoist priests other martial arts, based on their principle of using softness to overcome hardness. The Wudong Taoist priests looked in surprise at Mugung, who was carrying weights, wondering what kind of training this was, and asking if they could learn it. Mugung turned to look at them with a confident grin. About 10 days later, Mujin stood watching with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself that this scene looked strangely familiar. Mujin was leading a massive group exercise class for the Wudong Taoist priests, wondering how his training time had turned into a mass workout session. Mujin thought to himself that the results were impressive, but also annoying, as it all stemmed from Mugung wanting to attract attention. He observed the Wudong Taoist priests and noticed that even high-ranking martial artists were starting to acknowledge them. The Wudong Taoist priests discussed how the Shaolin sect had proven its strength through sparring and had also helped them treat wrist injuries with Mujin's muscle-warming technique. Mujin smiled, believing that if the Taoist priests also came to the therapy clinic, the good relationship between the two sects would be further strengthened. Based on the newly established trust, Shaolin and Wudong continued their martial arts exchange. The exchange lasted for another 10 days, becoming a meaningful period for both sides to deepen their understanding of each other. Finally, the day for the Shaolin delegation to leave Wudong arrived, and a high-ranking Taoist priest expressed sadness at their departure. Master Hegiol said that every meeting eventually leads to parting, and every parting leads to reunion, believing they would meet again someday. Mujin told a Taoist priest that the clinic he had mentioned would open next week in Kun County, and they could go there for further treatment. Chung-Su, a young Taoist priest, shyly expressed regret that time had passed too quickly, wishing he could have asked for more sparring sessions. Chung-Su mentioned the martial arts grand assembly in a year and a half, and Mujin realized it was the Dragon Phoenix gathering, immediately agreeing to participate if Chung-Su also went. Chung-Su smiled with determination and suggested, "Let's become stronger together and face each other there." Mujin also smiled and encouraged Chung-Su to continue training diligently. Farewells were exchanged under the clear blue sky. Mujin waved and shouted that he would see them again at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, while Mugung and Biupgang struggled to pull a cart. As the Shaolin delegation departed, the Wudang Taoists watched them go, commenting on their unique training methods. Then the delegation returned to Shaolin. Upon their return, the four who had completed the exchange discovered that their masters had prepared a test to assess their progress. Master Hagyol was greeted by his disciple Biofion, and he asked if the boy had completed his assigned task. Biofion proudly replied that despite the difficulty, he had managed, then turned to tell Muyul to watch carefully. Biofion cheered excitedly at the display of leopard form fist, while Master Haidam observed. During a private training session, Grandmaster Hayadam praised Mugung for doing well, and the boy respectfully replied. Grandmaster Hayadam explained that what he taught was the Tathagata divine palm, founded upon the firm body and unwavering mind of the 108 Arhats. He added that the spirit of Wudang had enlightened Mugung, and encouraged him to maintain his resolve to become stronger. Meanwhile, at Wudang, a hand channeled green energy as a voice echoed, asserting that effort would never lead to failure, and urging one to become the strongest. In a flashback, Chung Su stood on the training ground after defeating Namgung Jinchon, remarking that his opponent had lasted longer before. Chung Su channeled blue energy into his fist, introducing it as the demon-breaking divine fist, one of the 72 ultimate techniques, and asked Namgung Jinchon if he remembered all the moves. Namgung Jinchon smirked in response, saying it would be more accurate to ask if he had learned well by eavesdropping, then sarcastically added, "How are you even more wicked than me?" Chung Su declared that from now on they would use the demon-breaking divine fist for sparring, and lunged to attack, causing Namgung Jinchon to cry out in surprise. Namgung Jinchon frantically protested that he had only just memorized the moves, but Chung Su dismissed it, saying that was enough. Back in the present, Mujin meditated alone on the veranda, lost in thought. He pondered his various martial arts, all enhanced by his improved strength and progressing smoothly. However, Mujin still felt it wasn't enough. He recalled the exceptional martial arts masters he had met, such as Jaegul Jinhuya and Chung Su. He thought about the formidable nature of those he had faced, then resolved to attend the upcoming Dragon Phoenix gathering to obtain the necessary item to stop the hidden forces. An old voice suddenly asked why he looked troubled, then offered to teach him an interesting technique. Mujin startled and turned, surprised to see Elder Hyunsung, whom he called grandfather, already there. The elder smiled and said that since Mujin's friends were all learning secret techniques, he had also come to impart knowledge. Elder Hyunsung explained that when energy travels too far, it weakens or loses its form, while creating a small flame on his fingertip. He said there was a martial art that allowed one to maintain the form of intent over a long distance, then concentrate energy into 2 fingers. Elder Hyunsung unleashed a powerful and concentrated golden energy stream from his fingertip. Elder Hyunsung explained that the technique he had just demonstrated was the 100 Steps Divine Finger, but for Mujin, it would be the 100 Steps Divine Fist. He said he would simplify the technique and pass it on to Mujin, asking if it would help him at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Mujin rejoiced, clutched his robes, and shouted that it was more than enough, earnestly begging the elder to teach him the martial art. Suddenly, Mujin froze with a confused and bewildered expression. He secretly thought that he had never told the elder about the Dragon Phoenix gathering, nor did he remember ever wanting to attend, wondering how he knew. Mujin suspected whether Master Haegul had overheard and reported it, while Elder Hyunseong merely smiled silently. He wondered if the elder possessed the ability to read minds, as Grandmaster Unhyo had once hinted. While the scene shifted to a majestic fortress under the moonlight, the scene shifted to Shanxi Fortress, a vast and magnificent stronghold. Inside, a Murim Alliance meeting was taking place, and the chairman greeted everyone, then declared the reason for the meeting was the upcoming Dragon Phoenix gathering. Elder Jaegal Hyun of the Jaegal clan added that the topic also concerned the Shaolin Temple's recent unusual activities. Another member stated that he had heard rumors about their healing clinics, but showed no interest, believing it was merely charity work for the poor, but Jaegal Hyun emphasized that their business was expanding nationwide. Jaegal Hyun slammed the table and declared that what was more alarming was Shaolin's cooperation with the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild, astonishing the other members. The members whispered about the Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild being one of the 5 largest merchant guilds in the world, and Shaolin's closeness to Wudang, opening clinics in their territory without informing the alliance. Jaegal Hyun asserted that everyone must have felt something was amiss, suggesting that Shaolin was trying to build a new power structure centered around the 9 sects and 1 alliance. With a sinister smile, he proposed that they should devise a countermeasure. Jaegal Hyun suggested that the 9 sects could unite, forming their own alliance with the 5 great clans at its core. At the gathering of young talents of the Murim Alliance, a young girl with long black hair stood alone on the balcony. A sweet voice called out Jinhee, causing the young girl to turn around in surprise. A purple-haired girl named Somi suddenly hugged Jaegal Jinhuya from behind, saying it was too boring inside, and she wanted to be with Jinhuya, while complaining that everyone was busy flattering Namgung Jinchon. Tang Somi expressed admiration for Jaegal Jinhuya for ignoring Namgung Jinchon, who was surrounded and flattered by a group of young warriors. Tang Somi wondered if Namgung Jinchun was truly that strong, but affirmed that in her eyes, Jinhuya was far more amazing. Jaegal Jinhuya placed her hand on Somi's head and asserted that for the upcoming Dragon Phoenix gathering, Namgung Jinchun was merely a stepping stone. With a smile and a slightly flushed face, Jaegal Jinhuya revealed that she already had someone else in her heart. Somi curiously guessed if the person who could rival Namgung Jinchun was the Wudang Sword Dragon, Taoist Chung Su, but Jinhuya denied it. Jaegal Jinhuya said she was going to train, leaving Somi alone to ponder that her friend's crush was neither Namgung Jinchun nor Chung Su. Standing alone on the balcony, Somi recalled Jinhuya's gaze and realized it was the look of a woman admiring someone. With an annoyed expression and radiating killing intent, Somi wondered what fool had turned her strong friend into a lovesick girl. Somi resolved to find out who that person was at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, while the scene shifted back to Shaolin Temple at night. In his room, Mujin pondered that the world was larger than he imagined, and he had to experience, adapt, and be capable of responding. Mujin held a brush, thinking that thanks to Master Unheo, he realized this was the time to make his decision. He reminisced about the journey since coming to this world, from helping Lady Seolhwa to training with Chung Su and fighting alongside Biop Gang. Realizing he had matured rapidly thanks to many people, Mujin sat amidst piles of notes containing information from novels, determined to be careful with the butterfly effect and create a better story than the original. He closed the door, telling himself that his memory had faded so he couldn't remember everything. But these notes would be his guide. Standing under the night sky, Mujin used fire to burn all his notes, asserting that he must remember and use all the organized information to save as many people as possible. With a determined gaze, Mujin thought to himself about his plan after the Dragon Phoenix gathering concluded. He was startled when Elder Hyunseong suddenly appeared and asked when he had arrived, but the elder just smiled and replied that he was taking a stroll due to insomnia. Elder Hyunseong looked at Mujin with understanding and said that he had finally made his decision, and as long as he had no regrets, it would be fine. Elder Hyunseong vanished into thin air, leaving Mujin stunned and wondering if the elder had known everything all along. Elder Hyunsong instructed Mujin, "When you are done with your task, return to Shaolin. I still have many things to teach you," and Mujin respectfully promised to do so. Mujin clasped his hands, secretly promising the elder, whom he regarded as his grandfather, that he would return as soon as his task was complete. Under the moonlight, a voice echoed, expressing anticipation for Mujin's promise. The narration stated that the various sects had completed their preparations and together proceeded to the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Muyul cheered excitedly at the bustling crowd, while Mujin remarked that the atmosphere here was completely different from the entrance examination. Mugung crossed his arms, questioning Mujin why he was registered as a young talent, and Mujin irritably replied that perhaps it was because everyone thought he was the strongest. As the young monks began to argue about muscles, Grandmaster Hyun appeared and told them to stop. Grandmaster Hyun, the head of Shaolin's outer hall, explained that this place was already usually crowded, but today everyone flocked here for the martial arts tournament and the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Mujin observed another group of martial artists excitedly discussing that this was an opportunity for them to showcase their skills. As Grandmaster Hyun urged the group to go to the manor to put away their luggage, Mujin suddenly stopped, recognizing someone. Mujin was surprised to see Wudang Taoist Chung Su standing nearby. Chung Su also recognized Mujin and joyfully called out his name, saying it had been a long time. Mujin asked Grandmaster Hyun for permission to separate for a moment, and he happily agreed, instructing that the group would wait at the manor. Mujin and Chung Su greeted each other. Chung Su sensed that Mujin had become much stronger, while Mujin also complimented Chung Su, saying he looked healthier than ever. Chung Su said that he almost didn't recognize Muyul, Mukyung, and Mugung, curiously asking what kind of training the group had undergone. Chung Su suddenly asked Mujin if he knew the person who had been staring at them all this time. Mujin turned around and saw Jaegal Jinhuya secretly hiding behind a pillar, thinking to herself that she wanted to talk to him. Mujin called out a greeting to Jaegal Jinhuya, which startled her and made her blush with embarrassment. Jaegal Jinhuya ran off happily, while Mujin, bewildered, wondered why both she and Lady Seolhwa hid behind walls, concluding that he couldn't understand women's thoughts. Somi asked Jaegal Jinhuya about her companions, while Jaegal Jinhuya explained that they had gone ahead to prepare, and she had just stepped out from behind the wall. A group of Manhwa disciples observed from a distance, recognizing Mujin's orange attire as belonging to Shaolin Temple. The Manhwa disciples discussed how Mujin seemed close to both the Wudang Taoist and Lady Jaegal. A disciple worriedly said that Lady Jaegal seemed to prefer that monk and Taoist over them, leaving senior brother Hong So-il, who was devoted to her, unnoticed. Hong So-il, a Manhwa disciple known as the New Dragon of Manhwa, showed an annoyed expression. Somi ran over and called Hong So-il, saying she had something to tell him. Hong So-il angrily asked who dared to charm the aloof Lady Jaegal, but Somi cleverly replied that she didn't know either. Somi suggested that they would soon find out who that person was at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, because she heard that person was also participating. With a sly expression, Somi turned back and asked Hong So-il if he was curious about the man who had made Jaegul Jinhuia's eyes light up. Hong So-il gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about the person who had caught Lady Jaegul's eye. In a fit of jealousy, Hong So-il imagined Jaegul Jinhuia laughing and talking happily with Mujin, and angrily thought, "A mere monk dares to flirt with the woman of the new dragon of Mount Hua?" Mujin walked closer to Jaegul Jinhuia and Chengsu's group. Mujin smiled and asked if he could join the conversation, as everyone seemed to be having fun. Jaegul Jinhuia turned back with a cold expression, asking what Mujin was doing here. Hong So-il angrily thought to himself, "Why does she smile at him but treat me so coldly?" Hong So-il stepped forward, interrupting, and introduced himself as Hong So-il, the new dragon of Mount Hua, to which Mujin politely replied that he had heard of him. Mujin clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Mujin, a third-rank disciple of Shaolin. My nickname, people usually call me the Fortunate Monk." Hong So-il smirked, saying he had never heard of that monastic name or nickname, and sarcastically added, "I suppose the great Shaolin temple has declined quite a bit, hasn't it?" Mujin was stunned by the insult. His eyes turned cold, and he growled back. "Excuse me?" Hong So-il and the Mount Hua disciples mocked Mujin, asking why a wandering physician was present at the Dragon Phoenix Summit, and assuming he wasn't there to compete. Mujin clenched his fists, thinking that once the leader spoke, the entire group of subordinates followed suit. Mujin recognized Hong So-il's attire as belonging to the Mount Hua sect, but he couldn't recall ever reading about this character in the novel. Mujin secretly wondered why this fellow suddenly picked a fight with him in front of so many people, while those around them began to whisper and gossip. Mujin unexpectedly glanced to the side with a vigilant expression. He was astonished to see Jaegul Jinhuia emitting a chilling killing intent and struggling to restrain herself. Mujin was even more surprised to see Chengsu also channeling his internal energy, ready to intervene. Mujin realized that Hong So-il was also holding back due to the many witnesses, and if he resorted to force, it would negatively affect both of them. Mujin smirked to himself, thinking that at least he had good friends. Hong So-il and the Mount Hua disciples were stunned when they saw Mujin suddenly burst out laughing. Mujin covered his mouth, chuckling, and apologized, saying he suddenly remembered something amusing, then changed the subject by mentioning this was the area near the Mount Hua sect disciples' quarters. He smiled confidently, apologized for the noise, and boldly declared, "And yes, I am here to compete." Mujin explained that reputation is earned through combat, just as Hong So-il was known by the title of Mount Hua's new dragon. Mujin extended his hand and said that an unknown person like him, the Fortunate Monk, would also do his best. Hong So-il secretly thought Mujin was strange, wondering if he didn't know that skin-to-skin contact would reveal one's internal energy. He sneered, assuming Mujin was just a newcomer to the martial world and thus ignorant of the basics. Hong So-il decided to seize this opportunity to assert his dominance before Mujin could grow arrogant, and he grabbed the boy's hand. Immediately, Hong So-il's eyes widened in horror, and sweat poured down. In an abstract scene, Mujin's shadowy figure completely overwhelmed Hong So-il in their internal energy clash. Mujin's face was shrouded in darkness, with only his glowing red eyes and a sinister smile visible. In the world of internal energy, the image of a colossal, glowing red evil deity crushed Hong So-il, demonstrating Mujin's absolute dominance. The clash ended. Hong So-il's hand recoiled while Mujin's remained steady. Mujin turned and walked away casually, saying, "Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going now." The Mount Hua disciples cheered, mistakenly believing Mujin had fled in fear, and flattered their senior brother for teaching him a lesson, earning points with Lady Jaegul. Hong So-il trembled, sweat pouring down, stammering in denial. "No, that's not it." He thought in horror that Mujin was certainly no ordinary monk, but a true monster. Chengsu was also shocked, secretly thinking that the weight and density of Mujin's internal energy could rival Namgung Jinchun, the top master of their generation. Chengsu and Jaegul Jinhuia watched Mujin's retreating back. Chengsu, realizing that such a person would never simply offer a handshake. Chengsu explained to Jaegul Jinhuia that he couldn't use grappling to subdue Mujin in front of everyone, but he was also just showing loyalty, which confused her with the strange terminology. Mujin turned back with a confident smile, saying he was just doing the same as the friends who had protected him. Chengsu and Jaegul Jinhuia remained bewildered, not understanding what Mujin was talking about. Mujin arrived in front of the Shaolin sect's quarters, and was stunned by its dilapidated, gloomy, and cobweb-filled appearance. Chengsu and Jaegul Jinhuia also shivered at the terrifying silence. Chengsu tried to praise it as humble, but Jaegul Jinhuia thought it only made it look more pathetic. Both quickly made excuses to leave, saying they would return to their own quarters. Mujin stood alone, thinking that this place must have been built generations ago and probably never renovated. He looked at the splendid Mount Hua sect quarters in the distance, and resolved to rally everyone for a thorough cleaning of this place after the summit concluded. Just as he finished his thoughts, Mugung, Muyul, and Elder Hyun appeared. With Mugung saying that Mujin had even packed all their belongings, Elder Hyun announced that the group would proceed to the preliminary round. The group arrived at a vast and extremely crowded competition square, causing Muyul to shout in excitement at its grand scale. Mujin raised his fiery hand and suggested, "Hey guys, I just had a great idea. Want to make a bet?" Mujin explained the betting rules to his fellow disciples, to see who can score the most points in the preliminary round without using internal energy. He pointed at other martial artists struggling to lift iron weights while channeling internal energy, and wondered why this test could be difficult for them. Mujin continued to criticize another contestant who was using internal energy to leave marks on a rock, deeming it too easy and beneath them. He encouraged his fellow disciples, asking if they truly wanted to waste their newfound power on a childish game, which spurred Mugung and Muyul to determination. With a confident expression, Mujin asked again, "Do you really think you can't pass without internal energy?" Which ignited the fighting spirit of the other two young monks. The Shaolin young monks eagerly rushed into the competition, while Mujin smiled as he watched them, sighing. "Ah, youth," the narration echoed, introducing the Dragon Phoenix Summit as a gathering place for promising young martial arts talents from various sects. These talents came here to showcase the fruits of their arduous training, and they could become benevolent figures or even villains in the future. The narration continued, questioning what the outcome of this Dragon Phoenix Summit would be, and further still, how the flow of the grand narrative would continue, while the scene shifted to Mujin preparing for his test. Mujin stood before the rock, thinking that all he needed to do was leave a clear mark, and it had been a long time since he had to rely on pure strength. He resolved that this would be a test of Choi Gangyok's peak strength, and unleashed a flurry of punches, with the illusion of his old body appearing behind him. A powerful straight punch was thrown, aimed directly at the rock. Mujin's punch landed, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. He breathed a sigh of relief as his fist left a crack on the rock, and the examiner declared, "You passed." A group of martial artists from another sect saw the result and began to scoff. "Just a small crack? Looks like we don't need to worry about Shaolin then." Chung Su, wearing sunglasses and observing from afar, broke into a sweat and wondered in astonishment. Did he really crack it without using internal energy? Mujin casually dusted off his hands, thinking why one would use internal energy for such a basic task, as true power shines brightest when reserved for truly necessary moments. He turned back to the scoffing crowd, smiling defiantly. "If any of you can do it, try leaving a mark with bare hands." As Mujin turned away, the examiner called the next contestant's name, causing him to pause with a serious expression. Mujin was stunned when he heard the name called out. "Wait, what? Du Wolchan?" He couldn't believe his ears, thinking to himself, "No. No way." Mujin watched a silver-haired young man carrying a great saber step forward, sensing a chilling aura emanating from him. He recognized the man's identity with an astonished expression. Mujin recalled a conversation where another young monk said that perhaps one day, when he became the world's greatest swordsman, what he said would come true. He recalled the novel's plot, where the protagonist had quickly broken through the traps of the Jaegal clan and another shadowy organization. That character was dubbed the greatest master of the unorthodox faction and the greatest swordsman under heaven, with swordsmanship described as unpredictable and unstoppable. Du Wolchan asked the Wudong priest if merely leaving a visible mark on the stone was sufficient, and received confirmation. Mujin secretly affirmed to himself that this was indeed the greatest master of the unorthodox faction, the protagonist of the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. The cover image of the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles appeared in his mind. Du Wolchan declared he would only do just enough to leave a mark, and his sword began to emit a blue sword aura. Mujin pondered the term Enlightened One, which originally derived from Buddhism to refer to someone who has achieved enlightenment. Over time, this term came to refer to the central character of a work throughout the ages. He wondered how often one truly had the chance to meet the Enlightened One of another story. Du Wolchan easily slashed a line onto the stone, and the Wudong priest declared, "Pass." The Wudong priest called the next contestant, while Du Wolchan sheathed his sword. Du Wolchan walked past Mujin, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance. The moment two protagonists from different worlds passed each other was impressively portrayed. Mujin watched Du Wolchan's retreating back, thinking to himself that he was the tyrant emperor of the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles and his most beloved character from author Gakyeong's works. He recalled a tragic detail from the novel. After this Dragon Phoenix Summit, Du Wolchan would witness his entire clan being massacred. Mujin thought to himself that once his clan was annihilated, Du Wolchan would awaken and walk the path of a tyrant's revenge. He told himself to secretly observe to ensure Du Wolchan could reach the end of the story, become the tyrant emperor, and fight against the shadowy forces. Mujin clenched his fists, realizing that Du Wolchan was no longer a character in a book, but was alive and real before his eyes, and he couldn't just stand by and watch the tragedy unfold for his hero. Mujin and Du Wolchan stood back to back in a symbolic image, representing Mujin's internal conflict. After 3 days of qualifiers concluded, the Dragon Phoenix Summit officially began amidst the anticipation of the entire martial arts world. A muscular martial artist named Huangbo Wung of the Huangbo clan confidently shouted, "I am the mighty hammer." Immediately after, Huangbo Wung was struck by a devastating blow to the chest, his head snapping back in pain. Mujin stood in an attacking stance, realizing his opponent had been defeated by one of Shaolin's supreme skills. The referee struck a large gong, solemnly declaring the winner was contestant Mujin. The crowd of spectators in the stands erupted in astonishment and excitement. Huangbo Wung lay unconscious on the ground, ridiculed for daring to challenge such a strong opponent even though he himself was a martial artist. Mujin scratched his head in puzzlement, unsure if he had accidentally used too much strength or if his opponent was simply too weak. Returning to the Shaolin team's resting area, Beopjian happily congratulated Mujin, while Beopgang commented that he hadn't held back at all. Mujin checked the match schedule and asked who was next. He read the names of the next pair to fight, Namgung Jinchon and Do Wolcheon. While his mind buzzed about Namgung Jinchon's formidable strength, with a tense expression, Mujin muttered, "It's here." Mujin stood up and told his fellow disciples that he would go to the Heavenly Merchants Guild for a while and wouldn't watch the next match. He left, thinking to himself that he didn't need to watch because he already knew the outcome. While in the distance, Du Wolshan and Namgung Jinchon were facing each other. Amidst the chattering crowd, a man asked the girl in blue if the event was rigged, while others lamented having bet on Huangbo Wung. The girl in blue calmly explained that the Dragon Phoenix Summit was where orthodox factions showcased the future of their sects, so there was no cheating. Ryu Seolwa, the representative of the Heavenly Merchants Guild and head of the therapy clinic, smiled and asked, "Unless you're saying you don't trust the Heavenly Merchants Guild?" causing the person opposite her to quickly apologize for his slip of the tongue. An explanation stated that the Dragon Phoenix Summit was a martial arts competition where young talents from orthodox sects, including the Murim Alliance, gathered. Such tournaments were beloved festive occasions, and to profit, merchant guilds organized all sorts of side activities at the competition venue. Some merchant guilds set up inns or street stalls, while others, with official permission, operated betting booths predicting match outcomes. This time, the Heavenly Merchants Guild focused entirely on support and trade, and in return, they gained exclusive legal management of all outcome prediction activities during the event. A maid whispered to Lady Ryu Seolhwa that the person she was waiting for had arrived, and she replied that she would be right there. Lady Seolhwa told Mujin that the Heavenly Merchants Guild had anonymously placed a large bet on him, believing he would create a major upset at the summit, and Mujin thanked her for her trust. Mujin asked about the things he had requested earlier, and Lady Seolhwa confirmed they were preparing to deliver them right after the tournament concluded. Mujin thought to himself with a serious expression. Requesting a carriage, materials, and comfortable clothes was one thing, but requesting a false identity was another. Lady Seolhwa was startled when she realized Mujin's intention, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Don't tell me!" Mujin looked at her with his face shrouded in darkness, full of determination. With a smirk, Mujin confirmed her suspicion with a single word. "Yes." Mujin declared with a confident smile that he had a plan to escape Shaolin. Lady Seolhwa was utterly horrified, covering her mouth with both hands, too shocked by Mujin's confession. Startled by a sound from the arena, Lady Seolhwa turned to Mujin and asked, "Has the match already concluded?" Mujin looked towards the arena and thought to himself that the match outcome unfolded exactly as in the novel. In the arena, Namgung Jinchon was declared the winner, while Do Wolcheon had been defeated. Mujin knew that this was the first great wall Do Wolcheon encountered, as well as the first step on his path to becoming stronger. Mujin turned away and thought to himself. The second step was the annihilation of Do Wolcheon's clan, and it was time for him to act according to his plan. Mujin waved goodbye to Lady Seolhwa, saying he would return, and adding meaningfully, "Oh, and if things go smoothly this time." Lady Seolhwa was startled and blushed when she heard Mujin say, "We might be seeing each other more often." After Mujin had left, Lady Seolhwa secretly wondered if she should agree to these suspicious requests. However, she quickly dismissed her doubts, blushing as she thought that seeing Mujin more often sounded wonderful. Meanwhile, Do Wolcheon walked down the corridor and thought to himself that he was glad he had helped Mujin. He sighed, telling himself that this world had too many masters, and he hadn't expected to lose so quickly, feeling that he still had much to improve. Do Wolcheon bowed his head, determined to increase his training time. He looked up when he sensed someone approaching and asked in surprise, Mujin stood before Do Wolcheon and asked, "You are Do Wolcheon, aren't you?" While Do Wolcheon recognized him as the one who had defeated Huangbo Wung, Do Wolcheon praised Mujin's first match as excellent, while Mujin humbly replied that he couldn't even win once. Mujin comforted Do Wolcheon, saying that he was just unlucky to have met Namgung Jinchon, and that holding out proved he was very strong. Do Wolcheon awkwardly thanked Mujin for the compliment, feeling better and secretly thinking that Shaolin monks were truly kind. As Do Wolcheon was about to leave, Mujin suddenly called him back. Mujin pointed at Do Wolcheon's arm and spoke of the scar on it, revealing that it was an injury from secretly training with a real sword. Do Wolcheon was astonished, not understanding how Mujin knew that, while Mujin continued to explain that he had hidden the injury out of concern for his plans and his younger sister. Mujin went on to talk about Do Wolcheon's mischievous younger sister, who had been caught secretly eating the mooncakes their mother made for him. In the flashback, the two Do Wolcheon siblings argued and were punished by their mother, forbidden from eating mooncakes for a week, but Mujin asked if he still liked them very much. Didn't he? Mujin emphasized, especially the cakes made by his own mother, which made Do Wolcheon recall his mother's gentle smile. Another memory surfaced, of their mother giving a mooncake to her two sad children. Do Wolcheon was stunned, staring at Mujin and pressed, "Who are you? How do you know all of that about me?" Mujin maintained a serious expression, explaining that he had cultivated and could see a part of destiny, but inwardly felt guilty for lying to his childhood hero, while also determined to prevent the tragedy of the Do Wolcheon clan. Mujin seriously told the bewildered Do Wolcheon, "Listen very carefully to what I am about to say, because from this moment on, your life might change completely." Mujin revealed a horrifying truth that Do Wolcheon's clan, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect, would soon face a great calamity that would wipe out their clan, accompanied by an image of the sect's blood-stained signboard. Mujin confidently clasped his hands, reassuring Do Wolcheon that there was no need to worry as there was still time to change destiny, and he would help him avert that disaster. Do Wolcheon secretly recalled the terrifying prophecy about his clan's downfall, his family's annihilation, and himself walking the path of slaughter. With a panicked expression, Do Wolcheon asked again if it was true that he would gain immense power, but at the cost of a solitary path. Mujin affirmed that although peeking into others' destinies was wrong, in this particular situation, he would certainly face a great calamity. Do Wolcheon remembered that Mujin knew well about his mother, his younger sister, and even the location of his secret scar, which made him trust the boy's words even more. Do Wolcheon clenched his fists, wondering if Shaolin monks could truly see the future, but a voice echoed in his head, denying it. Do Wolcheon urgently asked if destiny could be changed and begged Mujin to show him how, while Mujin secretly thought it was fortunate that he had an upright nature. Mujin explained that he couldn't stay by his side to help because he had his own destiny, but he would help Do Wolcheon become strong enough to face it on his own. Mujin took out a small wooden box and opened it, leaving Do Wolcheon utterly astonished. Inside the box was a glowing red spiritual pill, which Mujin introduced as a note explaining how to operate and manage energy, making Do Wolcheon realize it was Shaolin's minor restoration pill. Mujin encouraged him, saying that difficulties were meant to be overcome, and Do Wolcheon was destined to be the protagonist of a great event, so he had to become even stronger. Listening to Mujin's words, Do Wolcheon stood tall, clenching his fists with determined eyes, ready to accept his limits and overcome them with willpower. Du Wolcheon recalled his defeat against Namgung Jinchun and anxiously wondered, but what if, even after accepting my limits, I still can't become stronger? Mujin advised that trying to become stronger aimlessly would not be effective. Instead, he must abandon greed and train a single technique to its ultimate limit. Du Wolcheon skeptically asked if a single technique could stop a great threat, or if that was simply the limit of his abilities, which made Mujin fall silent in thought. Mujin continued, saying that he didn't know how far Du Wolcheon's talent could develop, but if he gave up due to self-imposed limits, he would never discover his countless hidden potentials. Mujin declared that talent wasn't everything, and promised that if Du Wolcheon mastered a single technique to perfection, he would acquire a sky-rending sword art. Mujin described it as an unfathomable sword technique that no one could stop, helping Du Wolcheon become the greatest swordsman under heaven. With an image of Namgung Jinchun wielding brilliant blue sword energy, Byupjin asked Mujin why he was late when the match had already started. Mujin replied that he had just visited the merchant guild and used the restroom. Mujin secretly thought he had successfully given the minor restoration pill to Du Wolcheon and had done everything he could. The rest was up to him. Watching Do Wolcheon's retreating back, Mujin noticed that although he seemed helpless, his eyes were now filled with determination. A close-up of Do Wolcheon's face showed his eyes gleaming with resolve after hearing Mujin's advice. Mujin asked about the ongoing match, and Byupjin replied that it was Hong So-il of the Manhwa sect. Byupjin clarified that Hong So-il's opponent was Jaegal Jinhee of the Jaegal clan, while both were fiercely engaged in combat. Mujin was astonished to realize that Jaegal Jinhee's fan technique had become sharper, and she had grown much stronger since he last saw her. Seeing Jaegal Jinhee's flexibility and grace, Mujin secretly acknowledged that she hadn't neglected her muscle-stretching techniques. With a proud expression, Mujin secretly thought, "My clinic member is the best," while Jaegal Jinhee lunged to attack. Hong So-il struggled to defend against Jaegal Jinhee's continuous fan attacks. Hong So-il angrily thought that he had initially felt relieved that his opponent wasn't Namgung Jinchun or that young monk, but he hadn't expected the gap between himself and Jaegal Jinhee to be so vast. He recalled that just 2 or 3 years ago he could still hold his own against her, but now he was easily blocked by her fan. Kicked away by Jaegul Jinhee, Hong So-il was stunned, wondering what the hell had happened in just a few short years. In a passive stance, Hong So-il roared and unleashed his plum blossom thrust. Jaegul Jinhee gracefully dodged Hong So-il's red sword strike. She suddenly appeared behind Hong So-il, making him cry out in alarm. Wait! Jaegul Jinhee didn't hesitate, striking Hong So-il directly in the face with her fan, making him scream in pain. After the decisive attack, the crowd cheered excitedly as Jaegul Jinhee landed gracefully on the stage. Looking at Hong So-il, collapsed on the arena floor, Jaegul Jinhee let out a breath and sneered. With such pathetic skill, you dared to pick a fight with Mujin? Jaegul Jinhee glanced at her opponent with contempt and uttered a cold remark. How pathetic. Hong So-il refused to yield, continuing to swing his sword in attack, while Jaegul Jinhee gracefully dodged. Jaegul Jinhee landed and admitted, I'll concede you have some persistence. Hong So-il stood firm, shouting that Manhwa's plum blossoms bloom twice, and told her to remember that well. Hong So-il was stunned when Jaegul Jinhee sarcastically asked if his personal feelings were also a type of flower. She asked if he thought she didn't notice his feelings, making Hong So-il angrily question why she was only friendly with that bald monk. Jaegul Jinhee brushed it off, deeming it utterly meaningless whether Mujin had a pure heart or not. Emitting blue internal energy, she declared decisively, I simply have no interest in anyone weaker than myself. Provoked, Hong So-il roared, if that's the case, and channeled blazing red internal energy to envelop his sword. He used the Flying Heaven Steps technique, leaping high into the air. From above, Hong So-il unleashed the Plum Blossom Slash, shouting that he would show her his strength. Jaegul Jinhee charged directly into Hong So-il's swirling sword energy to confront him. She flashed a meaningful smile and said, Very good. Jaegul Jinhee made an offer. If you show me your strength, then I will grant you anything you ask. Hong So-il blushed, stammering, Really? With a hopeful expression, seizing the moment of her opponent's distraction, Jaegul Jinhee kicked his supporting leg. She leaped into the air, scolding him for having ridiculous thoughts in the middle of a fight. Jaegul Jinhee yelled, Get down there! And struck with a thunderous fan attack, sending Hong So-il crashing onto the arena floor. She landed softly and explained that his aerial attack technique had long been countered by the senior monk he so despised. Jaegul Jinhee thought to herself with amusement about reusing Mujin's exact technique, then dismissed the saying that couples often become alike. Hong So-il lay sprawled on the shattered arena floor, bewildered, wondering if his internal energy was flowing backward, while Jaegul Jinhee declared herself the winner this time. Hong So-il struggled to push himself up, growling, Let me make this clear before you're carried away. Jaegul Jinhee looked down with disdain, saying that Mujin regarded her as a true martial artist, unlike Hong So-il with his filthy gaze, and that was why she treated him like a dog. Jaegul Jinhee smiled maliciously, suggesting that next time they meet, Hong So-il should squeal like a pig instead of speaking human words, as it suited him better. Hong So-il's eyes widened, his entire body trembling with extreme anger and humiliation. The crowd cheered wildly, shouting Jaegul Jinhee's name as the victor. From the stands, Beopgang looked down at the arena and thought to himself that Jaegul Jinhee's victory was the result of the muscle lengthening technique. The scene shifted to another match, where Mugong claimed victory, demonstrating the excellent results their group achieved thanks to Mujin's training method. Next, Muyul also easily defeated his opponent, once again confirming the success of the new training method. The spectators in the stands began to murmur, acknowledging that Shaolin Temple could not be underestimated, and realizing the next match also featured a Shaolin disciple. In the arena, a purple-haired girl named Tang Somi of the Tang sect was warming up, preparing for her match against Mujin of Shaolin. A Tang sect elder warned Tang Somi not to be careless, as her opponent was the one who had made Jaegul Jinhee unusually intimate, but she replied confidently. Tang Somi smiled brightly, declaring she possessed a secret technique taught by her aunt, and introduced herself as Tang Somi of the Tang sect. Tang Somi glanced towards Mujin and his fellow disciples, thinking to herself that this was a perfect opportunity. In Tang Somi's thoughts, she glared resentfully at Mujin, and vowed to use this chance to put that bald monk in his place, for daring to flirt with her Jinhee. In a moment of stillness, Jaegul Jinhee gazed into the distance, and thought that Namgung Jinchon was merely a stepping stone. The true opponent she sought was elsewhere. A fleeting image showed Mujin and Jaegul Jinhee laughing happily together. Tang Somi recalled that scene, and was shocked to realize Mujin was the man who had captured Jaegul Jinhee's affection. Tang Somi's face became filled with murderous intent, as she confirmed Mujin was a Shaolin monk, and resolved to teach him a lesson. Beopgang, standing nearby, noticed Tang Somi emitting murderous intent, while the girl secretly screamed in her head, Jinhee is mine. Mujin felt the hateful gaze. He turned to look at Tang Somi with a bewildered expression, wondering why she was glaring at him, and if he had done something wrong. The match between Mujin and Tang Somi officially began in the arena. Mujin thought to himself, unable to understand Tang Somi, who had just glared at him as if to kill. but now had an emotionless expression. Suddenly, Tang Somi smiled and struck a graceful, adorable pose. Mujin was completely stunned and confused by this sudden change in attitude. Tang Somi cheerfully approached Mujin, saying she was happy to meet him and had heard much about him from Jinhee, making Mujin think to himself, does she mean Jaegal Jinhee? How troublesome. She turned her back, asking Mujin if he knew what Jinhee and Hong So-il had said to each other. But Mujin coldly replied that he didn't care and just wanted to start the match. Tang Somi recounted Jaegal Jinhee's words that she was only interested in those stronger than herself, then praised Mujin for being a good listener. She turned back to face Mujin, emitting an alluring aura, and whispered that she was exactly like Jinhee. Tang Somi moved closer, touched Mujin's muscular body, and exclaimed in admiration, asking how he trained to achieve such a powerful physique. Mujin showed discomfort when she used her hand to lift his chin, and asked her not to act like that. She pressed her body close to Mujin, whispering that she wanted to understand his strength intimately. Tang Somi continued to seduce, suggesting Mujin show her his strength, saying it didn't necessarily have to be martial arts. The crowd of male spectators below the arena became extremely excited by this scene. Jaegal Jinhee and the mysterious girl standing nearby were astonished, realizing Tang Somi was using a beauty trap. Jaegal Jinhee angrily thought to herself, Tang Somi, what the hell are you doing in front of everyone? While the girl beside her was also flustered. Jaegal Jinhee recalled the rumors about Tang Somi's aunt's special technique, a move that had once captivated both monks and Taoists, and realized Somi was using it. She frantically thought about what she would do if that shameful behavior actually worked on Mujin, even briefly considering imitating it. Tang Somi glanced towards Jaegal Jinhee with a sly smile, thinking to herself, Jinhee, see? That's how men are. She embraced Mujin, pretending to cry out that everyone was watching and asking why he was hugging her in such a provocative manner. While continuing her act, Tang Somi thought to herself, this is your preference, isn't it? Mujin thought that the best way to deal with a lunatic was punishment. Then he used a grappling move to take down Tang Somi. With a loud shout, Mujin performed a buttoplex, throwing Tang Somi onto the arena floor with all his might, making her scream in pain. Tang Somi was slammed hard onto the ground, her face clearly showing pain and dizziness. Mujin held Tang Somi's arm tightly, giving her no chance to resist after the impact. Mujin's fist flared with blazing red internal energy, showcasing his power. The referee stammered, declaring Mujin the winner, while Tang Somi lay on the ground muttering, no way. Tang Somi asked in astonishment how Mujin was still fine after being hit by her poison. Mujin explained that although he was caught off guard, he quickly realized she was preparing something from her movements. In a flashback, Mujin recounted the moment Tang Somi pulled out a venomous needle and stabbed him, but he said he had been treated with something even stronger, thus developing resistance. Mujin admitted that because of the poison needle, he lost control for a moment and struck harder than intended, then asked Tang Somi if she was alright. Tang Somi sat on the floor, surprised, asking why he was worried about her and didn't consider her actions despicable. Mujin grinned, saying that being poisoned due to his own carelessness couldn't be considered despicable. On the contrary, he learned a lesson and thanked her. Tang Somi was utterly stunned by Mujin's reaction, her cheeks flushing. She stood up and walked towards Jaegal Jinhee, who was dazedly calling her name. Jaegal Jinhee confusedly asked Tang Somi what she meant, and Tang Somi replied, that's still not enough. Tang Somi mischievously raised a finger, saying she didn't fully acknowledge Mujin yet and questioned the match outcome. With a smug expression, Tang Somi declared she would temporarily withdraw, but that next time it wouldn't be so easy, as she couldn't simply give up her beloved Jinhee. Back in the resting area, Chef Hyun-mun was massaging Mujin's shoulders and anxiously asking if he was alright. Byopjin and Muyul rushed over, having heard that Mujin's condition wasn't good, but he reassured them it was just accumulated fatigue. Byopjin worriedly said that all the senior brothers had been eliminated, and if Mujin also fell, they would be short-handed. But Mujin affirmed he was perfectly fine and asked about Mugung's preparations. Mugung stepped onto the martial arts stage, his heart heavy with thought, as his opponent was the Taoist Chung Su. He felt the pressure of having to fight someone who was Mujin's equal. Mugung admitted that even though he had become much stronger, he still couldn't fully gauge Chung Su's current power. He bolstered his spirit with the mantra that effort never leads to failure, determined to keep his mind steady and fear nothing. Mugung asserted that the past was over. He had trained arduously to catch up to the two of them. From the stands, Mujin watched with a resolute expression, silently cheering, show them, Mugung. Chung Su appeared on the martial arts stage, cheerfully waving and shouting, why are you so late, brother? I missed you terribly. Mugung was surprised by Chung Su's relaxed attitude, wondering if his opponent needed to be so casual when fighting him. Chung Su's nonchalance only made Mugung more determined and somewhat annoyed. When the referee asked if both were ready, Mugung secretly decided to go all out, feeling disappointed by his opponent's attitude. As soon as the call "begin" rang out, Mugung immediately activated his extreme Yang divine art. He unleashed the powerful Tathagata Divine Palm technique towards Chung Su. A stream of blazing golden energy shot straight towards Chung Su, who stood at the other end of the martial arts stage. The crowd cheered excitedly, recognizing it as the legendary Tathagata Divine Palm. Mujin and the other junior brothers were astonished, wondering why Mugung used his ultimate technique right from the start. Chung Su nimbly dodged, easily evading the attack. He used a light footwork technique to glide out of the palm strike's range. As Chung Su dodged, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the Tathagata Divine Palm? Its power is truly astonishing." Suddenly, just as Chung Su landed, Mugung grabbed his ankle. Chung Su was startled to be caught, while Mugung used his physical strength to lift and spin him in the air. Caught by Mugung and spun around by his leg, Chung Su burst into delighted laughter. Chung Su used his sword energy to push Mugung back, excitedly thinking, "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for." With an excited smile, Chung Su yelled, "Show me more of your power, Mugung." Mugung roared, unleashing a blazing Tathagata Divine Palm strike. Chung Su quickly adopted the left bow stance intercept to block the attack. The palm technique and sword technique clashed fiercely, creating a powerful shockwave. The battle continued with a flurry of Chung Su's sword slashes and Mugung's parries, leaving the young monk with several bleeding cuts. Chung Su was startled when Mugung's palm strike suddenly closed in on his face. Mugung's attack pushed Chung Su back in astonishment. Both stood facing each other. Chung Su thought that no matter what he did, he couldn't defeat Mugung, while Mugung also realized all his attacks were being neutralized by his opponent. Mugung looked at his hands, realizing his Tathagata Divine Palm could currently only be used with one hand, as he lacked sufficient internal energy and skill to wield both. Chung Su also told himself that his Tai Chi sword felt somewhat restricted because his wrist hadn't fully healed, and he was overexerting himself. The match became a battle of attrition, as both adopted optimal stances to defeat their opponent. Chung Su merged with his sword, preparing to unleash a single strike to fell the mountain named Mugung. Mugung also steadied his mental cultivation, preparing to block the torrent named Chung Su. Two streams of energy, one blue and one yellow, surged towards each other with terrifying speed. Chung Su unleashed human sword unity, while Mugung poured all his strength and focus into his palm technique. A point of light flashed in midair at the exact moment the two techniques collided. A dazzling explosion of light engulfed the martial arts stage, causing the Wudang Taoists to cry out in panic, "Chung Su!" From the stands, Mujin, Muyul, and Biopjun also held their breath in worry, Mujin silently calling Mugung's name. After the explosion, Mugung and Chung Su both knelt on the arena, exhausted and gasping for breath. Chung Su smiled despite sweating, asking, "Even so, how are you holding up, Mugung?" Mugung panted, admitting he was barely standing after expending all his strength, and bitterly conceded that he seemed to have lost. Mugung was surprised when Chung Su said, "I think this is as far as I go too." Chung Su explained that with the current state of his wrist, he needed to stop fighting to recover, and his journey at the Dragon Phoenix Martial Arts Summit ended here, regretting not having fought Muyul and Mukyung. Mugung was astonished to realize that Chung Su was more disappointed about not fighting his fellow disciples than about the match itself. Mugung understood that Chung Su didn't look down on them at all, but was genuinely excited to fight when they had all grown stronger. Mugung blamed himself for misunderstanding Chung Su due to his petty inferiority complex. Chung Su challenged Mugung to a rematch, which was accepted, and then both collapsed. The match result was a draw, but Mugung felt he had lost spiritually. The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion, unable to believe that a championship contender like Chung Su would withdraw, and the Shaolin Temple attracted even more attention. Mujin looked at the tournament bracket and realized that since both Mugung and Chung Su were eliminated, he would have to face Muyul. Muyul charged at Mujin, attacking with the crane fist, shouting that he had to fight him right now and didn't know how to win. Mujin easily blocked Muyul's attack with one hand, telling him to just think of it as playing around like last time, while a snake-shaped aura appeared behind him. Muyul was undeterred, shouting that he was still very happy to face Mujin, and unleashed the snake fist. Muyul performed an aerial flip, making Mujin wonder in surprise if that was the snake fist. Mujin dodged the attack, and was astonished by Muyul's speed in transitioning techniques from crane fist to snake fist. Muyul suddenly lowered his center of gravity, placing both hands on the ground in a four-legged stance, and smiled. Mujin was startled by Muyul's strange stance. Mujin exclaimed in surprise, "A four-legged stance? He's too fast." From above, Muyul moved incredibly fast around Mujin, leaving countless yellow afterimages. Muyul unleashed the leopard form fist, attacking Mujin relentlessly and shouting excitedly, "This is so fun!" Mujin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, realizing Muyul was flexibly transitioning between crane fist, snake fist, and leopard form fist seamlessly, without any openings. Mujin felt like he was fighting three beasts at once and wondered what would happen if Muyul mastered all the techniques. In a flashback, Mujin was rubbing Muyul's back and told him that if he encountered an unbeatable opponent at the Dragon Phoenix Martial Arts Summit, he should try using a certain technique. Mujin in the flashback explained that although it was a bit early, it was a tiger mimicking technique, and everyone should have at least one trump card. Mujin told Muyul he only needed to learn a basic move from the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist, the fourth form, Tiger Form Fist. And Muyul's eyes in the flashback gleamed. Muyul formed a hand seal, and a yellow aura formed into the head of a snarling tiger behind him. Back in the present, Mujin exclaimed in astonishment. That is, with the gigantic tiger-shaped aura behind him, Muyul charged forward with the fierce tiger charge, making Mujin cry out in alarm. A tiger! Mujin realized he couldn't dodge this attack, and decided to channel his red internal energy to directly counter with brute force. Mujin's red internal energy fiercely clashed with Muyul's yellow fierce tiger aura. The collision created a massive energy explosion, sending Mujin flying backward. Mujin was blown into the air, tumbling due to the force of the attack. Mujin landed steadily, clenching his still smoking hand and thinking that this was the first time he had to use internal energy, acknowledging Muyul's great strength and wondering when he learned the tiger form fist. Mujin sweated, secretly admitting that this match was harder than he expected. Mujin turned back, excitedly inviting Muyul to continue fighting, but was surprised to see him lying flat on the ground, panting and saying, "No, I'm done." Muyul lay sprawled on the arena floor, gasping for breath and saying that he had exhausted his internal energy and couldn't stand up. Muyul said proudly that it proved Mujin had become too strong. While Mujin secretly wondered why he won, but felt no sense of victory, Mujin walked over to Muyul and asked how he learned the tiger form fist, wondering if Master Hegel had actually caught a tiger. Muyul leaned on Mujin's shoulder to stand up and explained that his master said he would catch one after the tournament. But for now, he only taught him a basic move, making Mujin secretly think that Master Hegel truly intended to do so. Mujin admitted the recent match made him sweat, while Muyul excitedly asked back, "Really? I'm strong, right?" And Mujin confirmed while rubbing his back. Amidst the vast arena, an announcement echoed, declaring Mujin the winner and concluding the first round of the Dragon Phoenix Martial Arts Summit. Two spectators discussed that Shaolin had proven the strength of its next generation, and one suggested they should side with Shaolin soon. The two continued to comment that Shaolin previously cared little for worldly affairs, but now their medicinal business was thriving, suggesting that with both martial arts and wealth, they could dominate the Central Plains. A young martial artist in the crowd excitedly cheered that the four Shaolin disciples were truly very strong. After the first round, the four prominent Shaolin disciples, Mujin, Mugung, Muyul, and Mukyung, began to gain fame throughout the Central Plains with a new moniker, the Four Shaolin Monks. Under the cover of night, a mysterious thought echoed, suggesting that the plan was falling apart because a Shaolin member had defeated a strong contender, and their strength far exceeded expectations. The train of thought continued, reassuring itself that Wudong or the Namgung clan still had championship contenders anyway, so there was no need to worry no matter how strong Shaolin became. Finally, that thought asserted with certainty that no one could defeat Namgung Jinchun. A close-up of Namgung Jinchun's cold face showed the mysterious thought remarking that even from their perspective, he was a monster. A scene unfolded, showing Namgung Jinchun, enveloped in a blue aura, standing over the defeated Jaegal Jinhee. Back in the present, the referee offered to ask Namgung Jinchun if he wanted to rest for a bit, but he coldly replied, "No, I'm fine." Namgung Jinchun stood on the arena next to the fallen Jaegal Jinhee and demanded that the next opponent be brought out immediately. Jaegal Jinhee thought to herself in astonishment, wondering why he hadn't expended any stamina and didn't even need to rest. She bowed her head in disappointment, secretly apologizing to Mujin for hoping to face him but failing. From the stands, two martial arts masters discussed in amazement that Jinhee had been defeated in just 3 moves. They continued to comment on the terrifying strength of Namgung Jinchun, the strongest among the younger generation, as he stood on the arena without needing a break. Biopgang gritted his teeth in anger, secretly cursing that arrogant bastard and worrying when he learned that Mukyung was the next one to face him. Mujin looked around, searching, and wondered if Mukyung would be overwhelmed by that monster's aura. Suddenly, Mukyung roared his own name, then, staff in hand, charged straight towards the arena with surging momentum, astonishing his fellow Shaolin disciples. Mukyung landed on the arena with a loud thud, ready to face his opponent. Namgung Jinchun looked at Mukyung with interest and remarked, "You look quite interesting." Facing Mukyung, Namgung Jinchun asked if he could entertain him. Mukyung replied that he didn't know if he could entertain his opponent, but he himself would certainly be very happy, then charged forward as the match between Mukyung and Namgung Jinchun was announced. Two powerful auras clashed on the arena. The excited crowd cheered, believing that the impregnable fortress Jinchun finally had a worthy match. While the referee confirmed the match was allowed to begin, the Shaolin disciples frantically ran after him. One person shouted, wondering why Mukyung had suddenly gone mad when he thought he had learned to control himself. Mujin calmly told his fellow disciples that Mukyung was not losing his mind. Mujin explained that Mukyung simply wanted to know, or rather, wanted to verify something as he charged towards Namgung Jinchon. Images of swords appeared, symbolizing the sword mastery that Mukyung was about to face. Mujin continued. Mukyung wanted to see for himself how truly vast the gap was between him and Namgung Jinchon. Mukyung swung his arm, preparing to unleash a punch with all his might. He unleashed the demon-shattering invincible fist, aimed directly at Namgung Jinchon. Namgung Jinchon merely narrowed his eyes as a golden energy ring appeared, easily blocking Mukyung's punch. Namgung Jinchon drew his sword, which was immediately enveloped by a powerful blue sword aura. He swung his sword, creating a massive sword energy slash that surged forward. Mukyung widened his eyes in horror, sweat pouring down, and thought to himself that he had to dodge this attack. A colossal blue pillar of light from Namgung Jinchon's slash shot directly towards Mukyung. The slash was so powerful that it tore through the arena, creating a long trail of destruction. After unleashing his attack, Namgung Jinchon unexpectedly showed a look of surprise. Namgung Jinchon dodged Mukyung's attack and commented, "Astonishing power, but he dodges like an agile monkey." Mukyung thought to himself that monkey-like agility was usually Muyol's specialty. Despite that, Mukyung shouted that it didn't matter and continued to charge forward. Both charged at each other. Mukyung's staff and Namgung Jinchon's sword clashed fiercely. Namgung Jinchon calmly used his sword to block all of Mukyung's attacks. Namgung Jinchon pulled his sword back, the blade emitting a blue sword aura. He unleashed the 10 iron sword art, creating countless sword energy blades surrounding Mukyung. The sword energy blades attacked simultaneously, creating a series of dazzling light explosions upon impact. Mukyung was thrown backward by the force of the attack, while Namgung Jinchon calmly observed. Mukyung retaliated by channeling his internal energy, his eyes glowing red and his hands creating countless afterimages. Mukyung's hands emitted a brilliant golden light, filled with internal energy. Mukyung unleashed the 10 iron fist strike, creating energy fists that attacked Namgung Jinchon, completely copying his opponent's technique. Namgung Jinchon frowned in anger, growling, "You brat, how dare you imitate my technique?" Mukyung's energy fists created a massive explosion upon reaching Namgung Jinchon's position. Mukyung gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that even though he had copied and countered the attack, the disparity in internal energy between him and Namgung Jinchon was too vast. With a devilish smile, Mukyung wondered if he could win. Namgung Jinchon suddenly appeared right in front of the astonished Mukyung, his hand reaching out to attack. Namgung Jinchon used his sword to press down, causing Mukyung's staff to crack, his hands bleeding profusely. Then he coldly said, "So this is all Shaolin has? Truly disappointing." Namgung Jinchon declared he had lost interest and wanted to end the match here, his sword blade still embedded in Mukyung's nearly shattered staff. Mukyung gritted his teeth, used his bare hands to crush the rest of the staff, blood flowing profusely. Mukyung roared in anger, unleashed his final technique, the invincible demon-subduing fist, and shouted loudly, "Who said this is the end?" Namgung Jinchon calmly replied that Mukyung was quite interesting, then unleashed the Emperor's sword art, first form, with countless blue sword auras surrounding him. Mukyung's blazing fist shot directly towards Namgung Jinchon, who stood firm with surging sword aura. Two streams of red and blue energy collided fiercely, creating an earth-shattering explosion on the arena. Mukyung was engulfed by the blue light from Namgung Jinchon's sword technique, his face clearly showing astonishment. Submerged in the blinding white light, Mukyung closed his eyes and smiled serenely, accepting defeat. The explosion spread, shaking the entire competition area. The crowd of spectators gasped in astonishment at the destructive power of the attack. Mugung and another young monk were stunned. Mugung exclaimed about that monstrous power, while his friend realized Mujin had disappeared. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, everyone frantically wondered where Mujin had gone. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, grabbing Mukyung's shoulder just before he was blown away. Mujin had appeared behind Namgung Jinchon at some point, one hand holding Mukyung, the other firmly gripping his opponent's sword hilt. Namgung Jinchon angrily demanded to know what Mujin was doing, and Mujin explained that Mukyung was controlled by inner demons, so he had no other choice. Namgung Jinchon growled, asking Mujin if he knew what Mukyung had done, and shouted that he had dared to unleash a killing blow aimed at him. An image of Mukyung with bloodshot eyes and dark killing intent appeared, showing his punch aimed directly at Namgung Jinchon's heart. Namgung Jinchon clutched his chest, emphasizing that it was a precise strike to the heart, and questioned why Mujin dared to disarm such a dangerous weapon. Mujin, supporting the unconscious Mukyung, replied that the killing blow was due to inner demons, and he had stopped it before it could cause harm, then challenged, "If you have a problem with me, we'll settle it in the finals." After a moment of silence, Namgung Jinchon lowered his sword and agreed, "Very well, make sure you make it to the finals." Namgung Jinchon looked at Mujin threateningly, declared he would shatter the false confidence of both him and Mukyung, asserting that both would meet their end by his hand. From above, Elder Hyun greeted the Murim Alliance leader, who replied that as the organizer of the Dragon Phoenix Summit, he could not be absent. The Murim Alliance leader remarked that Shaolin had surprisingly endured, but he scoffed and asked Elder Hyun Hyun if he truly thought they could overthrow the Namgung clan. Elder Hyun Hyun looked at the Murim Alliance leader and said that it seemed he had bet everything on the Namgung clan, then offered some advice. With a fearsome expression, Elder Hyun Hyun grabbed the Murim Alliance leader's shoulder and warned, "Don't be too certain that the Namgung clan will always win. In life, nothing is guaranteed." Elder Hyun Hyun pointed towards the arena and told the Murim Alliance leader to observe carefully. In the arena, Mujin stepped out as the announcer's voice boomed, asking who would claim the dragon title. Wondering if it would be Shaolin's rising star, Namgung Jinchon appeared, introduced as the strongest among the new generation of talents, and the announcer urged everyone not to miss this fierce battle. Mujin and Namgung Jinchon stood facing each other in the arena, signaling the official start of the final match. Mujin narrowed his eyes, concentrating intensely and ready to fight. Namgung Jinchon also looked at his opponent with sharp eyes, and a voice boomed, declaring the match to begin. As soon as the start signal echoed, a massive energy explosion erupted from the center of the arena. The crowd covered their faces, astonished by the terrifying power unleashed in the very first seconds. From the stands, Mukyung, along with Mugung and Muyul, exclaimed tensely that the match had begun. Mujin and Namgung Jinchon charged at each other, Mujin's fist colliding directly with Namgung Jinchon's glowing sword. A close-up showed Mujin's fiery fist blocking his opponent's sharp blade. Namgung Jinchon unleashed a series of lightning-fast sword techniques, but Mujin dodged and prepared to counterattack. Mujin delivered an extremely powerful punch to the sword's body, creating a shockwave and sending sparks flying. Mujin used his bare hands to parry and block Namgung Jinchon's sword strike, generating a shockwave. The arena floor cracked and shattered beneath their feet due to the immense impact force. Namgung Jinchon frowned, admitting that this Dragon Phoenix Summit had unfolded differently than he expected. Mujin gripped Namgung Jinchon's sword blade with his bare hand, growling, "What do you mean by saying that all of a sudden?" Namgung Jinchon reminisced about the past, monologuing that ever since he wielded a sword, there had never been anyone. He continued to think, no one had ever been able to withstand or block his attacks, nor dared to not fear him, and he had thought this tournament would be the same, but he was wrong. He recalled an image of Biopgang attacking him and said, "That crazy monk yesterday dared to attack me with killing intent, and you are blocking my sword with your bare hands." Namgung Jinchon continued his monologue, stating that he was hailed as the strongest of the young generation and Mujin had humiliated him. With an enraged expression, he snarled, "This is the first time in my life I've felt such humiliation." Namgung Jinchon roared in fury. "They say the world is vast and full of strong individuals? Fine. I will crush you right here and reassert that I am the strongest." Mujin replied calmly, "I suppose I'll take that as an acknowledgement of my strength." Then his eyes turned cold as he said, "But..." Mujin roared in anger and punched straight at the hilt of Namgung Jinchon's sword. "Don't talk as if you're above me, you arrogant brat." A surge of pinkish-purple energy flashed from Mujin's punch. The punch made Namgung Jinchon scream in pain and be pushed back, his sword flying from his hand. Mujin lunged forward, grabbed the dazed Namgung Jinchon by his collar, and roared, "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Mujin yelled, "How dare you grab my collar?" and used his physical strength to slam Namgung Jinchon onto the arena floor. Namgung Jinchon's sword fell to the ground, while he stared with an expression of horror and rage. Namgung Jinchon reached out, using his internal energy to pull the sword back into his hand. Mujin yelled, "Don't even think about it," and stomped his foot, unleashing the sky-shattering Divine Steps technique. Namgung Jinchon, having just gripped his sword hilt, channeled his blue internal energy, and prepared to unleash the 10 iron sword art. Mujin and Namgung Jinchon clashed, sword and fist colliding to create countless sparks. Two spectators in the stands discussed in astonishment, one saying he had never seen Namgung Jinchon struggle so much, the other concluding that it showed Shaolin's power had grown immensely. Another person in the audience remarked that this young monk seemed different, far stronger than other Shaolin monks, and the rest agreed. From the audience's perspective, the match in the arena was a continuous series of light explosions as the two opponents fiercely battled. The battle between the two continued fiercely. An observer thought to himself that it seemed his opponent had found a formidable rival. Mid-air, Mujin caught Namgung Jinchon and used his physical strength to overwhelm him. With a determined expression, Mujin tensed all his strength, preparing for the next attack. Mujin used all his might to forcefully throw Namgung Jinchon down onto the arena, creating a terrifying impact. Namgung Jinchon screamed in pain as he was slammed hard onto the ground, blood splattering from his mouth. He quickly struggled to his feet, reaching out to grab his sword. Namgung Jinchon immediately lunged to attack Mujin with a powerful sword strike. Namgung Jinchon's face revealed extreme astonishment and panic at the unexpected turn of events. Mujin easily blocked the sword blade which was pressed against his throat with his bare hand and scoffed. Are you aiming for my throat? Did you also suffer from cultivation deviation like Mukyung yesterday? Namgung Jinchon felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Mujin, making him feel suffocated. Mujin delivered a powerful punch to his flank, forcing Namgung Jinchon to retreat. Enraged at being underestimated, Namgung Jinchon roared, "Don't you dare look down on me!" and unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's divine art. A massive surge of blue sword energy erupted from his sword, creating a powerful shockwave. The blue pillar of light from Namgung Jinchon's technique shot straight into the sky, illuminating a corner of the town at night. In the arena, Namgung Jinchon raised his glowing sword high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Mujin. Mujin clenched his fiery fist, ready to retaliate, and shouted, "Then take this." He unleashed a sky-shattering uppercut called the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, hitting Namgung Jinchon's chin. Mujin roared, "I'll blow you away," as his punch created a colossal golden pillar of light, sending his opponent flying into the air. The golden energy pillar, even larger than before, shot into the sky, illuminating both the arena area and the surrounding town. Mujin delivered a sky-shattering uppercut, sending Namgung Jinchon flying into the air. The crowd in the stands fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unbelievable sight. Namgung Jinchon spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dazed as he was sent flying into the air. Mujin's fellow disciples, including Huangbo Wung, Mukyung, and Mu Yul, gasped and called his name in utter disbelief. Namgung Jinchon's hand lay motionless on the arena floor, as a trembling voice began to announce the victor. The announcer loudly proclaimed the winner to be Mujin of Shaolin amidst the cheers of the audience. Elder Hyun laughed heartily and mocked the martial alliance leader, who was weeping over his lost bet. "Ha ha, I told you so. Don't be too confident." An audience member remarked with admiration that it was time to welcome a new rising dragon. Mujin looked at his fist and thought that he couldn't just stop at this level. He had to reach even further. He looked up with determined eyes, wondering what the path ahead would hold. Mujin gazed up at the sky, where a powerful figure appeared in his mind. Du Wolchun landed in the arena and offered his congratulations on Mujin's victory. Mujin thought to himself that his goal was to reach the level of the Fist King Weiji Hawk, one of the 10 great masters of the martial world. Weiji Hawk was discussing the return of the divine monk, stating that only he could make the final decision. Weiji Hawk smiled confidently, asserting that all preparations were complete, and it was time to bestow the rightful reward upon the new rising dragon. Weiji Hawk grasped Mujin's wrist, as a thought echoed that Mujin's strength had been confirmed, and now it was time to welcome a new power. A full view of the arena showed the crowd cheering wildly for Mujin's victory. Weiji Hawk led Mujin to a majestic building, explaining that this was where the Martial Alliance practiced their ice cultivation art, and also where the reward was kept. Inside a freezing secret chamber, Mujin knelt before a box containing the ultimate elixir, nurtured for thousands of years by chilling aura and imbued with abundant yin energy. The box was opened, revealing the ultimate elixir within, the 10,000-year snow ginseng, radiating a blue, icy aura. Mujin swallowed, listening to the warning that once the box was open, the ginseng's energy would dissipate, so he had to consume it immediately. Heeding the advice to eat quickly, Mujin immediately grabbed the 10,000-year snow ginseng with his hand. Mujin gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme cold energy emanating from the elixir, and exclaimed, "This cold is truly astonishing." He knelt on the floor, his entire body trembling as the powerful icy energy caused the entire secret chamber to shake and crack. As Mujin was about to eat, he suddenly discovered something black crawling out from a small cut on the ginseng root. Mujin quickly snatched the strange object and exclaimed in surprise, "Got it." He recalled that in the novel, Namgung Jinchon wasn't inherently evil, but merely unlucky, until he consumed this very thing. Mujin stared at the hideous bug in his hand, realizing it was a trap set by the demonic cult, a yin-yang parasite. An explanatory image showed that the parasite would attach itself to the host's upper dantian, allowing the controller to brainwash or corrupt them. The next illustration showed it emitting energy identical to the host's, making it undetectable, capable of controlling the body and inflicting pain. Mujin thought about the demonic cult's scheme. They intended to turn the tournament winner into a puppet for them to control at will. He looked at the ginseng in his hand and resolutely thought, "But since I am the winner, that plan has failed." Without hesitation, Mujin immediately put the entire 10,000-year snow ginseng into his mouth. Mujin felt the pure energy, like cold water from a snowy mountain peak, from the 10,000-year snow ginseng, in contrast to the Great Restoration pill, which carried the energy of lush nature. Even though some of the energy had been corrupted by the bug, he was still astonished to absorb a massive amount of internal energy, making his vision rush towards the temple gate. After the energy surge subsided, the Fist King stepped back into the secret chamber, the floor already cracked open. The External Affairs Hall leader asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" And Mujin calmly replied, "Yes, External Affairs Hall leader." Mujin stood up, his entire body radiating a fiery red internal force, thanked everyone for their protection, and realized he had successfully absorbed 15 years of internal energy. From the rooftop, the Fist King Ouija Hack observed Mujin and thought to himself, he absorbed it all? Then, it's time to begin preparations. The Fist King Ouija Hawk appeared as a demonic silhouette, laughing wildly and silently congratulating Mujin, while the External Affairs Hall leader and other monks stood nearby. Mujin stood silently, with a calm yet thoughtful expression, after fully absorbing the elixir. Mujin thought to himself that he should keep the remaining part of the parasite, because if it disappeared completely, everyone would think he had been possessed and wouldn't leave him alone. Mujin recalled his achievements at the Dragon Phoenix Summit, from meeting Do Wolxian to gaining strength from the elixir, then clenched his fist with determination. Night fell upon the inn, signaling that this was the last night before the delegation returned to Shaolin. In the room, Muyul and Mugung were stunned by Mujin's proposal, Muyul stammering, "Mujin, are you serious?" Mujin confirmed, with a sly smile, declaring that they would remain in the secular world for a while longer, initiating a grand escape while his fellow disciples reacted with panic and excitement. Mujin thought about the Shaolin Future Chronicles he was writing, realizing he couldn't shoulder it alone, and that his fellow disciples were also main characters in this story. Looking at his friends, Mujin asserted that he needed all of them, and argued that even great grandmasters achieved enlightenment through countless experiences. Mujin raised a finger and urged the group to do the same, despite Mugung's continued objections, and Mukyung's fear of being caught by Marshal Uncle Haiguan. Mukyung trembled as he told Mujin that if caught, Marshal Uncle Haiguan might literally devour him alive. Mujin retorted to Mukyung, reminding him that he only reached the semifinals, and even lost control, then asked if he thought he wouldn't be beaten upon returning. With a meaningful smile, Mujin concluded that Mukyung would get a beating anyway, so it was better to rest for a few months before facing the punishment. Mujin turned to Mugung, who was trembling and trying to ignore him by muttering, "I don't hear anything." Mujin asked Mugung if he had ever seen Grandmaster Hayadam leave Shaolin, explaining that the duty of the 108 Arhats was to guard the temple and the scripture depository, making Mugung realize the harsh truth. Mujin continued his psychological attack, saying that if he returned and became a second-grade disciple, Mugung would have to live a life in shackles, making him scream in his heart that he'd rather take the punishment. Finally, the whole group agreed. Muyul cheered with joy, Mugung accepted his fate, and Mukyung calculated the punishment but still felt fine, making Mujin secretly sigh in relief. Mujin declared that he was ready, and once their resolve was firm, they would use their body technique to escape at dawn. Mujin, Muyul, Mugung, and Mukyung placed their hands together, resolutely declaring in unison, "We want to go too." Mujin smiled triumphantly, seeing everyone in agreement, and thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. The group moved swiftly, gliding across the rooftops of Shaolin Temple in the dark of night. As they ran, Mujin thought to himself that the Shaolin barracks were old, so the guarding was very lax, while Mukyung worriedly reminded everyone to be careful, and curiously asked Mujin when he learned the sound transmission technique. Mujin informed the group that a carriage was waiting just beyond the wall ahead. Suddenly, a figure appeared, hand resting on the hilt of a sword, ready to draw it. Sensing danger, Mujin, with glowing eyes, shouted, "Stop!" He unleashed a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in blazing orange internal energy. Mujin warned the group that something was coming. Mujin's punch was blocked by the flat of a sword, astonishing both him and his opponent. Mujin recognized the person as Chung Su, and asked in surprise why he was there with a real sword. Chung Su replied that he couldn't sleep, so he came out for some fresh air, and sensed suspicious activity. Mujin forced a smile and apologized, hastily explaining that they had very important business and needed to leave urgently. The group of four stood opposite Chung Su, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chung Su smiled brightly, exclaimed, "Amazing," and then asked if he could join them. Mujin's group was stunned by the offer, and he asked again if Chung Su had received permission from the Wudong elders. Chung Su reassured them, revealing that Taoist Master Un Heo himself had told him to travel the world after the conference, and he would feel much safer if he went with them. Mujin felt a headache coming on, secretly thinking about how Chung Su would become the second strongest person in the novel, Return of the Demon Supreme. Mukyung told Mujin that they had no problem if Chung Su was approved, and Chung Su happily joined the group as they continued their escape. In another room, a young monk rushed in to report to Elder Hyun and other high-ranking monks. "There's big trouble. The children participating in the Dragon Phoenix Summit have disappeared." Elder Hyun cried out in astonishment upon being informed that the children had left, leaving only a note, and even the Wudong boy Chung Su had vanished with them. Another high-ranking monk asked again to confirm if all four had indeed gone missing, and received an affirmative answer. Elder Hyun stood in contemplation, unaware that this peaceful moment was the beginning of a series of events that would shake the martial arts world. On a bumpy carriage, the group complained about Mugung's terrible driving, but both he and Chung Su admitted they had never driven a carriage before. Mujin irritably grabbed the reins and declared that he would do it himself. As Mujin took the reins, Chungsu asked if he had a plan, and Mujin confidently affirmed that he did. Mujin cheerfully announced the start of Chapter 1 of the Super Shaolin Chronicles, while the other group members all showed determination. After their escape, the group arrived at Fanjing Mountain in Guizhou Province, and one member wondered if they really had to change clothes. The group agreed that changing clothes to conceal their identities was not a bad idea, and another was excited because it had been a long time since they wore civilian attire. Mujin stood on the carriage, calling everyone out. After they had finished changing, the group members emerged one by one in their new outfits, no longer wearing their sex martial arts uniforms. The entire group gathered with completely new appearances, and Mujin declared, "The treasure hunt begins." Mujin led the way, dashing at dizzying speed through the dense forest. Mujin shouted instructions for Muyul to go straight while he would go left, and Muyul nimbly leaped onto a tree branch. Mukyung clung to a tree branch and shouted that he would go ahead to scout the path for Mujin. The group moved swiftly through the forest, making Muyul exclaim in surprise, "Is this real?" In a flashback, Mujin explained that he heard an incredible spiritual medicine was hidden somewhere around there. In another flashback scene, the group sat around a campfire, and Mujin outlined the plan. Upon reaching Fanjing Mountain, they would decide the order and then split up to search. Back in the present, Mugung lay panting from exhaustion, while Chungsu sat beside him, smiling and casually wiping his sword. Mugung lay flat on the ground, panting, complaining that he had searched everywhere but found nothing, while Chungsu sat beside him, wondering if it was all in vain. Mukyung tiredly sat on a rock, believing Mujin wasn't the type to lie, but also wondering if he had been deceived. Meanwhile, Mujin was moving swiftly through the forest, and in their thoughts, his friends believed Mujin felt responsible and was searching very diligently. Everyone also thought that Muyul was probably just enjoying himself, leaping among the tree branches. Muyul mumbled as he moved that he still hadn't found anything, but admitted it had been a long time since he had so much fun. He happily swung from branch to branch, thinking to himself how refreshing it was to freely climb trees after such a long time. Suddenly, Muyul froze in midair, as he sensed something rapidly approaching. The image of a small, monkey-like creature reflected in Muyul's astonished eyes. Muyul cried out in surprise as the small monkey darted past right in front of him. With sparkling eyes full of excitement, Muyul realized the creature was a monkey. While the animal seemed startled, the monkey unexpectedly headbutted Muyul's face with great force. The monkey shrieked piercingly, as the impact sent Muyul flying. Muyul plunged headfirst into the ground, only his legs flailing in the air, while the monkey stood nearby, trembling. The monkey stood upright, regaining its confident and aggressive demeanor. It shrieked and kicked Muyul, who was still stuck in the ground. The monkey growled angrily as a hand slowly reached out from beneath the ground. Muyul emerged from the ground, looking at the monkey with admiration and praising, "Wow, you're amazing," which left the animal bewildered. Muyul recalled that whenever he climbed trees before, other animals like snakes or birds would panic and flee. With sparkling eyes, Muyul pressed his face close to the monkey and joyfully said that it was the first creature not to run away from him. Muyul excitedly told the monkey that it was the first creature capable of knocking him out of a tree, praising it for being both strong and fast. The little monkey looked shy and delighted by Muyul's praise. Muyul smiled brightly, seemingly having found a kindred spirit. Muyul's finger and the monkey's slowly drew closer in a mystical, cosmic setting. They touched fingertips, creating a special moment of connection. Muyul's laughter and the monkey's cries echoed throughout the forest. Searching elsewhere, Mujin was startled by the sudden shouts. He turned to look towards the source of the sound with a vigilant expression. Muyul suddenly dashed past with the monkey perched on his head, cheerfully pointing the way, causing Mujin to ask in astonishment, "Muyul, what's going on with the monkey?" The monkey continued to chirp instructions, and Mujin wondered in amazement how Muyul could communicate with it. Muyul joyfully called out to Mujin and shouted loudly, "Follow me. I think we found the spiritual medicine." The group quickly moved through the forest thickets. Chungsu ran behind, secretly amazed that this place was exactly as Mujin had described. Muyul and the monkey led the way, cheerfully declaring, "We're here." Muyul turned back to ask Mujin if this was the place he was looking for. Mujin's eyes were wide open, completely stunned by the sight before him. The scene shifted to the cover of the martial arts novel, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, introducing the story within. The narration stated that the clan had fallen, and Do Wol-chan was left with nothing but a blood-soaked cloak and a chipped sword. He wandered to the mountains of Zhenan County, Guizhou Province, reflecting on the destruction of his clan caused by his own weakness. The narration stated that Do Wol-chan stopped before a field of crimson flowers in full bloom. Standing beneath a cliff face, Do Wol-chan, in his hooded cloak, decided to rest. The sight of the flower field reminded him of the smiles of his sister and mother. Mujin and his group had arrived. He joyfully exclaimed, "Found it. It looks exactly like the illustration in the novel." Mujin thought to himself about the original plot point, where Du Wol-chan had received the spiritual medicine here. but figured it was no longer necessary since he had already given him a minor rejuvenation pill. He told himself that the group had made the effort to come here for the spiritual medicine anyway. Muyul excitedly pointed at the monkey on his head and said to a sweating Mujin, "It turns out this is its home," causing Mujin to wonder if there was any detail in the story about a monkey's territory. Muyul explained that this place used to be the monkey's home, where it lived happily with its family. A fleeting image showed a troop of monkeys being fiercely attacked. Muyul, horrified, continued to recount, until that beast came and took everything away, as a gigantic, ferocious wild boar with glowing eyes appeared before them. Mujin gritted his teeth, his expression full of determination and anger. The gigantic wild boar roared and charged straight towards Mujin and Muyul. The sound of a fierce battle echoed through the mountains and forest. A loud thud rang out as something slammed hard onto the ground. Elsewhere, Do Wulchun, Chung Su, Jaegal Jinhuya, and Mukyung were running at full speed, with Do Wulchun saying, "That's right, I can hear sounds from ahead. Hurry." The group rushed through the forest towards the source of the light. A dazzling light appeared before their eyes as they drew closer. Upon arrival, Chung Su and the others were stunned, realizing this was the exact location Mujin had mentioned earlier. The group looked in astonishment at the scene before them. The gigantic wild boar lay dead on the ground. Beside it lay an unconscious Muyul, and Chung Su stammered, asking, "What kind of situation is this?" Mujin stood atop the wild boar's carcass, turned to look at his friends, and said with a confident expression, "You've arrived just in time." Mujin sat atop the gigantic wild boar's carcass and declared, "I'll explain later, but first, I've caught the spiritual medicine, so feel free to eat it." The entire group, including Chung Su, Do Wulchian, Jaegal Jinhuya, and Mukyung, were all bewildered, not understanding what the spiritual medicine was or why it had been caught. In a flashback, Muyul frantically explained that, according to the monkey, this gigantic wild boar had killed its family, occupied its home, and it had to seek help. Mujin recalled the scene of himself and Muyul being chased by the wild boar, while also wondering about the name Ling Ling that Muyul had given the monkey. Mujin realized the monkey could communicate with humans, and the wild boar was grotesquely large. He wondered if they were spiritual beasts. He deduced that if that were true, then this wild boar must surely possess an inner core within. Mujin decided to try subduing the monster with a special technique, channeling his internal energy, causing his arm to glow brightly. He recalled that this was a secret art he had researched and discussed with his grandfather. This secret art was a combination of the iron cloth shirt, which absorbed energy to strengthen the body, and the jade maiden heart scripture, which enhanced skin texture and elasticity. Combined with other martial arts for muscle and bone protection, it created a technique that could build limitless strength. Back in battle, Mujin used the compressed muscle release technique for the first time in actual combat, facing off against the gigantic wild boar. With an expression full of determination, his body emitting a purple aura, Mujin charged towards the monster. He used extraordinary strength to block the gigantic wild boar's charge. Mujin's glowing hand firmly gripped the wild boar's snout. He roared, "Take this!" and used the Jade Maiden Indomitable Body Enhancement, Suplex, to lift the gigantic monster into the air. Mujin shouted powerfully as he used all his strength to execute the move. The wild boar was slammed hard onto the ground, creating a terrifying impact. The flashback ended, and Mujin's reflection appeared on the still water's surface. Mujin gently dipped his feet into the cool water after the battle. Mujin joyfully held up the inner cores and declared that with them, the group would become stronger, and balance would finally be established. After recounting the entire story, the group stood before the gigantic wild boar's carcass in the field of crimson flowers. Mujin urged everyone to take the inner cores, then put his arm around Chung Su's shoulder and suggested they talk privately. Chung Su asked what was wrong, and Mujin replied that it was nothing major. Mujin suggested Chung Su give his share of the inner cores to the other three, explaining that he had already consumed a great rejuvenation pill, so his internal energy was abundant, while the others had only taken one minor rejuvenation pill. Chung Su smiled brightly, appreciative of Mujin's thoughtfulness, and happily agreed to his suggestion. Mukyung hesitantly asked if they could eat the inner cores without worry, since it was taken from a slain beast, essentially meat. Mujin explained that he called them inner cores instead of spiritual medicine so that no one would refuse, and shouted that the wild boar had attacked first, so they had no other choice. Mujin argued strangely that the monkey was the true survivor, and if they had left the boar alone, it might have been reunited with its family in the afterlife, making the others secretly think his personality was quite unusual. Mujin gently patted the monkey's head, saying that they had reclaimed its home for it, and had also obtained what they needed, so their work here was considered done. The group of five smiled and waved goodbye to the monkey, promising to meet again if fate allowed. Mukyung looked back, wondering why he was tired despite not doing much, while Mujin suggested the group use the inner pills as soon as they reached the carriage. The little monkey sat amidst the flower field, silently watching the receding figures of the group in the sunset. After 30 minutes of persuasion, Mujin finally got the group to sit down and absorb the energy from the inner pills. Then he startled and called Muyul when he saw him return. Muyul said he had just finished packing everyone's luggage into a large bag. And Mujin thanked him, then gave him an inner pill. Having completed their work on Mount Fanjing, Mujin's group boarded a carriage and headed to the nearest city to rest. The group arrived at Ziyang City in Sichuan Province, home to famous sects of the Martial Alliance such as the Tang Sect, Ma Sect, and Qingcheng Sect. The narration revealed that recently, due to a certain rumor, the city had become unstable and public security had deteriorated. In an eatery, a man whispered to his friend, "Have you heard anything?" The other man, bewildered, asked back, "Heard what?" A man with a ponytail told his friend the story of the divine thief, making the other ask in astonishment, "You mean that legendary thief?" The narrative recalled the divine thief, a mysterious hooded figure who shook the world 100 years ago with his martial arts and ghost-like stealth techniques, able to steal everything from priceless treasures to martial arts manuals. The man with the ponytail asserted that now people rumored it was not just a legend, making his friend exclaim in shock, "You mean he was real?" The storyteller revealed that someone had discovered the divine thief's tomb, while suspicious-looking individuals nearby were also listening intently. He asserted that all the treasures the divine thief had accumulated throughout his life were buried in that tomb, as an image of an ancient cave entrance appeared. The problem was, the person who discovered the tomb had drawn a treasure map, and then that person suddenly disappeared, leaving only the map on a blood-stained ground, so no one knew the exact location of the tomb. The man revealed the last dying words were that the tomb was near Ziyang, making another friend excitedly ask if they should join this life-changing treasure hunt. The storyteller quickly signaled for silence and warned his friend it was best not to get involved, making him bewilderedly ask why. The reason was that a group of very intimidating martial artists, led by a one-eyed man, had just entered the eatery, clearly having heard the rumors as well. The man explained that this was no longer a treasure hunt but had become a battle for spoils, advising his friend to give up if he didn't want to die, while Mujin silently observed from the back. Mujin, in his face-concealing attire, remained still at his table. He mused about the consequences of this event. Martial artists flocked to Ziyang, and a treasure war erupted between the Qingcheng Sect, Sichuan Tang Sect, and Ma Sect. His memory showed the scene of the three factions vying for a treasure, leading to an irreparable rift, and he told himself that he could accept everything up to this point. But the future had changed. He saw the novels he knew and a mysterious book, wondering why the Divine Thief's Tomb event, which was supposed to happen 10 years later, was occurring now. Mujin clenched his fists, worried about the butterfly effect that caused this change, but remained determined that it was not too late to act, as he had come here precisely to prevent conflict among the three factions. A cheerful server boy approached the table and asked Mujin what he needed. Mujin placed a string of coins on the table and said he wanted to ask a few things. The server boy's eyes lit up at the sight of money, happily drooling and eagerly replying, "Please ask anything, sir." In Ziyang town at night, martial artists gathered, discussing. One asked, "Do you think those rumors are true?" The other replied, based on the crowd that had gathered there. A seemingly anxious man informed his group that even though they had just arrived in Ziyang, they needed to go to Ganyang first. His comrades, including Gung, and a person named Mujin, expressed surprise and asked why they weren't going to search for the treasure immediately. Jin recalled the information he heard from the innkeeper, wondering why such important news was leaked using sound transmission techniques. He recalled the account that this rumor was spread by a particular sect in Ganyang, an extremely vicious and greedy sect. Jin frowned and thought, reasoning that such greedy individuals would usually keep the treasure for themselves, and spreading the information must surely have another purpose. He concluded that this matter was highly suspicious, and decided to infiltrate the source of the rumor directly to uncover the truth. Their target was identified as the Taiyi sect, where they would expose the sect's true intentions. Inside the Taiyi sect, members were prostrate on the floor, begging for their lives before the mysterious black-clad group. "Please, we haven't done anything wrong." Sect leader Bang Jihyuk clasped his hands imploringly, saying they were just ordinary people trying to make a living, and had even just helped others. Gung whispered to another comrade, skeptical that they had come to the wrong place and wasted time because these people didn't look like a vicious group. Jin, in his ninja attire, stood silently observing with an imposing expression. Gung was about to apologize for the misunderstanding when Jin interrupted. "No, this is not a misunderstanding," making Gung startle and call his name. "Jin," Bang Jihyuk continued his act, bowing his head to the floor and pleading, "You can take all our money, just spare our lives." Jin coldly retorted, "Do you really think I came all the way to Ganyang without any reason or evidence? It's time to stop the act." Bang Ji-hyuk trembled as he looked up, feigning ignorance. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Jin smirked. "Damn, your acting is truly impressive." Jin leaned down, his gaze sharp and threatening. "But can you continue your act when you hear this title, Sichuan Branch, #1? He exposed their conspiracy. asking if they were planning to cause a bloodbath like the incident involving the Heavenly Merchants Guild and the Hainan branch. Jin grabbed the collar of a terrified Bang Ji-hyuk, growling, "Do you think I wouldn't know?" With a horrified expression, Bang Ji-hyuk growled at Jin. "And where did you hear all of that?" Jin realized the atmosphere had changed, thinking to himself that they wouldn't talk easily. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes decided it was time to silence everyone. He glared viciously, determined to eliminate all witnesses. The hooded assailant suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a technique that radiated crimson energy, and roared, "All of you, fall!" The attack swept through the room in a blinding flash of light. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor, forming a large puddle. Several Tai sect members collapsed with fatal cuts on their necks, exclaiming in horror, "Branch leader, why us too?" The true branch leader stood amidst his red-eyed subordinates, ordering, "Those I haven't killed yet, draw your swords. We have guests. We should entertain them properly. Deal with them." Jin ordered his companions, "I'll leave the small fry to you," which surprised them. Jin reassured his companions, "Don't worry." He channeled his internal energy to his feet, unleashed the sky-shattering divine steps, and shouted, "You will win." Gung and the other companions gripped their weapons tightly, roaring, "All right, perhaps it's time to show them our true strength. Live or die." Meanwhile, Bang Ji-hyuk was fleeing desperately, thinking to himself, "Who exactly are they?" He recalled the branch leader's cruel actions, noting that he possessed beast-like instincts and sharp situational judgment. Bang Ji-hyuk continued his analysis, thinking that although the name sounded seasoned, the voice was quite young, perhaps belonging to a young master. He speculated that the intruders might be elites from the Namgung clan, the Wudang sect, or even a Shaolin disciple who had won the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Suddenly, Jin appeared right in front of Bang Ji-hyuk and taunted, "Hey you villain, you're slower than I thought." Bang Ji-hyuk was utterly horrified to see Jin suddenly block his path. Jin unleashed a powerful flurry of consecutive punches directly at Bang Ji-hyuk's face. Bang Ji-hyuk cried out in pain as he was struck, his eyes bloodshot from shock. Mujin, clad in ninja attire, delivered a powerful kick to Bang Ji-hyuk. In Bang Ji-hyuk's horrified eyes, countless punches rushing like a storm were reflected. From Bang Ji-hyuk's perspective, Mujin and his companions looked like an unstoppable storm of attacks. Mujin finished the assault with a thunderous punch to his opponent. Collapsed on the floor, Bang Ji-hyuk trembled as he recognized his attacker. "You're the new dragon of Shaolin, Mujin. Why are you here?" Mujin smirked, complimenting Bang Ji-hyuk's professionalism for still trying to gather information, but declared he wouldn't answer. Mujin stepped closer and said that instead, Bang Ji-hyuk himself would have to reveal everything, even the color of his underwear. With a bruised face, Bang Ji-hyuk thought to himself that Mujin's strength far exceeded what the reports had stated. Bang Ji-hyuk realized he couldn't escape. He secretly reached inside his robe, thinking that if this information was exposed, his faction wouldn't let it go. He recalled the order to commit suicide immediately if his identity was exposed and prepared to bite down on the poison pill hidden in his mouth. Mujin realized his intention and lunged forward, shouting, "Stop." Bang Ji-hyuk coughed up a mouthful of blood. The poison pill had already taken effect. He collapsed dead on the floor, one of Mujin's stunned companions remarking that he had bitten the poison to commit suicide. Gung angrily rushed over, complaining why these people always chose suicide, making their capture useless. Mujin thought to himself that he would have to extract information from the low-level thugs. Though not crucial, it was still better than nothing. Mugyong was about to give orders to his companions but froze in astonishment when another person spoke up. "Excuse me, Mujin." All the remaining red-eyed assassins lay dead on the floor. The brown-haired companion clasped his hands, chanted a Buddhist prayer, and reported that they had committed suicide in the midst of battle. Mujin turned to check on his companions. Gung sighed, replying that he was fine but felt terrible about the situation. Mujin placed a comforting hand on the trembling Mugyong's shoulder, reminding him that they were evil individuals who had killed their own comrades, and advised him to stay strong. Mujin stood alone in the shadows, thinking to himself that while he had fortunately stopped the enemy, he had always known this day would come. He accepted the bloodshed when facing evil, but worried for his young companions. Mujin clenched his fist, his face filled with worry as he thought about the terrible experience his companions had just endured. He removed his face covering, admitting that even though he had mentally prepared, witnessing this scene was still horrifying. Mujin looked at his stunned companions, thinking that witnessing others die right before their eyes was not a pleasant experience. Suddenly, a surviving assassin lunged towards Mugyong and another unsuspecting companion. The assassin swung his sword with a crazed look in his eyes, howling his determination to take someone down with him. Mujin cried out in horror, "Muyul!" A small, shadowy figure darted forward, blocking the assassin's attack. The assassin coughed up blood, muttering his last words, "For the demonic cult." The team members, including Mugyong and Gung, were all stunned and confused by his dying words. Muyul looked bewildered as he saw the spirit monkey from the mountain sitting on his head, while Gung exclaimed in surprise, You're the monkey from before? The entire team discussed the monkey's appearance, while Mujin's face grew serious, thinking this was not the issue to focus on right now. After a moment of silence, Mujin smiled and made a decision. Mujin declared he would take the monkey with them, astonishing Gung and Mugyong. He explained that since it had followed them all the way here, there was no longer any reason to argue. Mujin picked up the monkey and said that if it hadn't intervened in time, Muyul would have been injured. He squinted at the growling monkey and asserted, "This is a spirit beast," believing there was no harm in accepting it as a companion. Muyul happily accepted responsibility for caring for the spirit beast, while the monkey protested at having its self-sufficiency underestimated. Mujin smiled contentedly, silently thanking the monkey because its appearance had changed the heavy atmosphere of the entire team. Mujin stood amidst the bloody scene and identified the enemy's objective. They wanted to use the divine thief's treasure to attract the attention of martial arts masters nationwide, thereby causing chaos. Mujin walked among the scattered papers, asserting that the divine thief's treasure was right here in immense quantities. He used his hand to lift a wooden plank, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed into the darkness below. Mujin exclaimed, "Bingo!" upon discovering a treasure chest filled with scrolls and asked if everyone knew that saying. The entire team, including Muyul, Gung, and Mukyung, looked at Mujin in astonishment as he proposed. "Before unnecessary chaos erupts across Sichuan, we will eliminate the problem ourselves." With a confident smile, Mujin held a scroll and declared his plan. "If we seize the treasure first, everything will be over." Elsewhere, a subordinate with a ponytail knelt, reporting to a mysterious man standing in the shadows. What happened? The subordinate explained that they received an urgent signal from the number 1 branch in Sichuan and had dispatched a special unit to a dilapidated building. The scene showed that everything inside the building, from storage to supplies, had been completely destroyed. The subordinate continued reporting, stating that based on the signs of mass suicide by the entire Sichuan branch, it seemed there had been an attack from a very powerful enemy. The mysterious man standing in the shadows pondered, thinking that things were not going favorably for the Heavenly Merchants Guild and the Dragon Phoenix Conference. But the conflict among the 3 sects had reached its peak. 3 symbols appeared, representing the Ime sect, the Qingcheng sect, and the Tang clan. While the mysterious man thought to himself that just a slight push from behind would be enough, he ordered his subordinate, "Scatter the prepared secret maps throughout the city and tell those we've planted within the minor sects in Sichuan to begin the grand plan." The mysterious man clenched his fist, thinking that even if someone had discovered their traces, it was merely a meaningless struggle. The scene shifted to a lush green forest under a clear blue sky, signaling a new location. Mujin's group had arrived before the entrance to a secret tomb built into the cliff face. The entire team, with the spirit monkey Lingling perched on Muyul's shoulder, looked at the dungeon entrance and excitedly cheered. "We finally found it." Mujin led the group, carefully taking the first step onto a stone slab at the tomb's entrance. The stone slab sank beneath his feet, activating a hidden mechanism. Instantly, a trap was triggered, and countless sharp spears shot out from the walls at terrifying speed. Mujin used the Iron Guard technique, channeling his internal energy to block the incoming rain of spears. As the spears shattered, Mujin announced that the trap had been neutralized, while the team admitted they wouldn't have found their way without the secret map. The team realized the tomb entrance was so well hidden that it couldn't be seen even from above. The path inside the tomb was riddled with traps. Mujin told Muyul to continue leading the way, and he happily agreed. Gung praised Muyul and the spirit monkey, saying that thanks to their keen, beast-like senses, the group had advanced so far without injury. Mukyung asked how long they had been inside, and Muyul replied that they had been going since after lunch, quite a long time. Muyul suddenly stopped with a wary expression, predicting they might not get out until dusk, and the spirit monkey on his shoulder also flinched. Gung and Mukyung asked in surprise what was wrong, and Muyul replied that he sensed something. Muyul pointed to the right and said there was something unusual there, leading Gung to speculate it might be the treasure. The spirit monkey also excitedly chattered and pointed in that direction, making Muyul wonder if they had arrived. Mujin led the group into a dark corridor, where a large door stood at the end of the path, and he said, "Let's go see the reward." Mujin unleashed a powerful kick, enveloped in red internal energy, blasting open the wooden door. Instantly, a giant crescent-shaped axe, suspended by iron chains from the ceiling, swung down like a deadly trap. Mujin's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden and dangerous trap. Mujin combined the Iron Guard and Swift Wind whirlwind sweep techniques, unleashing a powerful spinning kick to block the giant axe blade. After destroying the trap, Mujin grumbled about there being too many traps, while Gung and Mukyung sighed in relief. Then someone shouted, "Hey, look!" The entire group, including Mujin, Gung, Muyul, Mukyung, and the spirit monkey, simultaneously looked forward with expressions of extreme astonishment. Before their eyes was a room filled with piles of gold, treasure chests, and precious weapons. The entire team stood stunned before the glittering divine thief's treasure, unable to believe their eyes that it was real. The team members joyfully ran towards the treasure, marveling at the sparkling items and even discovering martial arts manuals. Mujin smiled, watching his teammates cheering amidst the piles of gold, thinking to himself that everyone was very excited, and this treasure wasn't the kind that would cause civil war. He confidently believed the mission was complete because they had burned all the maps along the way. No one else would be able to reach this place, so all that was left was to take the treasure. Mujin excitedly ordered everyone to take out their bags and prepare to return. However, contrary to his prediction, chaos had erupted in Sichuan as people scrambled for papers falling from the sky. The secret maps, prepared by a mysterious organization, had been scattered throughout the city. Major sects like Ma and Qingcheng had obtained the maps and were ready to act. Some groups had set off, while others unfortunately fell into deadly traps along the way. Meanwhile, a mysterious group of 3 cloaked figures was also advancing into a corridor within the tomb. A member of the cloaked group expressed disappointment, thinking that the legendary divine thief's tomb was nothing special. Another member spoke up in disagreement. Not necessarily. Look ahead. The group was astonished to see a long corridor with countless sophisticated traps completely destroyed. They realized these traps were on a completely different level from the crude ones outside, and their destruction meant someone had arrived here first. The 2 male members of the group panicked, unable to believe that someone so skilled had gotten ahead of them. The third member of the group, a young woman, pulled down her hood and asked playfully, "Aren't you all curious?" The girl was revealed to be Tang Somi, the youngest mistress of the Sichuan Tang clan, causing one companion to frantically remind her to cover her face. The other companion wondered about the map they had obtained, while Tang Somi noticed a fresh red bloodstain on the floor. The entire group flinched as they sensed someone else ahead, and Tang Somi grumbled that things had become complicated. A shadowy figure in a completely hooded black cloak stood imposingly at the end of the corridor, causing a Tang clan member to stammer in terror. Tang Somi frowned, sensing the aura of a peak master from the stranger, and concluding that they would be hard-pressed to win. A Tang clan member questioned the stranger how they got in when their people were guarding outside, and the cloaked figure with glowing red eyes replied ominously, "Oh them?" The red-eyed stranger explained that with just a slight press, the Tang clan guards exploded, terrifying a member accompanying Tang Somi. Tang Somi deduced that if the enemies had caught up to them, it meant their reinforcements were also on their way. The cloaked stranger confirmed this, then abruptly changed the subject and asked, "But more than the treasure, I heard the pretty-faced boy in your group is actually a girl?" Tang Somi was stunned as her disguised identity was exposed. A new enemy appeared, identified as the Black Crow Blood Fiend, who said that if the girl belonged to a prestigious clan, the ransom would be substantial. The Black Crow Blood Fiend threatened Tang Somi, making her realize in horror that the rumor of his arrival in Sichuan was true. The Black Crow Blood Fiend lunged to attack, and a Tang clan member shouted that they needed to escape immediately. Tang Somi swiftly dodged and counterattacked, asserting that she would not be captured so easily. However, she suddenly froze with a horrified expression upon seeing something. The Black Crow Blood Fiend had taken 2 Tang clan members hostage and mocked Tang Somi, while her subordinates yelled for her to run. Tang Somi hesitated, thinking that if anyone died here, it would give the enemies a legitimate reason to attack them, and she didn't know how to call for reinforcements. Muyul suddenly appeared right behind Tang Somi and said, "See? I told you so." Muyul casually walked past, saying he smelled people, which greatly confused the Tang clan members held hostage. Mujin appeared with the Demon Extermination Squad members and the Spirit Monkey, surprised to see others in the tomb and engaged in combat. Mukyung pointed at the Black Crow Blood Fiend and shouted, "There's a super bald guy too?" stunning the assassin. The Black Crow Blood Fiend was enraged at being called bald, while Mujin's group looked at him with puzzled expressions. The Black Crow Blood Fiend roared, "Change of plans," then stabbed a hostage with his claws. He declared he would claim all the treasure first, then rip off their hair along with their heads. The Black Crow Blood Fiend charged towards Mujin's group with surging killing intent. At the Tang clan's camp, a member frantically ran in to report, "Young lady Tang Somi is missing." At the Tang clan's camp, 2 members were frantic. One worriedly asked if the young lady had gone to the tomb, while the other yelled, "How are we going to report this to the clan head, you fool?" Another member rushed over to report that the clan head had already departed. The messenger explained that after hearing the report, the clan head's face turned pale, and he said there was only one place the young lady would go, then immediately rode straight to the divine thief's tomb. The 2 remaining Tang clan members shouted in astonishment at this news. Meanwhile, in the tomb, Tang Somi desperately shouted, "Don't fight that person." She explained in a panic that the Black Crow Blood Fiend was a murderous demon who had once turned the entire martial world into a sea of blood and was a top master. The Black Crow Blood Fiend lunged to attack a person dressed in black with sharp claw strikes, but the opponent dodged. The person in black, who was Mujin, coldly declared, "We are." Gung stood in front of the Black Crow Blood Fiend, both hands raised, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Gung unleashed a heaven-shattering punch, smashing the Black Crow Blood Fiend onto the stone floor and roaring, "Too busy." Gung stood over the motionless body of the Black Crow blood fiend, while Mujin praised him. The Tang clan members and Tang Somi were speechless. She realized the defeated foe was a character from the novel. Mujin realized Tang Somi was disguised as a man, and thought to himself that if Tang clan members were here, things would get complicated. Mujin approached and asked Tang Somi how she got here, as entering without a map was not easy at all. Tang Somi bewilderedly asked back, "No map?" Then explained that maps had been distributed throughout the city. Gung and Muyul were astonished by this information, while Tang Somi continued that she had merely obtained her map earlier than others by chance. His teammates turned to look at Mujin with questions, and he realized there were more maps than he thought, which also confused the Tang clan members. Outside the tomb, a huge crowd of martial artists had gathered, believing that with the Tang clan's arrival, the Qingcheng and Ma sects would soon follow. Mujin analyzed the situation. His group held the treasure, becoming perfect prey, while the Tang clan was a fuse for political conflict, concluding that this would not end well. Mujin informed the entire team that a horde of martial arts masters was about to pour in, and they had to find a way to escape despite their depleted internal energy. As the team prepared to act, Mujin suddenly raised his hand to signal and said, "Wait a minute." Chung Su unexpectedly spoke up, saying there might be another exit, causing a team member to ask in surprise what he meant. He explained that just before turning into the treasure chamber, he had felt a faint breeze from outside. Chung Su pointed towards a dark corridor and said that if they followed that path, they could escape without engaging in combat. Mujin praised Chung Su, then shouted loudly, ordering everyone to escape immediately, and the entire team responded in unison. Mujin glanced towards Tang Somi's group with a determined look. Mujin told Tang Somi's group to come with them if they didn't want to become a source of further chaos, surprising her and the two Tang clan members. The entire team quickly followed Chung Su, who was leading the way and shouting that they were almost there. Mujin ran behind, carrying the bag of items, while Tang Somi's group also followed closely behind them. Tang Somi ran, thinking to herself that she hadn't expected them to keep following her even after passing the treasure chamber, and it seemed they didn't care about the jewels at all. Mujin realized the Tang clan's objective wasn't the treasure and was wondering what they were pursuing when he suddenly realized something with a shock. He realized he had been too focused on the outside airflow and forgotten a crucial detail. The ventilation hole was too small. The entire group stood before a stone wall blocking the path, and Chung Su desperately apologized for leading them to a dead end, saying the wall was too thick to break. Gung told Chung Su to step aside and declared, "Let me break it," while his hand emitted green internal energy. Gung explained that he still had a bit of internal power left, and confidently asserted that when it came to destructive power, he was the best here. Mujin heard voices from the other side of the wall, expressing disappointment over the meager treasure and intending to go deeper, so he frantically urged Gung to hurry. Gung concentrated all his remaining internal energy into a single point, focusing on his glowing hand. His green internal energy spread out, penetrating the dense stone wall until it connected with the outside air. Gung shouted, "Activate," and released all the compressed energy in his palm. He unleashed a powerful technique called the Tathagata Divine Palm, creating a giant green hand-shaped energy blast. Gung stood before a newly created tunnel and announced that he had opened the way, causing his teammates to exclaim in astonishment, "Gung, you're incredible." Mujin urgently pressed the group. "The explosion must have attracted attention. We have to get out before more masters arrive." The spirit monkey was suddenly startled and terrified. As Mukyung ran, the spirit monkey on his shoulder suddenly shrieked, making him ask, "What's wrong, Lingling?" Mujin immediately stopped with a tense expression, sensing someone's presence ahead. Two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared, blocking the group's path. A group of fierce martial artists, led by the one-eyed man, blocked them, boasting, "See? I told you I'm good at sniffing out treasure." The red-eyed intruder stood in the shadows, thinking irritably, "How troublesome." Another group of martial artists appeared from behind, yelling, "Kill them and seize the treasure." Surrounded from both front and back, Mujin's group found themselves in the most perilous situation possible. Gung gritted his teeth, deciding to sacrifice himself. "I'll use my last bit of strength to clear a path. Then, run." Tang Somi drew her dagger, bravely declaring, "We'll cover the rear." Gung suddenly looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression. "Huh?" The entire group looked up at the night sky, astonished by a mysterious dark figure flying before the full moon. From the sky, a torrent of purple needles named Piercing Storm poured down. The one-eyed man's group of martial artists were riddled with needles and collapsed on the spot. The red-eyed intruder landed, coldly telling the fallen, "Don't worry, you'll be able to move again tomorrow." He turned to look at the remaining martial artists with glowing red eyes, threatening in a low voice. "As for those behind, if you wish to sleep forever, then step forward." The martial artists behind froze, trembling in fear at his murderous warning. The red-eyed intruder turned and walked towards the exit, gesturing for Mujin's group to follow while the remaining bandits were too terrified to move. Tang Somi looked at the intruder's back with a stunned expression, trembling as she called out, "Father, father." The red-eyed intruder removed his hood, revealing a dignified middle-aged man who introduced himself as Tang Paijin, the Tang clan head, and Tang Somi's father. Tang Paijin asked about the people accompanying his daughter, and Tang Somi explained that they had protected her from the Black Crow, Blood Fiend, and other martial artists in the tomb. Mujin was stunned to learn this man was the Tang clan head, an extremely powerful figure, and wondered why he was here. Mujin bowed respectfully, and probed whether Tang Paijin had also come for the divine thief's treasure. Tang Paijin denied it, stating he had only come to find Tang Somi and was not interested in the treasure, which made Mujin sigh in relief as he looked at the scattered bandits. Gung glanced at Tang Somi and urged Mujin that they should leave, and Mujin agreed. Mukyung anxiously asked where they would stay tonight, while Gung whispered in admiration of the pure internal energy Tang Paijin had just displayed. Tang Paijin smiled mysteriously and said that amidst this chaotic situation, Mujin's group would stand out too much if they remained in the city. He warned that those who had fled might return for revenge if they saw an opportunity, making Mujin listen in silence. Tang Paijin raised his hand and declared that the Tang clan had a clear rule. Debts of gratitude and grievances are distinct. Kindness must be repaid, and vengeance must be exacted. He formally invited the entire group to the Tang clan's manor, so he could repay the kindness they had shown his daughter. On the way, Mukyung asked Mujin about the books they had retrieved from the tomb. Mukyung explained that the books contained various martial arts, from fist techniques and swordsmanship to strange arrangement techniques collected by the divine thief, and he was particularly interested in a book on formation techniques. Mukyung confidently asserted that he could decipher the book, though it would take time, and Mujin thanked him, glad to have found something useful for him. Tang Paijin secretly thought that even though they were his daughter's benefactors, he still found something suspicious about Mujin's group. Mujin considered his goal was to prevent the war between the Qingcheng, Ma, and Tang clans, and coming to the Tang clan would be an opportunity to investigate Tang Hyoksu, the instigator of the conflict. Mujin watched Tang Paijin's back, and secretly thought he never expected to meet the Tang clan head, a heaven-sent opportunity to naturally approach Tang Hyoksu. Mujin realized Tang Paijin was an overly doting father, as he and other Tang clan members crowded around Tang Somi, bombarding her with anxious questions. Tang Paijin's eyes welled up with tears, and he tearfully asked his daughter why she had come to such a dangerous place, and how he would live without her. Tang Somi angrily punched her father's stomach and yelled, "Clan head, your concern is suffocating. Please just die." But Tang Paijin only laughed loudly, finding his daughter adorable. Tang Somi reminded her father to calm down because they had guests, while she herself was still disguised as a man. Ganghyok secretly thought that those who knew her true identity would flee immediately, and Tang Paijin argued vehemently. What's wrong with a father showing affection to his daughter? As the group passed through the forest, Ganghyok spoke up to ask the Tang clan head a question. Ganghyok asked if the divine thief's tomb truly existed and where it was located, while images of Tang Somi and Tang Paijin appeared with serious expressions. From behind, Gung inquired about Muyul's wrist, and wondered how the Tang clan had arrived at the tomb so early, and why they were concealing their identities. Tang Paijin told his daughter that he hoped the other group wasn't the real culprit, but Tang Somi firmly replied, "They are not." Tang Somi looked at Ganghyok's back, and told her father that he already knew the answer. As the group approached a large Tang clan building, Tang Somi added that she had a gut feeling about it. A Tang clan member announced that the clan head invited them inside after they settled in, and Muyul told Ganghyok that they would take a short walk. Ganghyok entered a luxurious room alone. Tang Paijin and Tang Somi were already waiting. He welcomed Ganghyok and apologized for disturbing his rest to ask a few things. The Tang clan head first thanked Ganghyok for saving his daughter, but Ganghyok replied that providing them shelter was already more than enough. Tang Paijin suddenly asked Ganghyok's name, making him secretly think that the man was trying to uncover his background. Ganghyok considered that he couldn't use the name Mujin since he had left Shaolin, so he would use the alias he had asked young lady Seolhwa to register. Clenching his fist, Ganghyok decided to use his real name, a simple, familiar name deeply rooted in the martial arts world. Ganghyok cupped his hands and introduced himself as Ganghyok, making Tang Paijin murmur the name thoughtfully. Tang Paijin said he had never heard that name before, but Tang Somi cleared her throat, interrupting him and forcing him to change the subject to repayment, asking Ganghyok what he desired. Tang Somi glanced at Ganghyok with a meaningful look. Seeing Tang Somi's sly smile, Ganghyok was secretly flustered and wondered if she had recognized his identity, just as he had recognized hers. Ganghyok replied to the Tang clan head that he had no desires, but he did have questions that needed answers. When Tang Paijin asked what those questions were, images of the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, along with mysterious martial arts symbols, appeared in Ganghyok's mind. Ganghyok Choi asked Tang Paijin directly, "What is the true reason the Tang clan came to the divine thief's tomb? And where did your daughter get the treasure map?" Tang Paijin narrowed his eyes and replied, his voice full of hidden meaning, "You speak as if you already know something. What exactly are you trying to confirm? Ganghyuk felt the immense pressure emanating from the Tang clan head, secretly thinking that he only acted boastful until the topic became serious. Feeling the tension, Ganghyuk stated that this was merely his personal deduction. He began to explain, first noting that the Tang clan seemed uninterested in the treasure itself, merely rescuing his daughter's group and avoiding unnecessary conflict. Secondly, he pointed out the tense situation in Sichuan among the three powers: the Tang clan, the Qingcheng sect, and the Ma sect, which had worsened after the tomb's appearance. Finally, he revealed that he had picked up the map near the ruins of the Tai sect, where almost all other maps had been burned. He continued that he had thought no one else could reach the tomb, but then rumors about the map suddenly spread throughout the city. Ganghyuk concluded by questioning if someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes, and asked if Tang Paijin felt the same way. Tang Paijin appeared flustered and cleared his throat, seemingly taken aback by Ganghyuk's sharp arguments. Ganghyuk stated his purpose directly. I want to find the one trying to incite war among the three sects. He confidently added that he already had some guesses about the true mastermind, astonishing both Tang Paijin and Tang Somi. Ganghyuk secretly thought he had mixed a bit of truth and lies to convince him, and everything would be fine as long as he didn't encounter that person. He worried about the Tang clan's lie detector and mad scientist. While outside the manor, a white-haired man led a crowd approaching. A Tang clan member asked the crowd to leave, but the white-haired man replied, I heard the group who escaped the divine thieves' tomb is here. I've come to speak with them. The Tang clan member accused them of also coming for the treasure, but the white-haired leader denied it, saying they only wanted to protect Ganghyuk's group from treasure hunters. The white-haired leader questioned whether Ganghyuk's group was truly staying voluntarily, or if they had been pressured by the Tang clan using their notorious shady tactics. Another Tang clan member angrily shouted, deeming such an unannounced intrusion disrespectful, while Ganghyuk's group in the distance noticed the argument. When Ganghyuk's group appeared, a Tang clan member surprisingly asked why they weren't resting. Gung explained that the noise had drawn their attention, causing the crowd to murmur in recognition. The white-haired leader turned to Ganghyuk's group, suspicious of why the Tang clan would protect them, and offered, Come with us. We will keep you safe from them. A Tang clan member angrily declared they were only bringing the other group back out of gratitude, while accusing the other sects of spreading false rumors and causing chaos. An Ime sect female disciple retorted, claiming that it was the Tang clan who came here out of greed for the treasure. A young Qingcheng sect member realized the argument was going nowhere, and looked worried. A Qingcheng sect elder proposed resolving the dispute with a duel. The stronger side would have the right to protect the other group. Chung Su secretly thought the relationship among the three factions seemed even worse than he had imagined. Ganghyuk Choi wondered if Mujin had anticipated this situation, and decided he had to secure the treasure before they started fighting. The Qingcheng sect elder stepped forward, channeling his internal energy into his weapon, and said, Please give me a moment. Everything will be over soon. Chung Su and Gung exchanged worried glances, thinking this situation was about to escalate into an all-out war. Suddenly, a poisoned needle flew with terrifying speed, embedding itself directly into the Qingcheng sect elder's weapon. The poisoned needle flashed with a green light, making the elder scream in astonishment as his weapon was knocked from his hand. The elder's weapon fell to the ground, cracking and smoking, the part where the needle had struck melting, to everyone's amazement. The Tang clan head appeared with a sinister smile, declaring he would join the fight since an elder wanted to battle with mere youngsters. A mysterious white-haired old man suddenly appeared, scolding the elders of the great sects for behaving shamefully, squabbling over a few pieces of treasure right in front of someone else's home. The Ma sect female disciple recognized the old man in horror, and stammered, You should be dead, while also wondering if there was any other treasure. The mysterious old man looked down with contempt, confirming they were openly admitting to coming for the treasure, and asked, Do you dare speak of truth and lies in front of me? The old man explained that the poison he had just used was merely his latest experiment, and it was convenient because he had just run out of test subjects. With a mad smile, the old man declared he could test that poison on their bodies, and behind him, the illusion of a giant purple python appeared. The Qingcheng sect elder and the Ime sect female disciple turned pale with horror at the old man's power and ruthlessness. The mysterious old man watched the fleeing figures and mocked. You ran all this way just to flee in fear? The reputation of the 9 sects is truly wasted on cowards like you. The old man turned to Ganghyuk Choi group, asking with a meaningful tone, Isn't that right, little guests? While text appeared, describing him as the strongest in Ga Kyung's Murim universe. The narration introduced one of the 10 great masters, who had mastered both poison arts and hidden weapons. The white-haired old man was revealed to be Tong Gak, or the Dark King, saying he arrived just in time and had a few questions about the boy named Jin. The scene shifted to the story in the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, recounting how Sichuan province fell into chaos due to the struggle for the divine thief's treasure. The 3 great sects of Sichuan, the Tang clan, the Ma sect, and the Qingcheng sect, were all drawn by the treasure and confronted each other. Sensing something amiss, the Tang clan head, Tang Paijin, shouted, demanding everyone stop. Tang Paijin was secretly pondering the suspicious nature of the treasure map when a subordinate rushed in with bad news. Intelligence officer Tang Hyuk-soo reported that Lady Somi had been severely injured during a reconnaissance mission in the secret cave. An image showed Tang Somi lying unconscious in a pool of blood among Tang clan members. Reportedly ambushed and in critical condition, Tang Paijin roared in fury. Somi is injured? Who dared to do such a thing? Tang Hyuk-soo trembled as he replied that she had been attacked by the Qingcheng sect and the Ma sect. Tang Paijin gripped his sword hilt, asking for confirmation, and Tang Hyuk-soo affirmed he had heard it directly from the young lady herself. Tang Paijin ordered the entire unit into position, roaring in anger at the fools who dared to touch the Tang clan and his daughter. Tang Paijin's intervention shattered the fragile balance, igniting the Sichuan Civil War, illustrated by an image of a broken mirror bearing the symbols of the three sects. Afterward, intelligence officer Tang Hyuk-soo mysteriously disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. Returning to the present, Tang Paijin slammed the table and questioned. So, you mean someone within our ranks deliberately caused conflict among the sects? Jaegul Jinhuya reported that Lady Somi had obtained the treasure map before it spread, and Jin wondered where she had gotten it. In a flashback, Tang Somi recalled that Tang Hyuk-soo himself had given her the map scroll. Jin continued his deduction, questioning why Tang Hyuk-soo would give the map to Somi first, instead of reporting to the clan or the clan head. Jin concluded that someone had wanted to harm the young lady, to provoke the Tang clan head, deliberately instigating a war, and that was precisely how the original story unfolded. Tang Paijin glared at Jin angrily, saying, "Are you slandering a Tang clan member with baseless conjectures? As I see it, you are the suspicious one." Tang Paijin radiated a purple killing intent, warning Jin to be careful with his words, making Jin secretly think that persuasion wouldn't be easy. Jin glanced aside, realizing his other plans wouldn't work, and decided he had to resort to the last measure. Jin proposed a solution, because both he and the Tang clan head were suspicious of each other, mentioning that the Tang clan was famous for its poisons and medical arts. Jin directly asked if the Tang clan possessed anything similar to a truth serum, making Tang Paijin ponder whether it was confidence or desperation. Tang Paijin accepted the challenge, warning Jin that he had chosen the wrong opponent to gamble with, and agreed to use a medicine that was both potent and dangerous. In the clan head's private room, Jin sat across from an empty table, while Tang Paijin and two other Tang clan members stood watching. Jin secretly thinking he hadn't expected things to become this complicated. Jin stared intently, accepting the situation and reasoning that since Tang Paijin already suspected him, this was unavoidable. Tang Hyuk-soo suddenly burst into the room, pointing at Jin and shouting, "It's him, the one who falsely accused me of being a spy." Jin realized that Tang Hyuk-soo was the one who gave the treasure map to Tang Somi in the original storyline, and was confident that all misunderstandings would soon be resolved. Tang Hyuk-soo furiously roared, asking why he was being falsely accused, while an introductory panel stated he was the Tang clan's intelligence officer and Tang Soma's cousin. Tang Paijin opened a box containing a purple elixir pill and angrily asked, "How dare you bring out the heart pill in front of me?" An explanation stated that the heart pill was a peculiar creation accidentally developed by Tang clan elder Tang Gok while researching poisons. The pill was described as having effects similar to a modern anesthetic and truth serum, yet it contained a deadly toxin. The taker must speak the truth, but if an antidote isn't administered within 10 minutes, the victim will die from bleeding from every pore. Tang Hyuk-soo frantically protested, claiming he shouldn't be suspected. But Jin calmly stated that since both were under suspicion, they should resolve it fairly. Tang Hyuk-soo accused Jin of trying to sow internal discord, but Jin retorted, "That's why I will also take this pill." Tang Paijin clutched his head and yelled, "You fool, you don't even know its side effects." But Jin calmly replied that as long as there was an antidote, there was nothing to fear. Tang Hyuk-soo stammered in protest. "Me? Afraid?" But Tang Paijin had lost patience and ordered both of them to be silent. Suddenly, Elder Tang Gok appeared from behind, grabbed Tang Hyuk-soo's head, and commanded, "Shut up and swallow it." Tang Gok, radiating a terrifying aura, held the terrified Tang Hyuk-soo firmly and forced the heart pill into his mouth. Tang Paijin, astonished, asked his father where he came from, while Elder Tang Gok, with a fearsome expression, said he was disappointed that his son seemed more concerned with his own safety than the clan's. Tang Gok declared that he had heard everything from Jin's companions, and ordered the interrogation to begin, making Jin realize in shock that this was Tang Paijin's father, and he was still alive. Jin looked at the pill in his hand, secretly thinking that Tang Gok was the Dark King, one of the strongest individuals in the world, and a careless word in front of him could cost him his life. Jin recalled information about Tang Gok, a person so proficient in toxicology that he could read others' thoughts through their pulse, breath, and heartbeat. Tang Paijin announced the start of the interrogation in the room where Tang Hyuk-soo and Jin sat opposite each other, while he and his father stood supervising. Tang Paijin raised a finger, beginning to ask the first question. Tang Paijin asked Jin, "Do you know that the divine thief's treasure in the secret cave is a trap?" Jin, still wearing his mask, calmly gave a vague answer. Tang Hyoksu, under the pill's effect, sat silently with a tense expression. With a flushed and sweaty face, Tang Hyoksu tremblingly admitted that he knew it was a trap. Tang Paijin continued to ask where he obtained the treasure map, and Tang Hyoksu replied that it was near the Taiyi sect. Tang Hyoksu further revealed that the map was given to him by the Great Ones. When asked who these Great Ones were, Tang Hyoksu confessed he didn't know, only that they were the ones who planned everything. Tang Hyoksu admitted there were other spies within the clan, and Tang Paijin demanded that he name them all. After nearly 10 minutes, the interrogation was complete. Tang Gok ordered the antidote to be given to both men, and asked a clan member if everything had been recorded, to which the member hastily confirmed every word had been noted. The record summarized the spies as including Tang Hyoksu, his father Elder Tang Min, and a woman who infiltrated as Tang Hyoksu's wife. This woman was revealed to be the one who planted the seeds of espionage, and Jin realized that the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader was a character completely absent from the novels he knew. Tang Paijin clutched his head in frustration that the clan had been infiltrated through a woman, but Tang Gok calmly asked his son if he had heard Tang Hyoksu's recent words. Tang Gok looked at Tang Hyoksu and reiterated his confession that everything he did was for the Tang clan, remarking on the sincerity in those words. Tang Gok walked away, saying that if it was truly for the clan, there would have been other ways to help. With a sinister smile, Tang Gok told Tang Paijin that they needed a new test subject for their poisons, and Tang Hyoksu would be a perfect choice. Mujin spoke up, suggesting that Tang Hyoksu's wife and father should be kept alive to monitor their movements and capture the remaining spies. Mujin bowed his head, believing he had convinced everyone and could be proud of having served the clan even in death. Suddenly, Mujin realized he was perfectly fine, and wondered, why did the pill have no effect on me? He was astonished, considering the possibility that his body had neutralized the pill on its own. Mujin recalled his body having been tempered by countless poisons and spiritual elixirs in the past. He remembered the precious pill his grandfather had given him, and secretly thanked him, as it might have created antibodies. Tang Gok held the antidote in his hand and wondered if Mujin had anticipated even this. While Mujin intended to feign grogginess after taking the antidote, suddenly, Mujin flinched upon hearing a voice echo in his mind through voice transmission. "Little one, your body is quite interesting." Tang Gok revealed that he himself had created that pill and could read the state of anyone who ingested it. He crushed the antidote, questioning Mujin as to why his answers bore traces of deceit. Mujin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing in shock that he had been seen through from the start. Tang Gok said he knew Mujin harbored no ill will, but that didn't mean he could trust him. Tang Gok took a decisive step forward. With a meaningful smile, Tang Gok declared they would go deal with the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader and ordered Mujin to accompany them. At Cloud Fragrance Hall, the Sichuan branch leader and his subordinate stood on a balcony, looking into the distance. Both simultaneously sensed someone approaching. On the outskirts of Hubei province, a subordinate reported to the Sichuan branch leader that there had been no contact from the Tang clan, and even the messenger crows hadn't returned. The Sichuan branch leader pondered, worried that his spies might have been discovered. The Sichuan branch leader tapped his hand on the table, thinking about the Tyrant Blade faction, the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and Sichuan, feeling something was amiss but remaining calm. Standing on the balcony overlooking the banquet hall, he declared that the farce of these rats would end here, causing his subordinate beside him to wonder. The main doors of the banquet hall were suddenly blown open, signaling an assault. A shadowy figure dashed into the center of the banquet hall, dodging hidden weapons and attacks from the crowd. Mujin, clad in black, confronted the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader and asked directly, "Hey, are you the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader?" Mujin channeled internal energy into his fist, declaring, "Just by looking, I know you're a villain. I've come to protect the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, you scoundrel." The Sichuan branch leader's subordinate recognized the familiar red-gold energy he had seen at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. The subordinate identified his opponent as the Shaolin Divine Dragon, and threatened to grant him the honor of dying for their master. Mujin challenged back, "Oh, why don't you try then? Do you think I came here alone?" The Cloud Fragrance Hall leader calmly replied, "I already know." Gung appeared with a sinister smile behind the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader, while another red-eyed figure also emerged. Gung lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a red streak, and striking down the Sichuan branch leader's subordinate. The Cloud Fragrance Hall leader was astonished to realize it was merely an afterimage. Tang Gok appeared in midair, unleashing a wide-area technique called Arrow Rain. Standing amidst countless fallen enemies, Tang Gok called them trash, and declared only 2 remained. Mujin and Tang Gok divided their targets. Mujin would handle the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader, while Tang Gok would take care of the bodyguard. The Sichuan branch leader's subordinate sneered at having to fight a woman, but Jegal Jinhuya coldly retorted that, in terms of strength, There are only the strong and the weak. The subordinate mocked Jaegal Jinhuya's power as pathetic and said he would leave her to Tanggak. Tanggak threw Jaegal Jinhuya towards the subordinate and warned him not to dare touch his target. Mujin watched a blinding white light explosion erupt at the location of Jaegal Jinhuya and the subordinate. Mujin observed the interrupted battle and thought to himself that, with that level of skill, both would surely perish. The branch leader's subordinate charged to attack, swinging his sword towards Mujin. Mujin used Iron Guard to block the strike and complimented his opponent's speed, but asserted that he wouldn't easily take his life. The subordinate looked determined and replied, "All right." He explained that the neck wasn't the only weak point on a human body, while the tip of his sword broke as it plunged into the ground. The subordinate declared he would bypass the neck and aim for another part to finish off Mujin. The subordinate spun in mid-air, unleashing a vicious attack towards Mujin. Mujin raised his hand to block the strike, creating a spark as their weapons collided. Struck by his opponent's kick, Mujin let out a small cry of pain. Mujin unleashed a punch combining invincible fist and fist energy, causing his fist to erupt with fiery power. The subordinate was terrified, breaking into a sweat as he saw Mujin's blazing fist hurtling towards him. Mujin's punch generated a powerful surge of energy that flew straight towards a distant tower. Blasted backward, the subordinate thought in astonishment, "Damn it, he's faster than I thought." Both Mujin and the subordinate moved at dizzying speeds within a distorted space. Mujin grabbed his opponent and commented on his martial arts skill. With a confident expression, Mujin said that if he possessed such skill, he must surely know more than mere small fry. Mujin delivered a devastating punch to the subordinate's face, making him scream in pain. The subordinate realized his opponent's identity and questioned, "Small fry? So you're behind the deaths of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's leader and the Sichuan branch leader?" Mujin prepared to unleash a combined attack of consecutive fists and Arhat palm. He unleashed a descending strike, creating an enormous energy explosion on the ground. The spiky-haired assassin crouched amidst the rubble, declaring he would force his opponent to reveal the source of the information. He spun around in shock, astonished by Jaegal Jinhuya's footwork, which made her vanish instantly. He frantically searched, wondering if this was a unique martial art he had never seen before. Jaegal Jinhuya suddenly appeared right behind the assassin, her red eyes glowing in the darkness. The spiky-haired assassin broke into a cold sweat, startled to realize her presence right behind his neck. A blazing red sword energy flashed from another direction, signaling a new skirmish. A red-robed assassin, empowered by sword energy, charged into the attack. His red sword energy violently clashed with Tanggak's purple energy. The two masters lunged at each other, their weapons clashing, sending sparks flying in mid-air. Tanggak smirked, remarking that not many could unleash such energy attacks, and growing more curious about the identity of this group. The red-robed assassin coldly retorted, "A dying old man talks too much." Tanggak sighed, blaming himself for revealing an opening and musing that time was truly cruel. The red-robed assassin drew his sword, making Tanggak realize he had switched from hidden weapons to swordsmanship. Tanggak looked directly at his opponent and asserted, "You've used up all your hidden weapons, haven't you?" The red-robed assassin remained silent, his silence a form of admission. He roared in anger upon realizing Tanggak had discovered his mistake, unable to believe a master could make such a basic error. The red-robed assassin charged to attack, shouting, "I will kill you and take your place." Tanggak was astonished as his sword was cleaved in two. The red-robed assassin pointed his blazing red sword towards Tanggak and declared, "It seems this is the end for you." A colossal red energy burst erupted, signaling a new world about to unfold. The terrifying explosion destroyed an ancient tower under the moonlight. Standing on the rooftop, Tanggak mocked the red-robed assassin. "You should have stayed cooped up in your dark room researching poisons as always. You think you're lucky to have found us, but that won't change anything." Tanggak bared his teeth in a savage grin and declared, "There is no place for you in this new era." The red-robed assassin stood in the courtyard and replied, "Firstly, it's true I was silent, because I was a bit shocked to discover I'm no longer as strong as I once was." As he swept away the poison needles with his sword, he continued that the reason he reached into his sleeve wasn't because he ran out of hidden weapons, but because he realized Tanggak was weaker than he thought. Suddenly, the red-robed assassin stared in horror at his arm as a surge of purple paralyzing poison spread, frantically wondering, "Is this paralyzing poison? When did he use it?" Elsewhere, Tanggak thought to himself that he would turn the brown-haired assassin into a true war dog, while the assassin was fighting Jaegal Jinhuya. Tanggak, in his masked form, looked at the kneeling brown-haired assassin with a challenging gaze and said, "In that case, take this." Tanggak dropped a glowing pink pill into the brown-haired assassin's agape mouth. He leaned down, reassuring him sinisterly, "Don't worry. It won't kill you." The brown-haired assassin, with the pill in his mouth, struggled to ask, "What kind of medicine is this?" Tanggak explained that it was a medicine he developed himself, and since the assassin had absorbed a heart elixir, he wouldn't die despite the side effects. Tang Gok said he would only feel a surge of energy, and immediately, the assassin's body erupted in a golden aura, astonishing Jagal Jinhuya. The narration introduced Tang Gok, the Dark King, as a master of poisons and medicine, who had dedicated his life to researching and creating countless remedies such as timed paralyzing poisons and interrogation serums. The narration continued to explain what the assassin had just swallowed. It was Tang Gok's original stimulant, capable of temporarily focusing all senses and explosively amplifying internal energy. Elsewhere, the Sichuan branch leader's subordinate drew his twin short swords, preparing for battle. He gritted his teeth, his eyes red with fury, and thought to himself, "That bastard. I've been thinking about how to block a sword strike that could pierce even the iron guard." The brown-haired assassin channeled his internal energy, thinking that with his current internal force, he could somewhat replicate his grandfather's golden sphere technique. He explained in his mind that concentrating energy into a perfect sphere increased its density and power, easily shattering the opponent's blade. The branch leader's subordinate realized in horror that he was facing the Shaolin Divine Dragon and the Dark King, desperately thinking there was no way to win. Seeing no escape, he intended to bite down on his teeth to commit suicide, but was stopped and stunned by Gung's firm arm. Gung yelled furiously, saying he had anticipated the Tai Yi sect's actions and wouldn't let the subordinate commit suicide. Amidst the chaotic scene, the Poison King approached the subordinate being restrained by Gung and Mujin, intending to retrieve the poison pill from his mouth. Suddenly, Tang Gok appeared and launched a vicious attack towards the Poison King. Tang Gok's attack created a fierce red energy explosion, right where the Poison King had been. Tang Gok was stunned to see that the Poison King had vanished and unexpectedly reappeared right behind him without him noticing. The Poison King, quick as lightning, used a poison-laced needle to stab Tang Gok's neck, causing him to cough violently and wonder about the reaction of this combination. The Poison King observed Tang Gok writhing on the floor, blood gushing from his mouth and eyes, then remarked that a superior poison was about to be perfected. Tang Gok completely lost the ability to speak as the poison ravaged his body, and the Poison King declared this another successful experiment. The brown-haired assassin anxiously asked Mujin about the side effects of the pill he had just taken, and was reassured that it would only cause a temporary burst of internal energy and fatigue for a few days. The assassin felt the rising power, astonished that it blended with his internal force and momentarily made him feel like someone on steroids. He began to panic, wondering if other spiritual elixirs were technically also drugs, but then dismissed the thought, asserting they were cultivation items. He clenched his fist, acknowledging the undeniable effectiveness of the pill, which had improved his reaction speed and stability, realizing a technique he had only envisioned in his mind. The Poison King showed amusement, remarking that the Dark King Tang Gok was not only skilled in poisons but also in medicine, something he hadn't expected. Mujin observed, his hand channeling golden light, and thought that if Tang Gok could concoct medicine, perhaps he could create other types as well. Mujin suddenly widened his eyes in horror as a terrifying possibility flashed through his mind. Mujin suddenly had an idea when thinking about a compound without toxins or side effects that boosts bodily energy. "Hey, dietary supplements." Tang Gok roared in anger. "Hey!" Tang Gok questioned Mujin why he didn't answer when called, and Mujin quickly apologized for being lost in thought. Looking at the unconscious Tang Hyoksu, Tang Gok asked if he was the one who threw his granddaughter, and Mujin stammered an explanation about unavoidable circumstances. Tang Gok declared he would interrogate this man to find the mastermind, and Mujin offered to concoct a pill to extract information. Mujin flashed a sly smile and asked if Tang Gok could do something else. Tang Gok asked in surprise, "Are you asking me?" Mujin asked if it was possible, and after a moment of thought, Tang Gok agreed to fulfill one of his requests before the scene shifted to the Tang clan headquarters. In another room, Gung asked his comrades when Mujin would return, and Chung Su replied that he would be there soon. Mukyung anxiously asked Gung if they were really okay, which surprised Gung. Gung said, with a serious expression, that it seemed Mukyung and Chung Su shared his thoughts, making Chung Su curious. Mukyung expressed doubt, wondering if they could handle what was coming after struggling to escape dangerous enemies. He continued to recall the man from the Tai Yi sect who had yelled, "May the demons prosper," while he was punching a dummy. The image of the subordinate coughing up blood while shouting the demonic cult's slogan came to mind, and Mukyung confirmed it was their saying. Gung clenched his fists, admitting they couldn't complain for choosing to flee, but feared they had become entangled in something extremely dangerous. Chung Su remained silent, his hands steadily grinding medicinal herbs in a stone mortar. Mukyung patted Gung's shoulder and said, "Mugung, this isn't like you at all. We haven't been gone long, don't act weak." Gung was startled by Mukyung's unexpected encouragement. Chung Su smiled confidently, explaining that, at Wudang, they valued mental discipline above all else, and always trained to read the flow of the world. Chung Su remarked that Mujin always carried a certain aura, attracting trouble wherever he went, yet seemed like someone who could leave at any moment. Mukyung blushed in agreement, saying that's why he wanted to see the world with him, but mainly because it was fun being with him, which made Gung laugh. Mukyung and Gung looked determined, asserting that they had trained hard until now and could handle anything that came their way. Gung clenched his fist, fully agreeing with Mukyung's words. Gung reminded himself that he had almost forgotten the reason he strived to become stronger, to surpass geniuses and make a name for himself across the land. The brown-haired assassin recalled almost being devoured at the Tai sect and realized that power was dangerous if uncontrollable, but incredibly formidable if mastered. The dozing spirit monkey suddenly startled awake, letting out a cry that caught Gung and Chung-Su's attention. A figure rushed over, shouting, "Did you say Mujin is here?" The group looked at the newcomer in surprise, wondering why he was late and what he was doing. Mujin appeared, carrying a giant bundle of luggage on his shoulder with Tang Gak sitting leisurely on top, complaining that they said he looked crazy. The group was confused, wondering why one of the 10 great martial arts masters was lecturing them about respecting elders, and curious about that strange bundle of luggage. Mujin dropped the bundle of luggage to the ground, complaining of back pain, then announced he had good news, and even better news. Mujin pointed at Tang Hyoksu, who was tied to the bundle of luggage, revealing they had captured an intruder and would interrogate him. Astonishing the entire group, Jin thought to himself that the captured individual was merely a pawn, a member of the unnamed shadowy organization from the original novel, and after much effort, they finally had a clue. Jin clenched his fist, determined to expose the wicked, while a comrade asked about the even better news. Jin pointed towards Tang Gak and declared that they could all become stronger because the Dark King had shown him it was possible. A comrade nervously asked if it had anything to do with the bags, but Tang Gak laughed, saying they were just secondary ingredients, which made the other person even more panicked, asking if Jin had gone digging for spirit cores again. Jin confidently gave a thumbs up, asserting he was making something even better, a means to enhance internal energy and muscles. He further explained that this item was also an excellent emergency ration, with perfect nutritional balance and protein supplementation. Jin explained that in the modern world, what he was making were called protein bars and energy bars. A comrade asked about the worrying news, and Jin replied that since their identities had been exposed, they no longer needed to disguise themselves, surprising Tang Gak. The group headed towards the Tang clan, Jin saying they just needed to hand over the prisoner to this family. Jin excitedly declared, "Time to make protein," which left a comrade looking confused. Looking down from above, a group of Tang clan members were smilingly welcoming Tang Gak and Jin's group. Tang Gak walked along, thinking to himself that he hadn't used his abilities in a long time and felt hungry, then ordered a feast to be prepared for the guests. Tang Paijin stood by the window, listening as Tang Gak ordered more secondary ingredients to be prepared for the mind-calming pill used for interrogation. Tang Paijin thought to himself that his father was as impulsive as ever, but affirmed that even if he didn't say it, he would still prepare a grand feast because they owed Jin's group a favor. The captured female martial artist, Tang Hyoksu, was handed over to Tang Paijin, and Tang Gak planned to use the mind-calming pill to conduct the interrogation. In a dark room, Tang Paijin stood before the bound Tang Hyoksu, and the outcome of the interrogation was predicted to be grim. A spreading pool of blood on the floor indicated they had chosen to bury the truth they had just extracted. Jin explained that the main event this time was the research into protein and energy bars, joking that they shouldn't be surprised if a walking corpse appeared. A door slowly opened, revealing the space within. Jin looked utterly astonished and exclaimed, "This place is?" Both stepped into Tang Gak's personal laboratory. The room was filled with traces of dangerous poison research, with various herbs and tools laid out everywhere. On the shelves were countless unidentified substances, yet clearly possessing potent effects and uses. Jin couldn't believe he was in the laboratory of Tang Gak, the king of 10,000 poisons. While Tang Gak turned to ask about the protein supplement he had mentioned, Jin crossed his arms in thought. Ever since becoming Mujin, opportunities to eat real protein were rare, and secretly eating meat also had its limits. Jin smirked confidently and said, "But," Jin explained to Tang Gak that first, they had to create the foundation of protein, making the old man curiously ask what that was. Jin explained, it was a nutrient that builds muscle, and Tang Gak quickly understood it to be things like meat or egg whites. Jin thought about how Shaolin monks were forbidden from eating meat and animal milk. Then he suddenly had an idea for a food with nutritional value equivalent to meat, without requiring any killing. He explained that one of the most famous protein supplements was whey protein, whose main ingredient is milk, and fermented milk becomes cheese. Jin proposed using fermented milk or kumis from the northern nomads as the core ingredient, and Tang Gak found this idea very interesting. When Tang Gak worried that fermentation would take too long and delay the feast, Jin, while tying a red bandana, reassured him not to worry. Jin confidently declared that even if it wasn't a traditional method, he knew how to make milk curdle in the shortest time and hoped Tang Gak would help. The process of creating cheese-based protein supplements and Tang Gak's special energy bars from herbs, nuts, and honey had begun. Making energy bars was quite simple, but crafting protein was much harder because the martial arts world lacked modern processing equipment. While Jin was struggling because the mixture wouldn't blend, Tang Gak suggested trying another herb. Jin happily agreed immediately. But when Tang Gok asked how he knew these things, Jin merely stammered in reply that he had learned them while researching various things. Tang Gok laughed heartily, remarking that this was more like cooking than compounding medicine, while both felt the pressure of the difficult task. 2 days later, after working tirelessly without rest, Tang Gok carried a tray of food out of the room. Tang Paijin brought breakfast, called his father, and asked if he was going to skip a meal again. Tang Gok suddenly shoved a ration bar into his son's mouth, startling Tang Paijin. Tang Paijin chewed blankly, wondering why the food his father gave him was so delicious, while seeing Jin and Tang Gok standing behind them. Tang Gok pointed at the ration bar in his son's hand and declared this would be their future nutritional food. He named it the calorie bar, a perfect food for both emergency rations and training. Jin proudly introduced the next dish. He proudly held up a large bowl containing a white substance, declaring it was kumis and suggesting they use it for the feast. A servant placed a beautifully presented dish of meat, tomatoes, and cheese on the table, while Jin vouched for its taste. Many similar dishes were laid out, making everyone wonder if this was the kind of food Jin's people usually enjoyed. The Tang clan head and other members looked at the feast table filled with unfamiliar dishes with skepticism, wondering if they were edible. Jin explained that since time was short, he had used a simplified process: boiling milk, adding vinegar to curdle it, then straining the solids and pressing them into cheese. The Tang clan head remained skeptical about this strange-smelling dish, deeming it not as reliable as the calorie bar. Despite everyone's hesitation, Tang Somi bravely used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of cheese and taste it, astonishing her father and another member who called out her name. Tang Somi was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise at the dish's flavor. She covered her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, praising the dish as incredibly delicious and asking if Jin had made it. Jin humbly replied that he couldn't have done it without Elder Tang Gak's help, and Tang Somi happily confirmed that the dish perfectly suited her taste. A Tang clan member drooled with desire, stammering that he wanted to try it too. Immediately, all the other Tang clan members rushed forward, demanding to eat, forcing Tang Paijin, the clan head, to yell at them for losing face in front of their guests. Thanks to Tang Somi and the hungry people, the feast could finally begin, with one person even joking that the food was so good he wouldn't care even if Tang Hyoksu died right now. After a long period of tension, everyone could finally rest. Jin ate while trying to keep his piece of cheese away from the mischievous monkey. The exhausted people took this opportunity to relax, and Tang Somi happily fed a piece to Elder Tang Gak. Jin's companions also happily enjoyed the lavish feast. The festivities continued from day until late into the night. Someone curiously asked Jin about the protein dish, and he just smiled, replying that they would understand soon enough. It wasn't until close to dawn that the banquet hall gradually grew quiet. After the satisfying feast, Mukyung and Gung fell asleep right at the table, while the little monkey also let out a long yawn. 2 members of Jin's group whispered behind the screen, remarking that the divine thief's martial arts truly lived up to their reputation. Jin sat reading the secret manual, analyzing 2 martial arts: phantom steps, a lightness skill that leaves no trace, and shadow blending art, a technique to merge with shadows to erase one's presence. The group discussed the new martial art. Gung thought it didn't suit them, but Jin said there was no harm in learning more, especially considering their future journeys. Jin told Mukyung that they would learn it together later, but for now, he had to go meet Elder Tang Gak. As Jin walked, he mused that the joyful moments were good, but what needed to be done still had to be done. Jin arrived at a courtyard where Tang Pajin and Tang Gak stood beside a corpse covered with a white cloth and announced that this was a serious matter. A hand-emitting purple energy was placed on the corpse, indicating that the enemy had used a type of martial art never seen before. Tang Paijin gravely explained that, within their meridians was a strange energy flow that wasn't pure internal energy, to the point where he didn't know if it should even be called a martial art. Jin was startled by the information about an energy type other than internal energy, while Tang Paijin added more about the rules and codes they used. Tang Paijin declared that they had identified the organization these individuals belonged to, astonishing Jin. Jin hastily asked for their identity. Tang Paijin and Tang Gak exchanged glances with extremely serious expressions. Tang Paijin revealed the organization's name was New Heaven and Earth, explaining that based on Jin's information and the events in Sichuan, they were preparing their plans across the Central Plains. Images of dark hands reaching out to the world appeared as Tang Paijin analyzed that the name New Heaven and Earth indicated their goal was to plunge the world into chaos and become the New Heaven and Earth themselves. Jin exclaimed New Heaven and Earth in shock, wondering if this was some crazy cult. Tang Paijin affirmed that they were causing chaos not only in Sichuan, but also in other regions. He concluded that with their power and national scale of operations, this organization was far larger than they had imagined. Jin sighed, deducing that they planned to incite conflict among the orthodox sects to weaken them, then strike at the perfect moment to dominate the entire martial world, and bitterly recalled their third principle: we are everywhere. Tang Paijin wondered how to inform the Qingchang and Ma sects, as he was certain that spies were also lurking there. With a tense expression, Tang Paijin realized that those two sects had actually been acting as an alliance. In a flashback, the Qing Cheng sect elder proposed forming an alliance of the 5 great clans to counterbalance Shaolin and Wudang, which were currently embroiled in scandal. At the gathering of the Sichuan sect leaders, everyone agreed to the proposal of forming an alliance. The Ma sect leader asked the Qing Cheng sect elder about discussing the normalization of Sichuan, and he happily agreed. The two leaders looked at each other and exchanged sinister smiles, revealing a dark conspiracy. Back in the present, Tang Paijin let out a bitter laugh. Having fully understood the situation, Tang Gak suddenly appeared, sternly stating that no one could accomplish great deeds alone, and urged Tang Paijin to make a decision. Jin stepped forward and agreed. "He's right, father." Tang Paijin turned to Jin, saying he had a favor to ask of him. He solemnly asked Jin if he could forge a connection between the Shaolin Temple and the Tang clan. In Jin's group's guest room, he recounted the entire situation and proposed a plan to send a message to Shaolin through the Sichuan branch of the Heavenly Merchants Guild. The entire group agreed that the issue of the new Heaven and Earth organization was too vast for them to handle alone, and needed to be reported. Du Wolqian remarked that contrary to rumors, the Tang clan members were actually very kind, and he believed the Shaolin, Abbot, and Elder Hyonsong would understand their intentions. Du Wolqian's eyes gleamed with deep contemplation. He recalled the teachings of a past master, that the world was vast and he should go out to broaden his horizons. Gung suddenly spoke up, asking if he could send a message to the Wudang sect, surprising another companion. Du Wolqian asked for the reason in surprise. Gung replied that there was no guarantee the Wudang sect wouldn't be targeted. Du Wolqian added that if Jin's conjectures were correct, something horrifying might be about to happen. While images of brutally murdered individuals flashed through his mind, Chung Su saw a terrifying illusion of a blood-soaked arm and his own body sinking into a thick pool of blood. The illusion continued with him standing amidst a battlefield full of corpses, wondering about the meaning of blood. Chung Su clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the intense pain as the illusion flickered in his mind. Gung looked worriedly at Chung Su, who was in an unwell state, and asked, "Chung Su, are you not feeling well?" The group gathered around as Chung Su staggered and leaned on the table. He reassured everyone that he was fine, just suddenly had a headache. Chung Su was still stunned, wondering what that illusion had been, and realized the headache had struck just as he recalled that brutal scene. Gang Hyuk Choi said he understood and would prepare a letter to send to the Wudang sect. Gang Hyuk Choi worried that their senior brothers would pursue them, but Gung resolutely suggested they should leave immediately after sending the letters. After writing letters to Shaolin and Wudang, they entrusted them to the Sichuan branch of the Heavenly Merchants Guild for urgent escort. A companion turned to ask Gang Hyuk Choi about sending the remaining letter. Gang Hyuk Choi replied that the letter would be given to Ryu Seolhwa when she arrived, and the scene shifted to a lush, mountainous region. Gang Hyuk Choi led the group through a secret passage, explaining that the Tang clan had built these paths long ago for emergencies. Tang Paijin, along with Tang clan members and his daughter Tang Somi, were already waiting. He announced that he had prepared protein powder, energy bars, and other necessities for their journey. Gang Hyuk Choi clasped his hands in thanks to Tang Paijin, saying that this would make their journey much easier. Gang Hyuk Choi confidently stated that the Shaolin elders would view the alliance with the Tang clan positively, then turned to joke with his companions that they had to escape before being caught. With a serious expression, Gang Hyuk Choi hesitantly asked about the Qing Cheng sect and the Ma sect. Tang Paijin reassured him that they would handle everything themselves and would not wage war or disturb Gang Hyuk Choi's group. Tang Paijin suddenly looked surprised as he sensed someone approaching. Tang Somi happily ran towards Gang Hyuk Choi and loudly called his name, Mu Jin. Tang Somi whispered her thanks to Gang Hyuk Choi for everything and said that what was more important was that she thought Jin He really liked him, then asked what he thought of her. Gang Hyuk Choi cheerfully replied that Jin He was a good person and that he was diligently training for their promised match. Tang Somi was stunned by his reaction, wondering what kind of response that was. She recalled Jin He approaching Gang Hyuk Choi and secretly wondered if he was truly so naive that he didn't realize. Tang Somi clutched her head in dismay, realizing that Gang Hyuk Choi was truly naive about romantic matters and worried for Jin He's fate. Gang Hyuk Choi looked annoyed, telling Tang Somi to stop talking nonsense. From atop a tree, Elder Tang Gok looked down at the group and complained that he had been awake all night and wanted to sleep, also asking if the Shaolin people's arrival would cause trouble. The Poison King suddenly appeared with a dark aura, threatening to use the entire group as test subjects and driving them away, terrifying everyone. Afterward, Gang Hyuk Choi's group bid farewell and departed amidst the sunrise. At Shaolin Temple, a storm raged, with thunder echoing across the night sky. Inside a room, the elders were meeting, beginning to discuss those who called themselves the New Heaven. Abbot Hyunchun explained that the New Heaven was an evil organization operating nationwide, but was very well hidden. Elder Hyunsong reported that those who attacked the Heavenly Merchants Guild and the Tang clan all sought an alliance with Shaolin. Abbot Hyunchun clenched his fist, agreeing that the new heaven must be stopped. But there was a more important matter. He held up the letter and declared that Mujin, Mugung, Mukyung, and Muyul must be brought back immediately, as the children were in danger having learned this information. Abbot Hyunchon emphasized to the other elders that, if the new heaven targeted the children, they must rescue them as soon as possible. He looked at the letter with a complex expression, thinking that he had initially dismissed it, as the children impulsively running away, never expecting them to get involved in such a major affair. Abbot Hyunchon decided that the top priority was to bring the children back, assigning the task to External Affairs Hall leader Hyun and contacting the Heavenly Merchants Guild regarding the medical practitioners. A Shaolin disciple worriedly wondered how to report the situation to Elder Hyunsong, fearing he would be very anxious. Elder Hyunsong pondered in silence. Standing on a rocky outcrop, Elder Hyunsong sensed the scent of blood growing stronger and thought to himself. From now on, Elder Hyunsong recalled the image of Mujin and his group, silently vowing that things wouldn't be easy, but he trusted that Mujin would overcome it and return safely. Elsewhere, thunder echoed over a gloomy edifice, and a voice resounded, "Do your utmost, then accept fate." A subordinate trembled, prostrating himself on the ground, reporting that the situation at Yunxiang Hall was not good at all. A blood-soaked hand grabbed another man's head, making him groan in pain. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes mercilessly crushed the victim's head and declared that a minor mistake would not ruin the grand plan. The shadowy figure affirmed that the Sichuan campaign would continue. The shadowy figure ordered his subordinate to summon 6 captains, excluding the captain of Yunxiang Hall. He thought to himself that even the 7th captain's fall proved the Tang clan's Dark King had made a move. The shadowy figure walked through a pool of blood, muttering to himself that they only needed to change so that even heaven itself couldn't stop them. He declared that the moment to complete the plan, passed down for hundreds of years, was fast approaching. At the same time, Elder Hyunsong looked up at the sky and thought of the day when everything under heaven would be wiped out. The shadowy figure raised his blood-soaked hand, monologuing that he would become the new heaven. And the time had come. The shadowy figure's glowing red eyes flashed as he decided it was time for him to act. In Sichuan province, before the Tang clan's gates, a voice asserted that, by law, all matters in Sichuan. Tang clan head Tang Paijin continued. Must be resolved in Sichuan. A group of other Sichuan sect leaders stood with their arms crossed, looking displeased, questioning what Shaolin Temple and the Heavenly Merchants Guild were doing here, and if they were disregarding Sichuan's rules. Lady Ryu Seolhwa smiled gracefully, clasped her hands in apology, and explained, "The Heavenly Merchants Guild is only here to provide medical treatment services." She continued that they had heard many people here were suffering from musculoskeletal ailments. The Qingcheng sect elder angrily shouted, asking if they truly intended to interfere in Sichuan's affairs, but Grandmaster Hyun stepped forward and asserted that Shaolin had no such intention. With a stern face, Grandmaster Hyun declared that, however, they also could not stand by and watch a meaningless war erupt. The Sichuan sect leaders, including the Qingcheng sect elder, all recoiled in fear before Grandmaster Hyun's overwhelming aura. The Qingcheng sect elder fearfully took a step back. As he led his people away, the Qingcheng sect elder shouted a warning that next time it wouldn't be so simple, while Grandmaster Hyun smiled as he saw them off. Tang clan head Tang Paijin admired how Grandmaster Hyun had repelled the sects with just his aura. Grandmaster Hyun then immediately asked about Mujin's whereabouts, but the Tang clan head seemed hesitant. One of Mujin's companions approached and whispered to Lady Seolhwa that warrior Kang Hyuk asked him to convey a message to her. Lady Seolhwa looked surprised at the letter in the green envelope she had just received. The letter began with a greeting inquiring about Lady Seolhwa's health, while in the background, Grandmaster Hyun was complaining to the Tang clan head that he couldn't find Mujin anywhere. Lady Seolhwa continued reading the letter, in which Mujin explained that he was busy with many things and thus couldn't visit yet. She read on. Mujin promised that when the day they met again arrived, he would give advance notice. Lady Seolhwa smiled brightly as she read to the end of the letter, where Mujin signed his name and wished her peace. The scene shifted to a peaceful trail amidst a lush green forest. Mujin was biting into a piece of dried meat while resting. Gung told the group that they had traveled far enough that the senior monks wouldn't catch up immediately, and suggested they stop to let the horses rest a bit. The group stood by the carriage. A companion asked where they were, and assumed Mujin, their guide, must know. Mujin irritably unfolded the map and grumbled that he hadn't had a chance to look at it because everyone kept rushing him. Mujin pointed at the map and identified their location as Guangxi province. Gung and another companion looked confused, saying they had never heard of that name. Mujin explained that it was because Guangxi was the territory of unorthodox sects. Mujin's entire group recoiled in shock, shouting in horror upon realizing they had entered demonic territory. With an annoyed expression, Mujin reminded them that they were the ones who had rushed him to go fast without letting him look at the map. Gung and his companion hastily explained that they did so because they feared the Shaolin elders would pursue them. Mujin sternly admitted that Shaolin showed no mercy, and that he had intentionally led everyone here. Mujin revealed his plan: to go to Guangxi to recruit an ally and eliminate members of the new Heaven and Earth faction along the way. He tried to reassure everyone with a forced smile, stating that there was nothing to fear in broad daylight. Encouraged, Gung and his companion agreed that Guangxi was still inhabited and encounters with bandits weren't common. From within the bushes, a mysterious figure was observing Mujin's group resting by the carriage. A ferocious bandit gang appeared, mocking why monks were wandering in their territory and considering it a gift from Buddha. Mujin and his companions were stunned to see the bandits appear incredibly quickly, right after they had just mentioned them. The bandit leader, a large, bald man with a thick beard, introduced himself as Mayang Rang, the crazed bear, the nightmare of Guangxi province. A sudden punch landed squarely on Mayang Rang's face. Mayang Rang fell backward, shouting curses at Buddha for letting him encounter this group. Mujin's companions stood frozen, astonished by how quickly things had unfolded. Mayang Rang, with a bruised face, teary-eyed, admitted his foolishness. When Mayang Rang praised them as extraordinary individuals, Mujin casually replied, "It's not that, you're just weak." One of Mujin's companions looked at the defeated bandits and wondered, "Anyway, what should we do with these guys?" Gung spoke up, reminding them of Buddhist compassion. But Mujin cut him off and fell into thought. Mujin thought to himself that with only a few people, it wouldn't be enough to deal with the New Heaven Alliance in Guangxi. He turned to the trembling bandit leader and called out, "Hey, you're Mayang Rang, right?" With a meaningful smile, Mujin asked Mayang Rang about the largest bandit stronghold in this area. The scene shifted to a heavily fortified village, introduced as the Great Tiger Stronghold, the largest stronghold in Guangxi. Mujin's group, led by a person with a fur cloak over their shoulders, steadily advanced. They confidently strode along the dirt path leading to the bandits' stronghold. Two guards of the Great Tiger Stronghold warily watched the group of strangers approaching the main gate. A guard shouted loudly, threatening, "Who are you people? This is the territory of the Great Tiger Stronghold. If you value your lives, get out now." Gung pointed his thumb at his chest with full confidence. He strained his neck and shouted loudly, declaring, "We are the Black Bear faction." Gung boldly declared their purpose. "Today, we have come to seize the Great Tiger Stronghold." In a flashback, a companion asked in a panic, "What? We're going to pretend to be bandits?" Mujin explained his plan, likening it to hiding a leaf in a forest. He continued that, this way, they could overthrow other bandit groups and save the people of Guangxi. Mujin smiled and asked, "Not bad, right?" But Gung firmly replied, "I refuse." Gung crossed his arms, sternly declaring, "I am a proud disciple of the Great Shaolin Temple. I will not pretend to be a bandit." Back in the flashback, Mujin and another companion looked at Gung with helpless expressions, calling his name in exasperation. In the flashback, Mujin looked at Gung and said, "Do this, and you'll be the leader." Gung blushed, awkwardly repeating, "Leader?" Currently Gung, in bandit attire with a fur cloak, roared, "I am the leader of the Black Bear faction, the Bear Fist Destroyer. Come out and face me, Great Tiger Stronghold Master." The bandits at the gate scoffed. What an arrogant bunch of insects. A large hand suddenly grabbed the head of the speaking bandit. A giant with disheveled hair wearing a tiger skin cloak appeared, coldly ordering, "Move aside." The Great Tiger Stronghold leader stepped out to face Gung's group. Gung broke into a sweat, thinking in astonishment, "He's too big." The Great Tiger Stronghold leader narrowed his eyes, thinking, "I've never heard of this Black Bear faction." He mocked Gung, asking why he should participate in a childish game where leaders fight each other for ownership of the stronghold. The bandits behind him smirked, declaring they were Greenwood outlaws, and Greenwood outlaws only knew how to plunder. The Great Tiger Stronghold leader declared that what they were about to take were the lives of these fools, while the crowd of bandits brandished their weapons and charged. A moment later, the Great Tiger Stronghold leader knelt on the ground, his face bruised and battered, trembling as he uttered, "Esteemed heroes, you are truly wise." He admitted he hadn't recognized their greatness. But Mujin coldly replied, "It's not that, you're just weak." Mujin, with his new hairstyle, smiled and turned to Gung, saying, "Now then, say a few words, leader." Gung blushed again, awkwardly raising a hand to his chin and clearing his throat. So shall I begin?" Gung boldly declared before all the bandits, including their former leader. "Listen closely. Starting today, the Great Tiger Stronghold will pledge allegiance under the banner of the Black Bear faction." Gung puffed out his chest and flexed with pride, shouting loudly, "And I am your new leader, the Bear Fist Destroyer." Mujin watched Gung, relishing his role, and thought to himself with satisfaction, "Excellent. The mission to annihilate the New Heaven faction has begun smoothly."